Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate, Roger's third mate Blood Mist and Pour 1 TM. Chapter 1. Which good person has traveled to this time? Roger raised Red from childhood, and Red took care of Ace later. If some people think this is not possible, you can choose a better one that suits your taste. The above is what I said to the way people. My readers can rest assured that this book is warm and cozy. I am not like this usually, it is mainly because they make me blush. There are large sections of my explanation in the text, but they just criticize me without reading or listening, and they criticize the content I have already explained. They don't care what you say at all. Put your brain on it and start our pirate's adventure. Red was confused, but being confused doesn't hurt his brain. He started as an orphan, was picked up by a truck, and was a traverser with a lot of luck. The pirate's king, a white-haired river god who calls himself the will of the world. Young Red, do you want to go to the world of the gold pirate's king, or the world of the silver pirate's king, or this ordinary world of the pirate's king that has no special features? Red's face was filled with black lines. River god, shouldn't you be in the river? Did you go to the wrong channel? You don't seem to be in this animation track. The river god still had a narrowed-eyed expression. No, river gods also need to eat. Besides, crossing the long river is also suitable. Red accepted this strange setup. It was like a time-traveling receptionist with white hair, a little lowly. So, what's the deal with the newbie gift package? Don't try to fool me. If you don't give me a storyline with a cool male protagonist, I'll quit right there. And what's the difference between your gold, silver, and regular packages? Young Red, there's no difference. You're guaranteed to win without any effort. I'll check out the newbie's talents for you. Hey, Young Red, here's a devil fruit, Conqueror's Hockey's talent, and monster stamina, beginner version. Red showed his shark teeth. Hey, you just whispered something really big, didn't you? There's no way. If you're too strong, you can't get in. If you're that strong, what's the point of asking the Supreme Will to write? Red asked. Any fruit will do. Hey. Red took off one of his shoes and threw it at the river god. Hey, what the hell is this? The river god adjusted his small aperture and said, My dear, I can only give you 3 fruits. Advertisement. Do you want this golden mist fruit, this silver dog fruit, or an ordinary dog licking fruit? Red grabbed the river god's neck and shook him madly. I'm asking, do you give me a choice? Is there anything else besides gold? River god. Got it. You chose the gold one. I'll process it for you right now. Have a pleasant journey. Red opened his eyes and found himself on a deserted island. River god, please put me on an island with people on it. Crossing an uninhabited island is a standard part of any trip. I wish you a pleasant journey and goodbye. What else could Red do? Of course he chose to accept it. Feeling his own power, it was really elementary. The observation hockey could make his perception clearer. No more. Is this elementary? It's really confusing. The armament color can barely cover the hands, but Red kept thinking, ultra thin isn't it? I'm really afraid of going in. I've already gone in there a few times, so I'll just have to calm down. Red is still looking forward to Conqueror's Hockey the most. You know the red-haired Shanks, the black and red hockey flashes, who doesn't give him some face? Red put his hands in his pockets and posed for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. River god, don't leave, come and chat with us. His current Conqueror's Hockey is equivalent to the level of Luffy when he just awakened. He has no way to control it at all. It's the elementary prenatal education version. Looking at his short arms, Red estimated his age at the beach to be about 3 years old. 3 years old? River god, you be ********D. How could you be so cruel to him when he was only 3 years old? No wonder you gave him the physical strength of a monster. If you didn't give him this, he wouldn't even be able to survive. After admiring his own handsome appearance, long black hair, I am a cute baby with long straight black hair. Red expressed that he was very satisfied. Now I look like this, I will grow up to be a handsome guy in the future. I understand the applause. Well, Red took out the last novice benefit he had after crossing over, a white thread-shaped kiwi, first tone, monkey. First tone, peach, fourth tone. Red prepared to taste this Mihu Dao with a critical look. I had heard that the devil fruit in Pirate's King was notoriously unpalatable. Today, Rui, decided to taste it carefully. I took a light bite. It had no taste. Then I took another bite. It was sweet. I had nothing to eat. Red threw it all into his mouth. At this time, Red's face changed from a healthy red to blue, from blue to purple, and from purple to white. It was a very complex smell, like the smell of sweat, stinky feet, and tofu dropped into a manure pit and fermented for 9,981 days. Advertisement. Who is Red? He is a man who aspires to be the king of pirates. Even if he is the only one around, he cannot lose his temperament. He wiped his pale lips with trembling hands. The comment was, in terms of how unpalatable it is, I would say it is slightly smelly. Red felt the power in his hands, and exerted a little force on his body. White mist began to appear around him. The white mist consumed Red's physical strength. So Red's first reaction was Smoker's smoke fruit, but Smoker's performance in the original animation was really unsatisfactory. I can only say that our old Jay only plays low-end games. Apart from being able to make his body atomized, it seems that there is no other ability that Red needs to develop himself. The roar of wild beasts appeared in the forest. Now Red felt that he was terrifyingly strong. You should know that the 3-year-old in Pirates King has strong physical strength and the ability of Conqueror's Haki in the natural fruit. Genius. Red laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. Is this the world of genius? Is this what it feels like to hang on the wall? The fastest way to improve his strength now is to develop his own fruit ability. Although physical skills are the basis, the fruit ability can indeed greatly improve his strength in a short period of time. The main reason is that apart from training his physical strength, Red does not know any physical training at all, although Red is also a Pirates fan. The development of Conqueror's Haki is even more impossible. Didn't the geniuses Luffy and Zoro also learn from others? Red thought that he was only 3 years old and had a long time to grow stronger. Red's most obvious advantage is his broad vision and understanding of the current situation. You don't really think that you can learn the 6 styles just by watching a few episodes of Pirates King, right? Answer me. Look in my eyes. The reason why Red focuses on the fruit ability is because Red is not fighting alone. You have to know that there are god tiers in Tieba, and even the dung fruit can be developed by them. You can question Red's character, but you can't question the imagination of the god tiers in Tieba. My ability to think is quite terrifying. Days just go by one. Baby, don't ask what year Hyuen is. It's too confusing and a child really can't find out. The ponytailed boy was walking through the forest, wearing a grass leaf skirt. The big pants that the river god had left for him had been worn out long ago. Red stood on the beach. His 3-year-old body was more inconvenient than he had imagined. He couldn't reach the coconuts high up, and although he had great physical strength, he didn't have the power to move the large pieces of driftwood. Chapter 2. Initial Development of the Misty Fruit. River God, FKU. My immortal master. I originally wanted to travel through the Pirates' Kingdom to gain beauty, fame, and wealth, but ended up traveling through such a long time to survive on a deserted island. River God, you idiot. The only answer he got was the mocking cries of the seagulls. There was a rustling sound in the forest. Rhett's hair stood on end, and observation Haki frantically warned. He subconsciously activated his ability, and white mist slowly condensed around him, forming a thin barrier around him. The mist fruit. Shouldn't it just release mist bombs? Rhett stared at his translucent arm, trying to recall Smoker's fighting style. The old Smoker in the original novel seemed to only turn into smoke and rush around, occasionally using sea stone to ambush people, which was too crude. Rhett rejected this unstylish way of fighting. The bushes suddenly parted, and a wild boar that was 2 meters tall rushed out. Holy crap! Are all the wild animals in Pirates World this curly? Red dodged the charge with a roll, his back slamming into a coconut tree trunk. Armament Haki instinctively covered his right hand, but it was as thin as a layer of black stockings. Someone may ask Red, you have already become an element, why are you still so careful? This is also what Red thought. He cannot rely on elementalization. Although he does not know what period it is now, over-reliance on elementalization will make it very difficult to encounter enemies with armed colors. The boar turned and pawed the ground. Red suddenly noticed its wet nose. All mammals rely on their sense of smell. Got it. He unleashed a mist with all his might, obscuring not only its vision but also tiny droplets of water seeping into the boar's nasal cavity, interfering with its ability to discern scent. It's worth noting that Red could control the mist's acidity and alkalinity. The monster tossed its head in confusion, its charge swerving. Red took the opportunity to climb up the coconut tree, his heart pounding. How can the Logia fruit smoker just emit smoke? The essence of the mist is suspended water droplets. If your acid-base balance is destroyed, won't you explode? The river god can even enter the river of time, so it is reasonable that the smog in the fruit given by the river god is fog. It doesn't matter if I add something else in it, I can make some acid mist or some alkaline mist. Your skin may be able to withstand this slight acid and alkali, but your organs cannot. The wild boar angrily banged against the trunk, causing the coconut tree to shake violently and Red nearly falling. He gritted his teeth and compressed the mist into the wild boar's body, assimilating the water in the wild boar's body and changing the acid-base balance in the wild boar's body. Advertisement, as long as you are a living being, you cannot defy the laws of nature, explode. As Red exerted his strength, he suddenly felt dizzy. The energy consumption was far beyond his expectations. Even with monster-like strength, it was not enough. It would be more appropriate to say that it was growing at a monster-like rate, but it had a higher starting point. The wild boar staggered, and it was obvious that it had indeed suffered a great deal of trauma, which consumed more energy than condensing into a water blade attack. Oh my god, you're really bloody. Are the average Pirates Kings bloody? You're not human. There's no need to be so aggressive. Can you please get in quick? As Rhett's Conqueror's Haki's strength increased, he was barely able to control the spell. The boar stumbled back a few steps as if struck by an invisible hammer. However, the shock lasted only 3 seconds, only further enraging the enemy. FK. This Conqueror's is worse than a fart. Red watched the boar prepare for the final blow. Oh my god? You don't really want to kill me all of a sudden, do you? The wild boar spoke. Why didn't you tell me when you were using dirty tricks? With the elementalization as a backup, Red did not panic. At this moment, he noticed the refraction of sunlight through the fog. A crazy idea flashed through his mind, if the density of the fog droplets could be precisely controlled. The moment the boar charged again, Red channeled all his strength into his ability. The mist distorted into sunlight, suddenly transforming into 7 phantoms of Red. The mist condensed, obscuring the boar's sense of smell. The boar braked and swerved, its tusks piercing only air. Missed Shinobi Mirage. The real Red pounced from the side, his fist covered in armor khaki slamming into the boar's temple. The monster wailed and fell to the ground. He took the opportunity to pick up a sharp rock and press it into the boar's eye socket with his full weight. When the beast finally stopped struggling, Red collapsed in a pool of blood, gasping for air. The mist power automatically dissipated, revealing his pale, smiling face. My fellow forum member is telling you the truth. Logia really needs to be played to its full potential. The name they just came up with is incredibly cool. He suddenly coughed violently, looking down to see blood on his palm. The backlash from overusing his abilities had begun. What a pitfall. What good was giving him stamina without physical strength and power? Monster stamina Red discovered is a passive that can grow, for example. If Red's current stamina, or blue bar, is 20, then this passive skill can restore 2 points to him. If the speed exceeds the recovery rate, Red will feel tired after a long time. If Red uses 21 points at once, Red will be injured. It is found that the growth of this passive skill is faster than the growth of his physical fitness. The battery with ultra-long battery life may reach the Admiral level in the future. Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, has to stand aside and use less physical strength than I have recovered. Advertisement, but even more terrifying was the responding howls coming from deep in the forest. Wild boars have always been social animals. As night falls, Red sorts out the day's harvest in his homemade treehouse. Today's spoils include wild boar meat, fangs, and an important discovery. His mist fruit can manipulate the refraction of light and can even temporarily change the local air density to form a phantom. Red has a hunch that when its fruit ability is developed to a certain extent, it can block the observation Hawkeye to a certain extent. That reckless idiot smoker doesn't understand science at all. He drew a diagram on the bark with charcoal. High-pressure mist can create cutting beams, and low-temperature areas can create ice mist acid-based bomb traps. And there are so many good anime. I'll copy them down. A twig snapped in the distance. Red extinguished the campfire and spread mist around the treehouse as a warning system. Though Conqueror's Hawkeye was unstable, combined with his observation Hawkeye, he could barely sense life. At least 3 heat sources were approaching. Looks like I need to try that trick in advance. He quietly climbed down the tree and set up a fog trap on the path that must be passed. When the first wild boar triggered the mine, the concentrated alkaline fog droplets immediately burned its respiratory tract, causing it to go crazy. Beasts are beasts. After all, the second one was misled by the refracted light and hit the sharp stakes, but the damage caused by the sharp stakes was limited given the wild boar's thick skin and flesh. But for some reason the third one suddenly went crazy and attacked its companions. The wild boar rushed forward fiercely. Don't blame the brothers for being cruel and ruthless. Mist can refract beams. Your eyes will deceive you in my realm. Red in the shadows wiped the blood from his nose. His physical strength was still too weak. In Ret's fog, the wild boar saw Ret's shadow, and his companion was behind Ret's shadow. Ret was now a ghost in the fog. As we all know, playing cards opens the venue, but you don't understand how you play. Now Ret has 2 paths. He can continue to develop Devil Fruit and learn weapons with greater lethality. Conqueror's Hawkeye has to be put on hold for the time being because there is no training method. Of course, there is no answer to this. This is all an idea after finding someone. And Red also has a very realistic problem. He is now completely trapped on this island. Even if he builds a boat, he can't get out. Do you think that going out to sea without a compass is possible only for people like Roger Luffy? He is a man of great luck. Now Red can only wait for someone to come to the island and take him away. That's why Red is madly improving his strength. In addition to preventing himself from being so passive in future plots, he is also a disciple of Confucius. If my benevolence cannot influence you and you refuse to take me away, then I also know some boxing and kicking to teach you etiquette. In fact, what Red wants most is to join Luffy's pirates group, where there is fun and no brain damage, no fighting and killing, and no life of playing badly, where he can just lie down and be led to victory, and be a dog that wins without doing anything. Red won the MVP, Luffy won without any effort. Let's fast forward a few months. Chapter 3. I promised to win without anything while waiting. One day, Lao Rui finally arrived. Finally someone is here. Red stood on his homemade lookout, watching the small sailboat approaching from a distance, and was so excited that he almost fell off. 8 months of survival on the deserted island made him much stronger than when he first arrived. He grew taller and stronger. He tied his long hair into a bun on his head. Now when he saw the human ships, he felt so familiar. I hope it's the Straw Hats. I hope it's the Straw Hats. He clasped his hands together in prayer, then suddenly realized something. Wait, what if it's the Blackbeards? If not, let's wait and see. If I can't tell them apart, I'll run. The boat approached, and Red squinted. Standing at the bow was a young man in a straw hat, next to a blond man wearing glasses. Their faces were too far away to make out, but the straw hat. Luffy. It's Luffy. Red danced with excitement. I knew the river god wouldn't be that mean. Red was so excited to see the straw hat that he didn't expect that there should be a green samurai next to the straw hat young man. He quickly put together his fashionable primitive man suit made of wild boar skin, and placed the roasted wild boar and coconut juice he had treasured for many days on the beach. When the boat reached the shore, Red rushed forward. Luffy, Zoro, I missed you guys so much. The young man in the straw hat looked confused. Who is Luffy? The blond man pushed up his glasses. My name is Rayleigh, and this is Roger. Rhett froze in place, his mind racing. Roger? Rayleigh? Why did that name sound so familiar? Wait, his voice began to tremble. Rhett had already thought of something. But he didn't want to believe this reality. What's your full name? Gold D. Roger, the Straw Hat Boy answered cheerfully. We are the newly formed pirates. Rhett's expression froze. He slowly lowered his head. Gore D. Roger, Roger, J. The voice echoed in Rhett's mind. It felt like the whole world was spinning. River God. FKU. Rhett knelt on the beach, holding his head in his hands. I screamed in my heart. This was 40 or 50 years ago. Rhett looked up and saw the overly young Roger. He felt that life was bleak. He would be a 60-year-old man by then. What? 60 is the right age to make a living. Are you kidding me? Hey, the little brat is quite enthusiastic. Roger jumped off the boat with a big laugh. Rhett stared at that face, and Rhett thought of a joke and blurted out. How old are you? Advertisement. The air suddenly became quiet. Roger stared at Rayleigh blankly, as if he didn't understand what Rhett meant. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Captain, he seems to be asking your age. Ahahaha. I'm 19. Roger patted his chest proudly. Looks mature, doesn't it? I'm telling you, I'm going to conquer this ocean. Rhett's expression cracked. A 19-year-old pirate king. What should I do if I travel to the Pirate King? But the Pirate King has just set sail. I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Well, this uncle. Rhett turned to Rayleigh. I'm only 20. The future Pluton was instantly defeated. Kid, do I look so old? That's not spicy. So, Rayleigh asked with interest, the Luffy you're talking about is. Oh, my friend, I'm in trouble. You know, we're all brothers. Rhett blurted out, but with amazing willpower he stopped himself. Maybe it was because he had stayed on the island for too long. Rhett really wanted to talk. As a person living in the hustle and bustle of the city, suddenly living on an uninhabited island for 8 months, Rhett's desire to communicate with others reached its peak. Roger's eyes lit up. Then how did you get here? Are you on an adventure? No, Ababa hungry. Gulp gulp the man who conquered this sea. Rhett shook his head frantically. Quack quack. Bloop. Rhett put his hands on the ground and gave a sad background music. FK, what am I talking about? Roger was picking his nose while Rayleigh was grilling meat, and Rayleigh and Roger didn't seem to care. Rhett asked curiously, aren't you surprised to find a child alone on the island? Roger laughed out loud. Not surprising, the sea is worth sailing for everyone, isn't it? Rhett thought for a moment and said, do you want to be the king of pirates in the future? Roger and Rayleigh looked at each other and suddenly broke into earth-shattering laughter. Pirate King. What an interesting name, ha 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 interesting. Roger wiped tears of laughter, then it settled. We will be the Pirate King. I want to be the freest man on the vast ocean. Rhett. Just as Rhett was about to continue speaking, he was stopped by Roger and Rayleigh at the same time. That's enough, Rhett. Do you want to get on our ship? The adventure has just begun. Don't you think life will be too boring if you sail alone? Rhett looked at the two people who didn't care and said, it's too boring, your Roger Pirates group is really there. Little Rhett was eager to fight. Hey, Roger, let's fight. Rhett suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. This was the future Pirates King before him, and it would be a shame not to fight him. Advertisement Rhett has already started to be beautiful, traveling through the Pirates King, and beating up the Pirates King. Rhett wondered why Roger was so strong when he just went out to sea, since he was a user of the nature fruit ability. Roger was stuffing the last piece of barbecue into his mouth. Ahem, what did you say? I said, Rhett, the fog began to spread around, and it was okay for the card player to set up the field first. Rhett looked at Roger still picking his nose. Hey, seriously? Rhett's forehead veins popped. I'm taking this challenge seriously. Rayleigh, sipping coconut juice leisurely nearby, said, Captain, they've already made some harsh remarks. Huh? Oh. Roger suddenly jumped up as if realizing something. You want to fight, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? Rhett bared his shark teeth. Hey, I just told you. You be asterisk 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 D. The next second, Rhett felt a chill down his spine. Even though Roger was still standing there, some invisible pressure made his hair stand on end. Then I'll do it, Roger grinned and made a strange starting move. Rhett kept muttering in his heart. No way, you were so powerful when you debuted, brother, if you had told me about your strength earlier, I wouldn't have given you a title. Rhett immediately elementalized his entire body, and the fog was almost thick enough. Mist Shinobi Mirage. 7 clones appeared in different directions at the same time. Wow. Suggest. Roger's eyes lit up, and then, bang. A simple straight punch hit Rhett's abdomen, bending him like a shrimp. All illusions disappeared instantly. Rhett. No, buddy, it's you, Saitama. You've really embarrassed me. Don't forget, with Rhett's current strength, the fog can interfere with his observation hockey. You hit me directly, which makes me look even more stupid. Ahem. How did you see through it? Rhett knelt on the ground and retched. Roger tilted his head. I didn't see through it. I heard it, and I just thought you should be in this position. Rayleigh explained, the captain's intuition is always accurate. Listen to the voice of all things. Rhett struggled to stand up, and suddenly pressed his hands to the ground. Mist Prison 1000 Needles. Countless mist needles burst out from the ground. Roger, however, was dancing through the rain of needles, humming a tune out of tune. It's my turn. He suddenly rushed forward, his fists making a whistling sound. Rhett quickly transformed into his element, only to hear Roger yell, "I got you." The arm palm accurately pinched Rhett's neck. Now Rhett was like a salted fish. Life suddenly lost hope. Huh? So soon? Roger replied. Okay then, let's have a party. Chapter 4 Human traffickers deserve to die by the campfire at night. Rhett finally accepted reality. Roger was lying on the beach after eating and drinking. Suddenly he stood up and said, "Rhett, you are really interesting. Do you want to get on my boat?" He put his arms around Rhett's neck and said, "You can have an adventure on the sea now." Rayleigh complained. The captain didn't even prepare the boat when he went out to sea. Roger suddenly leaned closer to Rhett, his eyes sparkling. "And now there's a little pirate on board. Isn't this even more interesting? Now we have 3 pirates in our group." Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. "I don't think you can take good care of a child, Roger." Huh? Roger scratched his head, then laughed again. "But Rhett, our adventure will definitely be more interesting than yours, because..." He stood up suddenly and pointed his finger at the sky. "This is how I, Goldie Roger, sail, ha 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 ha." Rhett looked at the 2 people in front of him and were laughing and joking, and suddenly felt that maybe it would be more interesting not to know the future in this era. "Okay, my captain." Rhett looked at Roger. He was really the succubus of the Pirates King. His charisma was so abominable. Rhett regretted it the next day. Everyone in the audience knows that when Roger and Laylee first went out to sea, he only had a small sailboat. Even though Rhett is almost 4 years old now, he can't sail it. What's the difference between this and sailing in a barrel? Damn it. Roger patted the boat proudly. "How is it? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is Rayleigh's boat." Rhett couldn't help but complain. "No, Captain, can we really go out to sea like this?" Rhett desperately counted the number of people on board, then looked at the boat's loadout and came to a horrifying conclusion. "So there are 3 of us now, and this boat can only carry 2.5 at most?" Kuhahaha. Roger laughed and jumped into the boat, which immediately tilted dangerously at a 30-degree angle. "Don't worry. Rayleigh has calculated that as long as we reduce the food supply by half, bring only 3 days worth of fresh water, and throw away the spare ore. That's suicide." Rhett pulled his hair frantically. Rayleigh calmly pushed up his glasses. "According to my calculations, with the current load, and no wind, it can last about 6 hours. Rhett suddenly felt that he didn't want to go to sea so much. In the end, the 3 of them accepted the suggestion. Rhett thought that since Roger was the child of destiny, there shouldn't be any big problems. Roger stood at the bow, facing the waves and shouted excitedly, "Great! This is what the ocean smells like." Rayleigh took the helm. "Captain, we're off course." "Where did it go?" "I have no idea," Rayleigh said frankly, "because I don't have a nautical chart for this area." Advertisement Rhett raised his head weakly. "I say, should we consider returning?" As for why he was so weak, Rhett had never been on a boat since he was a child. "I'm seasick." Before he could finish his words, a 3-meter-high wave suddenly struck. The boat groaned under the weight, and one of the fixed ropes snapped. "Ah, the rope is broken," Roger said, pointing to the shaking mast. Rhett instantly turned into scream. What to do, what to do? "Ah, the fresh water barrel was washed away," Rayleigh said as he watched the barrel roll into the sea. Just as the ship began to unravel, Rhett suddenly had an idea. "Wait, I'm a person with special abilities." He endured the discomfort of seasickness and used all his strength to activate the ability of the mist fruit. He compressed the mist at the bottom of the boat. Sea of fog, floating platform. Although the mist couldn't directly make the boat fly, it lifted the hull, greatly reducing its weight. The boat immediately became much more stable, and the waterline rose a few inches. Roger's eyes lit up. Wow, it can be used like this. Just as the fog was about to clear, a medium-sized merchant ship appeared on the horizon, its sails painted with a trade union logo that Rhett didn't recognize. "Saved!" Rhett shouted excitedly, waving his hands. However, Roger and Rayleigh showed a rare seriousness. Rhett asked, "What's that?" "Slave traders," Roger replied. The merchant ship had turned and was heading towards them, with several burly men holding weapons standing on the deck. "Prepare for battle." Roger drew his sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Just what we need is a new ship." Rhett looked at his own 4-year-old body, then at the heavily armed men across from him. "Well, I've only been on the boat for 3 hours. Some people think it's too early to go to sea. Let me explain here. First of all, Rhett grew up alone on a deserted island until he was a teenager. His strength would improve slowly, even though he had a vision for the future and extraordinary insights. On the premise that there is no system cheat, Rhett's strengthening must be a linear one, so that every step of his strengthening is reasonable and well-founded. To put it bluntly, becoming stronger requires thinking instead of giving you a cliff-like improvement of invincibility like in other invincible texts. The second point is that Roger and Rayleigh are the positioning of this book. They are Rhett's teachers. Following the teacher, one must be strong by exploring on their own and improve their strength faster. One is self-made, and the other is a strong second generation. I believe everyone can understand it well. Point 3. Don't say Luffy is an adult. If Luffy's crew started with Roger and Rayleigh, why would he have to wait until he was 18? Advertisement. These are not counted in the word count, but some people think it is unreasonable. Let me explain. Welcome to the life of pirates. Roger laughed and rushed out, jumping up at the moment the boat was about to hit the merchant ship. Rayleigh patted Rhett's shoulder. Don't worry, the captain is very good at borrowing boats. As the sounds of fighting and screams came from above, Rhett sighed. He finally understood. Following these two lunatics, the days ahead would probably be more exciting than surviving on a deserted island. Uncle Rayleigh is quite reliable. What's going on now? Family members, help me. Rayleigh's voice was heard from the boat. The slave traders should all die and face justice. Kill them, little ones. Rhett feels the road ahead is getting darker. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made him agree to get on board? The fog spread, and the pirates vomited blood and fell down. Adjusting the acidity and base level might not be useful for the strong, because the strong would use the armament color to protect themselves. It would not be very effective against the pirates. In any case, the organs are the most vulnerable part of the human body. Those who often change their acid-base balance know that acid and base are corrosive. The methods used by Rhett cannot be said to be cruel, but people like him should be killed in the most painful way possible. Human traffickers should all die. Just like that, after a while, Roger and his two companions took control of the entire ship. Rhett went to the cabin and saw that there were a lot of people. In addition to humans, there were also many different races, such as mermaids. Rhett thought. It seems that racial trade started a long time ago. Rhett spoke gently to the caged slaves. We are the Roger pirates. You are free. Trust us. But I didn't get any response from anyone. All people and races just looked numb. Rhett saw their behavior, and a nameless fire surged in his heart. He came from a world where everyone was equal, and he knew that the Pirate King's society was like this, but he knew that the world shouldn't be like this. Stand up. Do you want to be someone else's slave for the rest of your life? Stand up, you bastards. Rhett's hair was loose during the fight. After all, it was just tied with some straw. When he changed into Uncle Rayleigh's clothes and had long straight black hair, he looked like a cute doll, making people trust him unconsciously. Children are easy to let down one's guard, let alone a good-looking child. But now that face was extremely ferocious. Should one become a slave if caught? This damn world, damn celestial dragons. What's even funnier is that just now when Rhett was cleaning the deck, he saw a Marine colonel. How ridiculous is it that officials and bandits protect each other? Rhett said. I have been killing pigs on the island for 8 months, and now my heart is terribly cold. The most important thing is, human traffickers deserve to die. Chapter 5 Uncle Rayleigh's cake smells so good the waves hit the hull of the fake Oro Jackson, and dull thuds were heard on the deck. Fortunately, the ship was a canvas boat, and the three of them could barely steer it. You asked where the slaves went. Of course they were handed over to our righteous Marines. They stopped the ship at the Marine base, put the slaves down and ran away. They're pirates. Although Roger and Rayleigh have not yet issued a bounty. Rhett finally understood why Roger Pirates was so strong. Any good guy who went out to sea would be a Commodore King. These two guys were both Commodore Kings. As we all know, in hot-blooded adventure comics, the strength of the enemies increases in a step-by-step manner. What's this? The villain who just left the villain village meets the hero who has returned from defeating the Demon King. Rhett was a little smug about the fact that he was hugging two of the Pirates King's rather thick thighs. Was he a member of the strong second generation? When he thought of the Pirates King's right-hand man, Pluton Rayleigh, XX Rhett, he felt so good, family members. Bang. 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 Rhett, shirtless and sweating, repeatedly smashed the iron stake in front of him with his fists wrapped in a thin layer of black armor. His knuckles were already worn raw, and blood mixed with sweat dripped onto the deck, leaving only shallow dents on the surface of the stake. Still not working. He panted, looking at his shaking hands. I can't even maintain armament hockey for half a minute. Not far away, Rayleigh was leaning against the side of the boat, drinking. His eyes behind his glasses were sharp as an eagle. Kid, if you keep practicing like this, your hands will be crippled. That's something I have to practice. Rhett gritted his teeth. I don't want to be unable to defend myself next time I encounter a strong enemy. Rayleigh sighed, walked over, and put his hand on his shoulder. The problem isn't hockey, it's your body. He squeezed Rhett's arm muscles. Your physical strength is indeed amazing, but your muscle density and bone strength are far from enough, even though your musculoskeletal training has improved dramatically. It's like pouring molten iron into a bamboo tube. The container is too fragile, and no matter how strong the force is, it can't withstand it. Rhett was silent. He knew Rayleigh was right. For the past few months, no matter how hard he trained, his hockey remained stuck at the beginner level. Every time he tried to force his way up, his body would break down before it did. That night, the captain's room. So, I'm destined to be just a half-baked. Rhett stared at his palms, his tone full of resentment. Roger sat cross-legged on the ground, grinning. What are you thinking, kid? You want to be the strongest in the world at the age of 4? You want to dominate the ocean now? That's a pretty bold idea. He reached out and flicked Rhett's forehead. Your body is still developing. You'll ruin yourself if you do this. At least I've never seen a 4-year-old as talented as you. What are you in such a hurry for? Are you rushing to save the world? After playing, he tapped his nose. Besides, who says hockey is the only way to become stronger? He pointed at Rhett's chest. How far have you developed your mist fruit? Advertisement. Hey, stop doing that disgusting thing after you played me. Rhett bared his shark teeth and roared. I can create illusions, interfere with my observation hockey, and even corrode my enemies with mist. That's too conservative. Roger suddenly jumped up, gesticulating. I've seen a lava fruit user turn an entire island into a volcano. Not a kainu. What about your mist? Can it fog up the entire ocean? Can it make someone unconscious after just one breath? Or isn't your mist corrosive? Enveloping the enemy and it will instantly make them vanish. Rayleigh also gave a meaningful smile. Little Red, imagine this. In the future, when you become stronger, your strength will only be the threshold to seeing you. Otherwise, even you can't enter the fog. Combined with creating illusions to hide yourself and limiting your observation and hearing, you will become a demon in the fog. Just thinking about dealing with you is a headache. As long as they can't blow away your fog, you are basically invincible. Red swallowed his saliva. The cake drawn by Uncle Rayleigh is so delicious and so skillful. This cake is better than the one drawn by his boss in his previous life. Red admitted that he really wanted to eat it. He liked the feeling of, I'm standing in front of you and you can't do anything to me. The next morning Red stood at the bow, closed his eyes and felt the sea breeze. Since my body can't handle the stronger Hawkeye for now. Then let's make the fog stronger. He suddenly opened his arms, and a thick white mist gushed out, instantly covering the entire ship. But this time, the mist did not disperse, but instead squirmed like a living thing, gradually condensing into countless tiny water droplets. Mist breathing. Nerve paralysis. Swish. Several seagulls that were stealing food on the deck suddenly froze and fell to the ground with a thud. Roger's eyes widened. What did you do? We've adjusted the composition of the mist, Red said, his lips curled up. It carries a trace amount of a neurotoxin. It's paralyzing, but not fatal. Rayleigh's eyes gleamed. Interesting. If you combine this with your observation Hawkeye, you could easily take down the enemy before they even notice. That's not all. Red clenched his fist, and the mist suddenly compressed into a translucent long sword in his palm. Although it's not as good as armament Hawkeye hardening, but... Shua shua shua. The wooden target in the distance was instantly cut into pieces. Advertisement. You have to know that Roger and Rayleigh in the future, besides being strong in physical skills, are also great swordsmen. But after taking a look, ha 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 ha, Little Red, what are you doing? Looking at the two people who couldn't stop at all. Red blushed, a rare occurrence, and shouted at Roger and Rayleigh, I'm only 4 and I haven't learned anything yet. Isn't that normal? What are you laughing at, you two bastards? Roger laughed and said, do you want me to teach you? Roger wiped away the tears of laughter, and suddenly drew out his sword, Ace, and launched a flying slash. Red was stunned. Opening the sea with one sword was no joke. Could it be the prototype of Roger's, only, one move, divine evasion? Roger sheathed his knife and rubbed Red's head. Don't be bound by it. Your mist is more invisible and ethereal. He pointed at the mist blade in Red's hand. Why bother with formalities? Don't worry, I'll find you a powerful sword later. Didn't you notice that your mist has become thinner since you condensed the mist blade? Rayleigh added, but you still have to learn the basics. Starting tomorrow, swing the sword 1,000 times a day. Red deeply felt the benefits of a strong second generation. The reason why Red condensed the mist sword was because he saw Kizaru Admiral Borsellino's Ama no Kurisakumo sword and Aokiji Kuzan's ice sword in the original work. But Red overlooked one point. Kizaru and Aokiji didn't need to set up a large area, even though his fog field could move with him. Someone will ask here, Red, you developed a fog field, can't I just run away? Red would only say, you're naive. I'll just cover the entire island in fog. Are you afraid? Furthermore, even with the fog created by Red right now, as long as the strength is not too much greater than his fog will not be blown away. With his monster-like stamina, as long as Red wants, he can keep it on all the time. This is equivalent to a passive skill that consumes mana, but his mana bar is infinite. The embarrassing thing now is that Red can indeed trap people in the fog, but his strength is limited, and he has to run away if he encounters a strong opponent. People say that having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. They use their experience to point out your problems when you are making mistakes. Now Red has 2 young elders. 3 years after the old man, Mr. Rayleigh is not as good as Mr. Kaido's 3. Chapter 6. I bloom in the salad. 2 weeks later, a pirate ship flying a skull and crossbones flag blocked the way. It's the Bonebreaker pirates. Red yelled from the observation deck. Bonebreaker Hank, with a $980,000 bounty. After landing on the island, Red collected intelligence carefully and spent 1,000 berries to buy a dozen bounty orders and intelligence for the more famous pirates on the sea. On the deck, a burly man nearly 3 meters tall, carrying a mace, grinned fiercely. Roger. Never heard of you. Hand over your treasure? I can make your death a quicker one. Roger picked his nose. Rayleigh, you going today? I don't feel like moving today. Let's give it a try. He's been really good lately. I'm almost tired of sparring with him. Rayleigh pushed his glasses. Now let's see how strong Red is. Red took a deep breath and walked to the bow. Just sending a young boy? Don't you have anyone else on board? Ha 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 ha. Hank laughed. Lousy can just use one stick. You were so noisy. Mist Realm silent prison. In an instant, a 100-meter radius was enveloped in thick fog. Hank suddenly realized that his voice had vanished, and even the sound of the mace breaking through the wind could no longer be heard. What was even more terrifying was that his skin began to feel a tingling sensation. The mist was penetrating his pores. Damn it. He swung his weapon wildly, but couldn't hit anything. Ah! Hank suddenly knelt down and screamed, his eyes and respiratory tract felt like they were burning with pain. Rhett walked to the bow, his 4-year-old body looking incredibly small next to the giant man. Rhett sighed. You know what? In comics, trash like you. These are all the protagonist's experience packs. How does it feel to be deprived of sight, hearing, and touch? A child's voice drifted erratically through the mist. By the way, the pH value of the mist right now is 0.5. Advertisement. Hank rolled his bloodshot eyes wildly, but all he could see was a small, dark figure moving vaguely in the white mist. Sometimes it appeared on the port side, sometimes it flashed at the top of the mast, like a ghost in the fog. Rhett really enjoys the feeling of moving freely in his own field. Rhett is more persistent in becoming stronger. He will not let his life be controlled by others. He wants to stand at the top of the world. Hank swung his mace wildly. You little devil, come out. You might not know what a pH of 0.5 means. Rhett's voice was filled with pity. Illiteracy is terrible. Suddenly, Hank felt a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by a burning sensation in his airways. He fell to his knees, emitting a silent scream. The acidic particles in the mist were corroding his mucous membranes. Ah! Monster! Monster! Hank's screams were absorbed by the mist and turned into silent despair. When the fog cleared, only corpses were left on the deck. In the distance, a small boat quickly sailed away. Rhett noticed it but did not stop it. What a joke. People were dead. Who knows the reputation of Uncle Rhett? Roger whistled. Will the bounty go up now? Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction. Using the fruit's power to make up for Hawkeye's shortcomings. A good idea. South Blue, Marine 77th Branch Base. Branch Colonel Grosshorn strode into the conference room. At the conference table, more than 10 Marine officers stood up and saluted in unison, but everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Everyone sit down. Colonel Groose threw the documents on the table, and the metal prosthesis made a harsh sound when hitting the table. Can anyone tell me? His single eye swept across everyone present. How could a 4-year-old kid wipe out the Bonebreaker pirates in just 3 minutes? This is a 3-person pirates group. How could a newly born pirates group have such strength? Why haven't I heard of it before? This is a serious dereliction of duty on our part. Intelligence Officer Major Morris wiped the sweat from his forehead and tremblingly flipped through the files. Based on what our intelligence personnel have seen, the battle was accompanied by a large amount of fog, so our army temporarily codenamed him Ghost in the Mist. He is suspected to be the user of the Logia Mist fruit, Roger's crew member Rhett. He pressed the projection phone button, and in the blurry image, a small figure could be vaguely seen on the foggy sea. Advertisement. He could see that the pirates in the picture were in great pain, and the short figure appeared and disappeared in the fog. The intelligence officer continued to report. We returned to the Bonebreaker pirates' ship and found that the treasures and food had been emptied out by them. The pirates' eyes, mouths, and noses were all damaged and corroded. The corrosion had already reached the brain, with the lungs being the most seriously injured organ. We must reassess the threat level. Colonel Groose of the 77th South Blue Branch slammed his desk and roared, immediately relaying the message back to headquarters. That little brat who can move freely in the fog is a ghost. The staff officer trembled as he handed over the newly drawn wanted poster. Scarlet Mist, Red. Reward, 3 million berries. Features: black hair, red eyes, often accompanied by thick fog, treacherous methods. Regarding the life and death of Roger Pirates members. 3 days later, the Roger Pirates bounty was floating on the sea. Ha 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 ha. Little Rhett, have you seen your bounty? Roger slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Scarlet Mist, 3 million Baileys. It's really scary to think that there is such a bounty for a 4-year-old. Rhett curled his lips, looking at the blurry image of himself on the wanted poster and the eye-catching line, dead or alive, and couldn't help but complain. Marine's photography skills are terrible. I'm so handsome. Why'd I look like a ghost in the photo? Can't you take a clear picture of my face? I walk on the street and no one recognizes me? What's the point of having a high bounty? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, his lips curled up slightly. Not bad, it sounds much better than white fog. That's right, Rhett said unconvincedly. Scarlet Mist. That sounds really cool. Oh no, Marine, don't let me catch you. If I do, it'll be more than just a pain. Rhett glanced at the bounty on Roger and Rayleigh and then turned his head back. What? One is 150 million, the other is 100 million. Compared to them, my 3 million seems reasonable. I was originally very proud of my bounty. Roger suddenly came over, put his arms around Rhett's neck, and asked with a grin, Kid, why did you report your pH value when you killed someone? Rhett rolled his eyes. Don't ask, it's cooler to just shout it out. Please, this is a steamy manga, you can't get excited without shouting out the names of the moves, it's so exciting, it really makes people laugh. Roger Rayleigh didn't think Rhett's methods were cruel. This is the world of pirates, where the strong prey on the weak. Only those who use such methods deserve to survive. Look at what will happen in this era. When you want to kill me, it's none of your business what means I use to kill you. After I kill you, all your fame, status and wealth will belong to me. This is Pirates. Chapter 7 Roger Pirates Group Fragment +1. Let me ask you a question. In the vast ocean, a small boat with 3 people on board is wandering aimlessly on the sea. To put it nicely, it is venturing into the sea. Aren't they just a bunch of idiots? Let's break it down a little bit. 2 capable older brothers and a 4-year-old talented younger brother. What would they do when they have nothing to do? Write the answer here. In the early morning, the south blue sea surface was shimmering, and the boat was gently swaying with the waves. On the deck, a little boy with black hair and red eyes named Red was lying on the ground, doing push-ups while panting. Sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the wooden board. His hands were almost twitching like noodles and were shaking violently. Red was very tired, really tired. Red really didn't want to do iron body exercise. It was too painful to be beaten by Brother Rayleigh. 199. 200. Huh. Finally done. He was just about to collapse and rest when a big foot suddenly stepped on his back. Hey, isn't this little Red? Who told you to stop? Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to freely swim in the ocean? Red raised his head with difficulty and saw Rayleigh pushing up his glasses and looking down at him condescendingly. Brother Rayleigh, I'm only 4 years old. What's wrong with being 4 years old? Didn't you ask me a few days ago if I've always been half-baked? Besides, Roger told me that when he was a kid, he chased wild animals all over the place. He's a savage, right? I'm a normal person. Oh, so you mean, you're weaker than Roger? Red's mouth twitched. Provocation. I am a young man of the new century. I have seen through your tricks. Old man Rayleigh, who are you looking down on? Rayleigh twitched his lips. He was only 20 years old, and he knew Red's foul mouth well. When he needed help from him, he would call him Brother Rayleigh. Normally, he would call him Uncle Rayleigh, and when there was something going on, he would call him Old Man Rayleigh. Good, very good, 200 more. You won't get tired anyway, let's get started. Look carefully, old man, it's just 200. Looking at Red's grinning face, Rayleigh left with satisfaction. Finally it was done, and while Red was resting on the deck. Kuhahaha. Little Red, I'll teach you hockey today. Roger laughed and clapped Red on the shoulder, nearly knocking him into the deck. Red couldn't stand it anymore. Where are you two training police dogs? You two have nothing to do. Take turns. Captain. Are you sure you want to teach him now? He can't even hold the sword steady. Rayleigh sighed. What does it matter? I think his physical strength should be enough. This kid can use Conqueror's hockey. He couldn't use it before because his physical strength was not enough, but now he can make do with it. Hockey should be practiced from a young age. Advertisement Red rubbed his numb shoulders, feeling both excited and scared. He couldn't imagine how much pervert training was waiting for him. First, armament hockey is the most intuitive way to reflect your physical strength. You have to imagine that your fists are harder than steel. Roger punched the deck as a demonstration. Boom. A big hole appeared in the wooden board. Red shouts. Come on, try it. Red grabbed Roger's pants leg and yelled. You know how much it costs to fix a boat, a-hole? Don't ask, it's out of reach. There was no other way Red could do but to create some fog to block the hole. It didn't do much, but at least it didn't seem that uncomfortable. Don't worry, we will have our own ship in the future. Okay, you try it. Red took a deep breath, imitated Roger's movements, covered his palm with armament hockey, and punched hard. Bang, his hand is swollen. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Roger laughed out loud. Good, come again. Red bared his shark teeth. Still coming? Don't think I didn't see you attach your armament color to the deck I just hit. Roger adjusted his straw hat. Ah, you found me. Of course, until you can punch through the wood. What Garp method of training his grandson? You didn't teach him that, did you? B***************. D? Compared to Roger's rough method, Rayleigh's training is more systematic, but not easy at all. Days passed in this rough and systematic way of life. Library. Swish. Advanced special sound effects. The scorching sun scorches the beach, the waves beat against the rocks. Roger stood at the bow and shouted excitedly. Hey, Rayleigh, there's an island ahead, let's go up and take a look. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and responded calmly, Captain, we have enough supplies. There's no need to waste time. Besides, we're saving money to buy a new ship. We can't waste money anymore. Ha ha ha. How can taking risks be considered a waste of time? Roger jumped off the boat with a laugh. Maybe there's some treasure on the island. If that doesn't work, we can capture our colleagues and exchange them for the bounty. Red lay on the side of the boat, complaining weakly. Captain, you said the same thing last time, but we only found a nest of biting crabs, although they did taste good. Advertisement. This time is different. Roger patted his chest with a solemn promise, then picked up Red and tucked him under his arm. Let's go. Let me show you a real adventure. Adventure, that's what makes it more fun, isn't it? Red struggled in vain and could only accept his fate and be dragged aboard the island. The three of them walked through the dense jungle, with Roger walking in front, using his sword to chop through the vines that blocked their way. Suddenly, he stopped and twitched his nose. It smells like barbecue. Rayleigh frowned. Why would there be people on a deserted island like this? Red's observation hockey vaguely sensed the presence of life ahead, but the other party seemed to be deliberately concealing the breath, making it appear elusive. Let's go and take a look. Roger rushed forward excitedly. After passing through a bush, they saw a bonfire burning in an open field, on which an unknown beast was roasting. Beside the fire sat a black-haired man wearing sunglasses and 2 hatchets on his waist. He was leisurely chewing on the barbecue, seemingly not surprised by the appearance of the 3 people. Hey, were you also washed here by the current? The man looked up and grinned. Roger's eyes lit up. Are you a pirate too? I sense you're quite capable. We might be a good match. The man shrugged. I guess so. My name is Springer Jabba. I was on a merchant ship, but I got shipwrecked and ended up here. Rayleigh steadied him, his gaze sharp. You don't have the aura of a weakling. Jabba smiled and didn't deny it. What about you? You don't look like ordinary people. I've never seen any pirates with a child. Roger laughed heartily and sat down beside the fire, grabbing a piece of barbecue and starting to eat. I'm Gold D. Roger, and these are my companions, Rayleigh and Rhett. We're pirates. Jabba raised an eyebrow. Pirates? Just the three of you? The ocean can be very dangerous. Rhett couldn't help but interrupt. Don't look at our small number, we are very strong. Because Rhett knew that these were Rayleigh and Jabba, the future Pirates King's right-hand men. Rhett rarely obeyed anyone, but he really obeyed Jabba. Funny face. Jabba looked at Rhett with interest. How old are you, kid? 4? 5? A vein popped out of Rhett's forehead. He had just called me a kid and said, I'm not going to argue with you. What's wrong with being 4 years old? I'm Scarlet Mist. Don't you see the bounty? Jabba was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen pirates this small. Roger mumbled as he gnawed at the meat. Jabba, do you want to join us? Jabba wiped his mouth, his eyes flashing with interest. What is your goal? Roger devoured the barbecue, stood up, and pointed to the sky proudly. Become the freest man on this sea. Jabba was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. All right. Just for that, I'm in. As expected of a hot-blooded comic, there is no 3 social insurances and 1 housing fund, no pension insurance, only 1 sentence. I recognize your dream, which made Rhett excited. Is this the sea succubus Gold D. Roger? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, his lips curled up slightly. Welcome aboard. Rhett looked at the 3 people drinking and felt a sense of security. Chapter 8 Uncle Jabba is a joke in the early morning. The sun shone on the deck, and the cries of seagulls and the crashing of waves intertwined. Rhett lay sprawled on the deck, rolling over like a salted fish, mumbling, 5 more minutes of sleep. Bang. A foot stepped mercilessly on his stomach. Get up and train, kid. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. Rhett clutched his stomach and wailed, Old man Rayleigh, I'm not getting up to exercise now, and it's all your fault. Yesterday I was working so hard to complete your exercise task, and you really treat me like a fool. Oh, Rayleigh raised his eyebrows. I didn't realize that you have such a good recovery ability. Come on, maybe you can really save the world at the age of 4. As he said that, he clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. Rhett gritted his teeth and instantly jumped up. I'm up, you said Aang, I'm getting excited. After the training, Rhett slumped on the deck, like a dried-up salted fish. Roger came over, squatted beside him, and asked with a smile, how is it? Are you tired? Rhett rolled his eyes. Captain, what do you think? You 2 took turns torturing me. I suspect you just have too much free time. Roger laughed out loud. How could that be? We're training the future pirates. Only with strength can you sail on the sea, kid. Cultivate? Rhett's mouth twitched. You're clearly playing a cultivation game? A development game? Roger tilted his head. What is that? Rhett sighed. Never mind, I can't explain it to you. Rhett feels like he's really pretentious sometimes. As a one-on-one coach for the world's top pirates team, and with his overwhelmed family, Rhett doesn't feel tired, but physical fatigue accumulates, which is really uncomfortable. Don't think about these things. He is still young and has plenty of time to become stronger. This is a hot-blooded comic. Rhett doesn't have any more plans. He has a family full of enemies. In the Rebirth story, his wife was stabbed and ran away with her good brother. These are all bloody plots. Shake off the wild thoughts in your head. Rhett likes to find something to do when he has nothing to do. Hey, Jabba, let's have a fight. Rhett stood at the stern with his hands in his pockets, his black hair messed up by the sea breeze, his red eyes flashing with eagerness. Rhett thought to himself, Uncle Jabba, please give up your left-hand position. Today Rhett, I'm going to usurp the throne. Today I will take over the left hand and tomorrow I will take over the Pirates King. Haha. Jabba was wiping his twin axes. He looked up and grinned. Kid, are you sure? You're so young and have a 3 million bounty on you. I won't go easy on you just because you're a kid. I couldn't ask for more, Rhett said with a smile. It's a great opportunity to try out my new moves. Roger sat cross-legged on the mast and shouted excitedly. Koo-ha-ha-ha. How about a bet, Rayleigh? Who do you think will win? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. Let's split it 70-30. Rhett makes 7 passes in 3 minutes. Then I bet on Jabba. Roger threw a peanut into his mouth with a smile. Hey, Roger Rayleigh, what do you mean? Rhett got angry. I was trained by you. Isn't it shameful that I can't beat you? No, it's your business if you're not good at cooking. It has nothing to do with me. Roger's face was full of smiles, and he was obviously teasing Rhett. Jabba stood up and said, Are you ready, kid? Track Cassie, battle begins? Advertisement Rhett took the initiative and waved his hands. Mist Realm Silent Cage. Thick fog instantly enveloped the entire ship, and visibility plummeted to 0. Jabba's figure was completely swallowed by the white mist. Even the sound of his footsteps was absorbed by the mist, and the silence was eerie. Is it interfering with vision and hearing? Jabba stood still, narrowing his eyes slightly. It's a good tactic, but it won't work on experienced players. He leaned forward suddenly, crossed his fists and shook them. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Rhett's wooden sword with the armament color was accurately blocked. What? Rhett's pupils shrank, and he quickly jumped back to distance himself. How did you see through that? Jabba grinned. Intuition. Tisk, observation Hawkeye. Rhett gritted his teeth. No, you're not using Hawkeye seriously at all. Ha ha ha. After so many years on the sea, it's not just Hawkeye I rely on, Jabba laughed, and suddenly rushed forward with a leap, the axe blade slashing through the air. Rhett quickly transformed into an element, and the mist dispersed and condensed again, narrowly avoiding it. Don't hide, kid. Jabba continued his attack, slashing with his fists like a storm, forcing Rhett to retreat again and again. Mist Shinobi Mirage. Rhett shouted, and 7 clones suddenly emerged from the mist and rushed towards Jabba from different directions. Jabba paused his axe and glanced around. Illusion? Guess which one is real? 7 Rhett spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping and echoing. Jabba snorted coldly, suddenly closed his eyes, and moved his ears slightly. Third one from the left. Bang! The back of the axe hit the entity hard. Rhett groaned and flew backwards, and all the illusions disappeared. FK. How did you find out? Rhett grabbed his shoulder and climbed up. Ugwe, you don't even want to act anymore, right? Jabba shook his arms and laughed. The fog can interfere with vision, but your breathing rhythm can't be deceived. It's you who's panting, and there's nothing I can do about it. If you could hide your breathing and heartbeat, it would be more difficult. Rhett gritted his teeth, then try this trick again. Mist Erosion Acid Mist Field. Jabba's skin immediately felt a slight burning sensation when it came into contact with the mist. Corrosion. Jabba frowned and quickly covered his arm with armament Hawkeye. Kid, that's a pretty shady move of yours. No one cares about shadows on the battlefield. Rhett grinned and suddenly clasped his hands together. Mist blast, high pressure cut. Swish. The mist instantly compressed into countless hair-thin blades, which swept towards Jabba from all directions. Jabba's eyes flashed. He picked up the double axes at his waist and roared. Crazy axe tornado. Advertisement. Boom. The violent axe wind exploded with him as the center, shattering all the mist blades. The fog on the deck was completely blown away and the sun shone again. Rhett gasped and knelt on one knee. Is this even possible? Jabba came over with an axe on his shoulder and rubbed his head. Not bad, you almost got hit. Rhett slumped to the ground, pouting. In the end, I still lost miserably. At least I had 2 more moves. Ha ha ha. Don't lose heart. Roger jumped down and hugged them both. Jabba is a monster who can fight with Rayleigh. It's amazing that you can force him to use a weapon. Of course Rhett was not frustrated. It was normal to lose the fight. He wanted to see what his shortcomings were. This fight exposed Rhett's fundamental problem. He had no powerful offensive tools. Mist Shinobi Mirage. He has no way to completely block his breath now, and his lethality is not likely to cross the limit. If he does not find a more powerful poison or a more corrosive one. Rhett is now very strong in AoE but very weak in one-on-one. Once the opponent's armament Hawkeye and observation Hawkeye are far superior to his own, Rhett will stare directly. At lunchtime, Jabba caught a few fish from the sea, cleaned them skillfully, and roasted them over the fire. Rhett leaned over and stared at the fish eagerly. Brother Jabba, you are really good at cooking. None of the 3 people on the boat can cook. Roasting is the limit. Jabba grinned. Of course. If I hadn't known how to cook when we were drifting at sea, I would have starved to death. Roger came over after smelling the aroma and reached out to grab the fish. Kuhahaha. Let me taste it first. Pa. Jabba knocked his chopsticks on his hand. It's not cooked yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Roger retracted his hand aggrievedly. Jabba, you have changed. You were not like this before. Jabba rolled his eyes. Come on, we've only known each other for 2 days. Rhett was laughing at the side, but Roger grabbed him and said, What are you laughing at, kid? Go get the wine from the warehouse. Rhett struggled. I'm only 4, you let me get the wine? Aren't you supposed to be taking care of kids? Rayleigh calmly added, What do pirates need from the law? At night, the 4 of them sat on the deck, with the bright starry sky above their heads. Roger raised the bottle and shouted drunkenly, To freedom, to adventure, cheers. Cheers. Jabba and Rayleigh clinked their glasses with a smile. Rhett, clutching his juice cup, muttered, A bunch of drunks. Roger hugged him and asked drunkenly, Kid, what's your dream? Rhett thought about it and grinned. I want to be the person in this world who can go wherever I want, and everyone has to respect me wherever I go. Roger was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and rubbed his head vigorously. Good, ambitious. Chapter 9. It seems that I can only make money by robbing. Kid, that's not how you hold a sword. Roger put his hands on his hips and looked at Rhett helplessly. Rhett held a large wooden sword with a broad blade that was almost as tall as him in both hands. The tip of the sword dragged on the ground, making a swishing sound. But I think great swords are cool, Rhett muttered unconvincedly. With one strike, I can cut through the enemy, ship and all. Rhett feels that men should play with great swords. Roger held his forehead. You are only 4 years old. Are you trying to throw yourself away with such a big sword? Rayleigh, who was drinking leisurely nearby, added, This requires extremely high physical fitness, kid. If you want to use heavy swords and large equipment, you need to double your strength training. Roger. Jabba laughed out loud. Let him try. He will be the one who gets hurt if he falls anyway. He can swing the knife and take himself flying. Ha ha ha. Red glared at Jabba and said, "Brother Jabba, just wait. When I master this skill, I'll be the first to chop you down." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Jabba grinned and patted the double axes at his waist. "First, hold the sword steady." Roger handed his sword to Red. "Try this." Red took the sword, gestured with it twice, and frowned. "It's too light, I don't feel it." Roger sighed. "You can't even swing a sword, and you want to use a greatsword?" Red curled his lips. "But a greatsword is imposing. Look at those legendary swordsmen, who didn't sweep through thousands of enemies with a giant sword." Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. "Those swordmasters you mentioned, most of them are just made up, right? Every great swordsman has his own famous sword these days, and it seems like none of them are heavy blades." Red. Roger was helpless. "Okay, then let's start with the basics. Swing the sword 1,000 times." Red. "These are not very important, just like this for 2 years. The important thing is that there are only 4 of them in the Roger Pirates group, but they don't have their own ship. This is not acceptable." Red practiced swinging with a wooden sword for several months. Advertisement: everyone was robbing the pirates and the Marines. They killed all the pirates and the Marines. Not a drop of treasure was left. The 6-year-old boy Red applied to join the battle. "Captain, that ship seems a good target for our next attack." Red leaned against the side of the ship, mist swirling around his fingertips. His red eyes calmly scanned the distant pirate ship flying a skull and crossbones flag. "Blood Axe Pirates, total bounty 47 million berries." Roger laughed and slapped the rudder. "Ha ha ha, little Red is becoming more and more like a pirate." Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. "The calculation is spot on. This bounty is just enough to buy a ship. Since we're buying our own ship, we need the best. 200 million should be enough. I think Pele wasn't as inflated back then, so 200 million would buy a lot. If I'm wrong, I can change it." Jabba grinned, the axe blade reflecting the cold light. "Finally, some decent prey." Red gently adjusted his cuffs, a white mist swirling around him. "Should I start setting up the stage?" "No." The 3 of them said in unison. Red raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Why?" Roger put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Kid, today I'm going to test your swordsmanship." Rayleigh smiled and added, "Let's see how powerful Mist Ghost is without using his abilities. You're also aware of your own strength and don't rely on elemental transformation. So let's see how powerful you are without using your fruit abilities at all." Jabba swung his axe. "If you don't do well." "Understood. 500 more push-ups." Red gracefully drew out his large wooden sword, his armament hockey swirling around and dispersing. "Watch out, everyone, I'm about to begin my performance." As the boat approached, the Blood Axe Pirates roared with laughter. 4 of us dared to rob? And there's a brat dressed like a noble? Long black hair with white clothes. Maybe it has something to do with the mist fruit. The whole water mist special effect is wow, it looks like a fairy. Red really likes it. Red glided lightly onto the enemy ship through the mist, his wooden sword raised in one hand, creating beautiful sword patterns. "Gentlemen, allow me to correct you on 2 points." The tip of his sword suddenly stopped just 3 inches from a pirate's nose. "First, we're here to collect the bounty. Second." He dodged the incoming scimitar and struck the man's throat with his wooden sword. "Just because I'm well dressed doesn't mean I can't send you to hell." The pirates' weapons clattered to the ground. "You've made significant progress in your observation hockey," Rayleigh praised during the melee. Rhett's lips curled up slightly, and he moved across the deck with mist-like steps. Every time he drew his sword, it was accompanied by a gust of wind and full of power. When the 3 pirates pounced at him at the same time, he suddenly ducked down, his wooden sword drawing a half-moon arc. Advertisement: Mist Moon, 3-star company. The 3 pirates fell to their knees, clutching their necks. "Beautiful," Jabba said, "but the moves are too fancy." "You don't understand, it's mainly because he's handsome." Red chuckled, then suddenly his expression became stern, and he blocked with his wooden sword. Clang! Blocking the giant axe attacking from behind. Captain Bloodaxe's ferocious face was close at hand. "Kid, you." "Shush." Red put his index finger in front of his mouth, his eyes flashing red. "You're too noisy." If it were at this time normally, the fog would have already spread around Captain Bloodaxe and started to corrode him. There was nothing he could do, since his boss had forbidden him from using it. The wooden sword was covered in a straight horizontal bar of armament color. This move was devoid of technique, a pure display of strength, a display of the aesthetics of violence. Captain Bloodaxe's axe shattered, and as the giant fell to the ground, head and body severed, Rhett had already sheathed his sword and stepped back, brushing off the non-existent dust. Rhett feels pretty good today, mainly because he feels good showing off. Imagine the 3 top pirates in the future watching you show off. It would be so cool, right? Jabba looked up from counting the Baileys and said, "Hooray, we finally have enough money." Rhett is still posing on the bow. "I heard he has enough money." They ran over here and finally had a boat of their own. The boats they stole either had a strange smell or were very broken. Rhett really couldn't stand it. At the South Blue Marine branch, Colonel Groose looked at the latest bounty order from headquarters, veins popping out on his forehead. Straw Hat Roger, bounty of 200 million berries. The original text didn't explicitly mention this, so I made one up myself. Pluton, Rayleigh, bounty of 150 million berries. Jabba the Axe, bounty of 98 million berries. Scarlet Mist, Rhett, bounty of 50 million berries. These lunatics. Gross slammed the bounty on the table. In just 3 months, the bounty has increased 3 times. How many pirate groups and warships have they robbed? The staff officer replied tremblingly, Report, Colonel, 17 have been confirmed. It's okay. Headquarters has already sent a Commodore over. They won't be able to escape for long. Keep a close eye on them and don't lose them. The world's largest news agency, Morganza, the seagull form of the bird fruit, a private creation of Morganza's father. Big news, is the ocean going to have its own king? Chapter 10 Ret. I will strike like a cannonball, you never know which will arrive first, the new shipper Garp. At this time, Garp is the same age as Rayleigh, in his prime, and has reached the level of Commodore. But don't get me wrong, Commodore doesn't mean he is weak. He is a very powerful old man. Can Garp's Vice Admiral be the same as a regular Vice Admiral? Looking my eyes answer me, this is the person who chased Roger all over the sea when he was young. Roger stood on the bow of the captured battleship and stopped at an island to rest. Kuhahaha. Rayleigh, isn't this a magnificent ship? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. Captain, the Marine's warships are naturally better. Jabba was using an axe to pry open the wine barrels in the cabin. Who cares? Let's have the party first. Rhett ran over with a smirk on his face. Oh no, the Marines sent the Commodore after us. The deck suddenly became quiet. Roger scratched his ear. What's the Commodore's name? Garp. They say one punch can sink an island. It's impossible for Red to say he's not excited. His family members were all excited about the couple. Garp has been everywhere in Roger's life. He runs away, he is chased, he can't escape even if he has wings. This is the front line, my family. An incredibly fast warship was cutting through the waves, and the doghead statue on the bow was shining in the sun. That's... Jabba narrowed his eyes. Rhett's hair stood on end. Why? This ship is giving me such an oppressive feeling. The little man in Rhett's heart screamed frantically, here they come, my family, the Pirate King and the Marine hero. It's the first meeting of the century, and my prisoner saw it too. Rhett's inner theater, my mind is scrolling crazily. Oh my god. It's the living young Garp. Those muscles, those idiot-like things, that no-speaking posture. I saw a scene I didn't dare draw in Chapter 0 of the Pirates King manga. Wakakakakaka. Rhett suddenly thought of a picture. Garp rubbing the Rasengan in his hand and shouting at Roger. Roger holding the Chidori in his hand and shouting at Garp. The secret that Uzumaki Garp and Uchiha Roger had to tell Hii. Just as Rhett's mind was spinning wildly, he heard his captain call out to him, Little Rhett, why didn't you ask to go first today? That's not like you. Ahahaha, I might be feeling a little unwell, Captain, you go ahead. Rhett scratched his head and pretended to have a stomachache. Advertisement me? Kill Garp? Are you telling me, a kid, to kill the future Marine hero Garp who is at his peak? Do I look like a fool to you? Ha ha ha, Little Rhett actually has a stomachache? Roger laughed and rubbed Rhett's head. Is he scared? Rhett's forehead vein popped. Who's scared? I'm just, strategically conserving my strength. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. Oh, then who was it that shouted, I'm going to beat up 10 Marine Vice Admirals yesterday? How can that be the same? Red jumped up, that's Ka. Before he could finish his words, the sound of a cannonball breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. The 4 of them looked up at the same time, only to see 3 pitch black shells flying towards them in a triangular formation. Red recognized that this must be Garp's special skill of throwing the cannonball with his hands. Roger suddenly lifted Red above his head and said, Little Red, it's time to show your strategy. Wait, Roger, what are you doing? I'm going to. Before Red could react, his captain threw him like a baseball at the cannonball. He danced in the air, the mist covering his body instinctively. Draw out your wooden sword in the air, attach the color of armed. I chop, boom. 3 shells exploded in succession in the mist, and Red was blown away by the shockwave and crashed into the beach like a meteor, with only his 2 calves exposed and twitching outside. Ahem. I hate you. B**************** D. Roger. A muffled curse came from the sandpile. Well done. Roger gave a thumbs up. By this time, the warship had already docked. A burly man in a marine coat descended from the sky on moonwalk, his cloak of justice rustling. Goal. D. Roger. Garp clenched his fists. I'm Garp, and I'm going to bring you to justice. He suddenly noticed the humanoid squirming in the sand. Rhett was just struggling to pull his head out and his eyes met Garp's. The air suddenly became quiet. Garp's eyes widened. The pirates are still hiring child laborers? You're the child laborer. Your whole family is... Red jumped up with a head full of sand. I'm Scarlet Mist with a 50 million bounty. You come after the Roger pirates, and you don't even know them? Do you look down on me? You be asterisk. D? Garp's expression went from shock to confusion, then finally settled into a strange excitement. Interesting, kid, why don't you become a Marine? Free food, room, and... No, Red said firmly. Advertisement. Garp scratched his head. Oh, so no, that's a shame. He suddenly realized, Lousy is here to arrest you, it's the same if I take you back and make you a Marine. Iron Fist Meteor. Red was stunned. When you were young, didn't you just rob people if they didn't agree? Oh my god. A pitch black fist and armament hockey smashed down with a thud. Rhett's hair stood on end in fear, and his element instantly dissipated into mist. Mist release. Feigned death technique. Rhett's voice could be heard through the thick fog. Uncle Rayleigh, help. This old man is serious. Rayleigh reluctantly drew his sword to block Garp. Captain, our little brat's mouth is as powerful as ever. Roger laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha, isn't this very energetic? Garp suddenly turned his fist and hit Roger, who was watching the fun. First, I will deal with you, the B******************* D who led the children astray. God avoid. The shockwave from the collision overturned half the beach. Rhett took the opportunity to roll to Jabba's feet and said, Brother Jabba, use your invincible twin axes and think of a way. Jabba said calmly, cigarette in hand. What are you afraid of? You're Lobia. That's Garp. Rhett gestured wildly. He beat Lobia like he was his son. I was right in front of him, and he beat me like it was a joke. As if to confirm his words, Garp's laughter was heard in the distance. The kid is right. He grabbed the sword energy that Rayleigh had slashed out with his bare hands and threw it towards Roger in the air like a boomerang. Rhett. Sao Min Sao. There's a cheat. Can the sword energy thing be thrown back? You don't even want to act it out, right? Look at this. UB********** D author. Rhett crouched down defensively, holding his head in his hands. It's over, this old man is cheating. Jabba suddenly grabbed Rhett by the back of his collar and said, come on, I'll take you to a nice place. 10 minutes later, in the kitchen of the marine warship. This is the perfect place you were talking about. Rhett stared in amazement as he held a whole roasted turkey. Jabba had already pried open the wine barrel. Eat well so you can run. The cabin suddenly shook violently, dust falling from the ceiling. Garp could be heard yelling, Roger, pay me back the mast of the lousy warship. Rhett paused as he stuffed a chicken drumstick into his mouth. Should we go help? Don't worry. Jabba poured him a glass of juice. It's impossible for our captain to be defeated so easily, right? Makes sense. The two men had almost finished eating, and moved the marines who had fallen to the ground away. Don't get me wrong, Red didn't kill them, he just used conquerors to stun them. There weren't any strong people on the Garp ship yet. It can be said that the current combat effectiveness of Garp is at a cliff. In the future, when Garp becomes Vice Admiral and has Bogart and the hot-blooded youth Kuzan on board, it should be even more difficult to fight. Chapter 11 Inches Gentle. Master Tom. When they had almost finished eating, they emptied Garp's warship and set sail. Garp naturally saw Roger's ship setting sail, but was stopped by Rayleigh and Roger. Letting other marines stop it would be a waste of their lives. Garp hadn't expected that a newly born pirates group would have such strength. Roger saw the opportunity. God avoids, the three of them separated, and Rayleigh and Roger used the recoil to jump onto the boat. Of course Garp wouldn't let them get away like this. Roger fired his second shot to split the sea apart. The waves surged, and Garp's warship was shaking and could capsize at any time. The crew on the deck had already been knocked unconscious by Red and Jabba. Garp immediately returned to his deck to stabilize the warship. As he watched Roger's warship go away, he shouted to Roger. I will definitely arrest you, Roger pirates. Roger laughed out loud. I'm waiting for you, Garp. After getting rid of Garp and sailing on the sea for a while, the ship was already very old, and the impact of the seawater from the battle was almost falling apart, even if it didn't hit the hull directly. Captain, if this continues, we'll have to swim before we even reach the Seven Waters. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and looked at the cracks on the deck where water was seeping. Roger laughed. That's okay. Red, use your powers to help. Red sighed and waved his hands. Sea of mist floating platform. My own fruit ability is like glue, filling in the gaps. Thick fog rose from the bottom of the ship. Guided by the fog, the ocean current became gentler and the ship's speed actually increased a lot. Jabba whistled. That's a good move, kid. Red raised his chin proudly. Of course. This pirates group would be overthrown sooner or later without me. Who knew this trick I developed when I first went to sea would be so useful so often? Advertisement. Red is thinking about the Oro Jackson now. Suppressed voice. The smooth dark red hull uses the precious tree atom as the keel. The deep red color scheme is low-key yet shows its connotation. What are you waiting for? Come to the Seven Seas capital to find Master Tom and place your order quickly. Roger laughed and picked him up. Ha ha ha. Looks like we need to find professionals to repair the boat. Then let's go to the Seven Seas capital and try our luck. When this pirate's ship, with marine sails and a patched hull sailed into the port of Seven Waters, the people of the entire city were stunned. Isn't it a marine battleship? Why are the people on deck having a party? That guy in the straw hat. Could he be Roger, the guy with the 200 million bounty on him? Roger jumped off the boat and took a deep breath. Ah, the smell of the shipbuilding city. Rayleigh silently counted the Baileys in his wallet. I hope the fee isn't too expensive. Hey, boat repairman, who's the best boat repairman here? At first the boatman was very nervous, but when he heard who was the best boat repairer, he said, it must be Master Tom. He is from the Seven Waters. The Seven Waters city never discriminates among individuals when building ships. This is a rule set by everyone, so he is not afraid of harming Mr. Tom. It is a supreme honor for a shipbuilder to have someone ask him to help build a ship. The ship is the foundation of navigation. Asking for help means that the person has put his future life in your hands. At the door of Tom's studio, The fishman Tom was smoking a cigar, with his strong arms folded across his chest, looking at the group of uninvited guests. You are the ones who robbed Marine's ship? You are so brave? Tom's voice was low and deep, with a bit of scrutiny. Roger grinned and scratched his head nonchalantly. We'd rather say it's borrowed. I heard you can build the best boat in the world? Tom narrowed his eyes and blew out a puff of smoke. HMPH, the most famous ship in the world. That depends on whether you have the qualifications. As soon as he finished speaking, Tom suddenly punched Roger, the punch whistling with incredible force. However, Roger just turned slightly and easily dodged it, still wearing that heartless smile on his face. Oh, that's a pretty good reaction, Tom grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and then swept forward again. Roger jumped away laughing, and the two chased each other in the shipyard, sawdust flying, and the boatmen stopped their work and stared at this sudden interview in amazement. Advertisement. Hey, Mr. Tom, we're here to ask for the ship sincerely. Rayleigh pushed his glasses and sighed helplessly. Do you think these 200 million are enough? Stop talking nonsense. If you want me, Tom, to build a boat, let me see your abilities first. Tom roared and pounced on Roger again. Rhett stood aside, his mouth twitching. What a weird interview method. Finally, after chasing for more than 10 minutes, Tom stopped panting, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and laughed. Not bad. Lousy really appreciates you. Roger also stopped and held out his hand with a grin. What about our ship? Tom snorted, cigar between his lips, and turned to walk into the depths of the studio. Come with me, little devils, and I'll show you my greatest design. But as soon as he finished speaking, Tom glared at Roger fiercely and said, My boat is very famous. You won't bury it, kid. Roger stopped laughing and promised Tom solemnly, Don't worry. I will make the name of this ship resound throughout the ocean. Ha 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 ha. This ship is not cheap, but 200 million is barely enough. Inside the huge dock, there were several half-finished ships docked, with wood, tools and blueprints scattered everywhere. Tom walked over to a huge blueprint and pointed to the design on it and said, This is the famous ship I've been thinking about recently. I haven't decided on a name yet. It will be the strongest ship in the world. Its keel will be made of a single piece of atom tree. You will need to figure this out yourself. If it weren't for atom tree, the rest of the hull wouldn't have enough support, and it wouldn't be the strongest ship. Rhett's eyes widened. The Oro Jackson? Inner thought. Holy crap, isn't this the future Pirate King's ride? Roger came forward excitedly. Great, when will the boat be finished? Tom glanced at him and said, What's the rush? Building a ship is no joke, and I don't have the atom tree yet. You can figure it out on your own. If you can find the materials I need, I can make it for you for free. Rhett opened his eyes wide. Free? He knew that the Oro Jackson was built by Tom, but he didn't expect that Tom built it for free. The sea succubus continued to exert its strength. Tom laughed heartily. What's so surprising about that? Creating him and making him famous across the ocean is my dream. I know you, the Roger Pirates, don't kill innocent people and have your own moral principles. Sometimes you really don't act like pirates. Tom's old habit came back and he tugged at Rhett's clothes. Do you understand, kid? Rhett swallowed. Got it, Uncle Tom. Chapter 12. It's embarrassing to be known by you. The Roger Pirates had two choices. One was to choose an ordinary ship at their own expense, and the other was to find a precious tree that was large enough to make the keel of the Oro Jackson for free. Rhett was also very curious about how Roger and his team got such a large piece of atom. You have to know that the Dragonbone is not short. In the original plot, Frankie spent so much money to collect a small piece of atom, which shows how precious it is. Uncle Tom brought a piece of news. The Tianshongjin being escorted this time has a precious tree called Atom that is big enough to be used as a dragon's backbone. I just don't know if the Roger Pirates have the courage to do it. Just do it. Sometimes, Rhett had to admit that the way of heaven was real. It is said that the weather at sea is capricious, especially the weather in New World in the original plot. The golden ship in the sky sailed into the sea and a thick fog arose. On the boat shrouded in thick fog, the four people held their breath and concentrated. Rayleigh lowered the telescope, and the scene on the warship deck was reflected on the lens. All in pure white uniforms, they weren't standing guard in a solemn manner. Instead, they gathered in groups of 2 or 3, chatting and watching the show. A dozen battered figures huddled in iron cages, their shackles rubbing bones. Bloodline clung to the deck, still wet. A marine rubbed the sole of his boot against the fresh bloodline, humming a tune. The sound of whipping could be heard from the deck. Celestial dragons didn't care about the lives of slaves. As long as celestial dragons didn't specifically ask for slaves, these marines didn't care about their lives. It was probably just a way for the nobles to curry favor with celestial dragons. A slave's fingers were pulled out with pliers. The marine officer smiled and poured salt water on the wound. Captain. Rayleigh turned to Roger. If we had only robbed Baoshu Adam as planned, these people might have survived. The murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Roger and his crew originally planned to snatch the treasure tree Adam, leave their own pirate's reputation, and quietly transport the treasure tree Adam back to the Seven Seas capital. They attracted the wrath of the world government, and these people had the protection of the marine, so there was a high probability that they would survive. But then again, any marine with a sense of justice would not be willing to escort Tianshongjin. Looking at those slaves crying and begging for mercy, their justice would undoubtedly be shaken. Therefore, the marine here would not send future marines to do this kind of work. Most of them are like what we just saw, completely corrupt. This can no longer belong to the Marine. What's the difference between this and pirates? Seeing this, the shadow of the straw hat covered Roger's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, swish. Roger suddenly drew his sword, the blade reflecting his unsmiling eyes. Kill. Leave no one behind. Advertisement Rayleigh nodded slightly, a cold glint in his glasses. Jabba, clear the deck. You should be able to do it. Jabba's eyes were already filled with uncontrollable anger. I can't wait any longer. Rhett took a deep breath, and his mist began to gradually assimilate into the surrounding white mist. That was a wise decision, Captain. Roger patted Rhett's head and said in a voice as light as a sigh. Kid, remember, there are some sins that even the sea cannot wash away. Strange, why is it suddenly foggy? A Marine soldier frowned and waved away the fog in front of him. The fog is getting thicker and thicker, and the color is gradually getting darker. Something's wrong. This fog is poisonous. Someone covered his mouth and nose, but it was too late. The soldiers fell one after another, their eyelids felt heavy and their limbs were paralyzed. Those who were poisoned had basically no chance of survival. All that awaited them was to lie on the ground and feel the pain of their own corrosion. The communication telephone bugs were corroded by the fog and all died. Mist prison, silent cage. Rhett stood on the boat in the distance, a sneer on his face. He would not be able to participate in the next battle. He knew his own weight. No one had hijacked the heavenly gold in 800 years. I really let you guys smash the slack. Visibility was less than 3 meters. Marines and World Government CP-0s scrambled about the deck like headless flies, the sounds of random gunfire and panicked shouting echoing one after another. Keep the formation. Back to back. A Marine colonel had just finished shouting the order when he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Jabba's figure was looming in the fog, and his 2 axes drew a graceful arc of death. Whoever speaks first dies first. Over there, 20 musketeers opened fire simultaneously, the lead bullets piercing the figures, a shadow. Jabba's figure suddenly appeared among them, his 2 axes crossed in a cross. Blood splattered. When the last musketeer fell, Jabba sheathed his weapon. Bah! I was so serious, but Rhett created an illusion for me. What a bunch of rubbish. The lead agent raised his hand, and the 5 members immediately dispersed, forming a back-to-back defensive formation. Their observation Hawkeye were fully activated, trying to pick up any slight movement. Rayleigh from the Roger Pirates. A deep voice came from under the mask. I didn't expect to see you here. There was no response. Only the rustling of the mist, like the whispers of a Shinigami. Advertisement sudden, the rightmost agent's body suddenly stiffened, a hair-thin streak of blood forming on his throat. His eyes widened, and before he could even utter a sound, he collapsed heavily. Damn. Where is he? The remaining 4 people quickly withdrew their formation, but the next moment, another black shadow flashed by. The second agent's arms were severed at the shoulders, blood splattering on his companion's mask. He stumbled back, only to bump into Rayleigh, who had appeared behind him. Your speed is too slow. Before he could finish his words, Rayleigh's short sword had already pierced the heart of the third agent, and at the same time, with a backhand knife, he accurately chopped the 4th person's carotid artery. The last CP-0 agent finally saw Rayleigh's movements clearly, but it was too late. Rayleigh's knife tip gently touched his brow, and a drop of blood slowly slid down. And I feel ashamed to be recognized by a bunch of trash like you. Click. The mask shattered and the agent fell backward. Roger's figure leapt into the air, and the black and red conqueror's lightning wrapped around his sword. Ace. God avoid. Buzz. A brilliant blade of light cut through the sky. Wherever the blade passed, the fixing frame of the treasure tree atom broke silently, and the huge log slid to the sea surface, splashing huge waves. The shockwave from the slash swept across the deck, causing all the Marines' eardrums to burst, and they fell to the ground bleeding from all 7 orifices, without even having time to scream. The treasure tree atom groaned under the conqueror's pressure, and the ship carrying the heavenly gold began to slowly sink, with seawater rushing into the cracks. Roger's lips curled up slightly, and with a turn of the blade, conquerors condensed again. How about another blow? Boom. The second blow fell, and the entire warship was completely broken. A deep abyss-like ravine was cut out on the sea surface, which took a long time to close. Maybe after dealing with the garbage, my mood has improved. We have captured Adam the Treasure Tree, Pokemon dubbing. Chapter 13 Who is the strongest baby? When Roger and others returned to the Seven Waters City with the Treasure Tree Adam, they quietly entered the Seven Waters City from the hidden port left by Tom and went directly into Tom's workshop. The huge tree trunk almost occupied the entire workshop. Tom rushed over as soon as he received the news. When he saw the intact precious tree atom that exuded an ancient aura, he was stunned. Roger laughed. Not bad, Tom. Tom's eyes suddenly widened, flashing with a fiery light, and he ignored Roger. He walked forward quickly, carefully stroking the rough yet tough texture of Baoshu Adam, and then put his face against Baoshu Adam. Who is the strongest baby? Tom rubbed his face. Who has the strongest keel? Friction, friction, friction. Uncle Tom, stop wiping it. It's bleeding. Rhett couldn't bear it any longer. The corners of Tom's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, and then slowly rose upwards, forming an extremely brilliant smile. His body trembled slightly, as if he was suppressing the unspeakable excitement in his heart. It's no wonder that Tom was excited. The precious tree atom was a natural treasure for shipbuilding. No shipbuilder could refuse it. Suddenly, Tom seemed to remember something, and he raised his head and looked at Roger and the others, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. You really did it." Tom's voice was a little choked, but more excited and happy. "This is the real treasure tree atom. With it, I can build the strongest ship." "Uncle Tom, your reaction arc is too long." Rhett curled his lips. Uncle Tom didn't listen to what Rhett said at all. He turned back and looked at Baoshu Adam affectionately. At this moment, there seemed to be stars twinkling in Tom's eyes, a happy expression appeared at the corner of his mouth, and even a trace of crystal tears could be seen sliding down from the corner of his mouth. Roger couldn't help laughing when he saw Tom's excitement. "Uncle Tom, you look even happier than us." "Haha, of course I'm happy." Tom wiped the corner of his mouth, turned around, and his face was filled with a proud smile. "This is the greatest moment in my shipbuilding career. Thanks to you, I have the opportunity to build such a legendary ship with my own hands." Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, smiled, and said, "Then we can look forward to the birth of the ship." Tom nodded vigorously, grabbed Rayleigh, Jabba, Roger, and Rhett. 123, go. None of the 4 people resisted, their small eyes filled with confusion. Tom turned around and said, "Come back in 6 months to pick up the boat. Don't give people a chance to refuse advertisement." Bang! The door closed. Rhett looked at Captain Roger. Roger looked at the first officer Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Jabba. Jabba looked back at Rhett. "What should we do now?" Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba looked at Rhett at the same time. "Rhett." Jabba cleared his throat and said, "Little Rhett, don't you think you are too weak now?" Rhett had a bad feeling. Roger laughed out loud. "There's still half a year left, Rhett, let's do some special training. Next you will learn the 6 styles, the use of the heavy sword, the development of the fruit ability and further training of Conqueror's Haki." Rayleigh said the most indifferent words in the calmest state. "Rhett. The world is falling apart for my family," while Rhett was experiencing a joyful workout. "What are the 5 elders doing?" Of course it's a small meeting. The 5 elders sat in a circle between the powers, the candlelight flickering, and the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Adam Baoshu is lost. CP0 is completely wiped out, but we don't even see the shadow of the enemy. The old man holding the knife had white knuckles. The people sent out to investigate found only sea kings around. Should we announce to the public that we've been robbed by fish? Seal the news, the blonde elder decided. Treat it as an unusual maritime disaster. The transport ship was changed to, encountered an underwater volcanic eruption. It was an accident. Our ship has been hijacked. This is a shame. We will intensify the search and send people to investigate. However, this matter cannot be spread. The majesty of the world government cannot be violated. The god of finance said, "It seems we have been lax over the years. Suppress this matter and kill all those who know about it." The 5 elders were really angry. There was no way they could find anyone. A bunch of rubbish couldn't even send a message before they died. "Rhett. If I let you post it, I'm not going to be able to survive." Seconding motion X for 3 months have passed in a flash. Let's turn back to Rhett. Advertisement Rhett was lying on the roof, swinging his legs idly, playing with a rough wooden sword in his hand. The one Rayleigh had casually carved for him 2 days ago. "Alas, this thing is so light and I don't feel anything at all." He curled his lips, swung his hand casually, and the wooden sword broke into 2 pieces with a crack. "In the past few days, my strength has increased significantly, and I can't control my strength." Jabba was polishing his axe in the yard. He sneered at the scene and said, "That's not how you play with swords, kid." "I didn't mean to do that." Rhett fumed. "This wood is too brittle." Rayleigh walked out of the house, holding a sea chart in his hand. There is an island near the 7 Waters City. It is said that a very powerful blacksmith lives in seclusion there. Rhett suddenly sat up straight, his red eyes shining slightly. "Forger, will it be a very powerful sword?" Jabba raised an eyebrow. "What? The little ghost is interested in swords?" Rhett clenched his fists, his eyes rarely serious. "I want a real sword, not a toy, not a stick, but a sword that can cut through the waves." Roger laughed heartily, leapt down from the mast, and slapped Rhett on the back. "You're ambitious. Then let's go to the island and take a look." Roger and his crew borrowed a boat from the shipyard and set off. At night, Rhett lay on the deck, looking at the starry sky. The waves gently hit the hull, making a rhythmic sound. Rhett was on the deck looking at the stars. "Can't sleep?" Rayleigh came over and sat down next to him. Rhett rolled over and said sullenly, "Brother Rayleigh, what kind of sword would be worthy of the future ghost in the mist?" Rayleigh chuckled. "It's not the sword that matters, it's the man who wields it that matters." Rhett curled his lips. "That's so old-fashioned, you're not going to lecture me. But this is the truth." Rayleigh looked toward the distant sea. The black swords of those great swordsmen are not only of exceptional quality, but they are also cultivated through the use of their own armament Haki to transform them into black blades. A fine sword will only enhance your power in battle, but it will affect your swordsmanship in the same way as an ordinary sword. To put it bluntly, it's just a pile of iron. Rhett was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What if the sword I find is really heavy or big, and I can't lift it?" Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the moonlight. "Then get stronger until you can lift it. You want to wield the épée, don't you? Then don't be afraid of it. Practice until you can lift it." The next morning, the ship docked. As the 4 of them stepped onto the dock, they heard a commotion coming from the tavern. "Have you heard? The old blacksmith's final work is finally complete. Chapter 14. Have you ever risked your life for someone in your life? Pushing open the wooden door of the forge, a wave of heat hits you. A white-haired old blacksmith is hammering a piece of red-hot metal, sparks flying everywhere. Customer, feel free to look around. I no longer make custom orders. If you like it, buy it. If not, it doesn't matter. The old blacksmith didn't even raise his head. Rhett's eyes were immediately drawn to a huge sword hanging on the wall. It was a two-handed sword that was pitch black and had a blade about 9 inches wide. This sword. Rhett's eyes widened and he walked over involuntarily. The old blacksmith finally looked up and locked eyes with Rhett. Kid, that sword isn't a toy. Go and play outside. Rhett was unconvinced. I'm not playing around, I'm serious, and I really want a heavy sword as a weapon. Roger came over and whistled. Oh, this sword is interesting. The old blacksmith snorted. This is my masterpiece, called Black Tide. I stumbled upon the materials when I was young. Most people can't even lift it. Rhett swallowed hard at the weight, but refused to give in. Let me try. The old blacksmith sneered. Okay, if you can lift it, I will give it to you. Rhett took a deep breath, gripped the hilt with both hands. It's so heavy. The sword remained motionless. Jabba laughed out loud. Give it up, kid. You can't even lift a sword with your tiny body. Rayleigh frowned. The weight of this sword is certainly not suitable for a child. Roger stroked his chin, thoughtfully. Rhett, try using armament hockey. The old blacksmith's eyes lit up when he saw that this 5 or 6-year-old child could actually use armament hockey. Rhett was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He closed his eyes, mobilized all his strength, and slowly wrapped the armament hockey around his arms. Drink. The black tide was finally lifted, but Rhett's arms were already shaking. The old blacksmith narrowed his eyes and said, Interesting little brat. Advertisement. Roger grinned. Well, old man, the sword belongs to him? The old blacksmith was silent for a moment, then finally sighed. Never mind. This sword will just gather dust here. Since you can pick it up, take it with you. Rhett's eyes widened in surprise. Really? The old blacksmith turned and walked towards the furnace, waving his hand with his back to them. Remember, a sword is a weapon, but it is also a companion. Don't let it down. Its name is Black Tide. Can you make it famous across the sea? Rhett began to understand why Captain Roger had made such a solemn promise to Uncle Tom. It was a promise made by one man to another man. Rhett held Kuroshio in front of him and looked at the old blacksmith with a determined look. I will make this sword famous across the sea. This is my promise. Ha 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 ha. I believe you. Let's go. I'm going to retire. This is my proudest work and also my last. I will always keep an eye on you. Rhett, who had obtained Kuroshio, tied it to his body. He had to adapt to Kuroshio's weight as quickly as possible. He carried Kuroshio on his back and ran 10 laps around the Seven Waters City. The journey that had originally been easy became unusually long. Even though Rhett has monster-like physical strength, he is still sweating profusely. Rhett is now nearly 6 years old. Even though the muscle density in the Pirates King world is relatively high, Rhett is only about 60 kilograms. This big sword is really not light for Rhett, which is because Rhett is a time traveler and has cheats. If it were anyone else, the Black Tide would be so strong that it would be impossible to catch up with him countless times. Not to mention fighting with it, it would be difficult to even live a normal life with it. But Rhett was not discouraged. He believed that when he could use the Black Tide with ease, his lethality would be even greater. Didn't you see how Lola turned Luffy into Nightmare Luffy? That weapon required 8 battle-hardened pirates to lift it together, and it wasn't much heavier than this. Rhett's feet sank deeply into the docks of the Seven Waters City. The huge sword, taller than he was now pressing down on him like a small mountain. You have to know that all of his predecessors who traveled through time had monstrous physiques. It was easy for them to be 3 or 4 meters tall when they were 4 or 5 years old. How come they were still just little kids here? 9th. Ring. Rhett gasped, his vision blackening. Even with armament hockey blocking the way, the rope of the Black Tide cut into the flesh of his shoulders. You should know that armament hockey is not very strong. Rhett can now keep it open. Jabba leaned on the railing on the shore and ate an apple. Kid, do you want me to help you hold it for a while? Take a break. Anyway, this sword is yours and you can't run away. No. No. Rhett squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth and took another step with his lead-like legs. This is an agreement between 2 men. Rayleigh stood high and observed, his eyes behind the lenses thoughtful. Advertisement. He found that although Rhett's steps were heavy, the spacing between each step was exactly the same. This kid was using observation hockey to accurately control every bit of muscle strength and manipulate it delicately. He shook his head and laughed. With such delicate manipulation and observation skills, why are you playing with a big sword? In fact, playing with Rhett is a carefully considered skill. If you play with a rapier or a sword, Rhett can certainly control them finely. The disadvantage of the heavy sword is that it consumes physical strength and moves slowly, and requires extremely high physical fitness from the user. He never worried about physical strength. His slow movements could be compensated by the mist fruit. Under the same strength, Rhett believed that if he was not a swordsman specializing in physical fitness, no one could withstand his sword. Maybe we should ask if swordsmanship should not be so relentless? I am the user of the mist fruit. If you let me fight him head-on, I would be considered to have high character if I didn't hit him with the black sword. I abandoned my personal qualities and wanted to live a low-key and insidious life. Bang! At the end of the 10th lap, Rhett finally gave up and fell to the ground with his sword. The black tide hit the ground with a dull roar, scaring the nearby seagulls away. Roger laughed and scooped Rhett up. Haha. You're able to carry him all the way on your back on the first day, not bad. No. No. Rhett collapsed in the captain's arms, unable to even lift a finger. The last half lap, I crawled. The old blacksmith stood at the harbor, his pipe flickering. He watched the little guy struggle to get up and once again shoulder the giant sword, a smile flashing in his eyes. Hey, kid. The old blacksmith suddenly called out, do you know why it's called Black Tide? Rhett raised his sweaty little face. He didn't expect the old blacksmith to appear here. The tide may seem slow, but it can smooth the hardest rocks. The old blacksmith blew out a smoke ring. A heavy sword has no edge, and great skill lacks refinement. How could I possibly hand it over to a little brat like you with just a few words? Of course I have to come and see it with my own eyes. Come on, kid, I'm rooting for you. Just wait, old man, until I become famous all over the world. In the following days, in the yard where Rhett lived. In the morning mist, Rhett was practicing the most basic chopping movements. Under the scorching sun at noon, he tied Kuroshio upside down on the mast and did crunches. In the moonlight at night, I use my Hawkeye to warm the Kuroshio. Rhett has never been so desperate. It turns out that the agreement between the two men is the best stimulant. The false beauty trap sends you a beautiful woman. The real beauty trap, I can't do it anymore. Take my ideal and go see the outside world for me. I believe in you. Chapter 15. Green Bubble. Debt Collection, 200 yuan. While Rhett was exercising day after day, Rayleigh suddenly pulled Rhett to the stern and said, try this. There are 10 specially made reefs floating on the sea, each with a number engraved on it. Use the black tide to crush them in order, and you can't break any stone after the number. For example, if you want to break 123, you can't break any stone after 3. You have to know that this is at the seaside, and the waves are constantly hitting Rhett's calves. Rhett directly turns into a monster. The sea is the natural enemy of all devil fruits. Rayleigh looked at Rhett and said, this will not only train your control over your strength, but it will also improve your resistance to seawater. No powerful fruit user would lose their combat power upon contact with seawater. If seawater is really that powerful, would we still need sea stone? So all you have to do is resist the water and smash the rocks with precision. After entering the sea, Rhett realized that he had thought it was too easy. Only his ankles touched the seawater, but the feeling of weakness made Rhett almost unable to bear it. The floating reef swayed in his sight, and the black tide felt heavy in his hands. However, the most deadly thing was the seemingly gentle surge. Every wave was disintegrating his strength. Less than 10 seconds after entering the sea, Rhett didn't even move to swing his knife. The black current carried Rhett to the sea, which was even more disastrous. Armament Hawkeye was washed to pieces by the seawater. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, if no one rescued him, Rhett would become the first person to be drowned in ankle-deep water on the beach. Rayleigh used a moonwalk to pull Rhett out of the water. Before Rhett could finish spitting out the seawater, he heard his second-in-command say, 100 Baileys, thanks. Rhett really didn't expect that his serious deputy captain, Lousy, would ask for 100 Baileys at a time. Fortunately, it was a small amount of money, so he, Lao Rui, didn't care. In this way, Lowry went into the sea, sank to the bottom, and was fished out by Rayleigh, as the sun set. Here are 18,900 Baileys for you. I will succeed tomorrow. After a day of training, Rhett felt that he had become more resistant to the seawater. Indeed, Rhett hadn't swung a single knife all day. The next day, familiar formula, familiar location, Rhett stared at the reefs floating on the sea, his eyes much firmer than yesterday. I must swing the sword today, he clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Rayleigh leaned against the rocks, leisurely sipping his coffee. Just a reminder, the rescue fee has gone up today. 200 Baileys per dive. Advertisement read. Jabba added, inflation. Roger laughed out loud. Kuhahaha, come on, Rhett, I'm rooting for you. Rhett bared his shark teeth. Uncle Rayleigh is looking after my safety. You two have nothing to do? Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? Assholes? Roger laughed nonstop. I don't know why, but watching you grow stronger little by little, I always feel an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, just like EMMMMM. Jabba added, it's like watching my son grow up. Whole Jabba, I got on board earlier than you, I'm your senior. Jabba waved his hand nonchalantly. I've never seen a senior pull harder than a junior. Good job, little Rhett. We're still waiting for your protection. This really made Rhett's face red with anger. He secretly encouraged himself to open these people's eyes. This time he was smart. After learning from his failure yesterday, he activated the armament Hawkeye to cover his entire body before entering the water. This would effectively reduce the erosion of the seawater on his body, at least preventing him from becoming powerless. Then a layer of compressed mist attached to his body surface. Although it would be dispersed by the seawater in an instant, it was not important. This would give him 0.5 seconds to adjust, which was enough for him to adapt to the transition from air to seawater. The most important thing after that is to hold your breath to prevent the waves from hitting your face and choking you with seawater. Rhett clearly felt that he had been staying in the sea for a longer time. Okay, now swing your sword to smash the rocks and shock the group of old men outside. Let you see how powerful Mr. Rhett is. The cool night turns my thoughts of you into a sea. The resistance of the Kuroshio current in the seawater is extremely large, and coupled with the Kuroshio current's original weight, what a joke. I'm the future king. Ret, He grasped the black tide with both hands and swung it forward with all his might. Crash. As soon as the sword touched the water, the whole person was thrown forward by the weight of the black tide, and his face hit the sea directly. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, advertisement, here is an emoticon to cheer you up. Rayleigh Green Bubble Collection 200 yuan. Rhett returned to his cabin. I've spent 20,000 Baileys today. It's been a very productive day. After constantly salvaging and paying, Rhett finally found the trick. He no longer fought against the waves with brute force, but adjusted his posture along with the waves. He concentrated Hawkeye on his wrists and used his observation Hawkeye to assist, increasing the instantaneous burst of power and reducing the continuous consumption. Bang! This time, the tip of the Kuroshio's sword finally shattered reef number 1, and also shattered reef number 2, reef number 3, and reef number 4. The kinetic energy was so great that Red had no time to stop. Rayleigh nodded slightly. Good job, I'm rooting for you. Red collapsed on the deck, soaking wet, but the corners of his mouth raised. Tomorrow, I will definitely chop it into pieces. 3 months later, Pants Advanced Transition Sound Effects. Mist Sword. Black Tide. Red struck with all his strength, and the sword of the Black Tide finally split the 1. Reef accurately, and the aftermath stopped abruptly in front of the 2. Reef. Rayleigh. Pass. Red excitedly lifted the Kuroshio, only to have it sink again. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, Rayleigh, 30,000 berries. Red scratched his head and said, Brother Rayleigh, can you please just keep the money for now? I'll pay you back the next time I have money. It's true that Red's coffers were emptied. Although Red made fewer and fewer mistakes in the following days, he couldn't stand the old man Rayleigh adding $100 a day. In the end, he was just watching the happy bidding. Rhett's small treasury finally disappeared today. Next up was Rhett's graduation exam. The 3 living fathers picked out a supergiant Sea Kings for Rhett. Just when Rhett found it, the Sea King's one tail smashed a pirate's ship to pieces. 3 or 4 months ago, Rhett would have been completely helpless against this large Sea King. The reason was simple, it couldn't break the defense. As soon as it entered the sea, it would leave its own fog field and could not be killed by poison at all. Chapter 16 Let's Go Oro Jackson. The sea was shaking. Rhett stood at the bow of the small boat he had bought. He had borrowed money to buy it because he felt that after this test, the boat would most likely not survive. He held the hilt of Kuroshio with both hands. The sword was dragged diagonally on the deck. Kid, there's still time to turn back, Rayleigh asked calmly. Rayleigh Roger Jabba stood in another small boat behind him, supporting Rhett. Rhett didn't answer. His knuckles were trembling slightly with excitement. The waves suddenly exploded. The dog-headed Sea Kings jumped out of the water, and the seawater poured down on the deck like a rainstorm. Rhett moved. He moved slowly, or so it seemed. There was no fancy jump, no dazzling hockey, just simply dragging the Kuroshio off the deck. The Sea Kings opened its maw, and a shadow enveloped the entire bow. It wanted to swallow Rhett alive with its huge body. Rhett swung Black Tide fiercely, and the greatsword smashed into the Sea King's jaw with a dull sound. Bang! With a dull sound, the monster's head was knocked to the side, and several broken fangs flew out. Rhett feels really good. Who dares to call Rhett a loser now? But this is just the beginning. The Sea Kings felt pain, its massive tail whipping up a massive wave that slammed into Rhett's small sailboat. If you destroy my boat, you'll die too. Just as the wave was about to strike, he gripped his sword with both hands and swung it upward with a powerful, heavy thrust. The Black Tide's blade split the incoming wave in two. Before the seawater had completely fallen, Rhett had already jumped up with the momentum. The Black Tide drew a heavy arc in his hand and hit the Sea King's left eye hard. With a puff. The dog-headed Sea Kings let out deafening roars and twisted their bodies wildly. Rhett was flung away, but adjusted his stance mid-air, allowing the Black Tide to strike the scales on the monster's back. Sparks flew, and the hard scales were dented. Come again. Rhett spat out the blood foam from his mouth and rushed towards the Sea Kings again. This time he changed his strategy, no longer seeking to kill with one blow, but instead used the Black Tide to deliver continuous heavy blows. Left chop. Right chop. Right chop. Right chop. Each strike was unadorned yet carried astonishing destructive power. Kuroshio's blade glowed slightly red from the high-speed friction, and the Sea King's scales began to crack under the continuous blows. Finally, after the 17th blow, the Sea King's movements noticeably slowed. Rhett seized the opportunity, using all his strength to lift the Black Tide high up, then slashed it down with the force of a mountain splitter. Advertisement. Bang. This blow directly split the Sea King's skull. The Sea King's huge body froze for a moment, then slowly sank into the sea, stirring up huge waves. Rhett carried Kuroshio on his shoulders and jumped onto Rayleigh's boat, and the boat's draft deepened visibly. At any time, at any place, the ship repair company will appear in time. Sea of fog, floating platform. After using his ability, Rhett also breathed a sigh of relief. His arms were shaking uncontrollably, his palms were bloody, and all the muscles in his body were protesting against excessive use. Rayleigh walked over, looked at the sinking Sea King's body, and then looked at Rhett's hand. How's it going? Rayleigh asked. It feels great. Rhett's eyes were filled with excitement. Half a year has passed in a hurry. Rhett's special training during this period has made him grow a lot. Not only has he made significant progress in the use of taijutsu and haki. Speed, strength, and Conqueror's haki have all been improved to varying degrees. Rokushiki has learned Iron Body, Shave, and Moonwalk, basically reaching the strength of an elite Marine colonel. A 7-year-old colonel is ridiculous to think about. The morning mist hadn't yet dissipated, and the sound of clanging and hammering could be heard from the dock of Tom's shipyard. When Rhett and his men dragged the black-tied greatsword into the dock, Tom was smoking a cigar and personally carrying out the final adjustments. "You've come just in time, little one," Tom said excitedly. "Come and see your magnificent new home." Rhett looked up, his breath catching involuntarily. The Oro Jackson lay quietly at anchor on the slipway, the morning light gilding it. It was even more majestic than I remembered, its sleek lines seemingly capable of cleaving any storm. Going into the bottom of the cabin, the quality of the Baoshu atom is indeed extraordinary. Rayleigh stood behind Rhett without him noticing, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with satisfaction. Roger strode forward. "Ha ha ha, this is a pirate ship worthy of our Roger pirates." Tom was listening to everyone's praises when he suddenly shouted, "Roger, you be asterisk 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 D. Don't touch it, the paint on the railing isn't dry yet." Roger jumped down angrily. "Sorry, Uncle, ha 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 ha." But Uncle Tom was not willing to let him go. He scolded Roger and made him draw circles in the corner of the boat. Tom felt relieved. "Hey, kid." Tom suddenly put his hand on Rhett's shoulder. "Want to test the toughness of your black tide in this shiny new ship?" Advertisement before Rhett could react, Tom lifted him up and put him down just as he left the ground. Uncle Tom coughed and said, "Try to strike with all your strength." "You are not Uncle Tom, you are a warrior, right? Rhett plus the weight of the sword, it is really difficult to throw it to him." Rhett was a little worried. Seeing Mary leave was really tearful to him. Didn't Uncle say the keel is the most important part of a ship? Tom looked at Rhett with disdain. "Are you looking down on the atom tree being known as the strongest wood, or are you overestimating your strength? When the sea is in trouble, which of the tsunamis and tornadoes is weaker than yours?" Rhett thought about it and realized that if he could easily cut down the precious tree atom with one sword, he would have dominated the sea long ago. Rhett leapt into the air and drew out the black tide. The greatsword drew a heavy arc in the air. Clang. Although it looks like it is made of wood, it can make a deafening metallic collision sound. The black tide was bounced away, and it was impossible to find where the cut was made on the keel. "How is it? After my special treatment and the hardness of the wood itself, it's really hard, isn't it?" Tom smiled proudly. "Lousy's craftsmanship is really..." His words stopped abruptly, because Rhett was stroking the hull and suddenly found a line of small words engraved on the keel. Dubbing. Rhett reads word by word. "To the future Pirate King and his crew, Tom." "Hey, who told you to read it so loudly?" Tom's face turned red and he chased Rhett. Roger laughed from the bow, his red cape rustling in the breeze. "Let's set sail, men. Let the world hear our voice." Under the gaze of the residents of Seven Waters, the Oro Jackson slowly sailed out of the dock. Sunlight penetrated the morning mist, gilding the dark hull with a flowing golden edge. Rhett stood at the stern, looking at the island that was gradually getting smaller, and suddenly remembered himself crawling on the beach dragging the black tide half a year ago. "What are you thinking about?" Jabba patted his shoulder. Rhett smiled and carried Kuroshio on his shoulders. "I'm wondering if I can split the waves with my sword the next time I encounter the Sea Kings." Rayleigh appeared behind them at some point and said, "Pay off the boat debt you owe first." "Eh? That ship was clearly shattered by Sea Kings, go find him." "Shut up, kid. Practice 3,000 more sword swings." "Yes. Chapter 17 Newgate. Do you know where you're going?" Coo. Swish. Brush. Advanced transition sound effects. Over the past decade, because I improved Roger's strength, so in order to maintain balance, the strength of Golden Lion Newgate and others has also been raised to a higher level. Don't worry, it will not affect the subsequent development. The days of chasing each other in Garp passed happily, and Red also became a handsome young man. I won't write his age here, I didn't find out the specific time when Whitebeard came on board. Update on the bounty for Roger. 1.5 billion, Rayleigh, 1.2 billion, Jabba. 1.1 billion, Red. 900 million. This is because the Roger pirates didn't do anything earth-shattering, and the bounties at that time were generally not high. Recently, there was something that Red was concerned about. When he stopped on a small island, Roger disappeared for a few days. When he came back, he was covered in wounds. When asked what happened, he didn't say anything, but just smiled and patted Red's shoulder. Roger. Rayleigh was undoubtedly an admiral-level powerhouse. Red even felt that Roger was far more than an admiral, as his captain could fight Garp back and forth. As the two gradually gained strength, the scene became more and more grand. Red also mastered the advanced use of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Entanglement, Emission, and Practice Makes Perfect. Red also entered the strength of Admiral. Red felt that he had embarrassed the senior who had traveled through time. If it were any other traveler, the end would have come long ago. Red had no other choice. The dead river god had not given him extraordinary talent. He did not have the kind of talent that could be learned with just one look. Now Red said without exaggeration that if Admiral was in a one-on-one fight, Red could easily wear him down because his monster's physical strength was simply a bug. As his strength increases, his body gradually expands, and he hardly feels tired now. When he was young, he was afraid of muscle strain, which would affect his future foundation. Now he has no such concerns at all. The most noteworthy thing is that its fruit has not awakened for such a long time. Rhett fiddled with the red mist in his hand. Of course, it could be other colors, but Rhett thought red was more handsome. The most important point was that in addition to the corrosion, refraction, and shielding enhancements he had mastered before, he also developed many more moves in conjunction with the black tide. Rhett smiled. It seems I'm still looking forward to the adventures ahead. Now Rhett still retains his habit of long straight black hair, and always has a gentle smile on his face, with the black tide on his back and blood mist surging around him. We are mainly playing a contrast. Of course, Roger also had many companions on board during this time, including some characters from the comics. The one that impressed Rhett the most was a guy named Elio, who wore a white top hat, a pink and green floral shirt, and had blue hair. The more I look at Rhett, the more he looks like the mayor of Windmill Village. Sunbell is a fishman, Beaumoulin, etc. Their strength is far behind Roger and the other three, but they are still not weak. After all, you can't compare ordinary people with monsters. Rhett was lying on the deck of the Oro Jackson after exercising when the newspaper seagulls delivered some bounties. The thug Rocks has a reward of 5.35 billion Baileys, dead or alive. Rhett was no longer sleepy. Rocks, who was now vaguely known as the pirate's overlord, Rhett knew that Rocks was at his peak as soon as he appeared. He could not hold back and the Battle of the Valley of Gods would break out. Rhett really feels that Rocks is the son of the world. He has endured more than 10 years of hardship on the sea and is only at the level of admiral. When he comes out, his combat power is outrageous and now he wants to overturn the world. This time traveler is for you. Rhett lay on the deck, lazily basking in the sun, the black tide greatsword casually leaning against him. Suddenly, his brows raised, and his observation Hawkeye sensed a powerful aura approaching. He sat up slightly and looked towards the bow of the ship. Boom, a tall figure landed heavily on the deck, and the entire Oro Jackson trembled slightly. Advertisement. His golden beard gleamed in the sunlight as the young Edward Newgate carried Kurogiri on one hand. His eyes swept over everyone on the deck and finally fell on Roger. Are you Roger? Roger grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement under his straw hat. Kuhahaha, it's me, you are. Edward Newgate, Newgate said solemnly, I've heard of your reputation, let me give it a try. Rhett's mouth twitched. He thought Rocks would come looking for him, but he didn't expect that the first one to come was Newgate. Before Roger could speak, Rhett stood up, and the black tide sword stabbed into the deck with a clang sound, and a blood mist slowly swirled around him. Hey, Newgate, Rhett said with a smile, if you want to challenge our captain, you have to get past me first. Newgate glanced at him, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Kid, are you sure? You'll know if you try. Besides, you don't seem much older than me. At this time, Newgate also looked energetic. Before he finished speaking, Rhett's figure suddenly disappeared, and a blood mist filled the air, blocking Newgate's sight. The black tide greatsword swept over with a dull sound of breaking through the air. Clang, Mukamokiri held the black tide firmly. The moment the two weapons collided, a wave of air exploded in the air, and the wooden boards on the deck were shattered into pieces. A hint of surprise flashed in Newgate's eyes. Not bad power. Rhett grinned. It's not over yet. Mist god style. Bloodstain. The blood mist on the black tide sword suddenly burst out, turning into countless fine blood blades, stabbing towards Newgate like a rainstorm. Newgate snorted coldly, and Kongyanshi shook violently, and the power of shock fruit exploded instantly. Crack. The space shattered like a mirror, the blood blade was shattered, and a terrifying shock wave swept over. Rhett's pupils shrank, the black tide blocked it, and armament Hawkeye burst out with all its strength. Boom, he was knocked back several steps, leaving deep cracks on the deck beneath his feet, but the smile on his lips became more excited. Come again. Advertisement. The two men engaged in a fight in an instant. The sound of the collision between Kuroshio and Kusagawa Kirei resounded across the sea like thunder, and the hull of the Oro Jackson was shaking slightly. The blood mist gradually dissipated. Rhett discovered that if he really wanted the mist to hurt Newgate, he had the means to destroy his organs, but there was no need to go to that extent in a sparring match, so there was no need to maintain the mist. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba stood aside, watching the fight with great interest. Rhett has made great progress, Jabba said, touching his chin. It's hard to say. They're both holding back. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. Their fruit abilities haven't been fully utilized yet. Sure enough, after the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, Newgate suddenly shook his arms, and the shocking force wrapped around Kongyanshi suddenly erupted. Air shock. Boom, Rhett's black tide was forcibly shaken away, and the whole person flew backwards, somersaulting in the air before landing steadily. He shook his numb arms and said with a smile, Great, I lost. Newgate put away his cloud cutter and said calmly, You're not bad either, Rhett, but you're not in the fog. I heard your fog is very gloomy. Roger laughed and walked forward. Kuhahaha, Newgate, do you want to join my pirates? Newgate glanced at him and shook his head. No, I have my own goals. Oh, Roger raised an eyebrow. What goal? Home, Newgate said calmly. During the time I've been at sea, I haven't found my home. I don't even know what home is. Roger was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting, then next time we meet, we will be rivals. Newgate raised the corner of his mouth slightly. When the time comes, don't lose too badly. After saying that, he jumped back into his boat and sailed away. Jabba walked to the side of the ship, looked at Newgate's receding figure, and murmured, "This guy. He will definitely be a monster in the future." Roger patted his shoulder. "Ha ha ha. This is more interesting, isn't it?" Rhett smiled and nodded. "Yes, Captain." The sea breeze blew, and the Oro Jackson continued to sail. Rhett looked at the distant horizon, a burning fighting spirit in his heart. Rocks, Newgate. These times are really getting more and more interesting. Chapter 18. A loud bang in the sky, Garp's shining appearance. It was another beautiful day, when suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking air broke the tranquility of the sea. "Enemy attack. It's Garp's warship," shouted the crew on the lookout. Rhett didn't even bother opening his eyes, simply waving his hand casually. A crimson mist rose automatically, forming a thin barrier at the stern. The moment the special shell thrown by Garp himself came into contact with the blood mist, the metal shell rusted and peeled off at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gunpowder inside turned into rust powder before it exploded, and was blown away by the wind on the sea. "Ha ha ha, Garp, that's a shame." Jabba laughed as he stood by the side of the ship. Garp on the distant warship didn't care much, stinky brat. The Oro Jackson ran ahead, and Garp's warships chased behind. They arrived at an island and the Oro Jackson stopped. Garp's warship also landed on the island, and Garp went straight to Roger. Roth was a newcomer on Garp's ship, and the gun in his hand was shaking. He had always admired Vice Admiral Garp very much. This was his first time sailing with Vice Admiral Garp, and he wanted to help. As soon as he got off the boat, he was about to charge with Vice Admiral Garp, but was pulled back by the veteran beside him. Roth was very angry. Vice Admiral Garp had already charged, so why were they afraid of death and fell behind? Roth was ashamed to be associated with such people. The veteran shook his head and pointed his chin at the opposite side. "I saw the crew of Roger pirates on the opposite side, Captain. How long will the fight last this time?" 3 days, 3 days, I press for 3 days. I think at least half a month." Rhett saw the Marine looking at them, so he went to the Marine with the gambling board. Roth was furious. Pirates, are you insulting Marine? You're insulting the justice in my heart. 500 Baileys for 3 days. I think 1,000 will take 5 days. Looking at the seniors who have taken good care of me during this period, I was filled with disbelief. They killed the Marine pirates. How could you do this? Advertisement. The old Marine glanced at him and said, "Sometimes you should be careful not to believe what you are saying. It's fine if ordinary Marines don't know, but you're an elite Marine. Don't you realize that the Roger pirates are scum for killing Marines? Besides, you really think you can end this fight before Mr. Garp has even decided the outcome?" He patted his shoulder and said, "Didn't you see that the Roger pirates haven't moved? We don't have a say in the outcome of this fight. Only after Mr. Garp defeats Roger will we take action. This is also the default rule between Roger and Garp. Otherwise, with the frequency of Garp chasing Roger, too many people from Marine and Roger pirates would die. They're not some evil pirate group, so it is totally unnecessary." Jabba and Bogart looked at each other and walked into the forest together. Rhett prefers to call it a fateful CP, although in the end Garp became Roger's father, which is really hilarious. The deserted island beach shone a blinding white under the blazing sun. Garp flexed his shoulders, his marine cape fluttering in the sea breeze. "This won't be as easy as last time, Roger." Roger laughed and pulled out his ace. "Kuhahaha, you always say the same thing." Before he finished speaking, the two of them disappeared from where they were at the same time. Boom! With a deafening roar, a massive crater 30 meters in diameter ripped through the sand. Garp's fist collided with Roger's saber, sending black and red lightning like hockey blasting in all directions, instantly carbonizing the nearest palm tree. Rhett had to raise his arm to block the flying sand and gravel. Squinting, he saw the ground beneath their feet cracking like a spiderweb. Too slow. Garp suddenly changed his stance, his left fist piercing the air with a sharp sound as it struck Roger in the stomach. Roger dodged sideways, and the blade slashed past Garp's arm, sending up a trail of sparks. Their movements were so fast they were almost invisible, the only sound being the continuous clang of metal on metal. The coastline constantly shifted in the fierce battle. Garp slammed his fist into the sea, and the huge waves that were stirred up transformed into countless water bullets under the blessing of Hawkeye. Roger laughed and swung his sword, cutting the water curtain in two. The aftermath cut a 100-meter-long gully on the sea surface in the distance. Fistbone. Meteor shower. Garp suddenly leapt into the air, swinging his fists at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye. Each punch carried a comet-like tail, transforming the entire beach into a sea of fire. Roger's figure darted through the barrage of bullets, his blades weaving an impenetrable net. Elio, who was watching the game, suddenly frowned. "Garp, this guy is much more serious than last time." Rhett counted the stunned fish that floated to the surface. Number 73. This should be enough for tonight's snack. The center of the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Garp stood on a rock, ripping off his tattered shirt to reveal a sturdy, scarred frame. Roger's was also covered in scars, but his great straw hat remained intact, and his smile widened. The two looked at each other from 50 meters away, and the air seemed to freeze. "Fight seriously." Roger tilted his head. "Nonsense," Garp grinned. Advertisement the next second, the entire island shook violently. Two monsters. After a long time. As the setting sun dyed the sea red, the two figures finally separated. Garp's left eye was swollen and he couldn't open it, while Roger's right eye was black and blue. Draw? Roger asked breathlessly. Dream on. Garp spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Lousy can still fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Boom. On the deserted island beach, the aftermath of Roger and Garp's battle was still shaking the earth, while on the other side of the coastline, an incredible scene appeared. At this time, Jabba and Bogart bypassed the battlefield between the two and returned to the shore carrying several beasts. Let's have a party, everyone. Marine soldiers and members of the Roger pirates were sitting happily around the campfire, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Hey, Marine, this piece of meat is ready. Try it first. Jabba grinned and handed a skewer of grilled fish to the Marine soldier beside him. Thank you, thank you. The young Marine took it, took a bite, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, Yishi. Hey, this is the secret sauce on our ship. You definitely don't have it there. Jabba proudly shook the bottle of sauce in his hand. Not far away, Rayleigh and a Marine staff officer were sitting on a flat rock playing chess. The pieces on the board were fixed in place by their hockey, and they remained motionless despite the howling sea breeze. General. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Staff Officer Marine stared at the chessboard, sweat dripping from his forehead. Wait, that move doesn't count, I didn't see it clearly. Rayleigh chuckled. Okay, I'll make you regret this. Then I'll go this way. General, I'll give you 100 berries. Chapter 19. The boss fights for life and death, what does it have to do with the soldiers? On the other side, Rhett was building a simple open-air kitchen with blood mist, and the Marine chef was helping him. Rhett had been helping out before, but it seems the pirates don't know how to cook anything other than grilling. Rhett couldn't bear it any longer, so he took out the delicacies of the Dragon Kingdom and established his position as the head chef with just a few moves. The scarlet mist rolled flexibly in his hands, and he could even control the temperature precisely. Mr. Rhett, is this red mist really non-toxic? A new Marine cook asked cautiously. He's heard that Mr. Rhett's mist can melt people, is that really okay? Rhett smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, it just looks red, it's not poisonous. As he spoke, he hooked his finger, and a blood mist wrapped in a handful of spices was evenly sprinkled on the barbecue, and the aroma burst out instantly. Wow! The Marine soldiers exclaimed in unison. Sunbell and a few Marines emerged from the sea, holding several large, lively fish in their hands. Nice catch today. Watch the fishman jump ashore easily and handle the seafood skillfully. Would you like to try the Murloc sashimi? Sunbell grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, guaranteed fresh. Marine came over naturally. We've already seen Mr. Sunbell's knife skills. Really, when I go back to my hometown and want to eat sashimi, nothing I can find is as good as the one cut by Mr. Sunbell. Then I'm truly honored. Don't worry, we caught a lot of fish today and will make sushi for everyone later. Long live. Elio sat by, his fingers gently plucking the strings of the harp. The melodious music echoed across the beach. Several young Marines nodded along to the rhythm, some even humming quietly. Hey, you guys are Marines. Marine Roth reminded with a red face. He felt a little embarrassed about the pirate's barbecue he had just eaten. What does it matter? Jabba laughed and patted his shoulder. Music doesn't distinguish between good and evil. On the other side of the beach, several Marine soldiers were surrounding Bloomarin, curiously looking at the strange equipment on him. What is this? A soldier asked, pointing to the device on her waist. Advertisement. Oh, this, Bloomalin explained with a smile, is a climate controller I modified myself. It can control the wind direction in a small area. That's amazing. The Marine soldiers exclaimed. Rhett looked at this absurd yet harmonious scene and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. If the world government saw this, they'd probably go crazy. Rayleigh had walked up to him at some point, a glass of sake in hand. Garp's troops have always been like this. They hunt us, not out of hatred, but simply because of our position. As he was speaking, a loud bang was suddenly heard in the distance. The aftermath of the battle between Roger and Garp had collapsed another section of the cliff. Everyone looked up, then continued to work on their own things in tacit understanding. Rhett smiled and shook his head, turning back to preparing the ingredients. Mr. Rhett. A childish voice sounded. Rhett looked down and saw a Marine trainee who looked only 7 years old. He couldn't really be called a Marine, as there was an age limit for Marines. He must be a talented young man that Garp had seen somewhere. Garp had treated chasing Roger as a practical lesson for Marines. The little Marine was staring at the barbecue in his hand. Want to eat? Rhett raised an eyebrow. Little Marine nodded vigorously. Rhett smiled, rolled up a perfectly grilled steak in a blood mist, and handed it to him. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you. Little Marine took the steak, took a bite impatiently, and squinted his eyes with happiness. Rayleigh watched this scene and whispered, sometimes I wonder what the world would be like if there were no opposing positions. Rhett looked at the two men still fighting in the distance, then took in the strangely peaceful scene before him and replied softly, probably like it is now. 6 days later, the sea was dyed golden. The food on the barbecue was changed again and again, and the sake was drunk barrel after barrel. As the last ray of sunlight disappeared over the horizon, the sounds of fighting in the distance finally stopped. Roger and Garp, with bruises on their faces, walked back arm in arm, both with bruises on their bodies but satisfied smiles on their faces. Starving, Roger yelled and rushed to the barbecue grill. Garp grabbed the whole leg of lamb that the Marine kitchen staff had just roasted and said, "This is mine." Advertisement after the banquet, Garp stood on the gangway of the warship. He turned around and glared at Roger, who was gnashing on the bones of a roasted fish, and said through gritted teeth, "Next time, Lousy will definitely throw you into impel down." Roger laughed incoherently, his mouth full of food. "Ha ha ha, you've said that so many times." Garp snorted, turned to leave, but suddenly stopped, reached into his arms and touched his face suddenly change. "Roger." He turned around and roared, "Where are Lousy's senbei?" Roger blinked and spread his hands innocently. "What senbei?" "I don't know. You might have fallen on the boat, ha 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 ha." But the bulging package in his arms completely betrayed him. The veins on Garp's forehead bulged and his fists clenched, but in the end he just let out a heavy grunt and turned around to jump onto the warship. "Sail," he ordered angrily. The Marines hurriedly collected the anchor and the warship slowly sailed away. Rhett stood at the side of the ship, watching the warship gradually go away, and suddenly noticed that the Marine soldiers on the deck were secretly waving at them. The young Marine trainee even yelled with red eyes, "Mr. Rhett, next time I will treat you to Marine special barbecue sauce." Rhett couldn't help but smile and waved, but he didn't respond. Rayleigh stood beside him, looking at the departing warship, and whispered, "Garp's soldiers are all just like him. This is Garp, ha 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 ha." Sunbell is counting today's spoils. A few Marine uniforms, used as rags, a box of seasoning, stolen. Elio strummed the strings and hummed an impromptu tune, Marine and pirates, grilling fish together, tomorrow's newspaper, funny headline, Snow Leopard shuts up. Rhett was not worried because he had killed all the seagulls that approached the island. That was why the world government had not noticed anything wrong for so many years. After all, the fight was real and the injuries were real. Roger came over with a grin and pulled out half a bag of senbei from his pocket. Come on, everyone who sees it gets a share. Garp is really stingy. He even asked me for half a bag of senbei." Rhett looked at the happy crowd and said, "This is right. Damn this world, damn celestial dragons." Chapter 20 The Little Lion comes to check in. An unidentified fleet has appeared ahead. Is the flag a golden lion's head? Roger poked his head out of the cabin, his straw hat tilted. A new group of pirates? Rayleigh put down the newspaper and frowned slightly. "I haven't heard of it." Jabba walked to the bow carrying his axe and squinted. "Looks like he's here to cause trouble." On the distant sea level, 5 warships were lined up in formation. On the leading flagship, a blond man stood proudly at the bow, with 2 swords crossed on his shoulders. His wild and unrestrained smile was filled with undisguised ambition. "Ha ha ha ha." His laughter echoed across the waves. "Those guys on that wrecked boat up ahead are the so-called Roger pirates, right?" Rhett stood up. His lover was arrested, and he went alone to the enemy's lair guarded by the army. He single-handedly fought against the top leader of the evil forces. After trying everything he could to defeat him, he was sealed. He was unwilling to give up and cut off his legs to break the seal and bravely ventured into the sea, just to fulfill his wish at that time. "It's you, Haji Lion." Roger wasn't annoyed, instead he waved enthusiastically. "Hey, new couple? Want to have a party?" Golden Lion Shaki, who hadn't yet joined the Rocks Pirates, was a recent seafarer, but already a renowned star in South Blue. He stood on the side of the ship, looking down at Roger. "Stop pretending. Lousy is here today to stomp on your head and let the world know. I, Golden Lion Shaki, will be the new king of the pirates world." Roger blinked. "Huh? The new king? Go ahead and be it. I'm not stopping you." "Kuhahaha." Jabba laughed. "Captain, this guy is crazy." Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. "Bounty, 280 million. Lion fruit, recently destroyed 3 marine branches. Quite capable." Rhett looked at the golden lion coming at him aggressively, and said, "Let's fight him. We are still waiting for him to make 3 dishes and a soup for us. How can Whitebeard be the same as the golden lion? He didn't kill Whitebeard." The scarlet mist spread, engulfing the entire enemy ship in an instant. The pirates on the deck were horrified to find that my own voice disappeared. It wasn't that they couldn't hear, but that their throats couldn't make any sound at all. The mist penetrated their nostrils and entangled their skin, like countless tiny lion majesties, slowly corroding their skin and disintegrating their will. A pirate's cadre with a bounty of 70 million widened his eyes as he watched his palm fester bit by bit in the mist, the flesh peeling off, revealing the white bones. He wanted to shout, but could only cough up blood. Rhett's figure emerged from the fog, the black-tied sword dragging behind him, the tip of the sword scraping across the deck, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. Advertisement. His movements were very slow, so slow that every enemy could see his steps clearly, see the curve of his long, straight black hair floating in the mist, and see the warm, jade-like smile at the corner of his mouth. But unfortunately, no one could touch him. A sniper pulled the trigger. "Damn it, it's just a trick, take the bullet." The bullet did hit Rhett, but it only penetrated the afterimage of the fog. This is Rhett's evil taste. He will leave afterimages in the track of his actions, and the person is no longer there. A pirates of the bird fruit transformed into a giant bird and tried to push away the fog. He flapped his wings to create a hurricane, but the fog remained unchanged. Mist sword style, Destruction of life. The bird fruit fell asleep, the armament Hawkeye gradually faded away, and he lay in the mist of red to sleep. This sleep lasted for a lifetime. Strange, monster. Finally someone broke down, dropped his weapon and ran away. Red raised his hand slightly, mist erosion, piercing the heart. The mist suddenly condensed into a hair-thin streak of blood, piercing the fugitive's back and exiting through his chest. The fugitive stumbled twice, looked down at the sudden bloody hole in his chest, and slowly fell to his knees. When the last enemy fell, Red stood in the center of the corpse-strewn deck, his black-dyed sword unstained by blood. The mist began to flow back, flowing back into him like a receding tide, revealing a clear sky. In just a dozen seconds, most of the Golden Lion pirates were killed, with only the Golden Lion left. Golden Lion Shiki is crazy. My 3 pirate ships are so big. I have been out to sea for so many days and have found so many people. You killed them all in just 10 seconds. Shiki's pupils suddenly contracted, his long golden hair dancing wildly in the wind, and his 2 swords, Sakura 10, and Deadwood, were instantly unsheathed, the sword blades entangled with the violent Hawkeye, and the deck under his feet cracked because of his anger. Damn it! His roar shattered the surrounding waves. He suddenly leapt up, and the flagship under his feet suddenly rose into the air under the power of lion fruit. The hull twisted and deformed, turning into countless sharp metal fragments, pouring down towards the Roger Pirates group like a rainstorm. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. The golden slash was like the roar of a mad lion, tearing through the air. Every sword energy was enough to split the warship in half, and it slashed towards Roger's Oro Jackson. However, hey, don't be so angry, advertisement. Roger's figure suddenly appeared in the air, his straw hat fluttering in the strong wind. He grinned, and swung the famous sword, Ace, in his hand, which was wrapped in black-armed color. God avoid. Boom, the 2 conquerors Hawkeye collided, and a dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The shock wave pressed a huge dent into the sea surface, and the surrounding seawater rushed back crazily, forming huge waves. Shiki's slash was abruptly deflected, sending him flying back dozens of meters. His feet stomped through the air, creating a sonic boom as he barely managed to steady himself. A flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Roger had managed to deflect his full-strength attack so easily? Ha 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 ha. Interesting, Shiki grinned, but there was already a hint of madness in his smile. Roger, you really are not just a name. Rhett returned to the boat and saw this scene. Turtle, the gears of fate have begun to turn. It should be said that our captain is so charming that he makes young people think about him for the rest of their lives. Roger landed back on the deck, still smiling, but his eyes had turned serious. Shiki, your ambition is good, but don't rush to die. Seeking death. Shiki's anger was ignited again. He raised his hand suddenly, and the remaining 2 ships were all lifted into the air and smashed into the Oro Jackson. Lousy will let you know today who is the real king. Just as Shiki was about to launch the next attack, Roger's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Shiki turned around suddenly, but it was too late. Blood splattered as Shiki's chest was cut open with a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. He groaned and his body slammed into the sea like a cannonball, stirring up huge waves. The sea gradually calmed down, leaving only the floating wreckage of the ship and the unconscious Golden Lion. Roger sighed and scratched his head. Oh, was I too harsh? Rhett stood at the stern, looking at the Golden Lion floating in the distance, his lips curled up slightly. Oh my god, we've lost already. What's going to happen to our family status? Roger laughed and waved. Let's go, let's continue our adventure. The Oro Jackson slowly sailed away, leaving Shiki floating on the sea, his long golden hair untied, undulating with the waves. His fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes burned with unwilling anger. Roger, and that little devil with the fog, just wait for me. Roger, lousy, will definitely surpass you. Chapter 21, Pirates King, you should abdicate. On the vast ocean, the sun shines on the boat of Roger Pirates. If you have nothing to do, just fight. Red and Roger stood facing each other, and the crew members gathered around them, their eyes full of anticipation. It's open, brothers. Now I, Jabba, will introduce to you. This contestant is Captain Gold D. Roger of the Roger Pirates. Our challenger is Red, also from the Roger Pirates, known as Scarlet Mist. Will the king retain his throne, or will a new challenger ascend to the throne? Let us wait and see. Red's expression was serious, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He knew very well how strong the man in front of him was. Red held the black tide in his hand, and blood mist gradually emerged and thickened around him, filling the entire deck. Captain, be careful, Red shouted, stomping his feet on the deck. The black tide sword in his hand was wrapped in corrosive mist and slashed down with a tremendous force. Roger had a signature smile on his face, and he turned slightly sideways without any hurry. Little Red, not bad, Roger encouraged with a smile. But Roger did not slack off, and immediately shattered the mist blade. Red's black tide was the first attack, followed by a mist blade condensed from mist, originally intended to give Roger time to dodge and regain his strength. As a result, Roger dodged it easily. Little Red can't even take the initiative, he's just a wimp, Jabba said sarcastically from the sidelines. Red missed the target but was not discouraged. Red even took the time to yell at Jabba. Hey, if you're a commentator, stay neutral, a-hole. He immediately activated the mist fruits ability, and the mist rapidly changed under his control. The originally thin mist became thicker, transforming into fine needle-like objects, shooting towards Roger. This was the move he had developed, Mist Needle Thousand Rain. Advertisement. Roger's eyes fixed, and his body moved quickly, weaving in and out of the mist needles, each dodging perfectly. The mist needles hit the deck beside him, leaving tiny dents. HMPH, watch me. Red saw that the mist needles were not working, so he used his strength again. He compressed the mist on the blade of the Black Tide great sword, and the mist around the sword instantly turned red, as if it was burning. Red raised the sword high. He shouted, "Mist God Flow, Blood Tide." Then he swung his sword down fiercely. A sword energy with blood-red mist swept towards Roger like a surging tide. Wherever it went, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sizzling sound. Roger felt the powerful force of the blow, put away his smile, and his expression became serious. He stood firmly on the deck. He gripped the sword, Ace, at his waist with both hands, and armament Hawkeye instantly wrapped around the blade. He shouted, "God avoid." A brilliant sword light burst out, colliding with Red's sword energy. Boom! With a loud bang, the shockwaves generated by the collision of the two powerful forces swept across like a storm. The crew members on the deck were forced back by this force, and some even lost their balance and fell to the ground. Jabba was surrounded by a layer of white mist, which was why he could see the battle clearly. He said, "Two such powerful attacks, what will be the result?" The fog was blown away, revealing two figures. Red was thrown back by the impact, his feet leaving two deep marks on the deck, his arms trembling slightly, blood oozing from his knuckles. But his eyes remained firm, and he didn't retreat at all. Red didn't fall down. It seems that Red has made great progress. What are you waiting for? Press on. It's not over yet. Red gritted his teeth and rushed towards Roger again. Roger watched Red rushing towards him again, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, and he raised his sword again, ready to meet the attack. Red came in front of Roger, swinging his sword vigorously, constantly changing his attack methods, sometimes slashing straight, sometimes slashing horizontally, and each blow carried all the strength of Red's body. Seeing that there was no hope of defeating his captain in a head-on confrontation, Red decided to use the method he was best at. Red gradually retreated and disappeared into the fog. It appeared, Little Red's most shameless style of play, Tui, dubbed in a film accent. It's really an excellent tactic. Jabba looked disgusted. Don't ask, the answer is that he was disgusted by this move. The figure was looming in the fog, and there was no name for Bai Chi, but Feiwu, Crimson Blood Fog. He found the right moment and suddenly appeared behind Roger. The Black Tide sword slashed fiercely with mist, compared to concentrating all the strength on one point to increase the lethality. Red prefers to split his power into two parts, with Black Tide slash followed by Mist Blade, a fighting style Red borrowed from Ran Ming Hua and Slippers. Roger reacted quickly, turning and blocking the blow with his saber. Advertisement. Roger watched his surroundings warily, waiting for Red to reappear. A moment later, Red rushed out from the mist in another direction, the mist condensing into a spear in his hand, and stabbed at Roger. When the spear stabbed at Roger, the Black Tide had already swept towards Roger. Roger dodged sideways, and Red took the opportunity to disappear into the fog again. Red repeated this process, constantly moving through the fog to attack, and then quickly disappearing into the fog after the attack, making it difficult for Roger to catch up. But Roger has been in the Pirates King for 16 more years than Red. Roger didn't even use here all things to bully him. Although Red's fog can block his observation Hawkeye, Roger's observation Hawkeye is among the best in the entire Pirates. After all, Red's strength was far inferior to Roger's. After another fierce collision, Red's sword was knocked away, and he was thrown back, tumbling heavily to the deck. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. "Haha, Little Red, you've done pretty good." Roger walked forward and helped Red up with a smile. Red wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Roger, and said firmly, "Captain, I will become stronger." "Ha ha ha, really? I believe you." He patted Red's head with a look of relief. Hey, don't look like an old father who is very pleased. You be asterisk 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 D Captain. Red Shark Tooth. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Red sat slumped against the side of the ship, rubbing his aching arm, the Black Tide greatsword leaning against him. Roger came over and sat down next to him, handing him a bottle of rum. "Drink?" Red took the bottle and took a big gulp. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, making him grimace. "Shush, this stuff still tastes so bad." Roger laughed heartily, handed him a glass of orange juice with one hand, and rubbed his head vigorously with the other hand. "Kid, you did a good job today. In a few years, maybe you can really beat me down. I'm really looking forward to it." Red rolled his eyes. "Come on, your observation Hawkeye is like it's on." Rayleigh came over with a glass of wine in hand, the golden light of the sunset reflected in his glasses. "Don't be discouraged, Red. You're only 19 years old, and it's outrageous that you can fight Roger to this extent." Jabba cheered from the side. "That's right, try harder next time and make the captain sweat more." Red was listening to everyone's words of comfort when he heard Jabba say, "Jabba, what are you talking about? I want to fight you one-on-one." Everyone laughed, the atmosphere was so relaxed. Chapter 22. Lao Rui, I'm always at the forefront of eating melons. Today, while eating, Rhett was scanning the newspaper and saw a piece of news. Newgate, when you went to sea, did you really think that your destination was your strength? Captain, look. Rox has recruited Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku, and the others into the pirates. The newspaper read, Shock, King of the World. Rox pirates have absorbed powerful pirates including Pirates Newgate and destroyed Marine 16. Do they intend to rule the sea? For more details, please look forward to the next issue. A photo of Rox Shiki Newgate will be included at the end. It seems the little lion has been defeated, ha 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 ha, Roger laughed. Red is excited. If no one spreads the rumor, I will spread it. The three of them were the first to follow Shiki. Haji G, you are really something. Is this what you call a response? I'm sold. The Roger pirates stopped at a bustling trading island to rest. The crew members dispersed in twos and threes, some went to purchase supplies, and some went to the tavern to relax. Rayleigh sat on the open-air seat outside the pub, sipping his coffee slowly, looking particularly gentle. At this moment, a tall woman with slightly curled black hair came over. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and had a faint smile on her lips. Hey, sir, how boring it is to drink coffee alone. She pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Rayleigh without any hesitation. Rayleigh raised his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes behind the lenses, but he quickly regained his composure. Miss, do we know each other? Now we know each other, don't we? The woman held her chin with one hand, her smile deepening. My name is Shaki, and I'm an intelligence dealer. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. Information dealer? Are you here to sell intelligence, or to buy it? Shaki blinked. Of course, I'm here to exchange information. She deliberately stretched out her words, tapping her fingertips lightly on the table. For example, I'm very interested in Pluton, Rayleigh. The scene switches to the rooftop where Rayleigh is drinking coffee. If you look closely, you'll notice that a certain roof is slightly different from the surrounding area. This is the effect of Rhett's high-powered fog. There are two people lying under the fog, one is Rhett and the other is Jabba. At the current fog density. Rhett said without exaggeration that if Uncle Rayleigh didn't sweep here hard, it would be impossible to find it. Rhett poked Jabba. I'll tell you, Jabba, there's a story. Jabba nodded frantically. It's no wonder we followed him from the island. We've been following him for about 16 islands, and now we finally caught him. Rhett quickly covered Jabba's mouth. Shush so we don't get caught. Rayleigh coughed lightly and picked up the coffee to hide his awkwardness. Oh, what do I have that you're interested in? A lot. Shaki leaned in closer and lowered his voice. For example, you're a pirate, so why do you always wear glasses? Is it to look refined? Advertisement. Rayleigh nearly choked on his coffee. It's just a personal habit. Oh, Shaki stretched out his tone, his eyes sly. For example, you're Captain Roger. Is it true that he laughs 3 times before a fight as the rumors say? Rayleigh held his forehead helplessly. Are you here to gather intelligence, or to listen to 8 trigrams? Both. Shaki smiled and pulled out a small notebook, writing down the following in a serious manner. Rayleigh looked helpless when asked about Roger, and it seems he has some issues with the captain. Further speculation is that he might be coveting the captain's position. Rayleigh, hey, this isn't intelligence talk, this is rumor-mongering. Not far away, Rhett lowered his voice. Brother Jabba, Uncle Rayleigh is blushing. You saw it. Jabba stifled a laugh. It's so rare to see Rayleigh get humiliated. Who the hell is this woman? Shaki seemed to notice their gaze, turned around and winked at them, scaring the two of them so much that they quickly shrank back. Rhett quickly pushed Jabba's head back into the mist. Brother Jabba, don't stick your head out of the fog, you want to kill us both. Because he was afraid that the range would be too large and attract attention, Rhett only covered himself and the other two with a thin layer of extremely dense fog. The distance was not far, and he just looked up and went out. Rhett had to sigh. Young sister Shaki is really sharp. Okay, we've almost gathered enough intelligence. Shaki closed the notebook, stood up, and looked down at Rayleigh with a playful smile on his face. Next time we meet, I hope you can buy me a drink instead of coffee. Rayleigh opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Shaki turned and left, leaving behind only a faint scent of perfume. Come out, you two. How long do you want to see me? How thick-skinned are Rhett and Jabba? Rhett and Jabba immediately came over, 8 trigrams on their faces. Uncle Rayleigh, who is she? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and pretended to be calm, a troublesome woman. Rhett smirked, but she seems quite interested in you. Phew, there's a relationship going on. Rayleigh, kid, are you training too little? Rhett, I shut up. A few days later, the Roger pirates were preparing to leave the port. Advertisement. Rhett was squatting on the deck counting supplies when Jabba suddenly grabbed him and lowered his voice. Hey, kid, look over there. Rhett followed his gaze. At the entrance of the tavern by the harbor, Rayleigh was being cornered by Shaki. Rhett is crazy. Why doesn't he have a camera in his hand? Camera is quick. Help him and take pictures quickly. Rhett is really upset that he can't record this couple's eating the melon scene. Shaki leaned against the wall with one hand, holding a small piece of paper in the other. He smiled and approached Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, I have some top-secret information. Here. Do you want to hear it? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, trying to remain calm. What intelligence? Shaki's red lips curled slightly. I heard there's a kid named Rhett on your ship who really likes to pass 8 trigrams. Rayleigh, Rhett, who was hiding behind the cargo box. Jabba's shoulders were shaking from trying to hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha, you've been sold. Red gritted his teeth. How does this woman even know this? Shaggy seemed to be aware of their presence and deliberately raised his voice, especially regarding certain people, emotional aid trigrams. Rayleigh's forehead jumped. What do you want to say? Shaggy blinked, suddenly stood on tiptoe, and whispered something in his ear. The tips of Rayleigh's ears turned red. Red and Jabba's eyes widened. Ooh. Shaggy took a step back with satisfaction and shook the note in his hand. If you want complete information, remember to buy me a drink next time we meet. After that, he turned around and left in a cool manner. Rayleigh stood there for a long while before taking a deep breath and holding his forehead. What on earth does this woman want to do? Red and Jabba leaned over stealthily. Uncle Rayleigh, what did she tell you? Rayleigh deadpanned. Today's training is doubled. Red, Jabba. What's it got to do with us? In the distance, Shaggy leaned against the entrance of the alley, looking at the noisy Roger Pirates group and chuckled. Advertisement Chapter 23 Roger starts the second round of Little Lion. A fleet appears ahead. It's the Golden Lion Pirates. Roger poked his head out of the captain's cabin and grinned. Oh, that Shiki guy dared to come looking for us? Red jumped up and squinted his eyes. 3 powerful warships were approaching through the waves, with Golden Lion head flags flying on their bows. On the deck of the flagship, 3 figures stood out. I won't introduce the old CP of Golden Lion Shiki in detail here. Ochaku is a burly man with a long sword hanging on his waist and a sinister look in his eyes. Charlotte Linlin should be said that the young Charlotte Linlin was really beautiful, holding a piece of cake in her hand and cream on the corners of her mouth. As for what she looks like when she gets older, I won't comment on it for the time being. Ha ha ha. Roger. Long time no see, Shiki laughed, his voice coming with the sea breeze. Roger put his hands on his hips and responded cheerfully. Why, you didn't get beaten enough last time, so you brought help this time? Shiki's forehead was bulging with veins, but he quickly suppressed his anger and said with a sinister grin, don't get me wrong, Lousy came this time. To give you a chance. Captain Rox has taken a fancy to you, Ochaku added coldly, join us, and sooner or later this ocean will be ours. Rhett's mouth twitched as he muttered, oh my goodness, the pyramid scheme leader Rox has started recruiting people. This pyramid scheme trend has finally reached our ship. Jabba carried his axe and scoffed, what are you Rox pirates? Charlotte Linlin licked the cream on her fingers and said with a smile, Mama, Roger, if you join us, I can make cakes for you every day, and we can even. After saying that, she cast a wink at Roger. Who is Roger? He was so dumbfounded that he didn't even understand what it meant. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and said calmly, Captain, it seems they even resorted to honey traps. Roger laughed heartily and patted his straw hat. Kuhahaha, thanks, but I'm not interested in being someone else's underling. Shiki's eyes turned cold, and a hint of ambition flashed through his eyes as he spoke. Roger, don't be ungrateful. Captain Rox is a man who wants to become the king of the world. Red caught it. It seems that Shiki is not really surrendering, he is holding back on his bad intentions. Red scratched his ear and asked loudly, what? The king of the world? Has he consulted naval headquarters, the world government, and our captain? Ochaku snorted coldly. You have no right to speak here, little brat. Roger's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes gradually became sharper. Go back and tell Rox. Red sneered, stop daydreaming and still want to subdue our captain. I'm Tui. The sea breeze suddenly froze, and the two sides were on the verge of a fight. Shiki sneered. Then there's nothing we can do. He raised his hand suddenly, Lion Majesty Hamaki. The sea surface exploded, and the huge waves turned into several roaring lions, rushing towards the Oro Jackson. Advertisement. Roger drew his sword, Conqueror's hockey wrapped around the blade, and laughed. Boys, the war has begun. The sea breeze was howling, and on the deck of the Oro Jackson, 2 figures were facing each other quietly. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light. Akoku slowly drew out his long sword, the blade flashing with a cold light. He said in a low voice, Pluton, Rayleigh, I heard that your observation hockey can predict everything. Rayleigh smiled slightly. Why don't you try it and see? Akoku's figure suddenly disappeared. It was not high-speed movement, but true disappearance. No footsteps, no breath, even the flow of air was not disturbed. Silent assassination technique. Shadow strike. The blade silently stabbed into Rayleigh's back. Rayleigh seemed to have anticipated this, and without even turning his head, he swung his sword back. Clang. Sparks flew as Ochaku's sword was accurately blocked. Ochaku's pupils shrank slightly. You can see me? Rayleigh chuckled. No, I heard it. Your heartbeat is so loud. Ochaku sneered. Then I'll let you hear enough. He sped up suddenly, his figure flashing like a ghost. The blade light turned into countless afterimages, slashing towards Rayleigh from all directions. Silent flow. 1,000 blades. Each blow was silent, yet extremely deadly. Rayleigh stood there, his eyes behind his glasses as cold as ice. You don't really think that Uncle Rayleigh is so weak, do you? Clang, clang, clang. The rapier accurately blocked every attack, and sparks flew like rain. Akoku became more and more frightened as the fight continued. This guy can really predict all my moves. Just when Akoku's attack slowed down a bit, Rayleigh suddenly moved. Advertisement. Your silence is just a cover for your impatience. You act like a clown.
The rapier thrust out like a lion majesty, aiming directly at Akoku's wrist. Puff. Blood splattered, Akoku groaned, and the long sword fell out of his hand.
Rayleigh turned the blade and pressed it against his throat. It's over. Ochaku gritted his teeth and jumped back onto the boat. How is our Red playing? Red saw 3 people coming. Golden Lion belongs to Roger. Rayleigh grabbed Ochaku. Only Jabba and himself are left. Anyone who didn't fight will be considered inferior after the war. This is unacceptable. As he spoke, he opened his domain and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. Mama, little brother, is all you can do is hide? Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed dangerously. Rhett's figure was looming in the blood mist, with a helpless smile on his face. There's nothing I can do. My mist can even melt through warships. You're really shameless. Linlin punched the center of the fog fiercely. The air exploded, but only dispersed a shadow. It's so annoying. Like a mosquito. She stomped her feet angrily, and the whole ship shook. Rhett took the opportunity to flash out from the other side of the mist god style. Blood tide. The blood mist on the black tide sword suddenly burst out, transforming into countless fine blood blades. Kang. A metallic collision sound was heard. Linlin didn't even look back, but slapped the mist away with his backhand. Tisk. No weaknesses at all. Rhett frowned and disappeared into the fog again. Jabba was slashing at the soldiers while taking a moment to watch the battle and couldn't help but complain. Hey, Rhett. What's gotten into you like that? How come you can't even break a woman's skin? Rhett's voice drifted out of the mist. Go ahead if you can. This woman is tougher than Seastone. Jabba shouted. Then you let the people out. Rhett jumped into the air and exchanged positions with Jabba.
Jabba didn't say anything, stepped forward, and swung his 2 axes towards Linlin.
Crazy axe. Split the mountain. Boom, the axe blade hit Linlin's arm, and sparks flew from the collision of metals. Linlin didn't move at all, instead she laughed excitedly. Not bad, it hurts a little. Jabba's palms felt numb, and he cursed inwardly. Is this woman a Seastone spirit? But he said, this is just the beginning, boy, watch carefully and learn well, it's full of knowledge points. Chapter 24 You cut her arm. Shiki crossed his swords and slashed down suddenly. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Dozens of golden slashes tore through the sky and pounced on Roger like a mad lion. Roger laughed and drew his sword. Conquerors wrapped around the blade and slashed out.
God avoid. Boom. The black, red, and gold hockey collided, and the shockwaves ripped a massive crater out of the ocean. The Oro Jackson and the Rock's fleet shook violently. Red Conqueror's fixed self. Are these 2 monsters trying to split the sea apart?
Shiki stepped on the air and swooped down. Lousy can fly. What can you use to fight me? Roger grinned, suddenly jumped up, and stepped on the moonwalk repeatedly, and actually stayed in the air for a short time.
It's still possible to temporarily ascend by using the moonwalk. Clang. Ace and Sakura 10. The dead trees collide violently, sparks rain down.
Now Roger beat Golden Lion with a thumping blow. Let's turn our attention back to Uncle Jabba. Jabba suddenly changed his tactics and stopped fighting head-on. Instead, he used his agility to move around to the side of Linlin and swept his axe across the back of her knee.
Crazy axe. Cutting off the flow. Bang. Linlin staggered and knelt on one knee, but immediately punched Jabba with his backhand.
Mama, little trick. Jabba hastily blocked with his axe, but was still blown back more than 10 meters, and his back hit the mast heavily. I have to say that Charlotte Linlin, the steel balloon, is really shameless. If you hide in the fog and launch a sneak attack, it's not shameless. Ahem. This strange power. Jabba's eyes became even more excited. Rhett yelled through the fog. Jabba, she's got a loose leg, hit her ankle.
Jabba grinned. You tell me. He suddenly ducked and rushed forward, sweeping his 2 axes across the ground.
Crazy axe Earth Dragon. Swish, the axe flashed. Sparks flew from Linlin's ankle, and he finally lost his balance and fell. Mama? Advertisement. Jabba seized the opportunity and leapt up, holding both axes high. It's over.
Just as the axe blade was about to fall. Fist bone meteorite.
A cannonball hit Linlin's chest accurately and blew her directly into the sea. Jabba's axe missed and he almost sprained his waist. On the distant warship, Garp stood with his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Jabba was furious. Who needs your help? Fistbone meteor shower. Dense black shells fell from the sky, bombing both fleets indiscriminately. Red. Boom. 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 Roger and Shiki jumped back at the same time, looking towards the sea in shock and anger. Garp's dog-headed warship broke through the waves, and I stood on the bow picking my nose. Ha ha ha. Keep fighting. I'm just here to join in the fun.
Shiki was furious. Garp. You're looking for death. Roger suddenly put away his knife, laughed and waved his hands. Forget it. Enough fighting for today. He yelled at Garp. Old B asterisk 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 D. I'll buy you a drink next time. Garp. Who wants to drink your wine? Lousy is here to arrest you. But the warship obviously slowed down and had no intention of pursuing. 3-party exit. Shiki gritted his teeth, but looking at the damaged fleet, this was all caused by Rhett's mopping up troops. The 3 capable ones were tied up. Rhett kill, and the Marines who were watching him eagerly. He finally snorted coldly.
Roger. The next time we meet, Lousy will kill you with his own hands. He waved his hand to signal retreat, and the Rock's fleet slowly sailed away. Roger smiled and waved, say hello to Rocks for me.
Garp scratched his ears and said, tisk, boring. Then he turned the boat around and left.
He didn't want to chase Roger now, as it would be easy for Rocks and the others to take advantage of him.
This battle was really anticlimactic. Roger 1v1 scored 1 point, Jabba 1v1 scored no points, Rayleigh 1v1 scored 1 point, and Red 1v1 scored a perfect score of 100. Red got the MVP award, Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh were the easy winners.
The sea breeze blew gently, the smoke dissipated, and on the deck of the Oro Jackson, the Roger pirates sat or lay down, enjoying the rare post-war leisure.
Red collapsed on the deck, his body covered in red water stains from the evaporated blood mist, like a dried salted fish. This was not Red's blood, and the hacking and smashing soldiers could only be injured. Red jumped into the sea. Advertisement. I'm so exhausted. I killed at least a few hundred minions, but that old man Garp stole all the limelight. Jabba rolled his eyes as he poured wine into his mouth. How dare you say that? If it weren't for Garp's shot, Lousy would have almost killed Charlotte Linlin. Yo, I almost took care of Charlotte Linlin, Red said with an inverted V shape on his lips. Uncle Jabba, I'm not saying anything bad about you. I couldn't even break through the defense with my corrosion and slashing skills. How could your axe really break through the defense? Red picked his nose. After hanging out with Roger for a long time, Roger started picking his nose unconsciously. Red likes to pick his nose when he is being sarcastic, which causes obvious damage. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and calmly added, Jabba, your axe missed, so stop bragging. Jabba, Rayleigh, do you want to fight? Roger laughed heartily and hugged them both. Haha, we had such a good time playing today. That Garp guy is still the same, always picking the most lively moments to cause trouble. A huge hole was blown in the deck. Red looked at everyone, and everyone in the Roger Pirates group looked at Red. Red sighed and resigned himself to his fate as he climbed to his feet. Alright, I'm a user with special abilities after all. He pressed his hands against the deck, and mist seeped out slowly, filling the broken planks. Jabba was supervising nearby. Hey, kid, is your fog patch reliable? Don't let the boat fall apart in the middle of sailing. Red rolled his eyes. How about you? How did we get here without the Oro Jackson? I'm quite an expert at repairing ships. Jabba, you continue. Rayleigh came over and patted Red on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you a snack tonight. Red's eyes lit up. Really? I want barbecue. Rayleigh smiled. Sure, I'll deduct it from the 30,000 Baileys you owe me. Red, I choose to starve to death. I also need to borrow money from Red to practice using the Black Tide Greatsword and buy a boat. I have owed it for more than 10 years and you want me to pay it back now. I will definitely be called a deadbeat. As night falls, a bonfire is lit on the deck and the aroma of barbecue fills the air.
Roger held up the bottle, stood on the barrel and shouted, to today's victory, cheers.
Cheers. Everyone cheered, glasses clinked, and wine splashed. Jabba's face flushed from drinking, and he put his arms around Red's neck. Kid. You looked pretty cool killing the soldiers today. Red raised his chin proudly. Of course. I'm Scarlet Mist. Jabba. But compared to Lousy back then. Red. Stop it, Jabba. I'm tired of you bragging every time you get drunk. And if you bring up that shit again, I'll kill you. Jabba was furious. You little brat. What Lousy said is true. Do you know how to respect your elders? Rayleigh drank calmly. Well, like that time when you challenged the Sea Kings and got chased for 3 days and 3 nights. Jabba. Rayleigh. Shut up. Chapter 25. Garp's invitation before the Battle of God Valley. See Circle Calendar 1484. Rox has always wanted to recruit Roger, but it may be the will of the world. When Rox led the team, he never encountered Roger pirates. Without Rox, the others could not defeat Roger pirates. Shocked, Rox pirate cadre Charlotte Linlin stated on Beehive Island that if Roger, Jabba, and Red wanted, they could have a powerful child. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that Red's first confession would be to Charlotte Linlin. Little Red is just a little kid compared to Charlotte Linlin. A giant and a little kid hehehehe. Jabba laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Red did not refute this time, because I, Jabba, really have the say in the matter of giants. Days passed like this, and as the newspaper Seagull collected the reward notices one by one.
Rox also became a pirate's master, and today he captured Kaido.
Tomorrow we will destroy a pirate's gym, which also indicates that the Battle of God Valley is about to come. Red didn't feel anything. Whether the Rox win or Garp wins, he feels it doesn't matter. You guys will say that if the Rox becomes the king of the world will be in chaos. When the target of rebellion is no longer the almighty God, but a pirate, the idea of the inviolability of God, cultivated for 800 years will collapse. Why can you do what I can't? At least it gives the world a gap for rebellion. Although there are Marines now maintaining justice in the sea, Marines are Marines and Celestial Dragons are Celestial Dragons. Red will not attribute the achievements of Marines to Celestial Dragons. It is better for Celestial Dragons to die. When Rox gathered the pirates, Garp also found Roger and the others. The crew on the watchtower shouted, a Marine warship is ahead. It's Garp's dog-head ship. Roger grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement beneath his straw hat. Ha ha ha, my old rival is here. Red narrowed his eyes, watching the approaching warship. Garp stood at the bow, his face, always smiling, now unusually serious, beneath the brim of his iconic dog head hat. Prepare for battle, Jabba shouted loudly, and the crew immediately went into combat readiness.
No need to fight, but the necessary procedures must be followed.
But to everyone's surprise, Garp's warship stopped when it was still 100 meters away from them. Even stranger, the muzzles of the warship were all pointed downwards, clearly a signal for a ceasefire. You know, when Garp and Roger meet, they must start with a bomb. Ret has already opened the fog scene.
What the hell? Ret muttered, and blood mist began to swirl around him unconsciously.
He seemed to have guessed what Garp was going to do. Garp suddenly leapt up, moonwalk created several waves of air in the air, and landed steadily on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Advertisement. This action made everyone tense up, and Ret's fingers were already on the hilt of Kuroshio's sword. If Garp really wanted to say that, Ret would draw his sword without hesitation and ask them to protect those beasts. What a joke. Relax, kid. Garp glanced at Ret, then walked straight towards Roger. I need to talk. Roger laughed and opened his arms. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. Garp, when did you learn to be so polite? Garp ignored Roger's teasing. He lowered his voice, his tone more serious than ever before. Rox is preparing to come to the Valley of the Gods. The deck fell silent. Rayleigh's glasses flashed a cold light, Jabba's axe unconsciously dropped, and even Roger, who was always smiling, stopped smiling. So, Ret couldn't help but interrupt. Marine, what are you doing here? Ret didn't even yell Garp. Garp turned his sharp gaze to Ret, his eyes seemingly seeing through everything. Kid, do you know what the Valley of the Gods is all about? Ret stiffened slightly, but nodded. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba secretly walked over to Ret. They knew that Ret could see the future, which made Ret show such abnormal emotions. Although they had a good relationship with Garp, even if Ret did not know the future, they would always stand behind Ret. I don't know what you're talking about, get off our boat. Ret waved the black tide. After Garp blocked the black tide, he took 2 steps back and jumped out of Ret's attack range. Don't play dumb. I trust my instincts. Garp pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and threw it on the deck. See for yourself. Ret bent down to pick up the paper and discovered it was a list of slaves. Under special exhibits, it was clearly written, the total number of slaves was approximately 100,000, with children accounting for approximately 16%. Ret's hands began to shake, and the paper made a slight noise in his grasp. Garp. Roger's voice trailed off. What do you want to say? Garp took a deep breath and said, the Rox want to steal the celestial dragon's treasure and devil fruit, but those beasts. He pointed in the direction of the Valley of the Gods. Garp stopped talking. I don't know if the beasts he was talking about were Rox or celestial dragons. Rayleigh suddenly spoke up. So you're here to rescue the slaves. I thought you were supposed to use the 10-mile marine to prevent the slaves from escaping, so you can have some fun with Tianlong Daddy, ha 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 ha. Bullshit. Garp slammed his fist against the side of the boat, cracking the wood. Lousy came to kill Rox. But those kids. His voice wavered for a rare moment. They didn't deserve to die. Advertisement. The deck fell silent. The sea breeze carried distant screams, rubbing like a blunt knife in everyone's heart. Ret suddenly sneered. What a moving speech. But how can you guarantee this isn't a trap? Are we being used as cannon fodder while the Marines reap the profits? Besides, aren't those slaves also products of your protection? Garp didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked up to Ret, close enough to smell the blood on him. He lowered his voice so only Ret could hear. The guard in the 3rd cave under the west cliff is asleep. Ret's pupils suddenly constricted. Ret's voice caught in his throat. Garp took a step back, his carefree expression restored. What do you think, Roger? Want to team up and make something big? Roger stroked his chin, his eyes flicking back and forth between Garp and Ret. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Funny. Rayleigh, what do you think? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. From a strategic perspective, temporary cooperation is indeed the best option. However, he gave Garp a meaningful look. We need some assurances. Garp grinned, pulled out a densely marked map from his pocket, and tossed it to Rayleigh. This is the Marines' deployment in the Valley of the Gods. It shows the locations of celestial dragons and where they might hide in case of danger. I surveyed this when I was clearing out the Valley of the Gods. Isn't that a good idea? Ret stared at the map, the balance in his heart constantly tilting. He didn't want to protect those so-called celestial dragons, but he couldn't ignore the children's cries. What made him even more uneasy was that Garp seemed to be hinting at something. Ret. Roger suddenly put a hand on his shoulder. What do you think? Everyone looked at Ret. Ret slowly explained. Celestial dragons use the Valley of the Gods as a hunting arena, capturing slaves including humans, murlocs, giants, and others and banishing them to the island. They hunt them down with weapons or wild beasts for fun. Celestial dragons who excel in hunting are even rewarded by the 5 elders, demonstrating their so-called noble bloodline and fighting prowess. After that, Ret closed his eyes. Roger was silent for a long time. We can help you fight Rox, Roger finally said. Garp, I trust you, but first don't trust Marine. We have to decide when to strike. Garp laughed. That's enough, Roger. He turned and walked towards the side of the ship, glancing back at Red before leaving. Remember, if the fog is thick enough, even God can't see the truth clearly. Lousy doesn't care what the pirates do, nor does he want to care about the celestial dragons' lives, but the child shouldn't have died. It would have been very chaotic back then. The words hit Red like a hammer. Chapter 26 Celestial Dragons Deserve to Die. The central arena of the Valley of the Gods was inlaid with 12 tons of gold. Celestial Dragon's armor was poking the iron cage with a diamond-studded whip. Climb quickly. You dirty Murloc. The Murloc girl in the cage, covered in whip marks, mechanically moved her tail fin, and light pink blood foam oozed from her tail. Father, look, the young celestial dragon suddenly screamed, pointing to the sky. 3 winged man-slaves, their wings chained, were falling from 100 meters, the celestial dragon's favorite, birds falling to the ground, trick. The audience erupted in cheers, and the celestial dragons, wearing bubble hoods, competed to place bets on which slave would be reduced to a pulp first. Boring. Celestial Dragon B yawned, then suddenly raised his pistol and shattered one of the men's knees. That would be fun. Live exhibits line the marble corridors. A giant child with doll limbs sewn on, a mermaid singer wearing a jeweled collar, her vocal cords removed. This is the finale of this auction. The attendant respectfully lifted the red silk. 3 fur tribe cubs curled up in a cage. It will glow on a full moon night, making it perfect for a bedside lamp. Roger and his companions were in the 3rd cave under the western cliff, scanning the Valley of Gods with their observation hockey. Not a single one of them was not angry. Among them, Roger and Red felt it the most deeply. They both had the best observation hockey and could see the most. The faint breaths that Red sensed with his observation hockey were life fluctuations that were more terrifying and desperate than those of adults. The jungle echoed with screams. 20 slaves were thrown into a hunting ground full of traps, with bells tied around their necks and numbers carved into their wrists. The rules are simple, the host announced to the video Den Mushi, nobles hunt with special bullets, and if you hit a numbered part, you get the corresponding prize. He kicked the prize box at his feet, which was filled with devil fruit and slave contracts. Number 7. I'm going to shoot number 7 in the left eye. Smoke billowed from the muzzles of the celestial dragon's guns. A wailing sound came from 100 meters away as a female longhand collapsed, clutching her eye socket as blood streamed out. The pupils of the video Den Mushi constricted as it transmitted the image to Mariajoy's live broadcast screen. Rhett felt like he was going crazy. This was his first real encounter with celestial dragons. Although he had seen the cruelty of celestial dragons in comics, both his past life's values and what he saw in this life gave Rhett the same answer. They all deserve to die. They played with other people's lives at will. Why? He now wanted to go out and kill them all. Rocks were cruel, and celestial dragons were not much better. They were not good people. The marine flag at the God Valley port suddenly caught fire, and a figure wearing a captain's coat emerged from the cyan flames. Garp. His roar shattered all the windows along the shore. Are you bringing your toy soldiers to die? 50 warships in the harbor simultaneously turned their guns, but the soldiers in the front row suddenly fell to their knees, their shadows pinned to the ground by some force. Akoku emerged from the shadows, the head of a marine vice admiral poised on the tip of his blade. Our captain is questioning us. The iron front that Marine was so proud of was like paper in front of Rock's pirate. The wreckage of 10 top warships is burning on the sea. Is this how the world government gets its way? Rox crushed a Marine's helmet, his shoe sole grinding into his bloodied face. They couldn't even let me warm up. Rox was barely entangled by Garp, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Garp couldn't hold on for long. Advertisement. On the smoke-filled battlefield, 9 divine knights appeared in neat steps. They were wearing pure white cloaks with dragon hoof prints embroidered on their chests, and the aura of each of them was as deep as the ocean Tisk Tui. The leading knight, Captain Garen Sheng, held a rapier wrapped with Conqueror's hockey, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Rox. Rox D. Zebek, your crimes end today. Rox grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Just a bunch of you watchdogs. Before he finished speaking, Whitebeard took a step forward, and with the power of the shock fruit, he slashed down suddenly. Sky shock, collapse of the sky. Boom. The 3 Knights of God worked together to resist. You must know that the Knights of God are all elites. Jialin Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Jialin Sheng did not expect that the captain of Rox was so powerful. He always thought that they would crush everyone. After all, they were supported by the whole world. Hey, you seem to be ignoring us. Rox Pirates is a pirates group formed by the absolute strength of Rox. Before Rox falls or shows signs of defeat, their cohesion is also very strong. Similarly, as long as Rox falls, they will fall apart in an instant. Silver Axe Akoku also pulled down 2 knights. Shadow binding and hanging. Crack. Amid the sound of breaking stones, the 2 knights were knocked away, and it seemed that they did not suffer serious injuries. Charlotte Linlin stood on top of Thundercloud Zeus, swooping down with a wild laugh. Mama, your souls belong to me. The youngest divine knight had just raised his shield when he was swallowed by Zeus in one gulp, and his screams stopped abruptly. The first casualty occurred, and the death of the weakest one, Garen Sheng, did not care. Advertisement. Garen Sheng swung his sword fiercely, and Conqueror's entangled slash went straight to Rox' throat. Rox didn't dodge or evade, but grabbed the sword blade with one hand, and black and red lightning exploded in his palm. Too slow. Crack. The weapon in his hand was crushed by Rock's with his bare hands. Before Garansheng could react, Rock's other hand had already grabbed his throat and lifted him up high. The so-called Knight of God. Rox grinned, his fingers slowly tightening. It's just a dog owned by celestial dragons. Bang. Jialan Sheng was smashed into the ground, and spider-web-like cracks spread over 100 meters. Garp ignored the Knights of God. His only opponent was Rox. He wouldn't care if other people came looking for death. The few remaining veteran knights could only fight the Rox pirates to a draw. For a moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie calm. It was impossible for the Rox pirates to fight to the death. When Rox knocked Garp away with a punch and turned to look towards the auction house, he saw a scene that made him happy. The pirates have already broken through the Marines' defenses. Even though the knights are killing them, the pirates are like locusts. Rushing towards the entire celestial dragon's viewing platform, those gods, who were once high and mighty, were now fleeing in all directions like headless flies. Interesting. Rox licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let's pull these gods down from the altar. Garp took the opportunity to punch Rox in the face, but Rox grabbed his wrist and said, Garp, you're distracted. Bang. Rox knee hit Garp's abdomen hard, and the marine hero spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 27. Hardworking Master Rui is collecting fertilizer. In the underground passage, the merman girl was carrying an injured fur-bearing child on her back, followed by a dozen slaves of different races. Suddenly, a silver-haired boy appeared at the end of the passage, Don Quixote Honagu. Get out of the way. The merman girl bared her fangs. The boy silently handed over a bunch of keys. There's a boat at the east dock. His voice trembled. You can use one of those to escape. Rhett's mist formed a finger in the passage, pointing in another direction. There's an exit over there too. When the last slave disappeared at the end of the passage, Rhett turned and looked at the main battlefield. Rox was strangling Garansheng's neck, and Garp had stood up again, with the armament Hawkeye on his fist shining black. It's time to end it. The blood mist on the black-tied great sword suddenly surged. This time, Rhett did not cover a large area with the mist, but condensed it around himself, refracting the light and hiding himself. Rhett didn't rush to the main battlefield. You like to treat people as if they were not human, right, celestial dragons? Your dad is here, Captain Roger. Jabba looked anxiously at Roger, who remained motionless. Rhett. Let him go. Roger's straw hat covered his eyes. There's some fighting. It must be his choice. The center of God's Valley has long been in chaos. Since you like hunting. His voice floated in the air, but the source could not be captured. So now, the hunter is lousy. The wasted saint of celestial dragons was frantically ordering his guards, quick. Escort me out of this damn place. The guards looked around nervously, but saw only a scarlet mist. Sir, we can't find the enemy. Waste. A bunch of waste. Puff. The voice of celestial dragon's deposed saint suddenly stopped. A line of blood as thin as a hair appeared on his throat at some point. The guards watched in horror as his head slowly slid off and blood gushed out. The first one. Since he decided to start killing celestial dragons and succeeded in killing the first one, Rhett felt that he suddenly felt unblocked and the bottleneck that was blocking his fruit disappeared. Rhett felt that his fruit ability had awakened. His mist was previously called blood mist, which was a bit of a stretch because he had mixed that color himself. Now the blood mist really lived up to the name. Since you don't take your life seriously, then I will treat your life as fertilizer, that's fine too. Advertisement. Rhett felt that the awakening of the fruit brought about an overall improvement in the quality of the fog. Moreover, as long as Rhett wanted, he could extract the vitality of the creatures in the fog and feed it back to himself. After killing the celestial dragons, my mind became clear. The golden fruit of the river god was flowing. The pirate's king is indeed an idealistic world. Celestial dragons, vegetable sage and grass sage hid behind a golden statue, trembling all over. Damn you lowlifes. How dare you attack us? Celestial dragons noob saint roared hysterically. When the Marines get here, I'm going to capture their entire families and enslave them. Don't make any noise. Celestial dragon's grass saint covered his mouth. That guy can hear us. Suddenly, celestial dragon's vegetable saint shoved grass saint aside and drew his jewel-encrusted pistol. Slave, how dare you touch such a noble being with your dirty hands? Slave, why are you here? Bang. The bullet pierced the celestial dragon's grass saint's forehead. Celestial dragon's vegetable master stared blankly at his hands. I didn't mean to. Bang. Celestial dragon's vegetable saint and grass saint's chests exploded with blood. They looked at each other, pulling the trigger with confusion in their eyes. They had clearly just seen a slave. The moment he fell, he saw a pair of cold red eyes in the mist. Dog bites dog, it really makes me feel happy. The celestial dragons were dragging their fat bodies towards the golden carriage, their ugly faces covered with snot and tears. Save me. I am a descendant of the creator. You untouchables must. Mist erosion life siphon. Red lightly hooked his fingers, and the mist wrapped around the celestial dragon suddenly tightened. The obese celestial dragon suddenly froze, his skin shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the essence of his flesh and blood was sucked away by the mist, turning into strands of scarlet energy that flowed back into Rhett's body. In just 3 seconds, a dried corpse fell to the ground, and when the wind blew, it turned into ashes and scattered. Rhett clenched his fists, feeling the vitality filling his body, his strength was returning, and even his haki was becoming more solid. So this is what plundering lives feels like. No wonder you guys are so addicted to smashing things. Oh, you're just not good at it, so you can't feel it.
The 5 remaining celestial dragons gathered together, holding their cups back to back, trembling all over.
Come out, you devil. Rhett's voice came from all directions. Don't you like hunting? Now, it's your turn to be the prey. Mist Realm. Life withers. Advertisement. The scarlet mist suddenly spread, enveloping all 5 celestial dragons. Ah, my arm. Help. My skin is melting. Where the hell have you been, slaves? Marine, save me. Their screams gradually became weaker, and the essence of their flesh and blood was madly extracted by the mist, turning into 5 blood-red streams that flowed into Rhett's body. Plop. The 5 mummies fell to the ground at the same time, but Rhett's aura rose to an unprecedented height. It's sickeningly sweet. He looked down at his hands, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. But it's just right for you. The merman girl and the escaped slaves have reached the dock, but their pursuers are hot on their heels. Stop them. Don't let any of them escape. Colonel Marine rushed in with dozens of soldiers, raining bullets on the defenseless slaves. Suddenly, scarlet mist rose from the ground and turned into a barrier to block all attacks. What is this? The merman girl was stunned. Rhett's voice came from the mist. Run, don't look back. The next second, the fog wall suddenly spread out, covering all the pursuers. Mist therapy, the gift of life. The children's wounds were healing, and Marine's strength was gradually draining away. Yes, give your life as a gift to others. The gift of life is reasonable. Thanks to the celestial dragons for giving Rhett the gift of his fruit ability. They are all dedicated to scientific research. Let us spit a few words to show our respect. Water, water, water. Looking at the gradually weakening Marine, Rhett had a sarcastic look on his face. Isn't this the Marine who carries the responsibility of justice? Why isn't he fighting the pirates in the main battlefield? Instead of coming here to stop the slaves. I guess the pirates don't dare to fight, but the children can. Is that right? Rhett removed the mist from his face. Rhett, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the world government? Rhett picked his nose. Well, if you guys die, I won't be exposed, sayonara. Chapter 28 Roger Pirates arrive. Rhett wandered around the Valley of the Gods like crazy. He didn't go to the main battlefield, but he searched everywhere where celestial dragons could hide. He had collected almost all the fertilizer. What Rhett found regrettable was that some celestial dragons were heavily guarded by CP-0 troops. It was obvious that their status among celestial dragons was quite high. Pirates rushed towards them in waves, but it seemed that after a few waves, they stopped rushing towards them. Pirates are afraid of death, which is normal. Rhett, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, could not find an opportunity to attack. If Rhett really wanted to kill them, he could still do so, but it would be too risky. With so many celestial dragons coming, Rhett basically killed half of them himself. It was really a pleasure to kill Rhett. Rhett hummed a little tune and returned to the cave where Roger's ship was in a good mood. At this time, Rox had been fighting with Garp and his men for more than 3 days. Roger just waited like this, listening to the sounds of all things and paying attention to Rhett. Wherever Rhett appeared, there was hope and fear. He watched Rhett come back, without saying anything, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was unstoppable. As for the rest of Roger Pirates, it was difficult to find Rhett since he was hiding himself. However, everyone tacitly agreed not to ask him. Rhett's return made everyone feel relieved. Rhett was very happy with the kill, and Roger Pirates' group was in a good mood. Except for the celestial dragons, most of them were dead. Garp and Rox fought for 3 days and everyone was happy. Boys, let's go meet Rox Pirate. Roger shouted. Rhett looked at his captain. The intense battle had caused most of the Rox Pirate and Marine to be killed or injured. If he went out now, he wouldn't become a watchdog for the celestial dragons, because most of the celestial dragons were dead. Everyone was happy. We are here now, just passing by and coming to help. The celestial dragons were killed by Rox, and maybe the world government will thank us. Who says Roger only knows how to take risks? Stand up.
Rox's breathing was as heavy as thunder, and his black coat had long been torn, revealing his scarred chest.
Garp's iron fist left several bruises on his face, and his conqueror's haki was no longer as violent as it was at the beginning.
Damn Marine. Damn Garp. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and grinned at the equally embarrassed Garp. Why? All your masters are dead, and you're still fighting here? Garp grinned, his fists clenched and crackled. Lousy never fights for that bunch of trash. Just as the two were about to clash again, Kuhahaha, how can we be absent from the fight? A hearty laugh came from the edge of the battlefield.
Rox and Garp turned their heads at the same time, only to see a huge dark red ship breaking through the smoke, with the man in the straw hat standing on the bow, Galdi. Roger. This was Rhett's suggestion. We were just passing through. It would be suspicious if we just came in by boat. Advertisement. Roger. Rox. Pupils shrank. What are you doing here? UB **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************œux I'm here to help.
Garp's mouth twitched. He called out to Roger, who had just come out after 3 days of fighting. Help. Help who? Roger blinked. Of course I'll help, but Justice sighed. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and added calmly, we were just passing by. We saw Marines struggling, so we came to help. Jabba shouldered his axe and grinned, yes, we're caring citizens. Rhett stood at the side of the ship, the black-tied greatsword slung over his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. Inner thought. The celestial dragons are almost dead. If we show up now, who can still say we're here to take advantage? Hee. Roger Garp versus Rox, you asked about the 5 elders and the Holy Knights. Oh, it turns out they are almost all dead. The god of science and defense, the god of finance, the leader of the Holy Knights, the others are all dead. Rhett exclaimed, tisk, 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 what a reshuffle. Jabba. Rayleigh and the others went to find other members of the Rox group. Garp Roger Rox's affairs were not something they could interfere with.
Hey, Garp, Roger laughed, pointing his blade at Rox. Even though I'm not happy with you this time, but, let's go together.
Garp snorted coldly, his fists clenched and cracked. Stop talking nonsense. After you beat him up, Lousy will beat you up. Rox stood on top of the ruins, his laughter shaking the heavens. Idiots from 2 different eras. Come together. I'll show you the true king of the world. Rox Conqueror's power erupted like a tsunami, black and red lightning ripping through the sky. Roger and Garp simultaneously unleashed Hawkeye, 3 powerful surges colliding, shaking the entire island violently. God, avoid me. Roger's slash cut through space and went straight to Rox's throat. Fistbone meteor. Garp's iron fist was wrapped in top-level armament color and hit Rox's chest. Rox grinned, punching out with both fists, boom. The 3 forces collided, shockwaves swept across the battlefield, the earth cracked, and seawater flooded back. Rox was knocked back dozens of meters, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. Advertisement, kuhahaha. That feels good. He ripped open his shirt, and the spiral tattoo on his chest spun wildly. You are worthy of my full strength battle. Great Uzumaki. Devouring God. The energy of the entire island was absorbed crazily. Rox's muscles swelled and his skin cracked, but he burst out with unprecedented strength. Roger's eyes narrowed. Life is returning. Without energy replenishment, he is burning his life.
Garp grinned. Just what I want, Roger. Garp roared. Ah, I know. Roger laughed in response. The 2 rushed towards Rox at the same time. Fist bone galaxy impact. Garp's fist wrapped around Conqueror's, falling like a meteorite. Ace judgment. Roger's blade struck out with a blow that split the world apart. Rox roared, and attacked with both fists. The Overlord territory. The end. Boom. The sky and the earth lost their color. What is Rhett doing? Oh wow, the fight is really intense. Rhett watched the show from the bow. A blood mist enveloped the entire Oro Jackson, protecting it from destruction. Rhett spoke. From such a distance, he felt that the mist would be dispersed by their conquerors. I'll prepare this time traveler for you. I've killed so many celestial dragons, I should take a break even from shopping pigs. These are probably the 3 strongest people of this era. Let's ignore the old man hiding in the garden for now. With Rhett's current strength, he is already qualified to watch the game. Oh my goodness, Garp, how did he hit Rox in the kidneys? Oh my god, that punch looked painful. Oh my god, he knocked the captain away. Oh my god, that's a shame. If you study hard, you will learn all the knowledge points. When Rhett was commenting on the battle with relish, Rox trainee crew member Kaido, who was in the form of the little worm of the fish fruit, came online. Chapter 29. You see, he still has to thank us. The edge of the Valley of Gods was filled with smoke. Young Kaido had just eaten the fish fruit in the Valley of Gods and had not yet fully mastered its power. At this moment, he was rampaging through the ruins in his half-dragon form, spitting out a powerful hot breath and sweeping away several marines with his tail. Rhett squatted in the blood mist, holding his chin, looking at this little worm with interest. He could become a half-dragon just by eating it. Inner thought. Oh wow, isn't this the future, strongest creature? Why does he look so stupid now? Hey, kid, Rhett's voice suddenly came from all directions, scaring Kaido so much that he looked around with his dragon head. Who? Get out, your father. Swish. A whip condensed from blood mist suddenly lashed Kaido Long's butt. Ah, Kaido twisted his dragon body in pain and almost fell into the sea. Rhett's figure loomed in the blood mist, and he laughed wickedly. Little worm, your Captain Rox is about to be killed, why don't you go help him? Kaido's eyes widened. Lousy, of course I have to go. But you be asterisk 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 D. But you're too weak. Rhett interrupted him. The blood mist suddenly transformed into a giant hand and grabbed the dragon's neck. You can't even use Hawkeye, and you're called the strongest creature. Kaido struggled frantically, his dragon claws tearing at the blood mist, but it was like hitting cotton. Captain Rox, Lousy is here to help. He had just finished yelling when he suddenly felt his feet stagnate. Swish. A wisp of scarlet mist silently wrapped around his ankle. Huh, what the? Ouch. Kaido's eyes suddenly widened, and he felt a sharp burning sensation at his ankles. His skin was actually festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood mist. Bone erosion. Rhett's voice came from all directions, with a malicious smile. Kaido swung his legs wildly, but the blood mist was like a cancer attached to his bones, corroding his flesh and blood, and even had a tendency to spread throughout his body. Rhett felt that he had absorbed a lot more vitality. The stronger the vitality of the creature, the more life the mist could absorb. A-hole. Get out here, lousy. He swung his mace angrily, but only dispersed a cloud of mist. Tisk tisk, that's it. Rhett's figure was looming in the blood mist, holding a stick made of blood mist in his hand. Advertisement. Oi, kid, didn't your captain teach you that the observation hockey should be kept on at all times? Before he finished speaking, bang, a precise blow hit Kaido on the back of the head. Kaido's eyes went dark, and before his dragon scales could harden, he fell face down into the mud. Red walked over leisurely and kicked the unconscious Kaido. Tisk tisk tisk, the future, strongest creature. Now he's just a fool who got hit by a club. He squatted down, took the treasure he had just snatched from Kaido's arms, and then used blood mist to etch a few words on his back. I've been here, just one step faster than Odin and leave your own footprints, he. Suddenly, a gust of wind almost knocked Red over. Red looked towards the main battlefield. You guys, really think you can kill me like this? Rock's body slowly stood up from the ruins, blood dripping down his torn robes, but it could not hide the suffocating feeling of oppression. His conqueror's haki was no longer violent, but condensed into almost tangible black lightning, wrapping around his entire body, even the air was distorted under his pressure. Garp's fist trembled slightly, and Roger's blade was lowered an inch. They felt that this man's spirit was rising to an unprecedented peak. I am the king who will overthrow the world. You are nothing but stumbling blocks of our times. Rock's pupils turned completely black, and Conqueror's haki was no longer a shock wave, but turned into a field that enveloped the entire battlefield. The Overlord territory. Endless dark realm. In an instant, all the strong men present, whether Roger, Garp, Rayleigh, or Jabba, were all suppressed by an invisible force, and their movements slowed down for a moment. Observation haki was disturbed. Rayleigh showed a rare look of surprise. It's not interference. Roger grinned, but his eyes flashed with fighting spirit, it's being suppressed. Rock's Conquerors has gone beyond simple shock, it can temporarily suppress the opponent's perception and actions. The spiral tattoo on Rock's chest began to spin wildly, like a bottomless black hole, swallowing up the surrounding ruins, sea water, and even light bit by bit. Great Uzumaki God devouring. The entire Valley of Gods began to collapse, the ground cracked into countless abysses, sea water poured back, and the sky was torn into dark cracks. He's absorbing the entire island. Rhett's blood mist was being pulled wildly, and his face suddenly changed. This guy wants to drag everyone down with him. Rock's body began to disintegrate, but his laughter became more and more crazy. Advertisement. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. Roger. Garp. You think you won. World government. Celestial dragons. Clan D. You are all being manipulated by fate. My will never disappear. His body was crumbling, but his conqueror solidified into a dark shadow, soaring into the sky.
One day, someone will inherit my ambition, and turn this world upside down.
Rhett saw this and ran away. Hey, I took a treasure chest. Rayleigh, Jabba and his men retreated to the Oro Jackson. Rhett's mist condensed and was madly absorbed into the black hole, but Rhett didn't dare to stop. If he stopped, Jackson might be crushed. He compressed it into a shield outside the ship. Rhett was sure that the energy he consumed in the past 3 days was not as much as this time. Everyone released the conquerors to resist the violent and destructive force, but the ship was still firmly embedded in the Valley of the Gods, and it was impossible for everyone to leave because their captain was still inside. After the first impact, Rayleigh and Red immediately rushed to the Valley of the Gods, while Jabba continued to resist the impact on the ship. Now, God avoid! Roger roared, and Ace's long sword wrapped around Conquerors and cut straight into Rock's throat. Fist bone galaxy impact. Garp's fist blasted out, and the air was compressed into a vacuum. Pluton, sword of the end. Rayleigh's sword light cut through the darkness. Mist god style. Eternal night. Rhett's blood mist transformed into countless sharp blades, blocking Rock's retreat. Boom. In the earth-shaking explosion, Rock's was completely engulfed. The Valley of Gods sunk. The Rock's pirates watched their captain lose and evacuated the Valley of the Gods. The Marines could only watch from afar, as they no longer had the strength to pursue the pirates. Both sides were almost exhausted from fighting. Everyone jumped onto the floating wooden planks around them. The unprotected Marine warship was smashed into pieces. Rhett glanced around. Oh, the god of science defense is still alive. Turtle legend, the king of endurance, is also pretty good. The god of science defense looked at the Roger pirates and said, the world government owes you a favor. The world government will withdraw your bounty. Thank you very much for your help. Rhett, in Jerry form, points at 5 elders. Look, he has us to thank. He no longer considers why the Roger pirates appeared. If there were no Roger pirates, Rock's might really be successful. This no longer allows him to talk about it from any conspiracy theory because it doesn't make sense. There is no need for Roger pirates to risk their lives for the world government. This favor is too great. But the world government old guy is unlikely to kneel down to thank Roger pirates. Rhett feels good about it. This big favor will make everything easier for him in the future. Rhett feels that as long as the Roger pirates come into contact with the truth of the world in the future, they can walk sideways in this world, regardless of the ancient Shichibukai who have no obligations. Chapter 30. Draw SSR Shanks. After the Battle of God Valley, the Oro Jackson slowly sailed away from the ruins.
On the deck, the Roger pirates gathered in a circle, curiously staring at a gorgeous treasure chest that Rhett had brought back from the battlefield ruins. Hey, Rhett, what good stuff did you get? Jabba rubbed his hands with anticipation. Rhett shrugged, a mysterious smile on his face. Who knows, maybe it's the Celestial Dragon's treasure. No treasure can escape my sight. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and said calmly, given your personality, it's probably something valuable. Roger laughed and opened the lid of the treasure chest. Wow, the chest contained neither gold nor gems, but a little red-haired baby was sleeping soundly, with a pacifier tightly clenched in his little fist. The whole audience fell silent instantly. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Rhett, whistling, oh wow, what a bonus. The baby seemed to be woken up, and opened his eyes drowsily, revealing a pair of clear big eyes. Then, chuckle. He smiled at Roger, his hands waving as if trying to grab his straw hat. Roger was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid likes my hat. Rayleigh held his forehead and said, Captain, this isn't the point. Jabba squatted down and poked the baby's face. Hey, little one, what's your name? The baby, of course, didn't answer, but just babbled and reached out to grab Jabba's untrimmed beard. Rhett stroked his chin, thoughtfully. I found him in the Celestial Dragon's treasure vault. Wow, Rhett knew Shanks was found in a treasure chest, but he never expected that he would be brought into the Roger Pirates group. He is really looking forward to what will happen to this little butterfly of his in the future. Roger picked up the baby and held it high above his head. From today on, you are a member of our Roger Pirates, kuhahaha. Advertisement. Rayleigh sighed. Captain, have you ever really raised a child? Roger didn't care. What's the big deal? We have enough food on the boat anyway. We've taken good care of little Rhett. Rhett. Very good, Captain, remember what you said now. Roger was scratching his head over a boiling pot of milk, the liquid a strange pink, with suspicious bubbles rising from it from time to time. Rayleigh. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Are you sure this is how you mix formula? Rayleigh frowned as he flipped through the booklet in his hand. The cover read, Spartan Childcare Manual. The recipe should. He stopped abruptly as the liquid in the pot suddenly made a muffled puff sound and emitted a puff of black smoke. Rhett lazily peeked out from his hammock. Friendly reminder, are you sure chili sauce is safe for babies? The kitchen was in chaos. Jabba was scrambling to save the milk pan, Rayleigh was flipping through the manual, and Roger was pouring rum from a bottle he had pulled out from somewhere. Stop. Rayleigh quickly stopped his captain. Babies can't drink. Roger scratched his head and laughed. What does it matter, when I was a kid? You drank goat milk when you were a child. Rhett had stood in front of the kitchen counter without him noticing, and took out a new bottle with skillful movements, 45-degree warm water, water first, then powder, and shake gently. He turned his wrist deftly, and the liquid in the bottle soon turned a uniform milky white. This milk powder was specially purchased by Roger pirates on the island. Rhett had to complain about the Pirates King's technology. There were all kinds of strange things here, but the ships were still backward wooden sailing ships. Jabba's eyes widened. How come you are so skilled? Rhett handed the bottle to Shanks, and the baby immediately gulped it down. He smiled slightly. I might be a genius. At this moment, Roger suddenly slammed the table and stood up excitedly. Wouldn't it be faster to heat it up with my hockey? Without waiting for everyone to react, he had already wrapped the dark red hockey around his fingertips. Wait a minute, Captain. Bang! The milk bottle exploded into a dazzling display of fireworks in full view of everyone. Shanks was stunned at first, then he clapped his hands joyfully, his giggles ringing out clearly in the thick cloud of milk powder. Rayleigh trembled as he picked up the broken glass from the ground. This is my last collector's edition rum glass. Rayleigh endured it, but the longer he endured, the angrier he became. The more he took a step back, the more he thought about the loss. Roger, die. How about this? Spencer brought a coconut from somewhere. 10 minutes later, Shanks was already holding the coconut shell with a hole drilled in it, sipping the coconut juice inside with his little mouth, drinking it happily. Jabba was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. We succeeded. Yesterday I was fighting with Rock's pirate, but today I'm busy taking care of the kids. Ha ha ha, it's so fun. Late at night on the Oro Jackson, Shanks's cries permeated every cabin. Shanks was sitting on Jabba's lap, pulling his hair with his little hands and stuffing it into his mouth, spitting all over his face. Advertisement, Jabba. The baby mumbled incoherently, completely unaware that it was destroying the image of a great pirates. Rhett leaned against the mast, holding the video Den Mushi in his hand, and kept laughing. Ha 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 ha, my Jabba brother who has always been strong, you are really a character. Shut up, a-hole. Jabba roared in frustration, why'd I have to be the one keeping watch? Rayleigh calmly flipped through the duty roster. Because you cheated at the dice last time. Jabba was speechless, and Shanks had managed to chew his hair until it was wet, even trying to bite it with his teeth. Oh, let go, little brat. There was chaos on the deck. Jabba was shaking his head frantically trying to escape Shanks's clutches, while the baby thought it was play and giggled and held on tighter. The other crew members looked at Rayleigh desperately. First officer, can we put him in the captain's cabin temporarily? Just for one night? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. Sure, everyone's eyes lit up. If you want to see a drunk kid, everyone wilted instantly. The most unreliable person in Roger Pirates is Roger. When Roger first asked to bring Shanks, he actually brought little Shanks to drink together. Rayleigh led the crew to beat Roger up and the matter was over. What should we do? Spencer frantically said, if this continues, we'll all have nervous breakdowns. Rhett yawned, walked over lazily, and picked up Shanks from Jabba's arms. Okay, I'll keep watch tonight. Jabba was as if he had been pardoned. Really? Yeah. Rhett lifted Shanks onto his shoulder. Anyway, I'm very good at seeing and hearing things. I can comfort him before he starts crying. Everyone was moved to tears. Rhett, you finally have some conscience. Rhett's mouth curled up, but, from today on, your wine belongs to me. There was a deathly silence on deck. 3 seconds later. You're a devil who takes advantage of others' misfortune. Chapter 31. A pair of enemies. Roger squatted on the deck, watching Rhett expertly change Shanks' diaper. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Come to think of it, Rhett, you didn't have this much trouble when you were 3 years old and boarded a ship. Rhett didn't even look up from fastening his diaper. Nonsense, I'm a beat. Ah ha 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 ha. Rayleigh paused as he brewed his tea, a cold glint flashing across his glasses. Now that I think about it, it's definitely suspicious. Why would a 3-year-old drink my stash of liquor in the middle of the night? And he only drinks the most expensive ones, Jabba added, gritting his teeth. Lousy saved up 6 months' worth of Baileys to buy this rum. Rhett picked Shanks up, the baby happily pulling at his hair. He remained calm and said, that's called appreciating. Besides, when you picked me up from the deserted island, you already knew I wasn't an ordinary child. Whose good child would be left alone on an island? Roger laughed even louder. Indeed. Shanks yawned slightly in Rhett's arms, and his saliva covered Rhett's shoulder. Rhett looked at Shanks and patted the baby's back gently. See, this is what a normal child should be like. Rayleigh took a leisurely sip of tea. So you admit you pretended to be cute to get on board? What do you mean by pretending to be cute? Without me, the Roger Pirates would have collapsed sooner or later. Rhett tucked the sleeping Shanks into Roger's arms. Now it's your turn to experience the joy of raising a real child, dear Captain. Roger hurriedly caught Shanks. Rhett glanced over and saw an oak barrel rising and falling with the waves. Rhett's observation Hawkeye was the first to sense it. Wait, there's something in the bucket. It was a fateful encounter. Rhett picked it up. Roger laughed out loud. It's not another baby. The barrel banged against the hull, and the lid popped off. Inside was a small, red-nosed baby, clutching a half-eaten carrot and waving it joyfully at them. Another one? Jabba's jaw dropped to the deck. Advertisement. The baby cried out in excitement when he saw everyone. His red nose gleaming in the sun. He tried clumsily to climb out of the tub and ended up falling headfirst into Rhett's freshly hung diapers. Rayleigh's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Roger was already laughing and holding up the red-nosed baby. Ha ha ha. Look at his nose. How cute. Shanks seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up in Roger's arms. The moment the two babies looked at each other. Wow. Shanks excitedly reached out to grab Buggy's red nose. Buggy bit Shanks' finger without any hesitation. Hey, what are you two doing? Children should love each other. Rhett quickly separated the two, and Shanks and Buggy began to cry loudly. Rayleigh held her forehead and said, that's great, buy one get one free. I miss Rhett's childhood a little bit. Rhett, holding a baby in one hand, suddenly smiled devilishly. Captain, I suddenly have a brilliant idea. Roger came over curiously. Little Rhett, what good ideas do you have? Tell me quickly. Since you enjoy taking care of children so much, Rhett shoved both babies into Roger's arms at once. These two are yours. Wait. I haven't. Roger scrambled to catch the two squirming little guys, Shanks' saliva and Buggy's snot instantly covering his face. Rayleigh silently took 3 steps back. You're the captain, after all. You have to shoulder some responsibilities. These are your future crew members. Jabba had already climbed over the railing. I'm going to check if there's any damage to the bottom of the boat. Roger saw his crew had abandoned him, but he showed no sadness. He turned around and lifted Buggy and Shanks high up in the air. Who cares? Ha ha ha. From today on, you two are trainee crew members of our Roger Pirates. Shanks and Buggy seemed to understand. Buggy's red nose twitched, and he suddenly sneezed, and the bubbles of snot landed right on Roger's face. Hey, this kid is more difficult to deal with than Shanks. Roger wiped his face hurriedly. Advertisement. Seeing this, Shanks immediately imitated him and made a poof sound, but unfortunately his technique was not good enough and he only sprayed Roger with saliva. This pair of little enemies started fighting so early. The future 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks, the future new 4 Emperors clown Emperor Buggy. I watched them grow up. My future face will be bigger than I can imagine. Ha 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 ha. You two little bastards. Roger feigned anger, but couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson in captain's authority. He said as he was about to tickle the two babies, but Buggy grabbed their nose hair and Shanks took the opportunity to climb on his head. It hurts. Let go, little devils. The deck erupted in chaos. Rayleigh watched the scene and shook his head helplessly. This is going to be a lively scene. Jabba had turned over again, 2 bottles of wine in his hands. Come on, Buggy will learn to walk first. A bottle of rum. I bet on Shanks. Shanks has started talking, so Shanks must have learned to walk first. Another crew member immediately responded. Red casually joined in the betting. I bet they'll learn to steal alcohol first. After all, a captain is like his crew. Hey, you bunch of heartless people. Come and help. Roger's cry for help was drowned out by the laughter of the crowd. So some time passed. Hey, Shanks, look over there. Red quietly pointed to Rayleigh, who was taking a nap, and then put a bottle of ink into Shanks' hand. The baby blinked his big eyes and staggered towards the first officer. 5 minutes later, Rayleigh had a perfect pirate's flag graffitied on her face, while the culprit was sucking his finger innocently. Right. Rayleigh's roar echoed throughout the ship. Red, who was hiding on the mast, was shaking with laughter and didn't notice that Buggy had crawled up behind him. The baby's red nose twitched and suddenly he cried out, "Wow. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Roger rushed over and saw Red frantically trying to coax the child. Ha ha ha. It's karma. Roger laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. Red gritted his teeth. This kid is definitely pretending. He was smiling at me just now. Before he finished speaking, Buggy suddenly stopped crying and made a face at Red. The deck erupted in laughter. Even the usually serious Rayleigh couldn't help but twitch his lips, reaching for a towel with his face covered in ink. Chapter 32. The clash of two top pirates groups. 6 years have passed, and no trace of time can be seen on Red's face. This is the most practical increase brought by his awakening. As long as Red is willing, he will not die of old age. He consciously nursed Roger back to health, but Red couldn't sense any signs of a terminal illness when he was replenishing Roger's life force. Was this really a plot twist? Red expressed skepticism. The Oro Jackson sailed leisurely across the shimmering blue sea. Red lazily lay on the observation deck, a blade of grass in his mouth, when suddenly his observation hockey stirred slightly. He squinted his eyes and looked at the distant horizon. A blurry black dot was slowly approaching. As the distance shortened, the black dot gradually revealed its outline, a huge whale-head warship, with the iconic Newgate skull and crossbones painted on its sails. "Hello, Captain," Red called below deck. "Someone familiar is here." Roger, who was being pestered by Shanks and Buggy telling stories, looked up when he heard this. "Who is it?" Red's lips curled up slightly. "Guess." Rayleigh sensed it with his observation hockey and pushed up his glasses. "Is this direction, Newgate?" Roger's eyes lit up and he stood up suddenly. "Ha ha ha, it's that guy." Shanks and Buggy immediately became excited. "Newgate? Is that the big pirate who is as powerful as the captain?" Red jumped down from the observation deck and landed safely. "Yes, and..." He paused, a playful smile on his face. "It seems they have a few more kids on board." At the same time, on the deck of the Moby DK, several small figures were busy. In the original story, Red Hair is 39, Vista is 47, Marco is 45, and Joe's is 42. Here, I make Sake the same age as Vista. 12-year-old Marco follows behind his brothers and sisters to prevent them from falling. The mother bird is also very hardworking now. 9-year-old Josie, with a faint diamond luster all over his body, was working hard to carry a wooden barrel. 14-year-old Bista and Saki squatted in the corner and dueled with wooden swords and spatulas. Take my rose sword dance, HMPH, watch my delicious slash. Newgate sat on a specially made huge chair, looking at the group of noisy kids with a helpless yet doting smile on his face. "Dad, a ship has been spotted ahead," a crew member reported loudly. Newgate looked up, his sight across the sea, and fell on the familiar dark red pirate's ship. "Gulala." He laughed softly. "It's Roger." Marco flew over immediately, his eyes sparkling. "Roger pirates? The famous pirates you're talking about?" Newgate rubbed his head. "That's right, and..." He paused, his smile deepening. "It seems they have a few interesting little kids on board as well." As the distance shortened, the Oro Jackson and the Moby DK slowly approached each other and finally anchored side by side on the calm sea. Roger stood at the bow, hands on hips, laughing. "Ha ha ha, Newgate, long time no see." Newgate stood up, and Kongyunki paused slightly, causing the deck to tremble slightly. "Gulala. Roger, you are still so noisy." The crews of the two ships looked at each other, and when their eyes fell on the little kids on the other ship, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Shanks and Buggy leaned on the railing, staring curiously at Marco and the others across from them. "Hey, Red Nose, look at that guy with blue fire." Shanks pointed at Marco excitedly. "Don't call me Red Nose," Buggy yelled, but soon his attention was drawn to Jose's diamond skin. "Wow. That thing glows. How much Bailey's must it be worth?" Across from him, Marco glared back, not to be outdone. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Zi scratched his head in confusion. "They have children on board too." Advertisement Bista and Saki had already taken up their fighting stances. It was not easy to beat the two kids. They had specially changed their weapons to wooden swords and spatulas, which were the wooden weapons they had practiced with since childhood. Aiming at Shanks and Buggy. "Want to fight?" Roger and Newgate looked at each other and smiled slyly. "Little ones," they both shouted in unison, "rob their treasures." Oh, the 6 little kids were so excited that they rushed out instantly. Marco's blue flame wings spread out behind him. Although he couldn't fly steadily, he was full of momentum. "I am a reserve member of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division." Shanks pulled out his toy wooden sword and grinned, I'm going to be the king of pirates. Bang. The two collided, Marco flapping his flaming wings while Shanks nimbly rolled and dodged, occasionally stabbing Marco's butt with his wooden sword. The Pokemon battle begins. Rhett squatted beside him, eating sunflower seeds. Shanks, attack his lower body. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. Marco, use your claws. As a result, the two of them attacked at the same time. Wow. Shanks was knocked to his knees. Ouch. Marco jumped up, holding his butt. At this time, Rhett couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being the youngest of the 4 emperors, and he had already shown his fighting talent. Shao Buili, the winner is decided. Draw. Joe's body shone with a faint diamond luster. Although he hadn't yet hardened his entire body, his fists were already hard. Take my punch. Buggy's red nose twitched, and he suddenly cried out, you're bullying me. Chao Zi was stunned. Huh? I didn't use much strength. Buggy took the opportunity to slide and tackle. Bang. Joe's fell face first onto the ground. All Whitebeard pirates. Despicable, Roger pirates. Great job, Buggy. Red gave a thumbs up. That's called deception in war, hee hee hee. I taught you that. Buggy wins. Just when Buggy is feeling proud, oops. Hey, you guys are cheating. Why are there 4 of us against 2? Buggy protested tearfully, covering his red nose. On the opposite side, Marco, Joe's, Vista and Saki stood in a row, looking aggressive. Marco put his hands on his hips and said, there's no fairness in the world of pirates. Joe's clenched his fist. Dad once said that numbers on the battlefield are also strength. Vista and Thatch nodded in sync. That's right. Shanks wiped the sand from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming more excited. Buggy, it seems we have to use that trick. Buggy was stunned. Huh? What trick? Advertisement. Shanks suddenly lowered his voice. Red taught us. Shanks suddenly rushed towards Marco and yelled, watch this. Marco immediately spread his flaming wings to meet the attack, but Shanks slammed on the brakes and pulled a handful of sand from his pocket. Eat my sandstorm. Ouch. My eyes. Marco covered his face and staggered back. Buggy took the opportunity to go behind Joe's and said, wouldn't you explode if I gave you a handful of chili powder? Achoo. Achoo. Joe's diamond skin was not afraid of blows, but his nose was hurt, and tears and snot flowed together. Taking advantage of the confusion, Shanks snatched Vista's wooden sword, and Buggy stole Thatch's spatula. Give it back to me. Vista was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Want it? Come get it. Shanks put the wooden sword on the side of the boat. Vista and Saki immediately became timid. Shanks held out his sword. Vista and Saki looked horrified. Shanks drew back his sword. A sigh of relief. Stretch out, horrified face, take it back and breathe a sigh of relief. Stretch out, startle, and relax. Oh yay, Navla no backquote asterisk, no Vista and Thatch showed their shark teeth. Hole, have you had enough fun? Now, the situation is reversed. Marco was still rubbing his eyes, Joe's was sneezing, and Vista and Thatch were still being controlled by Shanks. Shanks and Buggy looked at each other and smiled devilishly. Go ahead. The two of them rushed towards Marco at the same time. Shanks sweeps the leg. Buggy performs the red nose charge. Bang. Marco was knocked over by the two of them and fell into Joe's arms. The 4 little kids rolled into a ball, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Whitebeard pirates. How despicable, Roger pirates, great job. Red gave a thumbs up from a distance. You're worthy of being my student. You're a bit like me now, ha 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 ha. Roger burst out laughing. Coo ha ha ha, Newgate, your little brats need some exercise. Whitebeard wasn't angry, instead he looked at Shanks' Buggy with admiration. Goolala. These 2 little brats have great potential. Chapter 33 Newgate and Roger's agreement. Newgate saw his sons playing so happily and his hands started to itch. Whitebeard slowly raised the Kurgan knife. Now that we've met, it would be a shame not to fight, right? Roger drew his ace sword, the blade gleaming in the sunlight. Just what I want. The 2 men smiled wildly at the same time, which was the tacit understanding and respect unique to strong people. Shanks and Buggy also dispersed. Shanks and Buggy didn't notice Newgate at first, but when they saw him up close, their eyes widened. That's Whitebeard. He's so big. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and said calmly, don't run around. A fight between those 2 monsters is no joke. Red leaned against the mast, a slight smile on his face. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on these 2 little troublemakers. The little ones, stay away. Before he could finish his words, 2 devastating conquerors Hawkeye collided with each other. Boom, the entire island shook violently, sending rubble from the beach flying into the air and a wave 100 meters high erupting from the distant sea. The spectators were so shaken they sat down on the ground, their faces etched with shock. Whitebeard took the lead and used Kurgan Kiri, with the destructive power of the shock fruit, to chop down at Roger's head. The sky cracks. The space seemed to be torn apart, and a terrifying shockwave swept over. Roger laughed, and instead of retreating, he advanced, wrapped his fist around conquerors and punched out. Gods of War. Boom. The 2 forces collided, and a huge crater was directly blown out in the center of the island. The shockwave blew away trees within a radius of 100 meters. The little kids watching the game were so shocked that they fell all over the place. Joe said in shock. This Skay, Vista, grips the small wooden sword. I want to be this strong in the future. This is what a great swordsman is like. Whitebeard strode forward. Kong Yunchi swept across. Roger jumped back flexibly and kicked with a whip kick. Bang! Whitebeard blocked with one hand and grabbed Roger's collar with the other hand, preparing to throw him over the shoulder. Roger took advantage of the situation, turned over and jumped up, kicking Whitebeard in the chin. Gulala, not bad. Whitebeard laughed, took the kick, and punched Roger in the abdomen with his backhand. Advertisement, bang. Roger was blown dozens of meters away, but he adjusted his posture in the air, landed steadily, and grinned. Come again. The two of them simultaneously unleashed their strongest conquerors, black and red lightning intertwined, and the entire island was shaking. Roger. Take this. Whitebeard held the knife with both hands, and the power of the shock fruit was concentrated into ultimate. Newgate. Show me your full strength. Roger's fist was wrapped in an unprecedented amount of hockey. Boom, the sky and the earth lost their color, and a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters was blown out in the center of the island. Seawater poured in and formed a small lake. When the smoke cleared, Whitebeard and Roger stood facing each other, laughing at the same time. The sky cracks. Whitebeard took the lead, and with the force of shattering space, he struck down at Roger. The island's ground instantly cracked into a huge ravine, and the shockwave swept across everything. Roger did not retreat but advanced, slashing with his long sword. Gods of War. Boom, the two forces collided, creating a massive crater 100 meters in diameter in the center of the island. Seawater poured in, forming the Uzumaki. The spectators were blown away by the shockwave, and even Rhett was forced to deploy a black mist barrier to block it. It's not over yet, Whitebeard roared, and the power of the shock fruit exploded again, punching the ground. The entire island began to collapse, the earth's crust was torn apart, and the terrifying shockwave headed straight for Roger. Roger's eyes burned with fighting spirit, and his conqueror's hockey condensed into ultimate. He leapt up to meet the impact. Newgate, try my new move, Ace. Endblade. The blade flashed across the sky, and the black and red slash pierced through the shockwaves, heading straight for Whitebeard's chest. Bang! Whitebeard was forced back dozens of meters by the knife, his feet plowing two deep grooves in the ground, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gulala, awesome. He wiped off the bloodline, the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished, but his body was already shaking slightly. Roger sheathed his sword, his smile still as bold as ever. Newgate, how's it going? Whitebeard laughed. Don't be so proud, I'm just not feeling well today. He slowly stood up straight, and Kong Yunchi slammed his head. You won this battle. The whole audience was silent. Marco and the others stared at their father with wide eyes, incredulous. Whitebeard had actually given up? Roger stepped forward, fist raised. We'll fight again next time. Advertisement. Whitebeard grinned and bumped fists with him. Gulala, it won't be so easy next time. Whitebeard sat cross-legged, his massive figure casting a long shadow in the firelight. He tilted his head back, took a swig of his liquor, and cast his gaze out to the distant sea. Gulala. Roger, do you remember Rocks? Roger, chewing on a piece of barbecue, paused and grinned. That lunatic, of course he remembers. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, his deep voice sounding particularly heavy in the night. Back then, we all thought power was everything. Rocks pursued dominance, the ambition to subvert the world. But in the end, none of us found what we truly wanted. You can see that the Rocks pirates are a loose group, formed by the Rocks' ruthless tactics. There's only profit, no trust. A brother who's friendly with you one moment could be stabbed in the back the next moment if the profit is enough. That's when I began to doubt my destiny. Roger wiped his mouth, his eyes becoming serious for once. But you found it, didn't you? Whitebeard looked at Marco, Joes, Vista, and Thatch, who were making a fuss nearby, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Ah, family is where I belong. The firelight shone on his face, and that majestic look seemed particularly gentle at this moment. Roger laughed and patted Whitebeard on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, not bad, Newgate. You're acting like a real dad now. Whitebeard laughed too, but then changed the subject. What about you? What are you pursuing? Roger's smile faded a little. This was a thought that came to him after the battle in the Valley of Gods. The truth. The truth of the world, the blank century, D's will. I want to unravel it all. Whitebeard stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. Gulala, it's really your style. He raised the wine jug and said, then I wish you to find the answer soon. Roger clinked his glass and drank it all. Ah, I will. Rhett leaned against a nearby reef, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. He listened to the conversation between the two with a complicated look in his eyes. Rocks seeks power, Whitebeard seeks family, Roger seeks the truth. And me? What I am shouting is just what my predecessors who traveled through time would shout. What do I really want? Shanks came over at some point, holding a piece of meat in his hand. Rhett, what are you thinking about? Rhett came back to his senses and ruffled his red hair. I was wondering, what kind of big shots you little brats will become in the future? Shanks' eyes lit up. I want to be a great pirate like the captain. Rhett chuckled. Really? Go for it then. Maybe life is pretty good now, who knows, things will work out in the end. As the night deepened, the bonfire gradually died out. Members of the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates lay sprawled on the beach, snoring. Whitebeard looked at the starry sky and suddenly said, Roger, if one day you find the answer, remember to tell me. Roger put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes and laughed. Kuhahaha, definitely. The waves gently lap against the shore, as if witnessing this promise. Chapter 34. Choose your weapon. After the banquet, the two ships left separately. Pirates will not stay in one place. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, all the members of the Roger pirates sat in a circle, and the middle was filled with various weapons. Long swords, short swords, axes, pistols, broadswords and even some special weapons with strange shapes. Alright, kids, Roger grinned, patting Shanks and Buggy on the shoulders. Today's a big day, time to choose your weapons. Shanks and Buggy are already 6 years old, and it's time for them to choose their own specialized weapons. This is normal genius. The first 6 years are spent training their bodies. It's not normal for a 6 or 7-year-old to be able to run around the streets with a big sword on his back, don't you think, Red? Shanks' eyes lit up and he looked around excitedly. Buggy swallowed nervously, his red nose trembling slightly. Everyone took out their weapons and introduced them, hoping that they could find the one that suits them. Rayleigh elegantly drew out his slender rapier. His sword, pirates don't distinguish between swords and blades, was obviously narrower than an ordinary samurai sword, and the blade flashed a cold light in the sunlight. The essence of swordsmanship lies in precision and speed. One strike is enough to kill. The disadvantage is that the killing power is not great, and each strike requires extreme precision. He shook his wrist, and the tip of the sword instantly pierced 3 falling leaves. Shanks' Buggy was fascinated. Shish, shish. Jabba drew out 2 short-handled battle axes with a clang, and the axe blades were thick and sharp. A combination of strength and skill, chopping, throwing, blocking, the axe is a man's romance. This is a weapon that can be used for both offense and defense. The disadvantage is that the weapon moves are relatively complicated, requiring a good combat mindset, and it is difficult to master. As he spoke, he suddenly swung the axe at the wooden barrel, and the barrel was instantly split in 2, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Shanks' eyes lit up. This is it. Spencer twirled the long-barreled flintlock rifle in his hand with ease. The barrel of the rifle was carved with exquisite patterns. Hit the target from 100 paces away and kill with one shot. The gunman relies not on brute force, but on calm judgment. He raised his hand and fired a shot, and the feathers of seagulls in the distance fell. We are hunters from a distance. Anyone within our range is our prey, he said, striking a cool pose. However, the requirements for gunners are that you must possess strong observation hockey and armament hockey. The gunner's lethality depends on your range and the power of your shots. Buggy was tempted. That seems pretty good. Rhett leaned lazily against the side of the ship. Amidst the blood mist, a dark greatsword slowly emerged. A heavy sword lacks an edge, and great skill lacks refinement. He casually swung his sword, sending waves of sword energy surging. Once mastered, you'll possess lethality and defensive capabilities unmatched by other weapons. The obvious downside is that you'll need a strong physique and considerable stamina to back it up, and combat consumption will be greater than with other weapons. Buggy. Advertisement. Shanks's gaze finally settled on Roger's sword, the Ace. It was a long, sharp blade with a faint silver sheen and a red ribbon wrapped around the handle. Captain. Shanks took a deep breath. I want to use the same knife as you. Rhett glanced at Shanks and said, you're inheriting it now. You're worthy of being Shanks. Roger laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Good vision, but you can't control the Ace yet. He turned and picked out a similar training long sword from the pile of weapons and handed it to Shanks. Practice with this first. When you are strong enough, you can find your own Ace. Shanks solemnly took the long sword and nodded vigorously. Yes, I will definitely become stronger. Buggy was in a dilemma. He first tried Jabba's axe. Hey. Buggy's left and right brains fought each other. It was obvious that Buggy was not swinging the axe in the right direction. Jabba's axe was a one-block, one-attack. I used Buggy for a while but had to give up. It was a feeling that I was not suitable for this kind of weapon. Then he picked up Rayleigh's rapier, which looked quite realistic, but Buggy obviously couldn't control the stab point accurately, so the lethality was really limited. Oh. This is too hard. Finally, Buggy set his sights on Rhett's black-tied greatsword, eager to try it out. Brother, I want to use that. Buggy thought. The big sword is the coolest. I saw Rhett chop off an entire pirate ship from head to tail with one sword strike. The momentum split the sea in half, which shocked little Buggy. But what Buggy didn't know was that basically every great swordsman could split the pirate's ship. The quality inspector of the pirate's ship, the swordsman. The main advantage of the greatsword is in the fight, where sufficient weight can give you an absolute advantage in the fight. Ah, you said Rhett hacked the black sword? I don't know, he hacked the black sword. Playing the great sword gave him the ability to kill with one hit. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Buggy puffed out his chest. Of course. Well, try the weight of my sword first. Rhett was really curious about what Buggy would look like with a big sword. Advertisement, bang. As soon as the greatsword came into his hands, Buggy was brought to the ground, the blade pressing down on him, preventing him from moving. Help, help, Buggy's red nose turned pale with fear. Everyone burst into laughter. But after being rescued, Buggy became extremely obsessed with the greatsword and kept training just to be able to pick up the red greatsword. He trained day after day for more than a month, but the greatsword remained motionless, even if Buggy used all his strength. Roger squatted down, looked at Buggy, who was trying hard to lift the black-tied greatsword, and rubbed his head. Kuhahaha. Buggy, the heavy sword is not suitable for you. Roger saw it when Buggy made his first choice. Buggy's body was not capable of using a great sword. The reason why Red can use the greatsword is due to his monstrous physical strength, which has solved half of the difficulty of using the greatsword. In addition, his bone strength and muscle density have increased exponentially during training. Obviously Buggy does not have such a physical foundation. As for why it took Buggy so long to speak out. No one can deny a person's future before it even begins, and this month's training has not been wasted. But speaking out now is a responsibility to a crew member. Buggy grumbled unwillingly, but the greatsword is really cool. Roger blinked. A weapon doesn't have to be the biggest or heaviest. The key is to fit you. Besides, Rhett's greatsword is one of the best among all the great swords out there. He turned and rummaged through the pile of weapons, finally pulling out a pair of short daggers. Try this. Buggy took the dagger and was surprised to find that it felt great in his hand and was flexible and easy to wield. Oh, this one comes handy. He excitedly swung it around a few times. Although it was completely random, at least he didn't hurt himself. As he spoke, he took 3 handfuls in each hand. Red grumbled, sure enough, short weapons are better for those who are, more agile. I can only say that you are worthy of being the Clown King, Buggy. Rayleigh nodded. Daggers are good for sneak attacks and quick combos, which suits Buggy's personality. Chapter 35. Mermaid Island. The Oro Jackson was covered in a layer of colorful Madara bubble wrap and slowly sank into the mysterious deep sea. On the boat, Shanks and Buggy were running around excitedly. This was the first time for them to come to the Fishmen Island since they were little. It was also the first time for Roger Pirates. Roger Pirates had been searching for historical texts for 6 years. The giant sea kings swam leisurely like behemoths in the deep sea. Their huge bodies slid through the seawater, causing waves and making the whole ship sway slightly. All this made Shanks and Buggy amazed. But no sea kings were so blind as to attack the Oro Jackson. Sea kings. Do I look like Dashachin to you? The dozens of people on the boat didn't even hide their oars, and you asked me to rush him. Buggy danced with excitement and shouted, wow, glowing fish. Look, Shanks. Shanks was also shocked by the beautiful scenery and was speechless. After a while, he uttered, it's so beautiful here, The Oro Jackson anchored at the edge of the harbor on the island of Fishmen. The atmosphere was so tense it could almost wring water out of it. The residents of Fishmen Island watched from afar, their eyes a mixture of wariness, disgust, and fear. Several soldiers from the Dragon Palace Kingdom, tridents in hand, stood in front of the ship with a cold, unwavering gaze. Human pirates, leave immediately, the leading Fishman guard shouted, you are not welcome on the Fishmen Island. Shanks and Buggy lay on the side of the boat, curiously observing these fishmen they had never seen before. Buggy muttered quietly, why are they so fierce? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and whispered, the Murlocs have long been enslaved by humans, so their hostility is not without reason. Roger, however, didn't care. He grinned and strode forward. Kuhahaha, don't be nervous, we are just passing by and want to replenish some fresh water and food. The Murloc guards exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. One of them sneered, humans' words can't be trusted, who knows if you're slave traders. Rhett released a trace of Conqueror's Haki. Although the Fishman guards were trembling all over, miraculously they did not retreat but took a step forward, because they knew that their compatriots were behind them and they could not retreat. A hint of admiration appeared in Rhett's eyes, a hint of good intentions. At the same time, in Dragon Palace City, the atmosphere was equally depressing. The old king, Neptune's father, sat on the throne, his face full of fatigue and worry. Around him, the ministers were arguing fiercely. Minister A was agitated and shouted, Your Majesty, it's the human pirates again. Slave traders have been active lately, and we must not let them land on the island. None of these humans are good people, and they definitely have bad intentions. Minister B was relatively calmer and said tactfully, those are the Roger pirates. They haven't attacked yet. Perhaps we can observe first before making a decision. Besides, if they really want to attack, we don't have enough power to stop them. Advertisement. The old king pondered for a moment, his eyes revealing hesitation and struggle. Finally, he spoke slowly, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. I will go to greet them in person. If they do anything wrong, I will expel them immediately. We can't let the Fishmen Island fall into danger, but this is also an opportunity. Although his decision was a bit conservative, it was the safest choice under the current circumstances. At the same time, in the dark corner of Fishman Street, the young 24-year-old Fisher Tiger stood there, his fists clenched. He was angry that his compatriots were arrested and that he had limited ability to fully protect them. Are you here to plunder your compatriots again? I will never let these humans succeed. Tiger's voice was low and firm. The young man, Jinbei, followed behind him, a serious look on his face. He whispered, Brother Tiger, do you want to gather the brothers? We can't let them bully us fishmen. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, ready to fight to protect his compatriots. Arlong was already gritting his teeth. Damn humans. Let's go kill them. I want to rush over now and teach them a lesson. His impulse made him almost rush out immediately. Tiger restrained the impulsive Arlong. He was now the boss of Fishman Street, and he had to ensure the consequences of his actions. That's the Roger Pirates, a famous pirate group on the sea. Now go and hide the children of Fishman Street. You are not allowed to follow me. I will go alone. Tiger knew that if the Roger pirates really came to capture mermaids, no matter how many people went, they would die. It would be better to preserve the limited combat power to continue protecting these children. The Roger pirates tried to buy supplies at the port, but the vendors turned them away, and some even threw rotten fish at them. Buggy was furious. Hey, we're not bad guys. Shanks pulled his sleeve. Buggy, don't be impulsive. Just then, there was a commotion in the distance. Help. Let me go. A young mermaid was being dragged by several masked men, struggling desperately. The surrounding merpeople tried to help, but were no match for them. Rhett's eyes turned cold. Have the slave traders become so rampant now? These murlocs are so weak. How can they protect their compatriots? Roger's smile disappeared instantly. Hey, you guys. Before he could finish his words, Jabba had already swung his axe. Swish. Advertisement. The axe blew past, and a slave trader was cut in half. Damn it. A roar came from the direction of Fishman Street. Seeing that the situation was not good, the slave trader abandoned the mermaid and tried to escape, but Rayleigh had already blocked his retreat. Want to run? He flashed his sword, and several slave traders instantly fell to the ground wailing. Rayleigh had simply cut their tendons. The Roger pirates had zero tolerance for human traffickers. Anyone who sees it will die. However, the residents of Fishman Street were not grateful for this, but became even more angry. The conflict between human traffickers and mermaids has caused the mermaids to develop strong prejudices in protecting themselves. But it cannot be said to be prejudice, it is a means of protecting themselves. Humans are all in the same group. A tall red fishman, the young fisher Tiger, rushed out alone, with anger burning in his eyes. First you pretend to help, and then you collude with the outside, right? I thought the Roger pirates were a group of upright people, but I didn't expect that I was really blind. Tiger roared. Wait, we are not, Shanks wanted to explain, but the surrounding fishmen had already surrounded him with weapons in hand. Roger sighed and scratched his head. Looks like we just have to let them calm down for a while. At the moment when the two sides were about to clash. Boom! Roger's conqueror's Hawkeye suddenly erupted. The air trembled, the ground cracked, and an invisible pressure swept across the entire venue like a tsunami. The mermaids around rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Even Tiger was knocked back several steps and knelt on one knee. This was when Roger did not deliberately target them. What kind of power is this? He gritted his teeth and looked up at Roger in disbelief. Roger restrained his Hawkeye, walked forward and offered his hand. We're really just passing through, we don't want to cause any trouble. Tiger stared at him, clenching and unclenching his fists. He felt deeply powerless, just like when his compatriots were captured, he was one step late again and again. This guilt was driving him crazy. Chapter 36. Harsh whooping. Just when the stalemate was about to begin, the guards of the Dragon Palace Kingdom finally arrived. Stop it. The old merman king, Neptune's father, appeared surrounded by guards and looked at Roger with complicated eyes. You are the ones who fought off the slave traders? Roger nodded. Kuhahaha. Just a coincidence. The old king was silent for a moment, then bowed slightly and invited, please come to Dragon Palace for a chat. Tiger looked up suddenly. Your Majesty, they're human beings. The old king gave Roger a long look. Some humans, may be worth meeting. In the banquet hall of Dragon Palace City, crystal chandeliers illuminated the delicious food, but the atmosphere was not relaxed. The Roger pirates sat at separate tables from the nobles of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Shanks and Buggy were placed in the children's seats in the corner, secretly piling desserts onto their plates. Rhett sat next to Rayleigh, tapping his wineglass lightly with his fingers, his eyes calmly scanning the Murloc nobles at the banquet. The old king raised his glass and said, thank you all for your help in repelling the slave traders. Roger drank it all in one gulp. Kuhahaha, it's a piece of cake. Just then, Your Majesty, I have a question. Rhett's voice was not loud, but it instantly made the entire banquet hall quiet. The old king put down his wineglass and looked at him with his old eyes. Please speak. Rhett looked him straight in the eye, his tone calm but sharp. Why wasn't the army from the Fishman Island the first force to stop the human traffickers? Why did the orphans and the poor of Fishman Street have to fight for their lives on their own? Why? He narrowed his eyes slightly. You clearly knew that the human nobles were supporting the slave trade, yet you could only hide in Dragon Palace City and watch your own people being captured? Every word was like a knife piercing the hearts of the Murloc nobles. A minister slammed the table and stood up. How dare you? As a human being, what right do you have to question us? Rhett was filled with blood mist. The minister felt the pain of his skin being corroded. Advertisement. Just because I'm stronger than you, is that enough? Rhett retracted the blood mist. He couldn't see the situation clearly. Didn't he see that we had to bow down when your king invited us? He jumped out of it, the old man immersed in his own fantasy, Tui. The old king looked at Rhett for a long time and finally sighed deeply. You're right. The whole audience was in an uproar. The old king slowly stood up and said in a heavy voice. We were indeed negligent. He slowly stood up, with suppressed anger in his eyes, walked to the window and looked at the darkness of the deep sea in the distance. It's not that we don't want to manage it, but we can't. Human nobles, celestial dragons, slave traders. Behind them is the tacit approval of the entire world government. We send troops to intercept. The Marine Admiral will arrive with Buster Call the next day. Do we openly resist? The Fishmen Island will be completely blocked, and more people will starve to death. He turned around, his old face full of fatigue. You think I don't know the suffering of Fishman Street? You think I don't want to change? But the reality is, we can barely even protect ourselves. After hearing this, Rhett suddenly laughed. It was a laugh of pure malice and mockery, and almost icy disappointment. So, you choose to compromise? Leaving Fishman Street to its own devices and letting human traffickers run rampant, just so that Dragon Palace City can survive in peace? The old king clenched his fists, but then loosened them weakly. Young man, you don't understand. Some wars cannot be won by blood alone. The old king's thinking was obviously very weak. No wonder Neptune had that kind of personality later on. It's like a robber coming to your house and telling you that he won't hurt you as long as you don't resist, and then coming every day. What's the difference? A race that is already weak, if it can't even fight hard, is destined to be enslaved. Although Rhett has not witnessed that tragic history, the deep pain is deeply buried in Rhett's heart. When he sees this familiar scene, he can't help but feel a little angry. Advertisement. The old king knew that if they rose up in resistance, many people would die. He couldn't bear to see his compatriots die, but if they didn't resist, their death would be slower, just like a blunt knife cutting flesh. This was a qualified minister but an unqualified king. Roger suddenly stood up, patted Rhett on the shoulder, and then looked at the old king. Kuhahaha, Your Majesty, what he said was a bit harsh, but his logic is correct. Compromise does not buy respect, it only emboldens the enemy. Rhett also picked his nose and continued. What you need is not a stronger army, but the courage to fight to the death. You cannot expect others to fight for your race. The old king lowered his head. He did have the idea of seeking refuge with Roger pirates at first. Similarly, the Fishmen Island really needed a chance to breathe. Roger pirates did not ask for asylum for the Fishmen Island. After all, the Fishmen Island is their home. The Fishmen Island under Whitebeard's protection was relatively stable. However, when Whitebeard fell, the Fishmen Island instantly fell into chaos. This means that under Whitebeard's protection, the Fishmen Island did not develop strong self-defense capabilities. Instead, they are content with the status quo and live in a false sense of security. Don't say that the Fishmen are weak. There is no racial difference here. Didn't the Fishman Arlong rule dozens of villages in Cocolia for many years? This is just a difference in thinking. After the banquet, Rhett stood on the terrace of Dragon Palace, looking at the Fishman Street in the distance. Shanks came over and asked quietly, Brother Rhett, were you too aggressive just now? Rhett said calmly, some things have to be said. Buggy scratched his head, but they really can't beat humans. Rhett sneered. Just because you can't win doesn't mean you should resign yourself to your fate. Murlocs are naturally stronger than ordinary people. Look at the Murloc soldiers who stopped us when we entered the port. They have a lot of courage in their bones. It seems that the kings of the Fishmen Island in the past few years haven't been very competent. When Rhett saw the Mermaid Island, he felt so bad that his teeth were itching. Demon fruit power was naturally defeated by the sea, and he needed to be coated if he wanted to reach the Mermaid Island. It can be said that the geographical location of the Mermaid Island is quite critical. How could he be so wronged? If you don't let me live a good life, then no one will live a good life. Roger came over and handed him a bottle of wine. Ha ha ha. You really scolded the king today. Rhett took the bottle and chuckled. I was just telling the truth. Rayleigh leaned against the side of the boat, thoughtful. Do you think they'll ever change? Rhett took a sip of his wine. Tiger will. That red-skinned Murloc. He had fire in his eyes. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, but we don't know who will be unable to sleep. Chapter 37. Is this right? After the banquet, Fisher Tiger stood alone on the coral reef outside the Dragon Palace, wondering what he was thinking. Rhett's words cut into his heart like a knife. What you need is not a stronger army, but the courage to fight to the death. You can't expect others to fight for your race. These words kept echoing in Tiger's heart. Tiger undoubtedly respected the king, and he also believed that a benevolent king could bring a better life to his compatriots. Brother Tiger. The young boy Jinbei walked out from the shadows, followed by Arlong and other companions from Uran Street. We all heard it, Jinbei whispered. That human, was he right? Tiger was silent for a long time. He's right, he finally gave an answer. Jinbei frowned. But, can we defeat the Marine Admiral? This could cost us many lives. Tiger took a deep breath and slowly stood up. If you can't beat him, then you won't fight anymore? He looked towards the deep sea, his voice low and firm. If we don't even have the courage to fight, then we deserve to be enslaved. At the same time, in the meeting hall of Dragon Palace City, the old king sat tiredly on the throne, with his ministers arguing in front of him. Your Majesty, that pirates is going too far, but he's telling the truth. We've been running away. Are we the Murlocs going to die? The old king slammed the table and shouted, enough. The hall suddenly became quiet. The old king's voice was filled with unprecedented determination. Advertisement, from today on, the Dragon Palace army must protect every citizen. Strengthen patrols on Murloc Street. We are no longer warning all slave traders. Kill without mercy. The ministers looked at the king in shock, as if they were meeting him for the first time. The old king looked at his son Neptune and said, I am a failed king. Don't be like your father, who caused harm to his compatriots because of weakness. Your father has always lacked the courage to resist. The next day the old king led the Rets through the deep blue coral forest. their surroundings so quiet that only the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard. His observation hockey spread like ripples, sensing the deliberately hidden ancient stone tablet. Found it. He stopped in front of a vast coral reef, lightly touching it with his fingertips. The blood mist slowly eroded the surface camouflage. As the coral peeled away, a huge red stone tablet engraved with ancient text was revealed, the main text of the history of the Fishmen Island. Among the coral reefs of the sea forest, the red historical text stands quietly, and the ancient words glow faintly in the dark blue sea. Roger placed his palms on the cold stone, closed his eyes, and listened to the sounds of creation. Kuhahaha. He suddenly laughed, but there was a hint of helplessness in his smile. Sure enough, I still don't understand. Shanks and Buggy were stunned. Huh? Can't the captain understand the sound of stones? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. He can hear, but that doesn't mean he understands. Rhett stood aside, arms folded, his gaze penetrating. These words are ancient. Simply listening to the voices of creation isn't enough. They require specialized scholars to decipher them. The old king had a complicated expression. Even a man like you can't understand it. Roger scratched his head and smiled brightly. Don't worry. There must be someone in the world who can understand it. Back on the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh spread out the nautical chart. Rumor has it that there's a group of scholars in O'Hara, West Blue, studying ancient texts. He pointed to a spot on the map. Perhaps they can unlock the secrets of the historical text. Roger's eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha, no hurry, our adventure isn't over yet. Let's continue our adventure. The Roger pirates were wandering aimlessly on the streets. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the sea breeze blew gently. Rhett unfolded the latest newspaper and glanced at the bold headline on the front page. The Fishmen Island declares war on the slave trade. The Dragon Palace Kingdom Army engages in a bloody battle on the marine, forcing the world government to legislate against human trafficking. Advertisement. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his fingertips gently tapped the old king's resolute face in the news picture. It seems the old man has finally straightened his spine. Since Roger pirates left the Fishmen Island, the storm in the deep sea has exceeded everyone's expectations. Upon returning to Dragon Palace, the old king's first order was to mobilize all his elite soldiers to garrison the harbor. That night, a group of human traffickers, disguised as merchant ships, approached the coral reefs when ambushed by Murloc warriors who pierced their ships with spears fashioned from coral reefs. Amidst the crimson waters, the king personally tore the Celestial Dragon's trade agreement into shreds. From today onwards, the old king's voice spread throughout the island through the conch shell. Anyone who sells my compatriots will be executed on the spot. The world government's reaction was more intense than expected. 3 marine warships approached, their guns trained on the fragile bubble membrane. But this time, the soldiers arrayed in front of the Dragon Palace gate remained motionless. You want the Fishmen Island? Then come and try. The old king stood at the front, slamming the trident in his hand. We will destroy the Fishmen Island and make it so that no pirates can pass through the Fishmen Island again. This threat directly hit the soft spot of the world government. The Fishmen Island is the throat of the New World. This confrontation shocked the entire Grand Line. It was not called the Grand Line at that time, it was just for the convenience of distinction. The first to respond were the passing pirates. Without the Fishmen Island's coding service, all ships had to risk crossing the Com Belt. The Golden Lion Shaki fleet directly bombarded Marine G1, and the Charlotte Linland pirates declared in the newspapers, to attack the Fishmen Island is to declare war on all pirates. Ochaku and the well-known pirates group came out to support Mermaid Island. This is not to say that these pirates are loyal. Except for Mermaid Island, the only way to go to the Grand Line is through the Com Belt or ports under the jurisdiction of the Marine. This has no impact on the big pirates, but for the small pirates, this is undoubtedly a matter of life and death. The pirates will not allow the Grand Line to be without fresh blood. In Mary Joyce's conference room, a new batch of 5 elders smashed teacups. Those filthy murlocs. Shut up, interrupted the bald old man holding a knife. Do you want all the pirates to be blocked under the Red Line? Shanks was practicing swordplay over the side of the ship when World Government Proclamation number 712 was issued. Suddenly, Buggy rushed over, screaming and waving a newspaper. Look, selling mermaids is illegal. Rayleigh wiped his glasses and chuckled. I never thought the first person to challenge the world government would be that timid old king. Yeah. Rhett nodded. A month ago, Tiger called me and said he was going to rescue the slaves to show his determination. Tiger led the Murlocs and the Merman army. In 3 months, he sank 37 slave ships. I heard many Murlocs died. Everyone was silent, and Roger suddenly held his straw hat and laughed. Kuhahaha, isn't this great? Yes, they are sacrificing now so that their children don't have to sacrifice in the future. If laws are useful, what is the point of celestial dragons? But at least the Fishmen Island has taken that crucial step, which is the right to dialogue. Chapter 38. The passionate young man Aokiji on the Blue Sea. A dog-headed warship broke through the waves. Rhett looked at his lost bounty and complained to Roger. Captain, the world government said we've come into contact with some big secret that's going to wreak havoc on the world, and they've brought it back to us. It looks like we're going to see Garp again. I've been missing him for a while. Roger. Garp stood at the bow, his fists clenched and cracking. You can't get away this time. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Roger picked his nose. Ha ha ha, Garp, long time no see. We just got the bounty back and you're here. Aren't you tired? Rhett chimed in. Yeah, Uncle Garp, take care of yourself. I'm going to work soon. Just then, a tall figure walked out from behind Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, please let me try. Kuzan, a young and enthusiastic man, he hadn't yet become Aokiji, had fluffy curly hair and eagle-like eyes. He put one hand in his pocket and pointed the other in the direction of the Roger pirates. That guy over there surrounded by blood and mist. Let's fight one-on-one. Red, who was leaning against the mast drinking, raised an eyebrow at the words. Oh, the new Marine is so crazy? Kuzan, quite emotional, shouted to Red. Kuzan, 19 years old, a graduate of Marine training camp, I will bring justice to the sea. Shanks and Buggy excitedly crowded to the bow of the boat. Red, beat him up. Red sighed and handed the bottle to Buggy. Hold it for me. He leapt forward, the blood mist condensed into steps under his feet, and he crossed the sea in a few steps and landed steadily on the deck of the warship. That's a real show-off. Can it fly over here? Of course it can, but Red likes the feeling of slowly approaching. Haven't you seen those other villains who could have just swooped in front of the protagonist and killed him, but chose to walk forward step by step? After the fight, he might have to call me senior, hee. You're very courageous, boy. Red tilted his head, but there's often a fine line between courage and foolishness. I'm pretending for the second time, hee. In front of the 3 future admirals, will other time travelers be treated like me? Shave. Kuzan disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind Red the next second, sweeping with a whip kick. Bang. Red blocked with one hand, and the blood mist wrapped around Kuzan's legs like a living thing. Within the tile, Kuzan-san, Marine 6 styles. Not bad. Retkazaru uncle form. Kuzan used the momentum to flip backwards, putting his hands on the ground. Moonwalk, don't be so arrogant. He stomped his feet in the air, then suddenly dived down. Finger pistol 10 consecutive. Red didn't dodge or evade, his chest suddenly turned into a bloody mist, and all of Kuzan's finger pistols missed. What? It's my turn. Red's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second, Kuzan was hit hard by a knee in the abdomen. Ahem. Kuzan flew backwards, but adjusted his posture in midair and landed steadily. Garp munched on a senbei and said, Kuzan, use Hawkeye. Kuzan's arms were instantly covered with jet black armament color, and he charged again. Advertisement Red finally got serious. Ah la la la, Kuwaji ne, Kuku-san, you actually know the Hawkeye of armament. Clang, the loud noise like metal colliding made the Marines cover their ears. The two were in a stalemate, and Kuzan suddenly changed his tactics. Tempest kick. The sharp slashing wave grazed Red's cheek, leaving a bloody mark, but this was an illusion. Red's phantom vanished. Hey, I'm kidding, it was just an illusion. His blood mist suddenly surged, transforming into countless spikes that attacked Kuzan from all directions. Iron body. Kuzan's entire body stiffened, the blood mist spikes creating sparks on his skin. At this critical moment, you two, Garp suddenly intervened, punching them in the middle. If you want to fight, go to a deserted island. Lousy's warship is about to be dismantled. Red emerged from the mist and grumbled, Hey, Uncle Garp, we fought for so long, but it's no match for your punch. When, Red had a big bump on his head. You little b******************************* d. Talk to your elders with some respect. Our passionate young man Kuzan can bear this loss, come again. Blood and bondage. Swish, in an instant, countless blood mists rushed out from the deck and instantly wrapped around Kuzan's limbs like a living thing. Kuzan's pupils suddenly constricted. What? He tried to break free with a shave, but found that his strength was rapidly draining away. Even armament Hawkeye couldn't completely resist it. Garp frowned. Hey, this isn't good. Red leaned against the mast, touched the big bump on his head, and just snapped his fingers lightly. Shen. Boom. Kuzan was crushed into the deck by the blood mist, and the wooden floor of the warship cracked instantly. He struggled to get up, but found that he couldn't even move a finger. Red tilted his head. Still fighting. Kuzan clenched his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead, but he couldn't even make a sound. Garp finally couldn't stand it anymore and strode over. All right, is it fun to bully the newbies? He punched away the blood mist and lifted Kuzan up. Kuzan put away his rebellious look. Senior Red, I heard you were a great swordsman. Please teach me. Advertisement Red looked at the well-behaved Kuzan in front of him and said, I still like your rebellious look just now. Please recover for a while. You see, those seniors who traveled through time earlier can't understand the feeling of being a senior at all. Hee, if they get on Luffy's ship, they will be chased all over the sea. At this moment, Kuzan on the deck of the warship was holding a standard saber, staring at Red with burning eyes. Why does Red feel that the hot-blooded young man nowadays is more troublesome than the cold and sleepy guy? Red raised an eyebrow and slowly drew the black-tied greatsword from the blood mist, the tip of the sword lazily dragging on the deck. Are you sure? Kuzan took the lead in launching a shaving charge, and the saber stabbed the throat directly. Clang. Red swung the black-tied greatsword with one hand, knocking the sword and the man away like hitting a baseball. Go. Kuzan did 3.5 rolls in the air and slammed into the mast. Red touched his hair and posted a question. What is the strength to pull Aokiji Admiral into the air 3.5 weeks? For Red, time has become the least precious thing. When you were little, I snatched your milk bottle. When you were young, I attacked you. When you are old, I will go to your grave to dance. Ahem. He spat out the sawdust in his mouth. How heavy is this sword? Rhett heaved the sword onto his shoulder. It's not heavy, probably around 2,000 pounds. It is not heavy if you look at the weight alone, but it is indeed heavyweight among weapons. Garp chuckled. Kuzan, I've always told you not to compete with monsters in strength. Unwilling to give up, Kuzan ascended onto Moonwalk, his saber vanishing into thin air. Swallow returns. Rhett sighed and suddenly disappeared. Where are the people? Kuzan was stunned at the moment when the back of his head was lightly hit by the sword. Bang. He fell face first onto the deck, and Rhett's comments reached his ears. Where's your observation hockey prediction? Did you practice the 6 styles in vain? Kuzan, with a bruised face, rushed forward again, but this time he learned his lesson and covered his entire body with armament hockey. Rhett's eyes lit up. That's more like it. Then he thrust the black-tied greatsword into the deck and took a dinner knife from Rayleigh. Come, I'll give you 3 moves. Sorry, I don't have a knife smaller than this. Adjust your state and attack me. Rhett Hawkeye version. At this time, Rhett had a serious expression on his face, like an elder testing a younger person, and he waited quietly for Kuzan to adjust himself. Kuzan closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to the best of his ability. He knew that it was basically impossible for him to defeat Rhett. He had to use all his strength to respond to Rhett. He just closed his eyes. Bang. Rhett appeared from behind him with a smirk on his face, holding a black stick in his hand. Young man, I'm a pirate. I've never been beaten with a black stick before, right? Kuzan. You have a dog. 2TM Chapter 39 Buggy. I do on the Blue Sea. The Oro Jackson had just finished an easy battle. The deck was piled high with loot looted from the unfortunate pirates, gold, silver, jewels, rare wines, and a strangely shaped devil fruit covered in spiral patterns. Rhett narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. Oh wow? Isn't this the legendary chop chop fruit? I wonder if Buggy will continue to hide and try to sell it for money. Jabba came over and looked at the fruit with disgust. What is that? It doesn't sound that impressive. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. It can split the body, theoretically making it immune to slashing attacks, but... He glanced at Rhett. Based on his understanding of Rhett, he couldn't just introduce the devil fruit. Rhett hadn't even looked at the previous devil fruits. This devil fruit must have a secret. What are you planning? Rhett smiled innocently and called out to a nearby place. Hey, Buggy. Come here, I have something good for you. Buggy came running over and asked, what are you doing, Rhett? Do you have more treasure to share with me? It is worth mentioning that the 2 little ones on Roger's boat treat Rhett as their own big brother, because Rhett has been taking care of them most of the time since they were young. There is no other way because the others are too rough to take care of them, so they are only responsible for practical training. Rhett held up the devil fruit solemnly. It's more powerful than treasure. Eat it and you'll gain the power of the devil. Buggy's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Shanks approached suspiciously. Rhett, you're not trying to trick Buggy again, are you? Rhett immediately put on a righteous expression. How is that possible? When have I, Rhett, ever lied to anyone? As soon as he finished speaking, the crew members on the deck turned to look at him at the same time, their eyes full of suspicion. Rhett bared his shark teeth and yelled at the crew. What kind of expressions are you guys making, you bastards? Rhett patted Buggy on the shoulder and began his speech passionately. Buggy, think about it. Advertisement. Immune to slashing attacks, invulnerable to swords and spears. He gestured, his tone exaggerated. From now on, during Uncle Rayleigh's sword training, you can stand still and let him chop you without any problem. Buggy's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, really? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, gave Rhett a meaningful look, and said nothing. Rhett continued to gesticulate. Split free and run away whenever you want. Chased by the Marines? Just tear yourself apart and run away. Buggy rubbed his hands excitedly. Then no one can catch me, right? Jabba added, but your feet might just fall off on their own, leaving your head behind. Rhett lowered his voice and said mysteriously, all the treasures are mine. You can reach into the treasure chest without picking the lock. Buggy jumped up in ecstasy. I'm going to be rich. Shanks held his forehead in his hands speechlessly. Hey, have you forgotten Conqueror's hockey? Everyone on the ship at least knows armament hockey and observation hockey. Don't get too carried away, kid. Rhett demonstrated it exaggeratedly. Taunt, and PS off the enemy. When the enemy hits you, you split directly, and then taunt. I can't hit you, I can't hit you. Buggy was almost full of the pancake Rhett fed him. Ha ha ha, so cool. Roger, watching the show from the side, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Rhett, your pie is so delicious I want to eat it. Buggy swallowed, stared at the devil fruit, and hesitated, but, I heard that devil fruit tastes terrible. Rhett patted Buggy. I've been there before. It's sweet when you first put it in your mouth, trust me. Buggy scratched his head in confusion. What if my abilities aren't as impressive as you say? Rhett patted his chest and promised. I promise on the behalf of the Roger Pirates, if I lie to you, I will. He thought for a second and smirked. I will make Shanks wear women's clothes. Shanks jumped up and said, hey, what does this have to do with me? After Rhett finished teasing Buggy, advertisement. He told Buggy seriously, it can indeed shatter you into pieces, preventing you from being slashed, but you can still be hit by armament hockey or blunt weapons. This shattering fighting style, combined with your dagger, will make your combat more difficult to predict. However, while you gain abilities, you will also lose the ability to swim. It's up to you whether to take it or not. I hope you won't regret your choice. After satisfying his own evil taste, Buggy and Shanks grew up under his care. Rhett was also very responsible. He did not have Buggy's obsessive-compulsive disorder that required them to be torn apart. Buggy held up the chop fruit. Rhett, if I eat this devil fruit, will I be able to catch up with you guys? Rhett shook his head to indicate he didn't know. Devil fruit is a power of the mind. I don't know your future, but I believe you have a strong heart. Whether you eat devil fruit or not, you will become stronger. Okay, I'll eat it. He took a bite, his expression instantly twisted, and he retched. What the hell is this? Rhett held back a laugh and handed over the drink. Drink it quickly. Your powers will come back soon. Buggy took a few quick gulps of his beer and suddenly felt his body lighten. He looked at his hand in horror. My hand. Why is it floating? Shanks' eyes widened in shock. Wow, Buggy, your hands really can fly. Buggy tried to control it, but his fingers flew everywhere and he panicked. Wait, why can't I control it? Rhett was shaking with laughter. Adjustment period, adjustment period. It wasn't Shanks who scared Buggy into eating the fruit, but Buggy ate it voluntarily. I wonder if there will be no more conflicts in the future because of this incident. Wouldn't life lose a lot of fun then? While eating, Buggy's right hand suddenly flew away and the fork stabbed Shanks in the face. Shanks angrily said, Buggy, you did it on purpose. Buggy explained with a sad face, it's none of my business, my hands have their own minds. When he slept, Buggy's head floated to the mast, while his body remained snoring on the bed. Roger looked up during his morning exercise and laughed. Buggy, why is your head up there? Buggy screamed in terror, Captain, help me get it off. During combat training, Buggy showed extraordinary combat talent. The fruit of splitting gave him the ability to fly on all fours. Combined with his throwing of the short sword, the range was wider and the angles were more tricky. Rhett felt that if the dagger was attached with armament hockey, the lethality would be even greater. Shanks and Buggy are both crew members on Roger. The latter is a truly strong second generation, and is taught by a top master like Roger Rayleigh Rhett. If Buggy still fights like a weakling like in the original plot, do you think Rhett will beat him up? Sailing on the sea was so leisurely, and since they had nothing to do, Rhett and his crew started training Shanks and Buggy's armament hockey and observation hockey. Because Rhett had been caught in the rain, they wanted to tear up their umbrellas. Two little brothers, don't blame the big brother for being cruel. When Rhett thought about their future life, the sadness at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Chapter 40 Exercise. Young men early in the morning, on the deck of the Oro Jackson, Buggy was sleeping soundly when suddenly. Bang! A bucket of ice water fell from the sky and poured directly on his face. Buggy instantly jumped up, soaking wet. Who did this? Rui and Tay stood on the mast with smiles on their faces. Wake up, Buggy. Today we start special training. Didn't you beg me for special training yesterday? Buggy said angrily. What time is it now? The sun hasn't even come out yet. I'm still growing. Rhett looked at the scene with a sense of déjà vu, rubbing his wrist. I can help you grow a little bit, little Buggy. Buggy suddenly bounced up. Whenever Brother Rhett calls himself like this, he is definitely planning something bad. You'd better listen to him at this time, otherwise you don't know how he will use it to trick you later. Brother Rhett, look at what you said. I'll get up right now. On the training ground, Buggy and Shanks stood in a row. Rhett was holding a black wooden stick and smiling kindly. Rhett took a deep breath. Oh, what's going on? The air is a lot fresher today. Rhett. Today I'll teach you armament hockey. It's very simple, just focus your strength on your skin. Buggy was eager to try. Ha ha ha, I'm sure I can learn it in no time. Rhett nodded. Great. I don't want to teach you theory anyway, so let's do some practical exercises first. The next second, Rhett hit Buggy on the butt with a stick. Buggy screamed. Why did you hit me? Rhett innocently said, this armament hockey is your physical strength. I have a brilliant idea. I'll beat you up, and you'll run away desperately. After getting beaten up enough, your physical strength will increase, and you'll naturally develop armament hockey. Shanks took a step back. Well, I suddenly remembered I have something else to do. Rhett grabbed him and said, don't run, you two. Snap. Snap. Suddenly, screams rang out one after another on the deck. Advertisement Rayleigh passed by and shook his head. Children are really energetic. Shanks yelled at Rhett, Rhett, if you do that again we're going to fight back. Rhett stared at Shanks with a half smile. Come on, anything is fine. After a morning of hard work, Buggy Shanks lay on the deck with a bruised face and a feeling that there was no hope in life. In the afternoon, it was time to train in observation hockey. In order to train in observation hockey, Rhett came up with another, brilliant, idea. Rhett grinned at the two people with colorful faces. From now on, you two will be blindfolded. I will attack randomly, and you must predict and dodge. Buggy was full of confidence. It seemed that the beating he had received this morning hadn't taught him to be humble. It's a piece of cake. However, what Rhett took out was not a wooden stick, but a special fart shell that would release a gas with a fart-like smell when hit. Puff, Buggy stumbled from the smoke. Rhett, you cheated. During naval battles, you have to anticipate all dangers, including biological and chemical weapons. Even Rhett stopped yelling. It really makes me sad, sob. Rhett said, wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes. Shanks pinched his nose and hid away. I want to change teachers. Roger happened to pass by and said, that's just like training Rhett, let him fight against the Sea Kings, the best way to hone his will in life and death, ha 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 ha. Shanks retreated silently again. He suddenly felt that Rhett's training was quite good. The days passed by in the training. Sometimes talent can really defeat hardworking people. Shanks' progress is several times faster than Buggy's. Buggy has been practicing secretly, which of course did not escape the eyes of Roger and Rhett. Roger went back as soon as he saw Rhett coming out. He believed that Rhett would handle it. At night, when Buggy was secretly practicing his abilities, Rhett suddenly appeared. Rhett pretended to be nonchalant and said, Buggy, your abilities can actually be even stronger. Buggy is alert. What do you want to do now? It's frustrating to be overtaken or even left far behind by Shanks. Rhett looked at him with a smile. Buggy still wanted to be tough, but he couldn't control the tears in his eyes. After all, Buggy was just a 6 or 7-year-old child. Advertisement, brother Rhett, am I not talented? We're in the same training, but I'm so much worse. I'm really angry at myself. Rhett feels that in the original plot, Buggy would have always lived in this world of the strong, where even his peer Shanks could be called a genius, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with everyone else, and finally gave up on himself. Having too high a vision can make you fly farther, but it can also make you fall badly. Rhett took out a bunch of daggers and said, try this, then he cut Buggy's body into several pieces. Each piece is strapped with a dagger, attacking the target from different angles. Rhett feels that Buggy's chop fruit has great potential for development. He can precisely control each part of Buggy's body that splits. This is the foundation he can rely on. Currently, it is just a cloth strip. If the differentiated parts can be freely transformed in the future, he will be even more powerful. Chop fruit can be used as a natural fruit. If it is an elemental fruit among masters, they will also element it in advance. It is a bit similar to Obito's Kamui. First hollow it and then pass through it with the armed fist without causing too much damage. Buggy's fruit can also split to avoid damage. After trying a few times, Buggy got excited and said, ha ha ha, I'm invincible. Rhett can only say that this is very Buggy, but the next second. Whoosh! Whoosh! Maybe because the cloth wasn't tied tightly enough, several daggers fell and flew towards Roger who was sleeping on the deck. Roger turned over in his dream, the dagger grazing his face and stabbing into the wall. Z's. Buggy was sweating profusely. It's all over. Rhett patted him on the shoulder. Looks like you need to work on your aim. You didn't even hit it. Rhett is just a complete slap on Buggy. It's a joke that such a move can hurt Roger. Roger is now as strong as an inhuman. After the hellish training, Buggy and Shanks finally made great progress. Buggy can skillfully control the splitting, and his body tissues can finally fix things. Although he can't turn into flexible hands, he has no problem clamping things. He even developed the Buggy Bomb clone version. After the body splits, each hand holds a bomb. Roger looked at them with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, now that's my crew. Rayleigh pushed her glasses. Although the method is strange and the application is very gentle, the effect is good. Rhett bared his shark teeth. Thank goodness I didn't get trained to death by you guys. Rayleigh laughed heartily. What can I do? You were a monster when you were 3. Training can't be normal. Chapter 41. Searching for Crocus on the blue sea, the Oro Jackson cuts through the waves. Rhett stood at the stern, mist swirling around his fingertips, healing the wound on a crew member's arm. His ability could heal, but every time he used it, he would unconsciously think of a question. What if one day, even my mist is powerless? Rhett boarded the pirate's ship at the age of 3. Before Rhett learned how to heal, everyone just bandaged him casually, relying on their monster-like bodies to heal themselves. After Rhett's fruit awakened, the responsibility of the ship's doctor seemed to have fallen on him unconsciously. But Rhett has no medical knowledge at all. His treatment is very simple and rough, a bit like Tsunade's method of stimulating muscle splitting to treat wounds. Rhett directly inputs a large amount of vitality into the body, letting the affected areas heal on their own. There's plenty of vitality. This treatment is very effective for trauma, but he will not do anything that requires a pharmacological explanation. As Roger's terminal illness is getting closer, Rhett is thinking about whether it will be better if Crocus comes aboard early. Rhett whispered to himself, let's prepare for a rainy day. During dinner, Rhett suddenly tapped his wineglass, attracting everyone's attention. Rhett said seriously, we need a ship's doctor. There was silence on the deck for a moment, then a burst of laughter broke out. Jabba grinned. What's up, little Rhett? You're running low on mist. Shanks raised his hand. Rhett used the mist to put my bones back together last time. It was amazing, and it didn't hurt at all, it just itched. Buggy chewed his meat and mumbled, that's right, I'm beaten up and swollen, so I just need to soak in Brother Rhett's fog for a while to heal. Roger laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Rhett, you're not trying to be lazy, are you? The crowd was not puzzled, but had a deep trust in Rhett, because Rhett had never let them down. Rhett didn't laugh, because he knew that because of everyone's trust, he had to find a professional ship doctor. Rhett's tone was calm but firm. My abilities are limited to treating external injuries, and my methods are crude. As you age and your family's status becomes unsafe, we must find a professional ship doctor. Damn it, Rhett, who are you looking down on? Jabba couldn't sit still when he heard it. Rhett ignored Jabba and looked around at everyone, his eyes finally landing on Roger. Red repeated, we must find a professional ship's doctor. The deck fell silent. Roger and the others knew that Red must know something, so they chose to believe it without asking. Advertisement Rayleigh looked thoughtful. Who are you looking for? Red. Twin Gorges, Crocus. The Oro Jackson slowly docked beside the Twin Gorge lighthouse, waves gently lapping against it. Red stood at the bow, his black hair ruffled by the wind, his crimson eyes fixed on the lonely lighthouse, and the bespectacled, impassive man beneath it. Uncle Daisy? Dr. Crocus. Red waved and shouted, his voice particularly clear in the sea breeze. Crocus didn't even look up from his medical notes. Pirates? Not interested. Jabba folded his arms and grinned. Hey, old man, we come here with sincerity. Crocus sneered. Pirates' sincerity. The guy who said that last time nearly blew up my lighthouse. I wonder where he's being used as fertilizer on the seabed now. Roger laughed out loud, his straw hat blown askew by the wind. Kuhahaha. That must be an ignorant guy. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and said calmly, we need a ship's doctor, and your medical skills are unmatched. Crocus finally raised his head, finally stopping at Red. Even if I agree. Before he could finish his words, the sea suddenly surged violently, and a huge black shadow broke through the waves. Boom, a huge island whale, Laboon, surfaced, staring at the Oro Jackson with its eyes fixed, and made a low whine in its throat, as if warning the uninvited guests. Buggy was so scared that he jumped onto the mast. Wow, how come this whale is so big? Shanks gripped the long sword tightly, his eyes shining, so powerful. Crocus stood on the shore, his tone calm, I won't get on the boat. If you want to do something, then come and try. Red smiled. Little Laboon from the Rumba Pirates. Red really likes this Laboon. The Rumba Pirates were destroyed 50 years ago in the original story. With Luffy coming here, Laboon has always remembered the agreement with the Rumba Pirates for 70 or 80 years. Brooke and Laboon were running in both directions. He jumped lightly and the mist condensed under his feet, carrying him steadily onto the tip of Laboon's nose. Laboon was stunned, blinking his huge eyes, as if he didn't expect someone to dare to jump up directly. Red squatted down and gently placed his palm on Laboon's rough skin. The blood mist flowed slowly, but without any aggression. Big guy, we are not enemies. Red's voice was soft, but it was as gentle as coaxing a child. Although Laboon was much older than him, Laboon still had the heart of a child. Advertisement Laboon hummed softly and slapped the water's surface with its tail restlessly, creating huge splashes. Red smiled and suddenly took out a small sound shell from his pocket. This was something he bought on an island. The songs of the Rumba Pirates were still resounding on the sea after so many years. Isn't this a kind of success? He pressed the play button and a melodious melody floated out. Laboon's body suddenly froze. That's a song by the Rumba Pirates. Crocus' pupils shrank. How could you? Red put away his voice shell, looked at Laboon and told him the most important news for Laboon. The Rumba Pirates have been destroyed, but Brooke is still alive. Laboon's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his huge eyes were watery. Red continued, he's trapped in the Devil's Triangle, but he hasn't forgotten his promise to you. He's been waiting for you. Laboon let out a long, shrill cry, a mixture of sadness and hope in his voice. Crocus walked quickly to the shore, his voice trembling slightly. Are you sure? I've been looking for them. How can you guarantee that you're not lying to us? Red nodded. I promise this on behalf of the Roger Pirates. Laboon was silent for a long time, and finally sank slowly into the sea, with only half of his head exposed. He looked at Red with wet eyes, as if asking, really? Of course it's true. Red jumped back into the boat, brushed off the water, and grinned at Crocus. Now, are you willing to get on board? Crocus stared at him for a long moment, then finally sighed, we'll leave in 3 days. Crocus boarded the Oro Jackson. Laboon did not hit Red Line again, but floated quietly on the sea and watched them leave. But Red was not in a hurry to board the Oro Jackson. Red had wanted to help this little guy a long time ago, and he also prepared a devil fruit that was very suitable for Laboon. The human fruit, fighter form. This fruit was very useless to humans. It only gave you some basic fighting knowledge and reactions. But for a large island whale like Laboon, strength was not a problem they cared about at all. But at the same time, Laboon also lost the opportunity to swim alone in the sea, but Red thought of a barely remedial method, which was to wrap Laboon with his own blood mist, so that he could swim in the sea for a few days without any problem. Now the concentration and quality of Red's mist could no longer be easily dispersed by seawater. Of course, all this depends on Laboon's own choice. Thanks to the author, A Young Man's Midsummer Night, K. Chenglin, you too, this is the first time the little author has received a gift. I didn't pay attention to it before. I thought no one would be willing to give it to the little author. I am so touched that my eyes are about to drool. Chapter 42 Laboon wants to become a fighting master. Red stood at the stern, holding the human fruit, fighter form in his hand, and looked at Laboon calmly. Laboon, the choice is yours. His voice was still soft, but it reached Laboon's ears clearly. When it comes to coaxing children, Red is quite a professional. Shanks and Buggy are fat and healthy because of him. Laboon's huge eyes stared at the fruit, as if thinking. Red had told him that if he ate it, he would gain new strength, but would also lose the ability to swim freely in the ocean. However, if it could move like a human, perhaps it could find Brooke faster. This really makes Whale very confused. Filled circle, lower half circle, filled circle. Crocus stood aside, a complicated expression on his face. Red, are you sure you want to do this? Red smiled slightly. I'm just giving him a choice. Laboon hummed softly, then suddenly opened its huge mouth, sucking the devil fruit into its mouth. The tiny devil fruit is too small for Laboon. The moment the fruit entered Laboon's stomach, its body suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Its size began to shrink rapidly, its blue skin gradually becoming smoother, and its muscles becoming more compact. Woo! Laboon let out a high-pitched cry, no longer the deep voice of a whale, but with a hint of human tone. The light faded, and a small blue whale appeared on the deck. It was only slightly smaller than Shanks, and its tail had become more flexible. It could even stand like a human. It looked a bit like a kung fu manatee, but Rhett felt that the little whale was cuter. Laboon hadn't adapted to his new body yet, and his expression suddenly became distorted, which made everyone feel very panicked. Rhett had never heard of this happening. Seeing everyone panicking, Laboon uttered a single syllable. Really? Rhett, who was at level 10 in baby language, immediately realized what was going on. Laboon, you mean to say this devil fruit tastes terrible, right? Laboon nodded, his big watery eyes filled with tears, and he just stared at Rhett. It seems like it is accusing you of lying to a child. Advertisement, wow. Laboon has turned into a little whale man. Buggy's eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Shanks ran over excitedly. Great, Laboon, can you understand us? Laboon blinked, nodded vigorously, and made a vague but clear sound in his throat. Brooke. Rhett smiled. It seems the fruit is taking effect. Although it can't speak fully yet, it can already express itself. Crocus pushed his glasses up and smiled, a rare moment. That's incredible. Laboon took 2 tentative steps, still a little clumsy, but able to stand steadily. He looked down at his new body, then looked up at Rhett, his eyes full of gratitude. Woo! It suddenly pounced on Rhett and rubbed its head against his chest as if to express gratitude. With a bang, Rhett flew without any preparation, although Laboon is still very young according to the age of island whales. But as the old saying goes, essence comes in small doses. Rhett felt like he was hit by a truck. Just looking at the power, he was already close to the level of a Commodore. Roger laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, looks like we have another interesting companion on the ship. Rayleigh smiled and nodded. This way, Laboon can sail with us too. But, Rhett climbed up from the sawdust and looked at Laboon, his tone serious. You can't swim now, but my blood mist can help you offset the erosion of seawater, allowing you to move in the sea for a short time. But remember, before you have enough resistance to seawater, once you are completely immersed in seawater, you will lose your strength. Laboon nodded vigorously, showing his understanding, but his eyes were still filled with guilt. So, Rhett extended his hand, and the blood mist slowly condensed, forming a faint red halo around Laboon. Welcome to the Roger Pirates, Laboon. Laboon excitedly waved his little fists, fins, chirped happily, and high-fived Rhett. People, Rhett flew out again, and everyone. Laboon was stunned, tears filling his eyes instantly. Woo, I didn't mean to. Shanks and Buggy rushed over and tried to dig Rhett out of the wall. Advertisement. Buggy poked Rhett. Hey, are you still alive? Rhett shook his head calmly. He could block Garp's punch, let alone Laboon. Even his defense couldn't be broken by sheer strength. Alive, but might take a while to dig myself out. Laboon ran over guiltily, wanting to help, but his fins pulled him away. Crack. The entire wooden board was broken off by it, and Rhett fell to the ground with a thud. Little Laboon panicked and ran around Rhett, but he didn't dare to stretch his fins. Roger laughed heartily. Little Laboon, it seems you need to control your power well. Shanks and Buggy were in the Roger Pirates group and rarely saw anyone younger than themselves. Suddenly, a little boy named Laboon showed up and Shanks and Buggy instantly felt a sense of responsibility as older brothers. Hey, Shanks. Laboon obviously prefers playing with me. Buggy stood on the deck with his hands on his hips, looking smug. Behind him was Laboon, who had been carefully dressed up by him, wearing an exaggerated captain's hat on his head, a string of sparkling glass beads around his neck. Buggy insisted that they were priceless gems, and Laboon had the same red nose as him. Huh? What are you talking about, Buggy? Shanks sat cross-legged on the mast, waving the wooden sword in his hand with a grin. Laboon practiced sword swinging with me yesterday. It clearly admires me more. And Buggy's red nose really stands out on the little blue Laboon. Hole, you look down on your Uncle Buggy. Woo? Laboon tilted his head and looked between the two of them, completely unable to understand what they were arguing about. Rayleigh sat quietly sipping coffee and glanced over. It started again. Laboon should try to talk too. Roger laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, young people are so energetic. Red urged the 3 little ones. Hey, speaking of which of you 3, who's closer to little Laboon? Look at our Captain Roger, he's got a lot of crew. Don't you want to have your own pirate ship in the future? Laboon's fighting power is quite formidable. Imagine Laboon becoming Rayleigh, or Jabba, or even Rhett. Buggy and Shanks knew that when encountering the pirates, Captain Roger would not take any action at all. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Rhett were the 3 big mountains of the pirates. Imagine yourself sailing on the sea with a pirate ship. A pirate ship comes to challenge you. Laboon stands in front of you and says in a low and cold voice, "You small fry are not worthy of standing before my captain." Shanks and Buggy laughed loudly. Their expressions gradually became distorted and exaggerated. Chapter 43 was the boss of Laboon. Buggy, confident. Laboon, come here. Laboon obediently walked over, and Buggy immediately pulled out a piece of meat. Look, this is my special barbecue. I'm the only one in the world who can make something this delicious. Laboon's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his fin to grab it. Unable to control his own strength, the fins did not stop. Bang! The meat flew out and hit Spencer's face as he passed by. Spencer wiped the meat off with an expressionless face. Should I be glad that Laboon didn't fly over? Buggy's pocket money is cut in half. Spencer was in charge of all the expenses on the pirate's ship. It could be said that without Spencer's financial management, Roger Pirates would have been broke half the time, because except for Red, they never saved money. This is the current situation of pirates on the sea, because no one knows whether their treasure can wait until the next island. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Buggy scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem. Accident, it was a complete accident. Shanks took the opportunity to wave at Laboon. Laboon, come here. Laboon turned around and ran over. Shanks held up the wooden sword. Come on, try swinging a sword. This wooden sword is for you, Laboon. Laboon excitedly took the wooden sword and swung it imitating Shanks's movements. Crack. The wooden sword instantly broke into two pieces, and the tip of the sword flew out and accurately pierced Buggy's butt. Buggy. Ouch, Shanks, you definitely did that on purpose. Shanks suppressed a laugh and said, it's none of my business, Laboon was the one swinging it himself. Laboon lowered his head to the fin. Woo. Seeing Laboon's aggrieved look, Buggy softened his heart and turned to stare at Shanks. Shanks knew what Buggy wanted to say and took out 100 Baileys from his pocket. Buggy grabbed it and everything returned to normal in an instant, as if nothing had happened. You can only say that this was very Buggy. Ding ding ding, the result of the first round of Laboon battle. Tie, but Buggy was more seriously injured. Buggy was unconvinced. HMPH, what's the point of just being able to swing a sword? I'm going to teach Laboon my real special move, Buggy Bullet Special Edition. He took out a round ball and shook it proudly. Look, this is my unique invention. Laboon approached curiously, and Buggy was about to demonstrate. Bang. Advertisement. The Buggy bomb exploded instantly. When the smoke cleared, Buggy's face was blown black and his hair stood on end. Buggy exhaled a puff of black smoke. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Laboon wiped his black face. This explosion couldn't hurt the island whale at all. Laboon just looked at Buggy and waited for his next demonstration. Buggy was very panicked. The thing he was going to perform just exploded by itself. What should he do? But looking at Laboon's expectant eyes, he had to think hard about what to do. Shanks looked at Buggy's funny face and laughed until his insides hurt. Buggy, is your special edition too easy to explode? Buggy shark teeth. Shut up. Shanks turned to Laboon and said, Laboon, I will teach you something more useful, sight and hearing perception. He closed his eyes and said seriously, try to feel the breath around you. Laboon followed his example, closing his eyes and trying to sense. Woo, suddenly, it opened its eyes sharply, as if it sensed something, and slapped the deck with one fin. Boom. A big hole was knocked out on the deck, and Crocus, who lived below, was blown out directly with an unfinished bottle of wine in his hand. Crocus was bewildered. Hey, why is it already dawn? Everyone hurried to chase after Crocus, who had flown away. Result of the second round. Draw, but hull damage +1. Buggy refused to give up. Laboon, come on, give me a hug. Prove that you love me the most. Laboon ran over happily. You know, he is very strong. Unless people ask him to, he is very careful and will not touch anything. But this is Buggy's request for a hug. Laboon opened his arms and gave Buggy a bear hug. Bang. Buggy was hugged so tightly that he almost suffocated. His face turned red and his feet were kicking wildly off the ground. Although his face had begun to turn purple, Buggy still said stubbornly, no, it's okay, it doesn't hurt. Shanks laughed, ha ha ha, Buggy, your face is turning purple. Laboon panicked and let go. In his excitement, he felt like he'd used too much force. Buggy fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air, but he didn't forget to give Laboon a thumbs up. Very enthusiastic Laboon. Shanks confidently stepped forward, convinced that Buggy was too weak. Laboon, come and try to carry me. But he seemed to have forgotten that their elder brother Red had been shot away. Advertisement. Laboon hugged Shanks carefully, and this time he was very gentle. Crack. Shanks's ribs cracked unpleasantly. Shanks' smile was stiff. A little more gently? Laboon quickly let go, and Shanks held onto his waist, trying to stand steady. No, it's okay, I'm fine. Red watched the three little ones for a long time as the blood mist spread. He could heal these injuries with his hands, and it was nothing more than a little pain. Everyone knew the story of Laboon and the Rumba Pirates, which was quite touching. Everyone also felt great admiration and love for Laboon. Therefore, everyone is very tolerant of Laboon. After all, if you go to Red for treatment, it will be painless and leave no marks. Result of the third round. Draw, but both players were injured. Just as the two were arguing, Red finished talking and came over with a small hat in his hand. This is a small blue hat. Red wants to cosplay, Lori, and Shankboo. Hey, Laboon's eyes lit up when he saw the little hats, but Red didn't give him any. I'll give it to you when you can master your own power. This is the agreement between you and me. Laboon nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. Have you forgotten something? He squatted down and touched Laboon's head. Laboon is much older than you. According to age, you should call Laboon the boss. Laboon blinked and suddenly puffed out his chest. Woo, Laboon boss, yes. I am the boss, Laboon boss. Buggy and Shanks were stunned. Huh? The two men also realized that their bad-tempered brother Rhett was teasing them again. A-hole, Rhett. Roger burst out laughing. Kuhahaha, well said, Laboon is the boss. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, his lips curled up slightly. Looks like you two are even competing for the position of little brother. Buggy protested, wait, how can I be your little brother? Shanks smiled and said, then I'll be Laboon's deputy captain. Laboon happily hugged the two of them. Woo, we're all friends, we should get along well. Laboon cherishes this feeling very much, crack. Buggy and Shanks' bones cried out simultaneously. Everyone was silent. Rhett sighed, and a bloody mist enveloped the three of them. Strength control training tomorrow is urgent. Chapter 44 Laboon, be gentle. The Oro Jackson rocked gently with the waves. On deck, an unprecedented special training exercise was about to begin. Laboon, Rhett said, crossing his arms as a blood mist swirled around him. From today on, you must learn to control your power. Laboon blinked his big eyes and rubbed his two small fins nervously. Ever since it ate the devil fruit, it always breaks things. It smashed the dining table yesterday, broke the mast the day before yesterday, almost pushed Buggy into the sea to feed the fish the day before yesterday, and yesterday it even broke Shanks' bones while hugging him. First, Rhett said, producing an exquisite teacup as if by magic, try to lift it. The teacup shone bright white in the sunlight, thin enough to let light through. Laboon swallowed nervously and stretched out his trembling fingers. Crack. The teacup broke into 8 pieces. Woo. Laboon hung his head. It's okay, Shanks patted his fins. I even ripped Uncle Rayleigh's shirt with my sword for the 100th time. Don't mention that, brat, Rayleigh's voice came from the cabin. Rhett handed the breakfast to Laboon and turned to look for the secret weapon he had prepared. Laboon. Laboon turned his head, half a struggling sea fish still hanging from the corner of his mouth. It whimpered aggrievedly, and the silver fork gripped by the tip of its fin had bent into a strange arc. The deck suddenly became so quiet that you could hear the sound of the waves. Rhett came over, stifling a laugh. Looks like we need sturdier cutlery. He brought out a few seastone forks. These were the trophies he borrowed from Marine last time. After a night of processing, he made them into the shape of forks. Try this. Rhett handed the fork to Laboon. The seastone is strong enough. It should be able to withstand your strength. Laboon held the fork carefully. This time, it learned its lesson. Laboon felt its body strength suddenly decrease, but it may be because Laboon is an island whale, so it did not completely lose its ability. Instead, he simply reduced his strength and gently touched the fish. The sea fish swam leisurely in the bucket, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Advertisement. Yes, that's it. Rhett instructed softly, imagine the tip of your fin as a feather. Puff. The fork pierced the fish's gills accurately, and Laboon excitedly raised the trophy. No seat. Rhett thought he was a genius. Seastone suppressed some of the fruit's abilities, allowing Laboon to precisely control the remaining power output. Laboon got so excited that he used too much force and splashed water on the face of Shanks, who was watching the fun nearby. Hey. Shanks wiped the fishy smell off his face. What should he do? Of course he would choose to forgive. At least the harpoon didn't fly this time. Good job, Laboon. Since seastone is reliable, Rhett took out a feather that he obtained by chance. The newspaper gull, listen to me and say thank you. Little Laboon, what you need to do now is to use your little arms to fan the feather to keep it in the air, but don't let it fly away or fall to the ground. Laboon's little body curled up carefully in the center, its two hands pinching a feather, its tail curled upwards. It can be seen that Laboon is exerting all its strength. Remember, Rhett said, sitting cross-legged in front of it, the force should be as even as your breathing. Laboon nodded, took a deep breath, and gently waved the tip of his fin. Call. The feather instantly turned into a white light and was nailed to the main mast with a snap, and the tail feathers were still trembling slightly. Buggy's eyes widened in shock. Skay. Quiet. Rhett glared at him, then walked over and plucked the feather. Come again. Beads of sweat formed on Laboon's forehead. He used the smallest part of his fingertips to carefully hold the feather. Very good, now. Advertisement. As Laboon was looking at it, his eyes suddenly became cross-eyed. The feather was lifted by the air current and drifted towards the side of the ship. Laboon reached out to grab it in panic. Wait, don't. Boom. Rhett enveloped the feather in a blood mist, then blended it with a trace of seastone powder. The feather suddenly took on a faint metallic sheen. This way at least the feather won't fly around, and even if it does fly out, Rhett can pull it back. It keeps your power in check, he explained, without completely paralyzing you. Laboon took the special feather with curiosity, and this time it immediately felt the difference. It was like wearing heavy gloves to pick up something, and the force was limited to a controllable range. Woo! This is good. It gently flapped its fins and its feathers slowly rose. Although they were sometimes high and sometimes low, at least they were suspended in the air. It worked. Shanks cheered. Red gradually retracted the fog outside, and the feathers flew away. The encouragement that everyone was about to say was stuck in their throats, and they felt very uncomfortable. In this way, the days passed one by one, and the three little ones were also doing their own exercises. Crocus went up and down, carefully checking the various physical data of the Roger Pirates group, and found that they were all in good health, and their hidden injuries were basically recovering, thanks to Rhett's supply of vitality. But this does not seem to be good news for Rhett. Rhett believes that all terminal illnesses have traceable causes. Is this a plot twist? The original show didn't explain how Roger became ill, which made Rhett a little irritable. He found Crocus and hoped that Crocus would examine the captain carefully. Little Rhett, they told me you knew something about the future, and you were the one who invited me aboard. I guess Roger will get some disease in the future that even you can't cure. Rhett nodded. He was about to introduce the symptoms of Roger's illness, but he suddenly realized that the plot did not say that he knew nothing. He only knew that Roger would have a terminal illness. Crocus patted Rhett's shoulder. I've been practicing medicine for so many years and have witnessed countless deaths and separations. I promise you that I will do my best to treat the captain, as a token of my gratitude for helping me find the Lombard pirates. Treating illnesses and saving lives is the duty of us doctors, not something a combatant like you should be thinking about. Of course, if you wish to study medicine with me, I'd be happy to teach you. Rhett bowed deeply to him. Then I'll leave it to you. Advertisement Chapter 45 Laboon's First Battle Experience. Perhaps it was Buggy's influence, but the moonlight shone on the deck of the Oro Jackson, the sound of waves was gentle, and the entire ship was immersed in sleep. Rhett pushed open the hatch and found Laboon and Buggy. Buggy was practicing daggers in the distance. Laboon sat in the middle of the deck, a pure white feather floating in front of him. He carefully extended the tip of his fin and gently touched it. The feather was blown away by the air currents, swirling and falling to the ground. Undeterred, Laboon picked up the feather and tried again. Are you still awake? Rhett leaned against the side of the boat, a slight smile on his face. Laboon turned his head and hummed softly, his eyes determined. Rhett smiled. Then let's do another one, hold the bottle for me. He pulled out a bottle of rum from his arms and gently placed it on the deck. Laboon took a deep breath, slowly extended his fins, and gently circled the bottle with his fingertips. Steady and stable. Not a drop was spilled. Woo! Laboon shook the bottle excitedly, his eyes shining like stars. Rhett rubbed its head. Well done. Roger and the others came out of the house. Rhett looked at these people. They couldn't have all been awake, that was outrageous. The tranquility under the moonlight was suddenly broken. There were many rookie pirates who wanted to become famous by stepping on Roger pirates. Buggy's scream cut through the night air. Enemy attack, they're approaching. That's why Roger Crocus and his team came out. The deck of the Oro Jackson was instantly ablaze with lights. Laboon, get behind me. Shanks drew his weapon, his eyes sharp. Buggy hid behind the mast, sticking out his red nose. How dare these guys attack us? I'm going to show them how powerful I am. Rhett complained, Buggy, it would be more convincing if you came out from behind that one. Buggy should have no problem dealing with these pirates now. Maybe it's because of his personality, but Buggy's first reaction is always to run away, which still gives Rhett a headache. Rhett didn't move, just looked at Laboon quietly. Laboon, are you ready? Laboon lowered his head, looked at his fins, then looked up at the approaching enemy ship. It was a pirate's ship flying a hook flag. Advertisement. The deck was filled with ferocious pirates, and the leading captain brandished a huge iron hook with a fierce smile. Roger pirates? Tonight is your doom. But Rhett looked very upset. No, buddy, you are here to attack me by surprise. Why are you shouting so loudly? Laboon's gaze gradually shifted from confusion to determination. It took a deep breath and took a step forward. Woo, I can. Rhett smiled. Go ahead, then, you can go all out. The battle is about to begin. The crew of the Hook Pirates leapt aboard the Oro Jackson and charged, weapons brandished. Laboon stood at the forefront, facing the first incoming enemy. It instinctively raised its fins. Bang! The pirate flew out like a cannonball and crashed directly through the mast of the enemy ship. The whole audience was silent. Laboon stared blankly at his fin, seemingly unprepared for the power of this blow. A monster. Captain Hook's face turned pale, but soon turned ferocious again. Let's go together, kill that whale. The pirates rushed forward. Laboon panicked for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. It closed its eyes, feeling the power within its body, as its fighting techniques were integrated into it. Swish. Its figure disappeared instantly, and the next second it appeared in front of a pirate's, flicking its fin lightly. Bang. The pirates fell to his knees, holding his stomach, and fainted. Laboon's movements became increasingly fluid, no longer relying on brute force, but instead precisely controlling every bit of power, as Rhett had taught him. It weaved between enemies, each strike perfectly timed to avoid harm while simultaneously rendering the enemy powerless. Buggy was stunned. This Laboon is amazing, SSSS. Shanks excitedly waved his iron sword. That's awesome, Laboon. Seeing the situation was bad, Captain Hook roared and rushed towards Laboon, waving his hook. Die, monster. Laboon didn't dodge, but stood firm. At the moment when the hook was about to hit it, it raised its fins and gently blocked it. Crack. Advertisement. The hook broke and the captain's attack came to an abrupt end. Laboon's eyes sharpened, and for the first time, it felt the rhythm of the battle. Instead of continuing to attack, it pressed the tip of its fin against the captain's throat and muttered in a low voice, "Leave, away." Captain Hook's legs went weak and he slumped to the ground. Let's go now." The battle was over faster than expected. The Hook pirates fled in disgrace, and no one tried to stop them. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Laboon stood there, looking down at his fins, seemingly in disbelief. Rhett walked over to it and patted its shoulder. "Well done, Laboon." Laboon turned his head, his eyes sparkling, and a joyful chirp emanated from his throat. "Woo, I did it." Roger laughed heartily and walked over to rub Laboon's head. "Ha. It seems our little Laboon has become a qualified warrior." Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Not bad, the control is much better than before." Shanks and Buggy rushed over, hugging Laboon from the left and right. "So cool. Laboon. You'll be our ace from now on." Laboon was a little embarrassed by the compliment, but his eyes were full of confidence. Rhett walked forward, took out his blue top hat, and gently put it on Laboon's head. "Well done, Roger Pirate's apprentice crew member Laboon. You have successfully completed your training. Congratulations," Rhett said, his mist simulating fireworks in the air. What is even more touching is the clusters of brilliant red mist on the Hook pirates in the distance, as if they are also happy for Laboon, which is very festive to watch. Under the moonlight, the Oro Jackson continued to sail, and Laboon's first battle became the most shining moment in its growth. The morning sun shone on the deck as Laboon carefully ate his breakfast with a seastone fork. Shanks came over and said, "Laboon, next time, can you teach me your move? The hum-hum-ha-hey move, it looks so cool." Buggy immediately pushed him aside. "Get lost. If Laboon wants to teach someone, he should teach me first." Shanks butted heads with Buggy. "Want to fight, a-hole? Come on, who's afraid of who?" Laboon looked at the two of them, suddenly grinned, and stretched out his fins. Bang! One on the left and one on the right, pressing on their faces at the same time, but the force was very light. "Woo! You are all little brothers." Chapter 46. Attack of Shanks Buggy. Roger sighed. They found a few rubbings of historical texts, but they couldn't understand them at all. Rhett thought that it was Odin who interpreted the historical texts before Roger pirates. Rhett lazily lay on the deck and said to Roger, "There is a Wano Kuni warrior named Kazuki Odin on the Newgate ship who can interpret historical texts." When Roger heard the news, his eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. "Captain, what are you planning?" Rayleigh pushed his glasses with a smile on his face. "Since Rhett told me, he must be our friend." Roger laughed. "That guy is on Whitebeard's ship now. We have to go and borrow him." Rhett raised an eyebrow at this. "Whitebeard is not someone who is easy to talk to, Captain. How do you plan to convince him?" Roger clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "What else can we do? Let's fight first." Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. "It's going to cause another earth-shattering uproar." Shanks and Buggy came over excitedly. "Captain, are we going to fight the Whitebeard pirates again? Last time they used their despicable superiority to defeat the minority, which made Shanks and Buggy angry for many days. If you can't beat them, just gang up on them. My little brother has no strength." Roger rubbed their heads and laughed. "Kuhahaha. That's right, don't let those kids over there scare you to tears." Shanks clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "I won't lose." Buggy was also quite confident. I can't do it either." Rhett stood up and stretched. "Buggy, fight hard this time. If you dare to run away, I'll whip you into a spinning top." "Let's go then. I also want to see how strong the Whitebeard pirates are now." Under the special search of Roger pirates, on the blue sea, the Oro Jackson braved the wind and waves, speeding towards the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby DK, "Dad, the Roger pirates have been spotted ahead," the lookout shouted. Newgate sat on a specially made chair, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Gulala. Roger, that kid, I didn't expect to run into them here." Two legendary pirate ships gradually approached each other, and finally both ships landed on a small island at the same time. Roger stood at the bow, his hands on his hips and laughing. "Newgate, long time no see." Newgate laughed lowly. "Gulala. Roger, what are you trying to do this time?" Roger's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. "Nothing, I just want to fight you again. We can talk about other things after the fight." Newgate snorted coldly. "Gulala. Roger, come on then." Before he could finish his words, two terrifying conquerors Hawkeye collided with each other. The sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and huge waves rose on the sea. Marco and Joe's go straight to Shanks and Buggy. "I won't let you launch a sneak attack with sand this time." Marco spread his blue flame wings, hovering in the air, his tone provocative. Shanks grinned. "Don't worry, this time, I'll chop you down fair and square." Before he could finish his words, Shanks suddenly rushed forward, his blade slicing through the air, heading straight for Marco's chest. Marco's flames flared, and he dodged sideways, lashing out with his right wing like a whip, sending a blazing wind of flames pushing Shanks back. Advertisement Shanks' swordsmanship has shed its immaturity. Each strike is sharp and precise. His newly revealed observation Hawkeye can already vaguely predict Marco's evasive trajectory. But Marco was experienced in combat after all. With the mobility of the Phoenix, he moved between Shanks's attacks. Shanks suddenly changed his tactics, and the blade was suddenly covered with a layer of black luster. Swish! With a slash of the sword, Marco's flames were split apart, and the blade left a bloody mark on his shoulder. Marco's pupils shrank. Armament hockey? You kid. Shanks panted, but his smile became wilder. Ret-san said, the only one who can injure the mythical beasts the most is hockey. Marco was completely serious. The speed at which this brat's strength was increasing was truly terrifying. Flames erupted all over his body. Then I'll let you witness the true power of the Phoenix. Phoenix seal. He suddenly spread his wings and turned into a flame and blasted towards Shanks. Shanks didn't dodge or evade. He held the knife with both hands and concentrated all his hockey on the tip of the knife. God avoid. Of course, this is a simplified version of Roger's divine avoidance, and the imitation looks quite realistic. Boom. The flame was cut in half. At the last moment, Marco used a claw attack to push Shanks back. The two men pulled away and stared at each other. Shanks was obviously exhausted, and that move of divine evasion was still too consuming. Marco's flames slowly repaired the scratches he had just suffered. The strength of the mythical beast was basically at the monster level, but his eyes no longer showed contempt. Shanks versus Marco. Although Shanks failed, the two may become good friends in the future. Let's turn our attention to Buggy. Buggy stood in front of Joe's, carrying a package on his back. If you look closely, you can see that it is full of daggers. His eyes no longer held the fear of the original plot, but were filled with confidence. He stared across at Joe's, who was covered in diamonds, and grinned. Hey, Diamond B *********** D. Don't let me beat you down again this time. Chaozi bumped his fists together, sparks flew, and he snorted coldly. Don't be so proud, Red Nose. You're just a guy who likes to play tricks. Who wants to use such a low-level trick? Buggy put his hands on his hips and said, come on, stop talking nonsense. Joe's eyes darkened, and he stopped talking nonsense. He took a step forward and slammed his diamond-covered fist towards Buggy. Bang! A crater was punched into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. However, Buggy's body had already been torn apart, and Joe's fist only hit the air. I can't hit you. I can't hit you. Buggy's head floated above Joe's head, smiling wickedly, and his split right hand made a face. Buggy. Brother Red, I actually ate your cake, hee. Joe's roared, his arms suddenly expanded, the diamond luster became more dazzling, he spun around suddenly, and punched out continuously like a storm. Diamond Meteor Fist. Dense fist shadows enveloped the surroundings, and Buggy fragments nimbly darted through the wind. Combined with the paper arts from the 6 styles, they drifted like pieces of paper blown by the wind. As he dodged, he taunted, harder. I'm not even breaking a sweat. Joe's forehead veins popped up, and he suddenly changed his moves and punched the ground. Boom! Advertisement. The rocks splashed around and spread outward with Joe's as the center, forcing Buggy's split body to gather together. Joe seized the opportunity and swept across with his diamond-like right arm. You can't hide now. At the critical moment, Buggy's mouth curled up into a cunning arc. His body suddenly dispersed, and at the same time, each split limb held a dagger, stabbing at Joe's from all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp blade slashed through Joe's diamond-like skin, leaving fine cracks on the surface. Joe's felt the pain and his attack faltered, but Buggy's right hand had already taken the opportunity to go around behind him and push him hard. Go. Chaozi stumbled a few steps and nearly fell. He steadied himself and turned back in disbelief. You could actually hurt me? Buggy's head floated in the air, and he was very proud. How is it? This armament color covers every dagger. Do you know how many months Uncle Buggy has been practicing day and night? Joe's eyes turned completely serious. He took a deep breath, his diamond luster radiating, and growled, then try this. He rushed towards Buggy. This time, his fists did not swing blindly, but rushed towards Buggy like a tank. Buggy can now split at any time, making him very comfortable against this type of powerful opponent. Blunt attacks are no longer a problem. Lowers voice, Buggy, divide it however you want. But Buggy wanted to test the new fruit ability he and Red had developed, so he suddenly reached out and touched Joe's diamond arm. Split. A strange scene occurred. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of Joe's diamond fist, as if forcibly dismantled by an invisible force. Although it only lasted for a moment, it was enough for Buggy's dagger to penetrate the gap. Puff. Blood splattered. Chaozi groaned and retreated hastily, looking at the wound on his arm in shock. You can even affect my ability? Buggy retracted the dagger, wiped the blood off it with a handkerchief, and grinned. How's it going? Want to do it again? Rhett was thinking at the time. Since Buggy can split itself, is it possible to split the attacks of others? Can the awakening of the future fruit decompose the conquerors that they cover? Just like Law's slaughterhouse, anything that can't withstand his fruit power will be split apart directly. This is very possible. The chop fruit doesn't say that it can only split itself. Joe's gritted his teeth and was about to fight again when suddenly. Boom, a bomb exploded between them. Amidst the thick smoke, Buggy's split left hand clutched the Buggy bomb and shook it slyly. Damn it, just a little bit. I'll have to use a quieter Buggy bomb next time. Buggy's fighting style is really sinister. He splits into so many pieces, who would care if 1 or 2 pieces are lost during the battle? When the smoke cleared, Joe's was half kneeling on the ground, with burn marks all over his diamond skin. But the explosion did not cause any actual damage to him. But it was true that he had no way to deal with Buggy. He looked up and glared at Buggy, only to see that the other party had recovered his body and was laughing with his hands on his hips. The winner is decided. I am a complete winner. Zi was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. Next time, I won't lose again. Buggy waved and turned to his friends. I'm always here. Buggy was so happy. My family, it's done. Chapter 47. Red will never accept Roger kneeling. Red also found Odin immediately. The Whitebeard pirates were still in the development stage, and there were only a few who could fight. Without an opponent, he could only watch. You know, their fights were scheduled every day, and it was really boring to watch them for a few days. Odin drew his two swords, stepped on them, and instantly approached Red, slashing with his two swords. Two-sword style. Peach Garden 10 punch. Red didn't dodge or evade, blocking with the Black Tide greatsword. Clang, the loud sound of metal clashing shook the deck, and the wooden planks beneath Red's feet dented slightly. Odin's slash was extremely powerful, but Red's Black Tide remained motionless. You have good strength. Red chuckled. He really thought I was some other time-traveling noob. The fog suddenly spread and enveloped the two of them. In the fog, Odin's vision was completely obscured, but he did not panic at all. He opened his observation Hawkeye to the fullest and sensed Red's position, but it was intermittent. His observation Hawkeye, which always worked, seemed to have suddenly failed. Mist Shinobi Mirage. Red's voice came from all directions, and 7 phantoms attacked Odin at the same time. Odin snorted coldly, and spun his two swords, dual sword style Odin, dual sword style Revolving Heaven. Red. Revolving Heaven. Brother-in-law. The blade flashed like a hurricane, instantly slicing the 7 phantoms to pieces. But the real Red had already circled behind Odin, slashing down with his Black Tide sword, shrouded in blood mist. Fog sword, blood. Odin reacted extremely quickly and blocked the attack with his backhand, but the impact of the Black Tide still pushed him back several steps, and cracks appeared on the deck. Interesting. Odin laughed, and Conqueror's Hawkeye suddenly erupted, with black and red lightning wrapped around the two swords. Red raised an eyebrow. Conqueror's entanglement? Well, it looks more like Conqueror's emission. Let's compare. Boom, the two Conquerors collided, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and huge waves rose on the sea. The crew on the deck retreated one after another, and even Roger and Newgate showed surprise. The kid's Hawkeye isn't bad, Roger grinned. Odin wrapped his two swords around Hawkeye and suddenly jumped up. Two-sword style. Togen Shirataki. Red was equally unafraid, his Black Tide greatsword, covered in armament Hawkeye, slashed forward. Black Tide. Broken Sea. Boom. The shockwave from the collision of swords exploded, the deck was torn apart, and the surrounding seawater was shaken up into the sky. After Odin landed, he suddenly sheathed his sword and assumed the stance of EI slash. Two-sword style sword drawing technique. Odin only has those few moves, I picked some of my own. Red's eyes fixed, and the Black Tide greatsword glowed with a dark red light. Advertisement. Mist God style. Ghost attack. Both of them attacked at the same time. Swish. The flash of swords and the energy of swords intersected, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. Click. Odin was knocked back and barely managed to stop himself, while Red's shoulder was scratched with a shallow bloody mark. The two stood back to back, and the whole audience was silent. Draw? Red didn't win. Shanks' eyes widened. No, Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. Although Red was injured, it was obvious that Red held back. Otherwise, the blood mist would not have entered Odin's body at the time of Zhenfei. Odin turned around and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. Your fog and swordsmanship are both very strong. Red put away the Black Tide and raised his lips slightly. You are not bad either. The warriors of Wano Kuni are indeed well deserved. Buggy and Shanks ran over with stars in their eyes. Red, come on, you guys have been fighting for over 3 days. Red was stunned. It's been more than 3 days. Time flies so fast. Ha ha ha. I hate blood cows, understand blood cows, and become a blood cow. The battle between Roger and Whitebeard is nearing its end. Gulala, it's so nice, the little ones are having a party, Whitebeard shouted. At the banquet, Whitebeard sat upright in a chair, his Naginata beside him, and asked curiously, Roger, what are you doing here? Roger grinned, Newgate, I came to borrow someone from you. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was in an uproar. You must be joking. Marco frowned. How could our family possibly lend it to you? That's right, Joe's clenched his fists. Want to fight? Red stood beside Roger, his eyes scanning the Whitebeard pirates until they finally stopped at Odin, the man in a kimono with 2 swords hanging from his waist, watching them with interest. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Roger, tell me, who do you want to borrow? Roger pointed at Odin. Him, Kazuki Odin. The whole audience was silent. Odin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting, what do you want from me? Roger's eyes were blazing. I heard that you can read the historical texts, and I'm going to the final island. I need your help. Do you want to know the secrets of the world? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Roger, you should know me. Do you want to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates? Roger stood up with a serious expression, his eyes filled with a determination to find the truth about the world. He looked at Whitebeard and said slowly, Edward, I have nothing to ask for in my life. This journey requires someone like Odin to accompany me. Knowing the truth about the world and unlocking its hidden secrets is my final wish and the meaning of my life's adventure. I know it's too much to ask, but it's truly vital to me. As he said this, he actually wanted to kneel down. Advertisement Red slapped himself. He only thought that Odin had boarded Roger's boat and forgot how he got on the boat. Captain. Rayleigh's pupils shrank suddenly. Jabba shouted. Roger, how dare you kneel down to Newgate? B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** A pair of hands tightly held his arms. She read. Blood mist billowed, and Rhett's red eyes burned. He could tell that he was not calm. Roger, don't kneel. When watching the original plot, Rhett admired Roger for being able to kneel down for his dream. But Rhett got on Roger's boat when he was 3 years old. Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba were his 3 most beloved older brothers. He would never allow his older brothers to give up their dignity. No matter who was kneeling or for what reason, it was an insult to Roger. Roger looked up in surprise. He could feel that Rhett was holding him with great strength. After Rhett was sure that Roger would not kneel again, he turned to face Newgate. Because the truth of the world is worth seeing. Rhett walked forward slowly, blood mist swirling around him, and his red eyes stared directly at Whitebeard, not retreating at all. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Kid, are you teaching me how to treat my family? No, Rhett said softly, yet everyone could hear clearly. I'm telling you, Odin has the right to choose his own path. Since he can decipher history, he must want to see the secrets of this world. At this moment, Odin suddenly strode forward. He gripped his 2 swords tightly, his eyes flashing with a complex light. Captain. Whitebeard looked at him in silence. I want to go and see. Odin's voice was trembling, but he was incredibly determined. I'm the one who can understand the historical texts. When I studied the historical texts, I wanted to truly see the secrets of this world, so. Marco couldn't help but yell, Brother Odin, do you know what you're talking about? Marco knew how difficult it was for Odin to get on board. Odin turned to face his former companions and suddenly bowed deeply. I'm sorry, everyone, but I have to make this trip. Whitebeard's expression finally changed. He stared at Odin for a long moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Gulala. Good, very good. The Naginata slammed down hard, shaking the deck. Since this is your choice, then go ahead. Rhett breathed a sigh of relief as the blood mist quietly dissipated. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Odin's awareness and Whitebeard's open-mindedness had both exceeded his expectations. I really owe you a favor, Whitebeard. Roger laughed and stepped forward. Thank you, Newgate. I promise to return him in good condition. Whitebeard snorted coldly. If you lose even a hair, I will tear your ship apart. Odin's eyes were slightly red, but he smiled brightly. When I come back, I will definitely bring the best wine. This is also the first time since the Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates met that they left the party before it was over. As the Oro Jackson slowly sailed away, Marco walked up to Whitebeard and said, Dad, Brother Odin. Whitebeard watched the ship sail away, a smile playing on his lips. Rhett is right. Everyone has the right to choose their own path. Because they're family, I should support him. The sea breeze carried Odin's final cry. I will definitely come back. As the sun sets, 2 legendary pirate ships go in opposite directions, heading towards their respective destinies. Chapter 48 Why Steal When You Can Fight Hard. The Oro Jackson was sailing on the vast ocean, and Odin was immersed in interpreting the rubbings of historical texts. Suddenly, he looked up and shouted excitedly. Found it. The historical text is right here. He unfolded an old nautical chart and pointed to a certain sea area. Here, Roger took a closer look and raised his eyebrows. Huh? This sea area seems to have been occupied by Charlotte Linlin recently? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, his tone calm but with a hint of solemnity. If the intelligence is correct, this is indeed Charlotte Linlin's territory now. There was a moment of silence on the deck. Charlotte Linlin? Jabba whistled. That crazy woman is not to be trifled with. Shanks and Buggy looked at each other and whispered, Who is Big Mom? Rhett lazily leaned against the side of the ship, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. A monster with a sweet tooth. His abilities are quite troublesome. Jabba became excited and said to the 3 little ones, That was before you boarded the ship. Your brother Rhett was the best in the world. At that time, Charlotte Linlin was still a member of the Rock's crew. He came to recruit us, and Rhett, could you let him? He just attacked with a great sword, and it was a terrifying blow. Shanks and Buggy. Laboon's eyes sparkled. Sigh. It's incredible that we fought for so long without even breaking the skin. Even if we were to peel it off, it would have fallen off. In the end, it still had to be me. I was like a god descending to earth to save Rhett from the water and fire. Rhett threw the water cup at Jabba. Shut up, you B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่*̱ Jabba twisted like a piece of seaweed. Yo, someone seems to be angry. B***************** D Jabba. Let's duel. Rhett took the black tide and went up. After the farce ended, all the members of Roger Pirates sat together on the deck and began to discuss countermeasures. Uncle Rayleigh was as reliable as ever. Charlotte Linlin's territory is heavily guarded, but if we sneak in quietly, we might be able to get in, find the stone tablet, copy it, and leave quickly, which would save us some unnecessary trouble. Jabba was skeptical. The problem is, but she is also an expert, and observation Hawkeye is not weak either. If we are discovered, we will be besieged by the pirates of the entire Toto land. Advertisement Rhett said lazily. Besides, her homies, spiritual creations, are everywhere. Trying to sneak in quietly is difficult. After thinking about it, Spencer offered his own suggestion. We also have some rare navigation information and treasures. Perhaps we can trade with her. Roger shook his head. Kuhahaha. We just had a feud in the Valley of Gods. I won't hand that crazy B*ch over so easily. Odin raised his hand and said, then just go for it, there's no such thing as cowardice in the samurai's vocabulary. Roger was a little excited when he heard this, because thanks to Rhett's intervention, Roger had not contracted a terminal illness. You know, Roger's strength is still at its peak, so he is really fearless. Just go in, take it and run, pretty exciting, isn't it? Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Captain, her power is expanding, and she has many powerful men under her command. It is too risky to force her way in. Roger was moved when he heard this. Rhett listened to Rayleigh's explanation and watched Roger's reaction. So that's how he stole it. It seems that in the original plot, when he fought with Big Mom, Roger was already terminally ill and his strength began to decline. But with Rhett's intervention, Roger would not have contracted a terminal illness, and it seems that Big Mom's plot would have been advanced, but Rhett feels that it is really unnecessary. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba plus him, Owen add Odin who came later. It's not easy to fight against an undeveloped country. This is the same as the Valley of Gods. As long as Charlotte Linlin doesn't stop any of them, it will be an indiscriminate massacre. His eldest sons may not be enough. Rhett suggested nonchalantly, I think we can just go and conquer them, and then slowly build up our rubbings. Jabba grinned. Besides, when have we, the Roger pirates, ever been afraid of a tough battle? Roger made the decision. Kuhahaha. It's settled. Just break in, grab the historical text and run. It was in this joyful atmosphere that Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba decided to directly contain Charlotte Linlin and her key personnel. Odin took advantage of the chaos to search for the historical text and make a copy. Rhett. Use blood mist to block the battlefield and conduct large-scale control. Shanks, Buggy, Laboon and other crew members stay on the ship to prevent pirates from boarding. After all, too many people will not be of much use. Numbers are useless in front of Rhett. Those who can't even enter Rhett's blood mist are not worthy of stepping into the battlefield. Rayleigh finally confirmed. Remember, our goal is the historical text, not a fight to the death. Once we get it, retreat immediately. Charlotte Linlin must be furious. Rhett has been brooding over not being able to break Charlotte Linlin's defense. Roger laughed and shouted, got it, boys, get ready for battle. Advertisement everyone, chance, oh, sailed to Cake Island. The Oro Jackson braved the wind and waves and sailed towards Charlotte Linlin's territory. Shanks and Buggy lay on the bow, feeling nervous and excited. Buggy swallowed his saliva and asked, hey, Shanks, do you think we can win this time? I heard that Charlotte Linlin is also a big pirate like our captain. Shanks held his head nonchalantly. Of course, with the captain, Brother Rhett, Uncle Rayleigh, and Uncle Jabba here, we can't lose. Rhett stood at the stern, blood mist slowly spreading, his eyes sharp. Charlotte Linlin. Let me see if your Wan Guo can block my fog. Damn, why can't it break through my defense? I'm so angry. The Oro Jackson ripped through the fog, its prow slicing through the calm sea. In the observation tower, Shanks excitedly waved his straw hat. Island in sight. Full speed ahead. Roger stood at the bow, his red coat rustling. Show those Charlotte kids what real pirates are like. Enemy attack. The voices of the lookouts in the towers along Cake Island's coastline change. It's the Roger pirates, all alert. Alarm bells rang across the island. Charlotte Linlin, who was napping, was awakened, sweet cream dripping from the corner of her mouth. Mama, that crazy Roger? According to the plan. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, and Moonwalk took off into the air. Rhett was the last to disembark, his black-tied sword dragging deep grooves in the sand. Odin, the history text is now in your hands. Leave it to me. Odin unsheathed his two swords, and the Tianyu Yuzan gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Mist realm, blood hell. Rhett formed seals with his hands, and a crimson mist flooded across the beach like a tide. The assembled glutinous rice soldiers suddenly screamed. My eyes hurt. My eyes hurt. Breathe. I can't breathe. It's poisonous fog. Retreat. In fact, the same effect can be achieved by using Conquerors, but Conquerors is one-time use, while Rhett's mist can be stored permanently. The little one's eyes sparkled as they watched the handsome scene. Rhett straightened his clothes in a showy manner. What a basic operation. Chapter 49. Plan in progress. Roger. How dare you trespass on my territory? Charlotte Linlin's roar resounded through the sky, and Zeus carried her out of the collapsed castle gate, Napoleon's giant sword wrapped in violent purple lightning. Kuhahaha. Long time no see, Linlin, don't get so angry, it'll make you wrinkle. Roger slowly drew his famous sword, Ace. Make a copy of the historical text and I'll leave, what do you think? Go to hell and borrow it. You be ********** D. Roger. Linlin raised his greatsword above his head. Elbaf's spear, Whitebeard. God avoid. Linlin's giant sword suddenly slashed down, and a slash strong enough to tear the island apart came straight at Roger. The moment the two forces collided, boom, Cake Island trembled violently, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the sky was torn into a huge Uzumaki cloud. The two sides collided, Roger stood still, and Linlin was forced to take 3 steps back, the ground beneath his feet collapsing. She smiled grimly. Roger, you're still so irritating, but if you're willing to have a child with me, I can really agree on this. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to start a family yet. And in this earth-shaking battle, he, taking advantage of the chaos as the romance of a true man, Odin crouched down and slipped into the castle. He was wearing his signature orange kimono, the cool crotch of Roger's boat, and his wooden clogs were clacking on the gorgeous floor. I mean, if it was really necessary, he would just hunch over and come in. Turn left, then right, he muttered as he ran, observation hockey fully activated, and the location map of the historical text appeared clearly in his mind. If I weren't so pressed for time and so busy, I'd really like to have a good look around this castle. Odin pouted and casually took a piece of chocolate cake from the dessert table in the corridor and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow. Gomai. As expected of a dessert from Wangguo. It tastes so good. Advertisement sudden. Intruder detected. A roar came from the corner, and Charlotte Owen, emitting scorching steam from her body, rushed out like a human steamer, heat wave impact. Wow. It's so hot. Odin jumped up exaggeratedly, but his hands didn't slow down at all. Two sword style. Taoyuan Tenkan. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light bloomed like a sakura flower, and the armor on Owen's chest burst instantly. Two crossed bloodstains appeared on his strong chest. Huh? Why'd I suddenly feel a little cool? Owen looked down and found that his upper body was naked except for his shorts. Hey, where's my armor? Sorry, I'm in a hurry, kid. Odin waved his hand with a smile. Odin really didn't want to fight with a little kid, so he continued to sprint. Owen froze in his tracks, and it took him a while to react. Wait, how could this be? However, Odin had already run away, leaving behind only a string of cheerful laughter. Ha ha ha, thanks, Owen. You have a nice body. Owen. He breaks down. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. Smoothie raised the 10-meter-long sword in both hands and chopped it down fiercely. The sword energy blew away the floor. Wow. What a huge sword. Odin's eyes widened, but he remained calm, crossing his swords in a cross. Get out of the way. I'm in a hurry. Boom. The two forces collided. The floor tiles under Odin's feet shattered into pieces, and he sank half a meter. You're quite strong, he grinned, and suddenly an idea struck him. Now. He suddenly pulled away, and using the inertia of Smoothie's sword, he rolled into the room and patted Smoothie on the shoulder. Thank you. Smoothie. Then rushed into the room. Smoothie felt his vision go black and he fainted. Odin appeared behind him again, holding up his black fist. It's great to be young, just fall asleep now, you're welcome. The stone tablet with the historical text stands in the center of the room, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Wow. I finally found it. Odin rubbed his hands excitedly, took out the rubbing paper from his pocket, and with a few clicks, he made a perfect rubbing. Advertisement, done. He nodded with satisfaction, but before the ink had dried, Smoothie's greatsword slashed down with fury. Die. Huh, you woke up so soon. Hey, don't be so irritable. Odin didn't even turn around, and did a backflip. The rubbing paper drew a beautiful arc in the air, and he caught it steadily. Got it. Smoothie stamped his feet in anger. Damn it, stop. Goodbye. Please treat me to a drink next time. Odin laughed and disappeared. On the coastline, Rhett's black-tied greatsword was chopping cookies. Rhett originally wanted to absorb all of their vitality, but the vitality of these things was really pitifully low. As soon as Cracker's biscuit soldier army rushed into the range of the blood mist, a crackling sound of shattering was heard. I thought it was a good job, but it turned out to be so boring. Damn it. My observation hockey is ineffective. Cracker was horrified to find that his most proud observation hockey was completely ineffective in the blood mist. Mist erosion 1,000 needles. Rhett opened his 5 fingers, and countless fine needles condensed from blood mist poured down like a rainstorm. The biscuit soldiers were instantly pierced like sieves. Although Cracker used arm color to defend himself in time, 3 blood needles still pierced his shoulders. He groaned and fell to the ground. This thing is poisonous. Little brat, your mother can't even beat me. What are you doing here? You're so bored. Future perception tells me to attack here. Katakori's rice cake fist suddenly came out of the fog, and the attack wrapped in advanced armament color went straight to Rhett's temple. You guessed it, and then. Rhett's voice came from behind, and the black-tied greatsword slashed down with a sound of breaking through the air. Katakori, relying on years of combat instinct, managed to turn around, using his back, hardened with armament hockey, to withstand the blow. Bang! He was blasted dozens of meters away like a cannonball, collapsing 3 houses before coming to a stop. In the blood mist, Rhett's figure was looming, his long black straight hair fluttering in the mist. He didn't feel any pressure at all. This future vice chairman was just like that. He could beat any vice chairman now, don't you think, Marco? Rhett unscrupulously used his observation hockey to scan Big Mom's Wangguo. He was really arrogant. She was so angry that she suddenly found an interesting person. Why was he here? Was it the butterfly effect caused by his little butterfly? Ah hey, this is so fun. A massive blue dragon coiled among the clouds, and Kaido, once a little long worm, now held the vague title of the world's strongest creature. He transformed back into human form, looking down below, his mace, 8 fasts, slung over his shoulder, a proud grin on his lips. That crazy woman Linlin, how dare she set her sights on Lousy. Today I will reduce her kingdom to ruins. Chapter 50. Eat the Black Stick. However, just as the Beast's pirates' fleet was about to land on Cake Island, a familiar ship slowly emerged on the distant horizon, the Oro Jackson. Kaido's pupils suddenly contracted, and Conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably, instantly dispersing the thunderclouds in the sky. Red appeared at the bow of the fleet, laughing and waving. Hey, Kaido. Long time no see. You've grown a lot. Red lazily leaned against the mast, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, and jokingly said, the little brat has grown up, but I wonder if his ability to take a bludgeon has improved. Oh, by the way, is that letter I left for you still there? Kaido's dragon whiskers were bulging, and his dragon eyes were red. Red. You're looking for death. The humiliation of God's Valley, the memories of being toyed with, having treasures stolen, and having words carved into his body by Red suddenly flooded back to him. He suddenly transformed into a human beast form, his mace wrapped in black and red lightning, and Conqueror's haki condensed to the extreme. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Boom. A devastating shockwave struck Red. Oh my, don't be so fierce, little worm. Red drew out the black-tied great sword. Mist God Flow, Ghost Slash. It is obvious that the current Thunder 8 trigrams is still a little lacking in quality. Red instantly flashed to Kaido's side, his sword wrapped in high-level armament haki. Mist God style. Instant slash. Kaido turned around with a sinister grin, his mace clashing with the sword's edge. Do you think Lousy is still that loser from God Valley? Clang, the explosion of metal colliding shattered the clouds. Red raised an eyebrow slightly, it is indeed much stronger. Red's figure appeared behind Kaido like a ghost, and the blood mist condensed into a giant hand, trying to knock Kaido's black hand, and suddenly grabbed his neck. You have practiced your observation haki well, but unfortunately. Kaido suddenly turned around, his mouth wide open, hot breath. The blazing dragon flame gushed out, and Ret's blood mist was evaporated instantly. Tisk, he has a bad temper. Ret clicked his tongue. Kaido laughed wildly. Ret, today is the day to pay back that debt to God's Valley. Ret's figure slowly emerged from the blood mist, a playful smile on his face. Hey, little worm, wasn't the lesson last time enough? Stop looking down on me. Kaido was furious. He swung his dragon tail violently, the ground exploded, and he rushed towards Ret like a cannonball. Thundering 8 trigrams. The mace, wrapped in the Dark Conqueror's lightning, smashed towards Ret fiercely, however. Swish. Ret's figure suddenly disappeared and turned into blood mist that scattered everywhere. Your perception is too poor. Ret's voice came from all directions. Advertisement with undisguised sarcasm, he said, my mist has the function of blocking observation haki, but you don't even seem to notice this function. How dare you fight me in my home turf? Boom. Kaido's attack missed, a huge crater was smashed into the ground, and smoke and dust rose up. Damn it. Kaido gritted his teeth, his dragon eyes scanning the surroundings frantically, but he couldn't catch Ret's breath. Here it is. Bang, a giant fist condensed from blood mist suddenly hit Kaido's abdomen. Puff. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, his dragon scales shattered, and he flew backwards, smashing into several pieces of ruins before he could barely stop. It's not over yet. Ret chuckled, clasped his hands together, and the blood mist suddenly condensed into countless scarlet blades. Blood mist. 1,000 blades strangling, ow wow. Blood blades rained down like a torrential rain. Kaido roared and swung his mace to block, but several blood blades still penetrated his defense, leaving deep scars on his body that could be seen to the bone. Ah! Kaido roared in pain. His dragon scales corroded and his flesh festered, but he still refused to fall down. Conqueror's haki erupted crazily. Lousy is. Kaido. He suddenly leapt up, his dragon claws wrapped around Conqueror's, and tore at Ret fiercely. Dragon claw. Tyrant entanglement. Ret's eyes narrowed slightly, and the blood mist instantly condensed into a shield. Boom. The two forces collided, and shockwaves swept all around. However, Kaido's attack only made Ret retreat half a step, and the blood mist shield remained intact. Tisk, that's some progress. Ret tilted his head and gave a wicked smile. Unfortunately, it's still not good enough. It's really a blood cow. The pirate's king is a blood cow, damn. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Blood mist binding insect chain. This is the move that Red God Valley used to tie up Kaido. Why did you change the name? It has no other meaning, it's just disgusting Kaido hee hee. Swish. Countless scarlet chains shot out from the ground and instantly wrapped around Kaido's limbs, dragon tail, and even his neck. What? Kaido struggled, but found that the chains were getting tighter and tighter, and even began to corrode his haki. Don't bother. Ret slowly approached and lightly touched Kaido's forehead with his fingertips. Your haki is too crude. In front of me, it's no different from paper. B***************. Let Lousy go. Kaido roared, his dragon pupils filled with bloodshot. Advertisement, okay, I'll satisfy you. Red grinned and kicked Kaido in the face. Bang. Kaido's huge dragon body was kicked hundreds of meters away and slammed heavily into the ground, plowing a deep ditch. When the smoke and dust cleared, Kaido was covered in blood, his dragon scales shattered, and his consciousness blurred, but he still growled unwillingly. Lousy, hasn't lost yet. Ret walked up to him, squatted down, and patted his face. The future, strongest creature, aren't you being pinned to the ground and rubbed against me now? Oh my, you still need more practice. He stood up, and the blood mist condensed into a stick again. He waited and said, do you want another stun blow? So you can sleep better? Kaido's eyes widened in anger, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. Kaido stared at Rhett's figure, his claws dug deep into the ground, and he roared in his heart. One day. Lousy will definitely kill you, never mind. It's boring. Rhett shrugged and turned away, a blood mist spreading beneath his feet. When you get stronger, come and get me beaten again, little worm. Bang! Kaido fell into a baby-like sleep again. Ding! I unexpectedly successfully checked in at Kaido today. As for why he didn't kill Kaido, Kaido didn't pose any threat to him. This was also an experience pack for the future pirates. He didn't want to change the plot when Kaido didn't pose a threat to him. This would make him lose his foresight. Moreover, this is the future pirate's main instructor, and his teaching efficiency is unparalleled. Kaido's Hockey Crash Course first stick, Advanced Armament Color. Second stick, Conqueror's Twine, the third baton, Devil Fruit Awakening. You have to know that Red got the Devil Fruit at the age of 3 and then awakened in the Valley of the Gods. I just beat the teacher with a stick. You can say that I, Teacher Kaido, am not good, but you can't say that I, Teacher Guy, have no teaching ability. As Red rushed back, he heard his captain, ha ha ha. We got the stuff, let's retreat. Roger jumped back onto the boat with a big laugh. Charlotte Linlin was furious. Stop them, but the blood mist has completely blocked the sea surface. The Oro Jackson sailed away, riding the wind and waves. Mama, Roger. I will remember this grudge. Charlotte Linlin's roar echoed throughout Cake Island. On the Roger pirate's ship, Odin held up the rubbings and said, now we have it all. We are one step closer to the truth. Roger laughed. Kuhahaha, you've worked so hard, let's have a party to celebrate. Chapter 51. Pretending to be powerful will make you fly, the Battle of Edwall. Sea Circle Calendar 1496. The blue sky was cloudless and the sea was as calm as a mirror. The Oro Jackson sailed slowly. On the deck, the members of Roger Pirates were busy with their own things. Shanks and Buggy were bickering in the corner. Laboon was carefully polishing his top hat, and Red was leaning against the side of the ship, resting his eyes. Suddenly, the crew member on the lookout stood up abruptly, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Captain. Something's happening in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 5 huge pirate ships floating in the distant sky, with Golden Lion head flags fluttering in the wind. Golden Lion again? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and frowned slightly. Roger grinned, but his eyes turned serious. Kuhahaha, this guy really is haunting us. As a time traveler from ancient times, how could I not appreciate the Advor naval battle? Rhett was really curious. If Roger was not sick, how would the current Roger Pirates team be able to defeat Golden Lion? Roger, join us to rule this new world. The Golden Lion's wild laughter came from the air. After Rox was defeated, Rox Pirate also fell apart, and his power was naturally divided among everyone. Newgate and Charlotte. One wanted to find his family, and the other wanted to have children. Kaido had ambitions, but what kind of appeal would the trainee fighters on the Rox ship have? Therefore, Rox's power was divided among Golden Lion Ochaku and others. The Golden Lion Pirates are becoming more and more powerful. With their mobility and the ability to fly into the sky, coupled with the Golden Lion's habit of not being picky about who they are, their numbers are increasing. The Golden Lion's fleet had already begun its movement. 5 warships swooped down from the sky like a swarm of locusts, their guns trained on the Oro Jackson. Roger laughed out loud. Sorry, Shiki, I want to sail freely. Ruling the world is so boring. How about you come down and have a drink and let us go? Jabba gripped his axe tightly and snorted coldly. Wasn't the beating you received last time bad enough? You actually dared to fly directly into the sky this time? Fire. Golden Lion's wild laughter came from the air. Boom 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 boom. Shells rained down like a torrential rain, and countless water columns instantly exploded on the sea surface. The deck of the Oro Jackson shook violently, and wood chips flew everywhere. All hands on deck, Roger yelled, and the crew sprang into action. Advertisement, but they have fallen into an unprecedented passive situation. Rhett unfolded his blood mist field. Damn, these shells are mixed with seastone powder. Does Golden Lion have the money to burn it? You know, seastone powder is not cheap, and it costs a lot of money every time. Although these shells were corroded by Rhett's mist and basically would not explode, the hardness of the sea powder itself was enough to make a crater on the Oro Jackson, not to mention the overwhelming shells. The keel of the Oro Jackson is unlikely to break, but it is full of holes and could possibly sink. Damn it. If I jump on it, their pirate ship will take off. Jabba roared and chopped off a falling cannonball with his axe. Rayleigh blocked with his sword, his face solemn. We can't counterattack rashly. If the hull is damaged, we won't even be able to sail. The strongest weapon of the Roger Pirates is close combat, but Golden Lion doesn't give them any chance. Golden Lion is truly a hero of his generation. He will do anything to achieve his goal. If he can't beat you, he will play dirty tricks on you. You should know that because of Rhett's existence, Golden Lion caused trouble to Roger Pirates twice, and he basically returned alone each time, and none of his men survived. These seastone shells were obviously intended for Rhett. He would really spend a huge amount of money to get rid of Rhett, the stumbling block that stands in the way of his sweet relationship with Roger. His fleet retreated after one blow, quickly rising back to high altitude, making all the counterattacks of the Roger Pirates group in vain. Then, they dived down from another angle and continued the bombardment. Damn it! Buggy was so angry that he jumped up and down. This guy is so despicable. Come down and beat him up if you can. Shanks gritted his teeth and gripped his long knife tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. If only I could fly up. Laboon grew larger, using its massive body to block the center of the deck, protecting Buggy and Shanks, but its strength was useless against the long-range bombardment. Rhett narrowed his eyes, looked at the arrogant golden lion in the sky, and thought of a countermeasure quickly in his mind. Captain, we can't just keep taking the beating, he said in a deep voice. Roger frowned, a rare occurrence. Rhett narrowed his eyes, looking at the arrogant golden lion in the sky, and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Since he likes to fly in the sky, then let him not fly. Advertisement. He turned to Roger. Captain, I need a moment to prepare. Roger understood and laughed. Kuhahaha. Leave it to you, Rhett. In the ensuing battle, the Roger pirates took a defensive position, sniping at the enemy's artillery fire while waiting for Rhett's plan to unfold. Seeing this, Golden Lion became even more proud. Roger, please join us. Your strength should not be buried in this small ship. As long as you agree, we can rule the world together. Golden Lion said so, but his attacks became more and more reckless. However, he didn't notice that Rhett hadn't made a move since then. Now, Rhett was caught in the moment when the Golden Lion pirates swooped down. Rhett suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam in his crimson pupils. He clasped his hands together, and a blood mist erupted, spreading into the sky at an alarming speed. Blood mist skylocked. The fog spread rapidly. Although the concentration was not as high as that around Rhett, it was still strong enough to cover the Golden Lion pirates and the entire sea. The fog turned into countless scarlet chains. It soared from the sea to the sky, instantly entangling all the ships of the Golden Lion fleet. The corrosive power attached to the chains began to disintegrate the structure of the hulls, and the power of the lion fruit was gradually suppressed. What? Golden Lion was horrified and tried to control the ship to break free, but found that his abilities were severely interfered with. Shiki, you like flying, right? Do you really think you're the only one who's gotten stronger? Rhett's voice came from below, with a hint of teasing. Now, it's time to land. As the chains tightened, the warship began to shake violently, eventually losing its balance and falling from a high altitude. Boom, boom, boom. The ship crashed into the sea, stirring up huge waves. The Golden Lion's crew fell into the water one after another, and the scene was in chaos. Golden Lion steadied himself and floated in the air, his expression extremely gloomy. Rhett's attack seemed powerful, but it only affected Golden Lion's control of the ship. Coupled with the pull of the fog, it threw the ship directly into the sea. He looked down at the Oro Jackson and roared. Roger, Rhett, you bastards. Rhett fell directly to the ground. You know, in an instant, the fog spread dozens or even hundreds of miles, and pulled the Golden Lion's locust-like ship out of the Golden Lion's lion fruit ability. I didn't drain him dry thanks to my monster stamina. It was a highlight moment for the river god. It was really good. Now Rhett feels it's hard to move. This was the first time Rhett felt exhausted. Watching the Golden Lion pirates crew climb out of the sea, the real battle had just begun. Chapter 52. The first sight of three little ones engaging in a large-scale fight. Rhett was lying limp on the deck of the Oro Jackson when he suddenly felt himself being lifted up. The three little ones carried Rhett to the corner of the wall. Rhett, just look at us. Shanks and Buggy gave Rhett a thumbs up. Laboon adjusted his top hat, and the three of them turned around and rushed into the battlefield. Hey, Red Nose. What are you doing hiding behind me? Shanks' sword was wrapped in a light-armed color, accurately blocking the oncoming long sword. Who hid? I'm looking for the best time to attack, Buggy said toughly, but the dagger in his hand was shaking. He ducked down and narrowly avoided the mace that was sweeping towards him. Damn, I'm a coward now. You don't think I'm really bad, do you? The two teenagers stood back to back on the floating wreckage of the ship, surrounded by dozens of Golden Lion pirates' minions. The salty smell of the seawater mixed with the smell of blood made the two people who were experiencing this scale of battle for the first time breathe faster. Before, whether it was with Garp or Newgate. Even if all the ordinary pirates were wiped out, it would not have reached the point where the sea was dyed red. Everyone kept their hands off. Just these two brats. A burly man with scars all over his face walked forward with a sly grin. Master Golden Lion is too cautious. I can handle this kind of B************** D by myself. Swish. Shanks suddenly disappeared, and the next second he appeared behind the burly man, slashing the back of his neck with his sword with a sharp sound. Bang. What are you barking about? Shanks often sees Rhett's catchphrase, and it turns out it feels so good to say it. The iron-blooded strong man fell to the ground. So much nonsense. Shanks swung his sword and raised an eyebrow at Buggy. See? This is what combat is all about. Don't be so proud. Buggy yelled in dissatisfaction, and suddenly rolled his eyes. Watch me. He handed Shanks and Laboon a gas mask each, then pulled out a smoke bomb and slammed it to the ground. That's right, I learned from Rhett how to set up the scene before a fight. Rhett, you really did me a lot of harm. With a bang, thick smoke instantly covered the entire area. Ahem. Despicable brat, there's pepper in it, damn. Buggy took the opportunity to activate his ability, splitting his hands into dozens of palms, each holding a throwing knife. Special Buggy Barrage. Throwing knives rained down on the enemies in the smoke, causing screams to echo. Shanks stared at the scene in amazement. When did you prepare all this? Advertisement, kuhahaha. Buggy proudly put his hands on his hips. I'm a genius. However, the pride lasted only 3 seconds, as a sharp sword energy suddenly split the smoke. A swordsman wearing an eye patch walked slowly towards them, the long sword in his hand shining coldly. Kids, the game is over. I don't have time to waste with you anymore. Shanks and Buggy swallowed at the same time. This enemy feels completely different. Even geniuses need time to grow. Turtle, should we go to Brother Red's place? Hey, Shanks. Buggy's voice was a little trembling. War. Fight? I thought you were going to run away, so let's fight? Shanks gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Brother Red is still exhausted, and we're also members of the Roger Pirates crew. Who are you looking down on? Buggy was so angry that he jumped up and down, but he still gritted his teeth and stood beside Shanks. Damn it. If I die here today, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Buggy is very different from the original because of Red's influence. If it were in the original, it would have run away long ago. The swordsman sneered, and his long sword suddenly turned into dozens of afterimages and attacked. A dazzling display of flowers. Ding ding ding. Shanks tried his best to block, but the gap in strength was too big. With a sword strike, Shanks's sword was not his griffin. An ordinary sword coupled with Shanks' current strength could not block that move at all. The sword was quickly cut off, and there were several blood marks on his body. Shanks! Buggy exclaimed, grabbing a piece of wood and throwing it over in a hurry. The female swordsman casually chopped the wooden board with a sword, but suddenly found that Buggy was gone. Up there, Buggy dropped from the sky, his legs splitting into dozens of flying kicks. Special Buggy Storm. A mere trifle. The female swordsman dodged easily and slashed at Buggy with her backhand. Buggy looked at the gradually enlarged blade, because he looked down on the two of them in his heart because they did not have the armament Hawkeye attached to them, and he was not panicked. I acted separately and was about to take action when I was about to sneak up on them. Everything was under control. Bang! At the critical moment, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed over and knocked the swordsman away. Laboon! Shanks exclaimed in surprise. The little whale caught Buggy steadily, still wearing the blue top hat on its head. It let out an angry cry and pointed its fins at the fallen swordsman. Woo! Don't bully them. The swordsman scrambled to his feet and stared at the suddenly appearing monster in shock. What the hell is this? Advertisement. Laboon didn't give him time to think. It took a deep breath and then... boom! A precise water cannon shot directly blasted the female swordsman into the sea. Wow! Buggy was stunned. Laboon, when did you learn that trick? Laboon held its head high with pride, its top hat tilted to one side. Shanks laughed and climbed onto its back. Great job. Let's go help the others. Laboon put Shanks down and patted the mist in his hat onto himself. This was the mist Red had prepared for him in advance. Then he jumped into the sea, after this period of training. Woo! Deafening whale calls echoed across the battlefield as Laboon's massive body suddenly leapt from the sea, sending up massive waves tens of meters high. The blue hat atop its head remained motionless in the sea breeze, its round eyes burning with unprecedented fighting spirit. Hey, hey! Is that Laboon? Buggy was hanging on the mast, his red nose shaking with fear. When did it become so fierce? Shanks clutched the side of the boat tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Rhett's special training is working. On the sea, Laboon rushed around like a mobile fortress. It controlled every bit of power precisely, no longer the indiscriminate destruction of the past. But after Rhett's devilish training, bang! With a sweep of its tail fin, the 3 enemy ships were blown away like toys. But strangely, the hulls were intact, while the enemies on the deck were all stunned. Rhett. You're right, I taught you that. It only hurts people, not the ship. Because Rhett told him that it was okay if someone died, there might be money like Bailey in the boat that couldn't be damaged, and he could use the Bailey to buy dried fish. Woo! Next. Laboon spun around excitedly, mist sticking to his head from under his top hat. The leaders of the Golden Lion pirates were panicked. Fire! Fire quickly! A burly young man shouted hysterically. Dozens of remaining cannons opened fire at the same time, and shells rained down on Laboon. Laboon, be careful. Those shells are sea stone, you can't take them head on, Shanks shouted anxiously. However, Laboon took his time and took a deep breath. Boom! A super high-pressure water cannon with a diameter of over 20 meters blasted out of its mouth, shattering all the shells in midair. The water cannon continued to surge, directly propelling the warship 100 meters into the air. Woo! Laboon can go wherever he wants. Laboon flapped his flippers happily. Rhett watched the 3 little ones fighting, and he seemed to experience the feeling of Roger training him, full of pride. Chapter 53 Golden Lion. In vain the 2 conquerors Hawkeye collided in midair and black and red lightning tore through the clouds. Ha ha ha! Roger! Golden Lion crossed his swords, the blades wrapped in terrifying Hawkeye. You think you can defeat me like this? Roger grinned, pointing his ace blade directly at Shiki. Shiki, there's no need to bother me. I'm not stopping you from ruling the sea. Before he finished speaking, both of them attacked at the same time. God avoid. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. The moment the sword light and sword energy collided, they spread outward with the 2 of them as the center. Then. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, a gully hundreds of meters long was split open on the sea surface, and the seawater on both sides rose like cliffs. Rhett leaned against the wall and watched the battle on his ship. Ghost, Golden Lion has grown up quite fast. How can he be as strong as the captain now? These old guys from the old times are not weak at all. Shiki was able to hold his own against Roger. Although he was still at a disadvantage, he was not going to be killed instantly. When Rhett was watching the special edition, the tension that Oda created for those old guys was not as strong as Admiral. Kong Sengoku is quite the character, being able to keep the ocean calm under these conditions. Rhett feels that if Golden Lion's buffs were not fully replenished in the late game, Luffy would have a hard time winning. Jabba wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, hey, this power is too exaggerated, right? In the center of the battlefield, Roger and Golden Lion were locked in a fierce battle. Their figures flickered in the air, each collision evoking a thunderous roar. Roger, join me. The Golden Lion swung his two swords like a storm. Together we can rule this sea. Kuhahaha. Roger laughed and blocked. Shiki, the sea is not meant to be ruled. Suddenly, a sinister look flashed in Golden Lion's eyes. He retreated suddenly, and the sword, Sakura 10, in his left hand suddenly flew out. Lion Majesty Shishifubuki. Roger's pupils shrank and he dodged sideways. The blade grazed his cheek, leaving a streak of blood. Got it. Golden Lion grinned and thrust his right sword straight into Roger's chest. At the critical moment, Roger's blade suddenly turned. Clang. Golden Lion's eyes widened as his fatal attack was blocked by Roger with the handle of his knife. What? Kuhahaha. Roger laughed. You think I wasn't prepared for this? As he spoke, Roger clenched his left fist, and the fist wrapped in black arm color hit the Golden Lion's abdomen hard. Advertisement. Bang. Golden Lion flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 damaged warships before finally coming to a stop. He knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Damn. Golden Lion wiped the bloodline, his eyes burning with crazy anger. Roger. He suddenly leapt up, and this time, the hockey wrapped around the blade was no longer ordinary, but Conqueror's hockey condensed to the ultimate level. Go to hell. Lion Shuangtian Thousand Slice Valley. Roger's eyes narrowed as he also wrapped Conquerors around the blade. Great, Divine Avoidance, Tyrant Entanglement. At this critical moment, the sea suddenly surged violently. A huge wave 100 meters high rose up without warning, forcibly separating the two people. Rhett had just recovered some strength and was about to join the battle when he saw. Inexplicably moved, Nudao, I've been waiting for you so hard. Even with Rhett's participation, the battle was not easy. Although they did not lose, the outside of the Oro Jackson's hull suffered very serious damage, and water had begun to seep into the bottom of the cabin, to the point that Rhett could hardly stop it. If it weren't for this natural disaster, this might be the closest Shiki has ever come to truly defeating Roger Pirates. Note that it's defeating Roger Pirates, not defeating Roger. What? Golden Lion looked at the sudden chasm in shock. The sea and the skies suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Roger retreated to the bow, his eyes narrowed slightly under his straw hat. His instinct of sailing for many years made his hair stand on end. Almost at the same moment, a huge bulge suddenly appeared on the calm sea surface. As if pulled by some invisible force, the seawater converged towards the center at an astonishing speed. Wu, Laboon let out a long cry of warning, and instinctively shrank his body to protect Shanks and Buggy. Laboon is so cool. Roaring. The Golden Lion floated in the air, his long golden hair moving without a breeze. He stared intently at the forming super raging waves, the muscles on his face twitching unnaturally. Captain Shiki, his second in command, yelled from the wrecked flagship, we must retreat. Golden Lion turned a deaf ear to it. How could he give up when victory was right in front of him? His eyes passed over the forming tsunami and were fixed on the Oro Jackson. Roger. His voice was horribly hoarse. You must be joking. The sea surface began to tilt violently. The seawater was pulled by the hurricane, and the raging tornado washed away everything on the sea. The Oro Jackson had begun to climb the wall of water. But the boat was unusually stable. Red exclaimed, is this the Destiny Child? Rayleigh clutched the side of the boat, the approaching wave reflected in his glasses. It's coming. At this critical moment, Rhett, please, Roger suddenly yelled. Rhett, who had been slumped on the deck, suddenly opened his eyes. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to squeeze out the last bit of his strength. Advertisement. Even if it returns quickly, it can't withstand such use. Scarlet mist oozed out from every pore of his body. Rhett used all the remaining blood mist around him to form a huge blood-red sail at the stern. Rhett said with difficulty, I told you, this ship will capsize sooner or later without me. Blood mist wings of raging waves. Boom, super raging tide is finally fully formed. The Oro Jackson, with the help of the blood mist sails, rushed up along the water wall. The hull groaned under the heavy load, but the keel remained strong. Baoshu Adams' highlight moment. The Golden Lion finally moved. He rushed madly towards the rising Oro Jackson, his two swords entwined with the last hockey. Don't even think about running, Roger. Sayonara, Shiki. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba worked together to chop the Golden Lion away. The supreme massive rudder accurately inserted into the top of the Golden Lion's head. Golden Lion classic fashion +1, sorry, Shiki. Rhett smiled weakly. This time, we won. Rhett admires Roger and the others in the original plot even more. They can even run like this, which is really awesome. Muted. No, with a hoarse roar, the Golden Lion was thrown backwards. The next second, the raging waves roared, completely separating the two groups. The Oro Jackson, with the help of the raging waves, finally landed steadily on the sea in the distance. Behind the ship is the raging super raging waves, in front of the ship is the endless free sea. The entire sea is divided into two parts with clear boundaries. I really don't want to act anymore, this is such horrible weather. On deck, Laboon cautiously nudged the unconscious Red with the tip of his fin and hummed a worried sound. Crocus checked Red and said he was just weak and nothing serious. Roger took off his straw hat and gently placed it on Red's face. He turned to look at the crew members who were all worried, and suddenly grinned. Kuhahaha. The party's about to begin. The gears of fate continue to turn silently. Damn it, don't underestimate the bond between Roger and Shiki. Chapter 54. The unconscious Red attended the 3-day banquet. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the crew were lying in disarray, with barrels of wine rolling everywhere. Laboon, with an empty barrel on his head, was staggering around on the deck, occasionally emitting a cheerful cry. Woo, one more drink, Crocus chased after Laboon. Hey, Laboon, drink less. Can island whales get drunk? Buggy hung on the mast with a red face, holding a half-empty bottle of rum in his hand. I can still drink. Burp. Rayleigh adjusted his crooked glasses, looked at the mess on the ship, and shook his head helplessly. These guys. Roger laughed and put his arm around Crocus's shoulders as he chased Laboon. Doctor, one more song. Looking at the happy Laboon, he shook his head. Crocus then bared his shark teeth. I'm the ship's doctor. B asterisk 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 D. How can you sing so casually? A song of wine from Binks for you all. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. In the corner, Rhett finally woke up from his coma. He struggled to remove the straw hat covering his face, and what came into view was Laboon's enlarged round face. Woo! You're awake. Laboon excitedly slapped Rhett's back with his fins, almost knocking Rhett unconscious again. Pull the cloth. Gently. Gently. Rhett waved his hands weakly. How long have I been sleeping? 3 days. Rayleigh came over and handed him a glass of water. You're overdrawn. This time, thanks to you, but you're not strong enough to handle 2 such large-scale bursts. Just like the physical and mental exhaustion after work, just like the sage time of rest, if you don't rest well, you will be exhausted. Rhett took the glass of water and suddenly noticed the unusually cheerful atmosphere on the boat. What are we celebrating? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, a gleam of light reflecting off the lenses. Celebrating our survival, and also, he produced a stack of brand new wanted posters as if by magic. Marine gave us a raise. Rhett looked around and suddenly bared his shark teeth. So, after we escaped, you guys just threw a party, right? You just left me lying here all alone for 3 days. Rayleigh picked his nose nonchalantly. Crocus said you were just exhausted and that a good night's sleep would be enough. I put you here so you could experience the atmosphere of the party. Advertisement. A-hole, you know I'm a wounded soldier and I need to rest. Roger ran over and took the straw hat that Rhett handed him and pulled Rhett up. You're awake, Rhett, let's have the party. Roger, Rayleigh and the others knew that Rhett's exhaustion was not a problem at all for him, and he was likely to break through his limits, so they seemed fearless. Marineford, Marine Marshal's office. Kong slammed his fist on the desk, cracking the solid wood. It's the Roger Pirates again. Smashing the table is the basic operation of Marine Marshal. You are so noble. Sengoku stood aside, holding a bounty order in his hand, apparently freshly printed. This time they fought a fierce battle with Golden Lion in the Edwell Sea. Because Crimson Mist cast a large-scale fog, our intelligence personnel did not dare to get too close, and could only confirm that Golden Lion was defeated. Most troublesomely, Staff Officer Crane added, this battle has once again destabilized the situation in New World. The Golden Lions have lost over half their forces, and the Roger Pirates seem to be becoming even more difficult to deal with. Kong sullenly glanced over the bounty. Roger. 3.5 billion Baileys. Rayleigh. 2.8 billion Baileys. Jabba. 2.2 billion Baileys. Rhett. 1.8 billion Baileys. When he turned to the last one, his brows suddenly frowned. What is this? The reward notice, next to a cute photo of Laboon wearing a blue top hat, reads. Reward. 50 Baileys, alive, 50 Baileys? Kong roared. Are you kidding me? Staff Officer Crane threw up his hands helplessly. The 5 elders believe that offering a high bounty for a whale would undermine the Marine's authority. On the Oro Jackson, Laboon was hiding in a corner, drawing circles. Ha 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 ha, 50 Baileys. Buggy rolled on the deck, clutching his belly. Laboon, you got a bounty too. Buggy and Shanks were still sulking because they didn't see their own bounty orders, but then they saw Laboon's $50 bounty order. They suddenly felt less anxious. Laboon poked at the 50 belly bounty with the tip of his fin, his top hat tilted to one side. Rhett suppressed his laughter and comforted it. Don't be sad, this means that the Marine is afraid of you and has put a bounty on you. Advertisement. Laboon looked at Rhett expectantly. Wow? Really? Roger suddenly raised his glass. Cheers to our little hero, Laboon. Cheers. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Laboon finally regained its spirits and suddenly sprayed out a stream of water, accurately hitting Buggy, who was laughing at Laboon. Hey, who allowed you to attack me? Buggy angrily chased Laboon all over the ship. Rayleigh watched the farcical scene, his lips curling up unconsciously. He turned his head to gaze at the gradually calming sea in the distance and whispered, "Looks like we're about to embark on a new adventure." Rhett walked over to him, also looking out to sea. "Yeah, but before that." He gestured towards the crew members who were once again in a tizzy. "We have to find a way to fix this wreck." The Oro Jackson swayed gently in the sunset, the scars on its hull bearing witness to this thrilling battle. Master Tom's children are really outstanding. This is the Oro Jackson. If it were any other ship, it would have sunk long ago. Rhett had to sigh that Uncle Tom is really invincible. The crew members were busy repairing the damage to the hull. "Hey Rhett, we don't have enough mist. Make some more," Roger shouted to Rhett. Rhett threw a plank at him. "A hole, you need planks to repair a boat. Do you know how to repair a boat?" "Hey, Buggy, hand me that plank," Shanks yelled from the mast. "Why should I listen to you?" Buggy complained, but still handed over the wooden board obediently. Laboon swam around in the sea, carrying wood on his head. He put away his top hat to prevent it from getting dirty. He wanted to wear a top hat every day like his own captain. Rhett took the time to buy a newspaper and leaned against a tree on the shore, reading the newspaper in his hand with a frown on his face. Marine has been very active lately. Rayleigh came over and handed him a cup of coffee. "What's wrong?" "Marine has established 3 new G-type branches in New World, hoping to gain entry into the New World." Rhett pointed at the newspaper. "They've even dispatched more patrol ships. It seems our battle with the Golden Lion has rattled the world government. A large-scale marine invasion of the New World will be difficult. I wonder how long these branches can hold out. It seems that we need to trouble Master Tom again. Let's set off to the Seven Water City, boys." And somewhere in the New World, Golden Lion, with a bandage on his head, was looking at the latest wanted poster. "Ha ha ha ha. Roger. We'll see each other again soon." Chapter 55 Uncle Tom's second check-in the dock of the Seven Water City. The clanging sounds suddenly stopped. Tom put down the hammer in his hand, squinted his eyes and looked towards the port. The familiar red warship was slowly approaching, dragging its scarred body. "Master?" The young little iceberg looked up in confusion. "That is." Tom's cigar fell to the ground with a clatter, and a vein popped out on his forehead. "Roger." This roar scared Frankie, who was drinking coke, and he spit out, "Super. Master is mad. There are no weaklings in Roger pirates." Rhett heard it clearly and turned to walk into the house. Just kidding. When he was a child, Uncle Tom grabbed his neck and gave him warnings. Now Uncle Tom, Rhett feels that he will be killed the moment he shows up. "Let me go. You be ********* D Captain." Roger held Rhett's legs and prevented Rhett from returning to the house. "Little Rhett, please help me share the burden. Do you really have the heart to let me be scolded alone?" Rhett shuddered as he thought of Uncle Tom shaking his fist. "Go away, I have to go back to the house." "Impossible, unless you shoot me down." When the Oro Jackson came ashore, Tom was weighing at the dock with a thick wooden stick in his hand. As soon as Roger showed his head, the stick whistled towards him. "Ouch, Uncle Tom." Roger covered his head. "Uncle." Tom's roar made the seagulls scatter. "Lousy's masterpiece. Lousy's hard work. And you guys ruined it like this?" Hiding behind Rayleigh, Rhett whispered in defense, "We had a pretty serious fight. You've heard about Golden Lion, right? We had a fierce battle." "A gunfight?" Tom grabbed Rhett by the collar and lifted him up. "Can a gunfight damage a boat like this? Look at these scars. Look at these dents." In the dock not far away, Iceberg and Frankie watched the scene in amazement. "So, the legendary Roger pirates? Advertisement?" Bingshan pushed up his glasses. "To ruin Master's most prized creation like that. They're doomed. A master who gets mad can be quite terrifying." Frankie's eyes lit up. "Super cool. Is the one with the red cape the super pirates?" During the inspection, Tom's anger gradually subsided, replaced by unconcealable pride. "See?" he said to the 2 disciples, pointing to a hideous scar on the hull. "That's the mark of a direct hit from Golden Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. A normal ship would have snapped in 2, but Lousy's ship is just a coat of paint. This ship can carry Roger pirates anywhere." Frankie excitedly leaned in to observe. "Master, the scars here are super special." Bingshan noticed the dense bullet holes on the side of the ship and asked, "Are these seastone shells?" "That's right." Tom stroked his beard proudly. "Rhett told me that Golden Lion has specially prepared seastone shells to deal with them." He patted the hull. "What happened? Lousy's boat is still afloat. I can't imagine what kind of battle they went through to be so damaged." Frankie looked at the scarred but still majestic Oro Jackson, his eyes gleaming with longing. At this time, Frankie made up his mind to build the greatest ship to surpass his master. Late at night, Tom was hammering away alone in the dock. Rhett approached quietly and found that he was repairing the Oro Jackson. It's woven seastone fiber," Tom said without looking up. "Although the Oro Jackson's keel is made of the precious Adam tree, and I chose stronger wood when I was on board, it's still not as strong as seastone." Rhett was stunned. "You're going to..." "Humph, Spencer gave me a lot of Baileys, enough for the Oro Jackson to break through." Tom lit a new cigar. "Stop talking nonsense. Next time you let Lousy's ship get damaged like this." He pointed to an unfinished figurehead in the corner. "I'll make you this." Rhett only then noticed and laughed out loud. "Uncle, that's a really bad joke. Next time, go find Roger or the captain." I'm just a soldier, hee hee hee. After a while, shoo, advanced special, I really feel like I should have said something. The Oro Jackson, after being repaired, looked brand new. Before leaving, Tom called Roger aside. Listen, next time you encounter a golden lion. He lowered his voice, ram him with the bow of your ship. Lousy has wrapped the bow in a special alloy, then a layer of sea stone. I'll make sure that B**************** D knows the price of damaging my ship. Advertisement. Roger laughed out loud. Kuhahaha, I'll do it. Under the gaze of the residents of Water 7, the Oro Jackson set sail once again. Frankie waved frantically at the dock. Super. You must become the king of pirates. Go. Pirates worthy of Lousy's masterpiece. Rhett and Laboon did not board the Oro Jackson, but stayed in the Seven Waters. Rhett was leaving today. He wanted to fulfill his promise to Laboon and go to the Devil's Triangle to find Brooke. Of course, he also told Laboon that this was just an attempt. After all, no one knew where Brooke was floating in the Devil's Triangle. Together with Laboon, we boarded the boat prepared by Uncle Tom. We wanted to take Crocus along, but Crocus said that as a ship's doctor, he had to fulfill his duties as a ship's doctor, so we refused. Rhett could clearly sense that Crocus must have discovered something. There was no other way but to trust Crocus. The Roger pirates initially wanted to go look for it together, but were rejected by Rhett. Crocus didn't say it explicitly, but Rhett trusted his intuition and decided not to talk about the unhappy things and let them continue looking. Rhett and Laboon sat on the dock, watching the Oro Jackson sail away. Miss them? Rhett rubbed Laboon's big head. Laboon nodded, then shook his head and drew a musical note in the sand with the tip of his fin. Don't worry, Rhett whispered. We'll find Brooke. Even if we don't find him this time, someday. Laboon suddenly nudged Rhett's hand with his nose and pointed out to sea. We're leaving now. Rhett was a little surprised. The Devil's Triangle is a very dark and gloomy place. Woo, don't be afraid. Laboon put on his top hat and looked determined. Rhett smiled. Okay, let's go now. The boat slowly sailed away from the Seven Waters City. Next stop, the Devil's Triangle. Woo woo woo, little Laboon, why do you always like to hum lately? Try to speak too. Chong, little Laboon originally wanted to say a whole sentence, but only one word popped out. Ha 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 ha, this is the result of not talking often. Go, go, go. Chapter 56. Finding Brooke. The thick fog in the Devil's Triangle waters means visibility is less than 10 meters. But when Rhett came here, it was like coming home. You know, when Rhett set up the scene, he would first generate a lot of fog. This is also the most physically demanding. It is no exaggeration to say that. At this stage, with the monster's physical strength, if he is given enough time, he can basically assimilate the entire Devil's Triangle. Woo. Laboon hummed uneasily, his top hat wet by the mist and stuck limply to his head. Don't be afraid. Rhett gently stroked Laboon's head. The blood mist gradually assimilated into the fog in the Devil's Triangle. We'll slowly search. Because Rhett had no way to accurately determine Brooke's location, he could only rely on the blood mist to temporarily sense him. After searching for a few days, Rhett wanted to take Laboon back with him. Suddenly, a strange sound of music came from the fog. Laboon immediately pricked up his ears and let out an excited, woo. Brooke? Rhett stood up vigilantly, the black-tied greatsword already in his hand. A dilapidated ghost ship gradually emerged from the thick fog, its sails riddled with holes and the deck empty, but the sound of music became clearer and clearer. Yo ho ho ho, welcome to my ship, even though I'm a skeleton, yo ho ho ho. A skeleton in a formal suit and a top hat suddenly appeared on the bow, with a flash of light in its empty eye sockets. Empty eye sockets. Laboon was so scared that he shrank behind Rhett, and his top hat was tilted. Brooke? Rhett asked tentatively. The skeleton musician was visibly stunned. You know me? Rhett breathed a sigh of relief and put away the black tide. We're here to see you. To be more precise, Laboon wants to see you. Laboon timidly poked his head out from behind Rhett and looked at the skeleton curiously. Brooke saw Laboon and suddenly trembled. Laboon? Woo, Brooke. Laboon jumped up excitedly and almost overturned the boat. Brooke knelt on the deck, his voice choked with sobs. Laboon, you must not be taking good care of yourself. You've starved yourself and become so thin. You've become so small. Advertisement. Rhett. Laboon. On the deck of the ghost ship, Brooke played the familiar melody, Binker's Wine, on his old violin. Laboon swayed gently to the music, occasionally chirping happily. I see, devil fruit, Brooke said after listening to Rhett's story. Thank you so much for coming to find me. I don't know how long I would have drifted here without you. I'm lost. I am the Yellow Springs man who ate the Yellow Springs fruit. It's just that my soul returned too late and my body has turned to bones. Yo ho ho ho. Rhett shook his head. It's Laboon that's always remembering you. It waits every day to see you again. Brooke gently stroked Laboon's head. I'm sorry, Laboon, for keeping you waiting for so long. Laboon nuzzled Brooke affectionately, his little hat gleaming in the moonlight. The cheerful boat song echoed across the sea, and Laboon circled around Brooke excitedly. When Brooke reached the climax, Laboon suddenly opened his mouth and said, Brooke, welcome. Brooke was shocked. You can talk, Rhett. Taught me? Laboon raised his head proudly, the water droplets on his top hat sparkling in the moonlight. It struggled to form its words. Waited. For a long time. No regrets. The hat was given to me by Red. I like it very much. Brooke's skeletal body trembled slightly. He put down his violin and solemnly knelt on one knee beside the boat. He took off his tattered top hat and gently put it on next to Laboon's blue top hat. Look, a double top hat. Red looked away, pretending to study the density of the mist. Brooke, you're amazing, old Red. How did you get your eyes into crocodile? When Brooke's violin finished its last note, a brief silence fell in the sea mist. Laboon nuzzled Brooke's bony hand affectionately, purring contentedly. It's a feeling of finding family again. Yo hoo hoo hoo, I just felt a very powerful aura. I thought I was going to die, although I am a skeleton and I don't know if I will die. Brooke looked at Red.
My beautiful lady, you are amazing. The whole fog is red.
I mean, I've been alone here for too long and haven't talked to anyone in a while. I hope you don't mind. Laboon is so cute, and how did you know I was here? Advertisement. Brooke didn't wait for Red and Laboon to answer. Yes, although Brooke is a skeleton, he is indeed a human being. The reason why he has not gone crazy over the years is all thanks to Brooke's optimistic personality. Red, foresee the future, tell B, a-hole, lousy is a pure man. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you clearly, although I don't have eyes, yo ho ho ho. Red gazed at this reunion scene spanning half a century and suddenly said, Brooke, you know what? In the distant future, even if I don't show up, you will meet another group of special companions. Brooke looked up, hope in his eyes. Yo ho ho, this guy is really interesting. Can a skeleton like me really meet new friends? Really? Really? Can you tell me about them? Brooke's entire skeleton is almost attached to Red. Red couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Brooke over. He was really afraid that Brooke would ask him, can you let me see your... Not only will you meet them, Red's voice was filled with undeniable certainty, but they will become your most cherished family. You will have wonderful adventures in the future. Brooke's bony fingers gently stroked the strings of his violin. That sounds like a wonderful partner, but I already have a wonderful family. As he said this, he hugged Laboon. Woo, of course, and he touched his two hats. But before that, Red stepped forward. Why don't you sail with us? I won't steal any of the protagonist's members. This is just temporary. I think this is the most reasonable way to deal with it. The author is crazy about stacking armor. Roger Pirates is uncovering history. Red's voice echoed through the thick fog. Witnessing this era firsthand will be helpful for your future adventures, and... He looked at Laboon. This way you can spend more time with Laboon. Laboon immediately looked at Brooke with expectant eyes, like a silent plea. Brooke looked at Red, who had extended the invitation and bowed as a gentleman. I'm honored to be able to participate in the subsequent travel. Woo, long live. Then let's go back to the Oro Jackson and leave the Devil's Triangle. Red took out the life paper. Red was stunned and flew into the sky. They are incredible. They actually went to Sky Island. Chapter 57. Brooke on board, looking at the life paper still floating in the sky. Red sighed. It seems they won't be coming down for a while. Brooke was polishing his violin with his bony fingers. Yo ho ho, shouldn't we have some fun? Laboon immediately used his nose to push out a crumpled flyer. 7 Water City Carnival Annual Celebration. Woo, go play. Brooke looked at Red with shining eyes. He really didn't know how a skeleton could make such an expression. Is this the world of anime? The streets of the 7 Waters City were festooned with lights, and fountains danced to the music. Laboon, wearing 2 top hats, drew countless astonished glances. Look, a talking whale. It even has 2 hats on its head, so cute. Brooke bowed gracefully. Ladies, could you please let me see your panties? The next second, a marine patrolling the street yelled, there's a pervert here, come quickly. Run. Red grabbed Brooke, and Laboon wrapped their tails around them. Red regretted it, because in a sense, Brooke was not inferior to Sanji. Look, it's the 50 Bailey whale, a child shouted, pointing at Laboon. Laboon immediately lowered his head in grievance. Woo. Red rubbed its head. Ignore them, Marine, those clueless guys. Yo ho ho ho, it turns out our Laboon has become a big pirate too. Laboon looked at Red as if asking if it was true. Red nodded very seriously. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only spoil his own child. At the fruit stand, the lady boss greeted enthusiastically, Little whale, would you like some apples? Laboon's eyes lit up, and he carefully took the apple with his fin tip. Laboon took a deep breath and took the apple with minimal effort. It happily put the apple on its nose and spun around. Hey, don't block the road. A rude voice came from behind. Several gangsters pushed the crowd aside. If you have pets with you, stay out of the way. Rhett's eyes turned cold. What are these people doing when he can't even recognize them? You know, Rhett's pass is posted all over the streets and alleys. Now when he goes out, which pirates dare not give him face? No matter how good Roger's reputation is, they're still pirates. It's really annoying. Just as he was about to attack, Laboon moved first. Woo. Bad guys. It puffed up its cheeks and suddenly sprayed out a small stream of water. You know, a water column from Laboon can destroy a warship. Advertisement. The water column accurately hit the crotch of the leading gangster. Wow. The gangster jumped up, covering his pants. Red and Brooke both felt a chill in their spine. Red didn't remember teaching Laboon these things. It seemed like he would have to give Buggy and Shanks a good beating when he got back. The crowd burst into laughter. The vendors all gave thumbs up. Well done, little whale. These guys come here every day to collect protection money. 50 Bailey underestimated you. Laboon held its head high with pride. Rhett suppressed his laughter and quickly pulled it away from this dangerous place. So Rhett brought a skeleton and a little whale, eating and drinking on the island. When the life paper finally pointed to the sea, the three of them were sitting at the highest point of the Seven Water City sharing ice cream. Brooke watched the melted ice cream flow down between his ribs. Wow, 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 what a wonderful experience. Laboon suddenly pointed into the distance. Ship, Oro, Jackson. Rhett stood up. Time to go home, guys. Rhett took Laboon and Brooke and jumped onto the Oro Jackson. Kuhahaha. Rhett, Laboon. He laughed and waved, then froze. Wait. That's a skeleton? Everyone on the ship gathered at the side of the ship, staring in amazement at the skeleton that could talk and play the violin. Brooke bowed gracefully. Nice to meet you. I'm Brooke. I'm here at the invitation of Mr. Rhett and Laboon. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. That's unexpected. Crocus curiously stepped forward to examine it. Mr. Brooke, this is amazing. Without muscle tissue. You can still move and speak. It's amazing. Long time no see, Mr. Crocus. You look very energetic now. Crocus, with tears in his eyes, said to Brooke with great pride, I have fulfilled my promise. Look how well Laboon has helped me raise him. I would like to add that after Laboon was reduced in size, the scar on his head also disappeared. Yo ho ho, Mr. Crocus, you're almost turning into an old man. Laboon couldn't wait to pull Brooke to the center of the group, pointed at Brooke with his fin, and said proudly, friend. Laboon stopped whimpering and started talking now. Buggy and Shanks exclaimed at the same time. Roger jumped off the boat with a laugh and hugged Brooke. Welcome to the Roger Pirates. Ha ha ha. We're in need of a musician on the boat. Brooke's eyes flickered blue. It's my pleasure, Captain. But, he suddenly lowered his voice. Could you please let me see your underwear? Bang. Advertisement Rayleigh punched Brooke and sent him flying. Let's just throw this pervert skeleton back into the sea. Wait. Roger stopped Rayleigh. Every pirates group needs some unique characteristics. Ha 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 ha. Rhett was confused. It's not Brooke. What's wrong with you? Is the legendary succubus Roger showing his strength? In this way, Brooke officially became a member of Roger Pirates. At the evening banquet, his violin was played for the first time on this legendary pirate's ship. Laboon snuggled up to Brooke, occasionally humming new words along with the music. Rhett looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. What are you thinking about? Rayleigh came over and asked. Thinking. Rhett whispered, some encounters are destined. Brooke will meet another group of companions in the future, but for now. He's our partner now. Roger appeared behind them, glass raised. Cheers to new adventures. Cheers. Everyone on the boat cheered in unison. Shanks and Buggy ran over, hugged Laboon and took him to drink fruit wine. The blue light in Brooke's eyes was warm and bright. Looking at the three little ones having fun together, he said, Laboon has also got a new friend of his own. He knew that a new journey was beginning, and this time, he was no longer alone. When Shanks and Buggy were bragging about how much they could drink in front of Laboon, a chill spread directly from their heels to the top of their heads. The two turned around stiffly and saw their brother Rhett smiling at them. The smile was so warm, but the two of them only saw deep malice. I want to ask you two, who taught Laboon to fight like that? Shanks and Buggy exchanged a glance, knowing they had been exposed. They both pointed in the opposite direction. Shanks, Buggy, taught me. Coo, puff, brother Rhett, we were wrong. Click, brother Rhett, we won't dare to do that again. Click, click, click. Shanks and Buggy were on the stern of the boat, tied up in the mist and hanging in the sea. Some small sea kings jumped out of the sea to taste their saltiness. But their positions are quite clever, and you can dodge them with just a little effort. Sea Kings keeps jumping, and Shanks and Buggy keep dodging. Rhett looked at the two people training hard and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 58. It turns out to be Hawkeye on the blue sea. The Oro Jackson was sailing at high speed. Suddenly, Buggy on the observation deck shouted, Captain, there's a warship ahead. No, it's the wreckage of a warship. Hearing this, everyone stood up and looked into the distance. They saw a shattered warship floating on the sea, its hull covered with fist marks and cracks. In the center of the wreckage, a tall figure stood with his arms folded. His short golden hair was particularly eye-catching in the sunlight, and his eyes revealed a beast-like fighting spirit. That's Douglas Bullet. Rhett narrowed his eyes and recognized the other person's identity. Shouldn't Roger have picked it up? How come he came to me? Young Bullet stood on the wreckage, his eyes fixed on Roger, his voice low and provocative. Roger, come fight me. Roger picked his ears and grinned. Ha ha ha, young people are quite hot-tempered. However, before Roger could respond, Rhett, standing beside him, had already leapt into the air on a bloody mist, looking down at Bullet with a playful smile on his face. Hey, you want to challenge our captain? We can also support the GABA, carbon monophosphide. Bullet frowned and said coldly, who are you? I'm not interested in wasting time with minions. Rhett not only didn't get angry when he heard this, but his smile became even brighter. The three children looked at the smiling Rhett and felt a chill on their backs. They knew that Rhett was angry. The blood mist gathered under his feet into a scarlet throne. He lazily sat on it, chin in his hand. Minions? Interesting. How about this? Before he finished speaking, a blood mist filled the air, and the next second, Bullet felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Bang! Bullet flew backwards and slammed heavily into the wreckage of the warship. He suddenly turned over, his pupils shrinking slightly, staring at Red, who didn't move. Now, are you interested? Red tilted his head, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Bullet wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, a fanatical grin spreading across his face. Very good, you're strong. Combined giant god soldier. In an instant, the wreckage of the surrounding warships squirmed like living things, and metal, wood, and gun barrels attached to Bullet one after another. In the blink of an eye, a steel giant tens of meters tall rose from the ground, locked his scarlet eyes on Red, and punched him down. Boom! The sea surface was stirred up by this punch, and the Oro Jackson was shaken violently. Shanks and Buggy were picking their noses nonchalantly. Do they know what a strong second generation is? How many hits do you think this piece of iron can withstand from Brother Rhett? Advertisement. Damn. Rhett's fighting style is so cool, I really want to learn it. Buggy bit his handkerchief and stared at Rhett sitting in the sky with envy. The smoke cleared, but Rhett remained sitting there, not even his kakuzu blouse being disturbed. He looked up at the iron giant and sighed. Does all this fancy stuff work? Mist erosion, life stripping. The scarlet mist spread instantly, completely covering the steel giant. Bullet suddenly felt weak. The metals that were fused with him began to decay and peel off, as if his life force had been forcibly drained away. What? He looked at his hands in shock. The originally indestructible combined form was collapsing. Red just watched in silence as the Gundam parts fell, and whispered, "Hey, could you please cheer me up a bit?" Bang! The blood mist condensed and he threw another punch. Bullet flew out again and slammed heavily into the sea. Red's current position was quite awkward. Fighting against the 4 emperors in the future, except Kaido, was a bit difficult. He could easily defeat ordinary generals. There's a gap in strength. A moment later, he struggled to climb onto the wreckage on the deck. The initial arrogance in his eyes was gone, replaced by a complex emotion, unwillingness, shock, and excitement. What's your name? Bullet asked breathlessly. Red put away the blood mist and lazily picked at his ears. Red. The Roger pirates watched this scene and laughed. Rayleigh teased Red in the sky, "You've got yourself into trouble again." How did he steal Roger's CP? How did this crazy little fanboy become his own? He was just unhappy with Bullet calling his minions and wanted to beat him up. Roger stood in front of him, grinning widely, and reached out to pat his shoulder. Ha ha ha. What do you think, kid? Do you want to join us? Bullet suddenly raised his head, with bloodline still on the corner of his mouth, but sneered. Join you? Huh, unless you can beat me. I'm ready, I'm going to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up and his fist wrapped in armament hockey hit Roger in the face. Bang! Roger easily dodged it by turning his head, and slashed Bullet's neck with a backhand knife, and Bullet flew away again. Young man, don't be so angry. Roger scratched his head, looking helpless. Bullet struggled to get up, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Come again. However, just as he assumed a fighting stance, a scarlet mist suddenly spread out from under his feet. Hey, have you forgotten who beat you up just now? Rhett's lazy voice came from behind. Bullet turned around suddenly and saw Rhett had returned to the deck of Oro Jackson, playing with an apple in his hand with a playful look in his eyes. Bullet's pupils shrank, but he quickly grinned again. Just in time, the previous game isn't over yet. Advertisement, combination. Supergiant divine weapon. What kind of super male miniature dish is this? He slammed his fist into the deck, and the wood and metal of the hull instantly clung to him. In the blink of an eye, a huge monster rose from the ground, and its scarlet eyes looked down at Rhett. Ghost. Why are you evolving into something so tall and big now? The Pirates King has a theorem. If you want to use tricks, you will be 7 times weaker. Golden Lion was able to beat Roger into that state. What will he do when he gets old? He went to play with pets, and Bullet also went to study Gundam. Aren't they all killed by the protagonists? If they continue to improve their armament hockey and develop their taijutsu fruit abilities, they may not necessarily lose. The crew of the Oro Jackson retreated, and Shanks and Buggy hugged each other and shouted, "The ship is falling apart." Rhett sighed, took a bite of his apple, and mumbled, "You've never learned your lesson." He took out his black-tied great sword, Mist God-style ghost attack. A flash of sword light passed by, and the Bullet Gundam was split in 2 from the middle. Parts began to fall off the Gundam. What? He looked at his hands in shock. Rhett's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost and kicked him in the chest. Go down. Boom! Bullet flew out again and slammed into the wreckage, splashing a huge splash of water. Rhett is in a good mood. This is the person Rhett should beat. After the good guy went out to sea, he fought 2 4 emperors and a pirate's king at the beginning. It's normal that he couldn't beat them. I'm still growing. Look at the Zauba dishes. Wow, Zauba dishes are so good. A few seconds later, he crawled out, looking disheveled, but his eyes were even more fiery than before. Roger squatted by the side of the boat and asked with a smile, "Are you willing to get on board now?" Bullet gritted his teeth, but finally, he took a deep breath, grabbed Roger's outstretched hand, and used the force to jump onto the deck. HMPH, I'll follow you guys for now, but one day, I'll defeat Rhett. Rhett came over, threw the apple core into the sea, and patted Bullet on the shoulder. Okay, I'll wait for you. Bullet glared at him but didn't attack again. Bullet stared at Rhett. Let me tell you right now, if you're defeated by me, I won't hesitate to get off the ship. Roger laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. This is fun, welcome aboard, Bullet. And just like that, the Oro Jackson had a new and unruly member. On the distant horizon, the setting sun dyed the sky red, as if foreshadowing that future voyages would be even more lively. Chapter 59 The Completely Crazy Roger Pirates. There are so many readers who like my books. I am typing this picture in the early morning. Damn it, the code fruit is about to awaken. I am really happy. I will add this picture for our readers. See Circle Calendar 1497. The setting sun stretched the shadow of the Oro Jackson very long, and the sea breeze blew gently, but a heavy atmosphere filled the deck. Crocus took off his stethoscope and shook his head silently. Rhett stood at the cabin door, his fists clenched white, scarlet mist oozing out of his fingertips uncontrollably, and then forced back into his body. Still. Not working. His voice was hoarse and not like his own. Rhett had been supplying Roger with life force since the Valley of the Gods, and had specially invited Crocus to board the ship in advance to regulate everyone's body. At that time in 1494, Roger's body did not show any abnormality. Rhett thought he had changed history, but in 1497 Roger was diagnosed with a more severe illness. Pirates' world be damned, this was simply not something Rhett could accept. Crocus sighed, we've tried our best. This disease is very unique. We can only delay your life force, not cure it. Inside the cabin, Roger leaned against the bed, his face pale, but still smiling brightly. He looked at Rhett and waved. What are you doing, with that sour face? Come and have a drink with me, weren't you very arrogant before? Rhett walked over and snatched the bottle from his hand. Drink your A. You should be lying down right now, you might even live another 2 years. Roger laughed heartily, then burst into a violent coughing fit, coughing up bloodline. Rayleigh silently handed him a glass of warm water, but Roger waved his hand and took a swig of the rum on the table. Kuhahaha. This little illness is nothing. He wiped the corner of his mouth and glanced at everyone in the cabin. Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet, Shanks, Buggy, Odin. Finally, his gaze stopped at Rhett's face. I've already made enough money in my life, and our dream is right in front of us. How can we stop now? Rhett looked away, his throat constricting. Over the years, he has tried everything, using blood mist to replenish vitality and collecting rare medicinal herbs from all over the world. But Roger's illness is like a curse of fate that cannot be reversed no matter what. Rhett had never felt so powerless before. The powerlessness of trying everything but being unable to change anything was almost suffocating him. Hey, Rhett. Roger suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. Remember the first time we met? You were wearing rags back then, and you asked me if I would become the king of pirates. Rhett scoffed. You're the one being so arrogant, aren't you? You believe everything I say. It's you who's shouting about becoming the king of pirates. Advertisement. Roger laughed even louder, but soon began to cough again. He slowed down and whispered, but I really heard it. At the end of the world, there are answers waiting for us. We really could become the pirate king we talk about. There was silence in the cabin. Bullet leaned against the wall with his arms folded and suddenly said, So, are you giving up? Bullet here did not quit the pirates after learning that Roger had a terminal illness and his strength declined, as in the original plot. Because his goal now is to defeat Rhett. As long as Rhett's strength is always ahead of him, the possibility of Bullet getting off the boat is almost zero. His tone was still defiant, but his clenched fists revealed his true emotions. He couldn't understand why Rhett would approve of such a sickly captain. Roger shook his head, a sharp glint in his eyes. No, I want to complete the final voyage, to the final island. This is when Roger gets the raftel after arriving. Rayleigh's head shot up. Your body, that's enough. Roger interrupted him. Crocus said I still have some time to live. That's enough time. Rhett stared at him intently. Are you G crazy? If we go to the final island now, the world government will chase us like a mad dog. If you just stay still and do nothing, maybe you can. Rhett looked at Roger's determined eyes and couldn't bring himself to tell him to have a good rest. Roger is the pirate king who started the Age of Discovery. He would not stop in the original story, and he will not stop now. Roger grinned. Isn't it better? Let those bastards see how the pirate king makes his final bow. He stood up and stumbled a bit. Rhett instinctively reached out to steady himself, but Roger grabbed his wrist instead. Rhett. Roger's voice was soft, yet filled with undeniable strength. The rest of the journey. I need you to help me finish it. Rhett's pupils constricted. He suddenly understood what Roger was trying to do. Roger didn't let him continue, but turned and pushed open the cabin door. The sea breeze rushed in, blowing away a hint of dullness. He stood in the sunset, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his expression, but only his laughter remained loud. Let's go, guys. Let the world remember our names. Advertisement on the deck. Shanks and Buggy raised their arms with red eyes. Brooke's violin started playing Bink's Wine. At some point, Bullet snorted coldly, but was the first to walk to the steering wheel. Rhett stood there, looking at the back. After a long time, he raised his hand and wiped his face. Damn it. You're always causing me trouble. But when he stepped out of the cabin, a long-lost smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For a period of time afterwards, the Roger pirates went completely crazy. On the deck, Roger gripped the side of the ship with one hand, the other clutching a crimson rubbing of a historical text. The strong wind blew his coat, making it rustle. His face was paler than it had been 3 months ago, but the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Only 2 more pieces left. His voice was hoarse but excited. Rayleigh, full left, to Toto land. Rayleigh bit his cigar and slammed the steering wheel, but he didn't hold back. Are you crazy? Charlotte Linlin deliberately leaked the news about the second piece just to wait for us. We don't even know if this news is true or not. This is a private setting. Without affecting the overall plot, I will slightly modify the time of some events. After all, it is the second creation of Pirates Wong. If you keep following the plot, it will be boring. Roger burst into laughter, his laughter interspersed with coughs. Kuhahaha. Why don't we just go and take a look? Inside the cabin, Rhett slammed a nautical chart on the table, and scarlet mist uncontrollably overflowed from his body. After Toto land comes Zoe. Can the timeline be shortened a bit? Damn it, couldn't Oda write in more detail? Rhett looked at the medicine on the table, which was almost ready. This was the medicine that Crocus and he had researched to relieve the symptoms. Rhett came out with a bottle of medicine. Drink it. He put the bottle directly to Roger's mouth. Roger blinked. Wow, that's fierce. Stop talking nonsense. Rhett bared his shark teeth. Do you want to die on the way? The sea breeze suddenly became quiet. Roger looked at his friend, whom he had known for over 20 years, and slowly put away his smile. He took the bottle of medicine and drank it all, then put his arm around Rhett's shoulders. Don't worry, he whispered in Rhett's ear, I will definitely lead you to see the answer. Chapter 60. Your Final Island Sea Circle Calendar 1497. During this period, Rhett had tried to find pure gold more than once, but he couldn't find the lanternfish no matter how hard he tried. Rhett's mood was getting worse and worse. Just as he destroyed another large group of pirates that day and asked them if they had seen a lanternfish, Roger's Den Den Mushi called. Kuhahaha, Rhett, come back, we are ready to go to the final island. Roger's voice floated out from the Den Den Mushi. I haven't found the dead fish yet, go ahead and find it, I'm not interested. Rhett thought about Roger's body now. Damn, where is it hiding? Kuhahaha, Rhett, you are absolutely necessary for this voyage. As the captain of the Roger Pirates, I beg you to come back. Damn captain, shouldn't you use commands? What the hell is a request? Don't you know your own physical condition? Rhett yelled it. Roger Bug? The other party heard it without hesitation. Come back, Rhett. Roger certainly understood that Rhett was looking for a way to heal himself. As the captain, Roger also knew that Rhett was also his crew member. How could the final voyage be without Rhett? It would be unfair to him. Rhett returned to the Oro Jackson and began sailing towards the final island. Rhett remembered that Buggy Shanks did not go to the island because Buggy fell ill. Suddenly, Rhett held onto the side of the boat, and observation hockey spread like a tide. In his perception, the sea ahead seemed to be distorted by some invisible force. Even the sound was swallowed up completely. Roger stood on the figurehead, his straw hat snapping in the strong wind, and his smile widened. That's it, I heard. A bluish-white lightning struck down. Rhett suddenly knelt on the deck, countless blood-red Madara dots exploded in his vision, and a sharp buzzing sound came from his eardrums. Rhett! Shanks's exclamation seemed to come through a layer of frosted glass. Buggy fell under the mainmast earlier, curled up like a shrimp, and his skin turned red. Crocus tore off his sleeve, but could not find anything wrong with it. Both of them showed signs of fever. It's understandable that Buggy fainted due to fever, but what kind of fever could make Rhett faint? Oda is such a jerk. Rhett struggled to look up, looking at the final island gradually emerging. Are you kidding me? Do you know how painful it is for Lousy to come back? Rhett ignored his image, stepped on Moonwalk, and rushed towards the final island like crazy. But the closer we got to the final island, the more our strength depleted, the blurrier our vision became, and the harsher the beeping became. The strong wind pushed Rhett backward violently. Advertisement. Mist God Flow. Open Heaven. The Black Tide Greatsword slashed out a scarlet sword energy, and Rhett followed behind the sword energy, resisting the impact. Hockey spreads outwards in full force. Rhett roared. Uranus Lousy is here today. I want to go to the island too. Get out of here. The moment he set foot on the final island, Rhett's strength was completely drained. Rhett bit his tongue to clear his head, then reached forward, trying to crawl a little further. Damn. Rhett. Rhett. Until the sound disappears completely. The Oro Jackson was quietly anchored near the shoal of the final island. Inside the cabin, Rhett's eyes snapped open, sweat soaking his shirt. His vision blurred for a few seconds before coming into focus. The wooden ceiling, the swaying chandelier. Woo? Laboon's voice came from the corner. Brooke was grinding some bitter herbs. Mr. Rhett, you're awake. You've been in a coma for 3 days. Rhett tried to push himself up, but found that even his fingers were shaking uncontrollably. A feeling of weakness seeped deep into his bones, as if someone had drained all his strength. Brooke, why don't you go up and take a look? After all, this is a rare opportunity. His voice was terribly hoarse. Now that he no longer had any thoughts of reaching the final island, his physical strength was slowly recovering. Although it was slow, it was not enough to cause him to continue suffering. Brooke's hand paused for a moment. Yo ho ho, didn't you say I would meet a group of good family? I'm not in a hurry, your health is more important. By the way, is your health really okay? In the next room, where Buggy's bed was, there was a sudden loud bang, followed by Shanks's roar. Will you stop being so freaking stubborn? You were the one who said you wanted to be the king of pirates. Go catch up with the captain and the others. You might even be able to catch them now. Buggy screamed, his voice crackling with tears. Why are you pretending to be a good guy now? Rhett ripped the IV tube from his arm and stumbled to break open the cabin door. The glaring sunlight made him squint his eyes. Shanks and Buggy were fighting in the ward. Brooke hurried forward. Frantically trying to pull them apart, Laboon pulled Buggy, but Laboon wasn't exerting much strength. Buggy was now wobbly, so his fever must not have subsided. After such a long time, Shanks and Buggy, under Rhett's supervision, are no longer as strong as they were in the original plot. Everyone stopped moving. Rhett, Shanks, Buggy's hand still on his face, smiled uglier than crying. Look at this idiot. Shut up. Buggy weakly kicked him in the calf. It was you who started it first. That's enough. Rhett's voice was soft, and he was very weak now, but the two teenagers were immediately as if they had been paused. Advertisement. He looked at Brooke. Captain, when did they leave? Brooke scratched his skull. Yesterday morning. Everyone waited for you for 3 days. Seeing that you were unconscious, they landed on the island and told you that Mr. Rhett's condition was truly horrific. It's really magical. Does the final island really select people who land on it? They didn't wake up after waiting for 3 days, and they woke up as soon as the captain left. Then why am I so weak? What did Mr. Crocus say? Because you almost died. Brooke replied. Little Laboon looked at the dark green medicine in Rhett's fin with tears in his eyes. When we found you on the shore of the final island, you were suddenly bleeding all over. Brooke's fingertips gently touched the violin. You were lying on the ground, and the blood mist was surging uncontrollably, dyeing the entire sea area red. Yo-ho-ho. Laboon touched the back of Rhett's hand with his wet nose. Laboon and I stayed to take care of you. Shanks insisted on staying too, Brooke said suddenly, even though he's fine. The red-haired boy turned his face away abruptly. Buggy jumped up and yelled. He was the one who told me he wanted to see the secrets of the world before we even got to the final island. Now he's telling me he doesn't want to go anymore. This liar is clearly. We agreed to go together. Shanks slammed his fist on the deck. Why? Why do we have to separate? Rhett looked toward the horizon. An unnaturally thick white fog swirled there. Even with his observation hockey, he couldn't perceive anything. It was as if the world had been cut open abruptly. Hey! Rhett called Buggy over, put one hand on Buggy's head, and held Shanks' head with the other hand. He took a deep breath and said softly, listen carefully. The two teenagers looked up blankly. Wait. Rhett's Adam's apple rolled. Wait until you find your crew, then come along. Buggy's face was covered in tears and snot, but Captain Roger. The captain's voyage is the captain's own. Rhett released his hand and turned to walk towards the cabin. You are still young. You will have your own pirate group and crew in the future. Come back and see us here. I hope that by then you will be free pirates, pirates with moral integrity. I don't know whether these words are meant for the two little ones or for myself. He looked at Buggy. It's all right for pirates to pursue treasure, but they shouldn't kill civilians. The strong will fight the stronger, and the weak will fight the weaker. Got it? Buggy, you're strong. Believe in yourself, okay? Because he knew that Buggy in the original storyline was not a good thing, although Buggy played a mainly funny role later on. Buggy is an ordinary genius among a group of top geniuses. He has always been surpassed and suppressed by others. One day, he suddenly found that there was someone weaker than him. It is inevitable that he would bully the weak. Rhett does not blame him. After all, he is from the motherland. Buggy is also very confident with his encouragement. He will no longer blame all the mistakes on Shanks. Rhett hopes that Buggy in this life will be a strong man, a truly strong man. At first, Rhett trained Shanks and Buggy in order to become the biggest face fruit user in the story, but gradually, Rhett really treated them as his younger brothers. The Oro Jackson is a family united by bonds. Chapter 61 The Pinnacle of Pirates, the King of Pirates. 3 days later, when the first rays of morning light pierced the thick fog of the final island. Rhett's fingers, leaning against the side of the boat, suddenly tightened. He heard the familiar laughter piercing through the sea fog. Yo ho ho, Brooke shouted excitedly, they're back. The sea level began to distort. The white mist that had originally enveloped the island seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, gradually revealing 23 dark shadows of varying shades. The figure in the front wearing a straw hat gradually became clear. Everyone, Roger's voice was filled with unprecedented confidence, aboard. We're early. Roger laughed and patted Rhett's shoulder. We're the first ones, so I named him Raftel. How about it? Pretty cool, right? On a small island near Raftel, Roger and his companions were preparing to return. The bonfire crackled, sparks drifted in the wind, illuminating everyone's face. The crew of the Oro Jackson sat on the beach, with wine barrels piled up like mountains. Laughter and singing were intertwined, but they could not cover up the sadness before parting. In this atmosphere, Rhett and Roger had an argument. Why don't you go find pure gold? I didn't call you, I wanted to go by myself. Rhett's emotions were a little out of control. Roger sat cross-legged by the campfire, his straw hat pulled low, its shadow obscuring his expression. Rhett, I have an idea. I'm sorry I can't tell you what we saw. This is my choice. Support me, okay? Rhett. Roger was rarely serious and just looked at Rhett like that. Rhett sat down. Roger had said so much. Even if he found pure gold, based on Rhett's understanding of Roger, he would not use it. The three little ones did not fight, they could feel the deep sadness in this banquet. Hey, Captain. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, breaking the brief silence. What's next? Roger looked up, the firelight illuminating his smile, but it was even deeper than before. He reached out and ruffled Shanks's red hair, then patted Buggy's head, and finally took off his straw hat and gently placed it on Shanks' head. Shanks. His voice was low and firm. This hat is for you. Shanks looked up suddenly, his eyes red. Captain, Advertisement, don't be so quick to refuse. Roger grinned. It carries my will, but the future will be yours. Give this hat to someone you recognize in the future. Buggy stood aside with his eyes wide open, his lips trembling, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just clenched his fists. Rhett sat a little further away, watching the scene quietly. He knew that Roger's choice was not just a legacy of a straw hat, but also a handover of an era. Shanks would become the future. 4 emperors, and Buggy might take a different path. Captain. Buggy suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. What about me? You won't give me anything? Buggy is no longer the clown living in the shadow of Shanks. Roger laughed heartily and pulled out a dagger from his pocket. It looked like a high-end product and tossed it to Buggy. Here, this is for you. You won't have to accuse me of being partial. Buggy caught it in a panic, and when he looked down, he could see that he had been nourished by armament hockey for a while. What the hell is that? Buggy's mouth curled up slightly. Captain, you're so biased. Shanks couldn't help but laugh, earning a glare from Buggy. Roger stood up, brushed the sand off his body, and glanced at every crew member. We fulfilled our dream and found Raftel. His voice echoed in the night wind, but the pirate's adventure will never end. Rayleigh, what are you going to do? Jabba asked with a smile. As for me. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, his eyes far away. Maybe I'll open a bar somewhere, gamble occasionally, and see how the new generation of kids get on. Where's Crocus? Let's go back to Twin Capes. The old ship's doctor touched Laboon's head. The crew members talked about their plans one after another. Some wanted to live in seclusion, some wanted to continue sailing, and some wanted to form their own pirate group. Shanks clutched his straw hat and whispered, Captain, what about you? Roger was silent for a moment, then smiled with relief. As for me, I just want to live an ordinary life for a few days. But Rhett knew, after more than a year of ordinary life. But Captain Roger also prepared a grand exit for himself in the end. Advertisement. The bonfire gradually died down, and the stars began to shine. Buggy and Shanks sat in a row, rarely bickering. Shanks looked down at his straw hat, his eyes determined. Rhett stood up and walked towards the beach. Roger walked over to Rhett and looked at him with a grin. Hey, I gave Shanks and Buggy gifts. Are you jealous, little Rhett? Rhett gave Roger a disdainful look. You think I'm a 3-year-old child? As the night wind blew, he looked out at the dark sea, as if he could see the storms of the future, the Summit War, the rise of a new era, and the will of D. The Oro Jackson, take it. Ask Uncle Tom to modify it into what you want. It was built by Baoshu Adam. I think it's quite valuable. Roger looked at Rhett very seriously. Rhett turned around, his lips curled up slightly. Oh, you're so willing to do that. What do you want me to do? Pass on that ridiculous prophecy of yours. Roger shook his head. You can predict the future, yet you're still asking these questions. You don't believe in fate at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't be working so hard to cure me. Live a good life from now on, brother. Rhett tilted his head to the side. Although he agreed to Roger's request, he still couldn't understand Roger's choice. He had clearly had a chance if he had tried hard enough. The restraint Rhett is exercising now is only out of respect for Roger. Rhett knows that what's truly good for you is not to listen to me and say it's better to do this, but to respect your choice. Kuhahaha, let's go, the party is about to begin. On the way back, everyone gradually got off the boat. The first one was our Captain Roger. The 3 little ones cried their eyes out. Captain Rayleigh's ship under Sabaody, Shanks and Buggy didn't make a fuss when they got off the boat. Shanks and Buggy found Rhett and said, Rhett, we. Rhett reached out and adjusted his straw hat, then patted the 2 little ones' heads. Go ahead. Go form your own pirate group. When we meet again, I'll need you to protect me. Remember what I said about having a bottom line and the resolve to not fear a powerful enemy. Shanks and Buggy got off the boat arm in arm, saying that the captain was so generous in getting off the boat, and they couldn't embarrass him. Jabba is on an island with no name. Rhett thought he was going to disembark at Elbaf. Crocus arrived at the Twin Capes and said he wanted to retire there. When Odin returned to Wano Kuni, Rhett couldn't help but remind him, don't believe what the pirates say. Pirates don't deserve to be trusted. Author. I have to find a way to kill his son. As the crew gradually left, the navigation of the Oro Jackson became a problem, and Rick had to capture some pirates. Chapter 62. Moria embarks on board. Regarding this, the author has been coding until 5 a.m. I will post the Moria pictures later. I will sleep first to maintain my vital signs. Now the only crew members of Roger Pirates on the Oro Jackson are Rhett, Laboon and Brooke. Rhett asked Brooke and Laboon, what are you going to do? Brooke bowed to Rhett and said, please tell me, Mr. Rhett, when did the partner you mentioned find me? Rhett thought about it. Luffy went out to sea after he became an adult. Probably after 1522 in the Sea Circle calendar, not too long ago. There are 2 versions, one is 1522 and the other is 1520. The one I chose here is 1522. Brooke pushed Laboon towards Rhett and said, Mr. Rhett, I hope you can take care of Laboon. Your strength can make Laboon even better, and I am very confident in your character. Red was shocked. He thought Brooke would take Laboon back to the Devil's Triangle. I plan to travel around the ocean and improve my strength. The companion you told me about is indeed wonderful, and I also want to improve my ability to protect my companions. However, with my poor talent, I cannot guarantee Laboon's safety. Laboon should have a broader platform, but this is not something I can teach. Of course, I will always be safe if I follow you, but I cannot break through myself. A comfortable life will make me weak. Laboon looked at Red and then at Brooke. How could Laboon choose? The little whale was very confused. In this way, Red sent Brooke back to the Devil's Triangle. In Brooke's words, starting from the starting point would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Laboon, with tears in his eyes, hugged Red and waved to Brooke. Laboon is also very close to Red. Laboon likes everyone in Roger's group. If he has to choose his favorite, Red definitely has a place. Red, along with Laboon and a group of coolie pirates, drifted randomly to the Devil's Triangle. On the foggy sea at night, Moria's giant pirate ship, Thriller Bark, slowly emerged, with green ghost lights wrapped around its hull. Red was standing at the bow of the Oro Jackson, but he just stood there calmly. Moria stood on the figurehead, his massive frame casting a shadow, his bat-shaped collar flapping in the wind. He grinned. Shish. Red didn't answer, but slowly raised his head, his scarlet pupils glowing coldly in the moonlight. Red was worried about having no place to vent his sadness of parting, so he carried the black-tied great sword on his shoulders. When did this place become your territory? Moria's smile faded. Looks like you're here to cause trouble. Advertisement Red finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Stop talking nonsense and have a fight. At this time, Moria is still a strong young man, not the fat otaku in the original plot. Moria waved his hands violently, and the shadows under his feet instantly split apart, transforming into dozens of pitch-black bats, screaming and rushing towards Red. Shadow horn gun. Red's eyes flashed, and he swung his left hand violently. The blood mist instantly condensed into a barrier, corroding the dark bats instantly. Hiss, hiss. Interesting. Moria laughed and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, his shadow emerged from behind Red, and his huge scissors hand slashed down fiercely. Shadow Warrior. Decapitation. Red didn't look back, but just turned slightly, and the long sword in his right hand was instantly unsheathed, Mist God-style flash. Swish. The blade flashed like a blood moon, and Moria's shadow was cut in half. But the next second, more shadows rushed in from all directions, swallowing Red like a tide. Shadow Box. Moria put her hands together, and the shadow instantly formed a closed cage, trapping Red inside. Shish. It's over. Moria laughed triumphantly, but the next second. Mist God style. Dead silence. Boom, scarlet mist exploded inside the shadow box, and Red rushed out like a ghost, with the blade pointing straight at Moria's throat. Moria's pupils shrank and he retreated hastily, but Red was faster. Mist God style. Instant slash. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of blood crossed each other, Moria's cloak was cut into pieces, and 3 blood marks appeared on his chest. Damn it, it's so powerful. Moria was furious and slammed his hands on the deck. Shadow Mage. His shadow instantly expanded, transforming into a massive black giant, and punched Red. Red did not retreat but advanced, blood mist wrapped around his body, and his entire body turned into a stream of scarlet light. Advertisement, Mist God style, Nirvana, boom. The blood mist collided with the black shadow, the entire ship shook violently, and the waves were raised dozens of meters high by the shock wave. When the smoke cleared, Red stared at him coldly. Moria was half kneeling at the bow, his chest heaving violently, and the shadow mage had already collapsed. Ha, ha, ha. Moria panted, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Roger's crew. They're all monsters. Red slowly stood up, shook off the blood mist on the knife, and said coldly, "You lose." Moria was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Shish. Yeah, I lost, but this battle was so satisfying. Red sheathed his knife and turned towards the boat. I don't think so. See you again if we're destined to. Moria thought Red was very suitable for her and invited him. Would you like to come sit on my boat? Red thought he might as well go take a look since he had nothing to do. Laboon also jumped off the boat. Moria's fleet was not as eerie as rumored, with the decks piled high with wine barrels left over from the banquet. When Red's boat approached, it turned out to be a group of cheerful zombie squirrels. They were busy carrying a basket of fresh oranges. It seems that Moria has the habit of creating zombies no matter when. It can only be said that after being defeated by Kaido, Moria had the idea of creating an undead partner.
It's like making zombies was a side job, used to improve life, but after they were defeated, it became the main job. This is how the author set it up. If it doesn't work, call Moria over. This is what he told the author. I'm Moria, and I agree to a weekend off.
Hush, hush. Red from Roger's ship. Moria's massive form emerged from the shadows, his face surprisingly gentle. I heard you guys disbanded?
Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Red didn't give any face. Moria didn't care and waved his hand. The zombie chef immediately brought steaming hot tea. That Perona girl made it and added ghost pollen, which is supposed to make people depressed.
Note. Perona is older here. The author always feels that it is a disconnect to have Moria without Perona. If you are more serious, you can choose a book that suits your taste better. Because in the following story, the author will make some minor changes to make the story structure of our book more reasonable. This is the author's responsibility to you, because I want the plot to follow Red. That is, this. And all the plots need to serve us. Reading this book is just like reading the original. If you check the timetable, you will know what happens next. It is no different from checking homework, and you will get bored. I can assure you that I will not let you lose the advantage of foresight. I will only microprocess the details such as time. Don't worry, these words are not counted in the original text. I filled in the word count in chapter 60, so it's definitely a lot and will satisfy you. Chapter 63. Discovering Wild Moria, take it. Rhett stared at the skull-shaped steam floating in the teacup and suddenly remembered that Buggy had secretly poured hot sauce into Shanks' drink at the bonfire party in Raftel. Rhett said this strange aesthetic is very Perona. He took the teacup. Looks like life is pretty good. The moonlight fell on Moria's shoulders, illuminating the little girl sleeping in his arms. Perona, about 4 or 5 years old, curled up in his cloak, holding a tattered teddy bear in her hands. Moria gently wiped the biscuit crumbs off her face with her fingertips. I found this girl in the ruins on an island. He glanced at the crew on deck. I will lead my crew to challenge Kaido and become the strongest among us.
Little worm, hitting that thing can kill people.
This sentence is like a key that suddenly opens the floodgates of memory. Rhett remembered that before Roger disbanded the pirates, he frantically sought out Rayleigh for sparring. The first officer once said to him, "You little b******************, D, do you think you can keep anything by becoming stronger?" Moonlight filtered in through the porthole, shining on Roger's trembling hands. The tough captain was carefully patching up the bags that each crew member would take away tomorrow. "Hey, Moria." Rhett stood up suddenly. "Want to hang out with me?" Conqueror's hockey was released, and Perona's teddy bear was blown away by the airwave. Moria hurried to answer. Rhett then said to the bear, "Come with me and disband your pirates." In the original story, all of Moria's companions died in the battle with Kaido, which is why Moria said to Luffy in the original story. The general meaning is that if I had a partner like you, the outcome of the fight with Kaido would be unknown. I am not quoting the original plot here because I have been accused of plagiarism before. Rhett admires this kind of loyal crew. Secondly, Rhett feels that in the original plot, Moria was young and did have scenes of fighting Kaido, and his strength was also qualified. If Moria's strength had not fallen, he believed that he was definitely not limited to this strength. He was 7 points weaker. Golden Lion, Bullet, you still want to order both of us, right? What a joke. Moria was furious, but Perona in his arms woke up rubbing her eyes. He immediately lowered his voice. "Why should I?" "Because you're afraid." Rhett pointed at himself. "Because you are unable to protect your crew. I can kill all of your crew members if I want." Advertisement. It's to protect our friends. But true strength is never externalized. You're well aware of the gap between us. Moria was confused by what he heard. What external force? Lousy now believed in his own strength. He also knew that what Rhett said was indeed correct. He had seen Rhett's strength. He knew that Rhett could kill Kaido in seconds. The newspapers had all reported on it. Rhett could kill him in seconds. How big was the gap between him and Kaido? Could he really defeat Kaido? "Hey Rhett, can I win against Kaido right now?" Rhett said without hesitation. "Everyone will die and you will live." Moria was visibly stunned for a moment after hearing what Rhett said. "I will not give up challenging Kaido. No problem, my crew doesn't need to be afraid of anything. You can even go right now. I'll be behind you to hold you down. You can just ride on Kaido's face. No problem." When dawn broke through the dark clouds, Moria's fleet was disbanding. Moria values his companions and is also attracted by Rhett. These are all people he has just gathered. Except for Perona, the relationship is not that deep yet. He distributed all the treasure to everyone, and he did not ask Rhett to keep them. He could see that Rhett was joining an elite group of pirates, not a place that ordinary pirates could join. Moria also officially boarded the Oro Jackson, looking at the pirates on the ship. Moria asked, Hey, Captain, are these our crew members?" "Oh, these are the pirates who robbed me. I caught them and used them as laborers." Rhett waved his hand nonchalantly. "I see, Shadow Hornkill. The pirates who worked so hard were probably tired and fell asleep." Rhett did not stop them because he wanted to see what Moria was up to. Moonlight Mo went out for a while. A group of zombie sailors lined up to board the Oro Jackson and threw the sleeping crew members one by one into the arms of the Mother Ocean. Their movements were stiff but surprisingly efficient. "Shush." Rhett kicked him aside and said, "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." Rhett walked up to a zombie curiously. These zombies were obviously more exquisite than those in the plot. It can be seen that they are Moria's collection. Touching it, Rhett suddenly thought of wow, this is so cool. Shake your head and put aside the messy thoughts in your mind. Advertisement. The zombie smiled horribly. "Captain, would you like to hear my sailing stories?" Just then, a gray ghost floated through the air. "Wow, is this the legendary Oro Jackson? Amazing." Perona floated above the deck, her eyes sparkling. "Lord Rhett is amazing. He found such a great ship all by himself." "Rhett, this is something my captain gave me. Although my captain's journey is over, the Oro Jackson's is not over yet." Perona scratched her head. It was obvious that she didn't understand what Rhett said. Looking at the little girl's expectant eyes, Rhett sighed. "Forget it. Let the little girl worship her. His expression softened. Ahem. It's okay. Moria squatted in the corner, drawing circles. It's clearly me who's leading the zombies doing the work, and no one cares about me. Perona suddenly floated in front of Red and said, Master Red, I heard that you were the third in command of the Pirate King. How impressive. Red. That's so awful. Does the news of the world really want to quit? How dare they write about him like that? He must be Roger's boss. Without him, the amount of wood needed to repair the ship would have to double. Is he too proud? Is there anything Perona can do for you? She held her face in her hands. Mr. Red, would you like Perona to help you with your luggage? Or make you some tea? Or... She suddenly took out a sewing kit and said, Your clothes seem to be a little torn. Perona can help you mend them. Red blushed. No. Being taken care of by the children, Red still couldn't bring himself to lose face. Shish. Perona. Moria jumped up. I raised you. Why don't you ever mend my clothes? Perona made a face. Because Moria-sama is so sloppy, Red-sama is so handsome. Moria knelt down and vomited blood. Traitor, my little Perona. Red had saved up about 300 million Baileys over the past few years and decided to sail directly into the Seven Waters City to see Tom about how to improve it. Red is going to undergo a major overhaul. If you don't have enough money, there's still Sky Island, the ATM for time travelers. Sky Island Red must be acquired. The money I saved over the years has finally come in handy. Red grinned. It was worth it for him to be a deadbeat for so many years. Perona floated nearby and poked her head out curiously. Master Red, are we going to build a ship? Well, let's upgrade this old buddy. Red patted the hull. After all, we're going to take on the world next time, so we can't let it lose out on hardware. Chapter 64 Uncle Tom, I think my sponsorship is okay. Perona floated beside him, looking at Red curiously. Mr. Red, is this Mr. Tom very powerful? Ah. Red's lips curled up slightly. The ship he built carried the Pirate King, my captain Roger, around the world. Not bad, isn't it? He just has a bit of a bad temper. Red felt uneasy when he thought of the fishman uncle who swung the wooden stick at Roger's head. Then he thought about it again. Oh, that's not right. I've taken good care of the Oro Jackson, and it doesn't leak. So why should I be afraid of a banana stick? Moria squatted in the shadows, chewing her nails. Shish. My thriller bark isn't bad either. Mr. Moria, Perona pointed out mercilessly, your boat was leaking last time. It was a small hole, but Mr. Moria repaired it and it became a big hole. Then you stuffed a zombie in it to block it. Puff. Red almost choked on his wine. He was very familiar with plugging holes. He thought of his own fog blocking the gap. Oh my own mist is better than zombies. It can fill any hole. It is a must-have item for traveling. A slipper is thrown on Red's head. What are you so proud of? When the Oro Jackson entered the harbor of the Seven Waters City, the entire dock was instantly in an uproar. The shipbuilders dropped their tools and stared at the legendary ship in shock. Hey, that figurehead. That's the Oro Jackson? Go and inform Mr. Tom. As soon as Red stepped onto the dock, he was surrounded by a group of excited boatmen. The crowd suddenly parted, and a burly fishman strode over, cigar smoke swirling above his head. Red kid, tell me why he's back. Where's Roger? He's the king of pirates. He must be so happy. This is outrageous. Let you come alone. Tom's voice was as loud as a bell. He reached out and stroked the hull, his face full of complaints, but his words revealed concern. Red was a little depressed. The Roger pirates were disbanded, and the captain gave me the Oro Jackson. I want to use it to continue sailing. Uncle Tom, please take a look at how to modify it. Disbanded. Tom was stunned, but he didn't ask any more questions. There were some things that were inappropriate to ask even if they were friends. Oh, then let me take a look. Advertisement just as Red was immersed in the sad atmosphere. Tom grabbed Red's collar with shark teeth in the blink of an eye. God damn it. This boat hasn't been maintained for a long time. What the hell did you do? Bingshan and Frankie. I should have called him Carter Fram at that time, but no one would recognize him if I called him that, so I still used the name Frankie. Frantically pulled their master back. Master, calm down, calm down. TT Uncle Tom, I feel all right. What the hell? Look at this scratch. There's something wet here. Water. If nothing goes wrong, it should be fog or condensed water, otherwise it would be a leak. Red scratched his head, feeling a little unsure. Tom knew that it was inevitable for the boat to scrape while sailing, just like handing over a clean and beautiful daughter to Black Hair. When his daughter came back to see him, his father stopped shouting, Oi, loud dang, is it okay for me to set off a will-o'-the-wisp downstairs in your house? Red let Tom hold his collar, and seeing the two apprentices pulling him frantically, Tom gradually loosened his grip. Red took a deep breath. He knew that their uncle was not really blaming him. He was just cheering himself up in his own way. I'm very sorry, but I would like to ask Mr. Tom to renovate it and give this ship new life, please. Suddenly, Tom let out a deafening laugh. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. He patted Red's shoulder. At least you remembered to come to me. Perona floated nearby and whispered to Moria, this old man is so scary. In Tom's shipyard workshop, Red slammed Bailey on the table. 300 million Baileys to give it a new lease on life. If the money isn't enough, I'll find another way. Tom pushed Bailey back without even looking. How much does it cost to rebuild the Oro Jackson? He turned and shouted to the apprentices, get all that Adam's material out of the warehouse. Perona curiously drifted over to the workbench and asked, Grandpa, did you really make this? Little girl, that's nothing. Tom stroked his beard proudly. I've been researching a new kind of navigation technology lately. It can sail on the sea and connect islands. In the future, there won't be just one way to travel by ship. Rhett's ears twitched. Sea Train Rhett remembers that after Tom finishes repairing the sea train, that is when Tom will die, so he will save him. Advertisement, but Rhett felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. You know, Roger was so famous when he was alive, and Tom was alive and well. It was only after Roger's death that the world government began to settle accounts. The world government is nothing more than a bunch of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. There is no reason why Rhett can't do what the captain can intimidate, so how can he still survive? Tom winked mysteriously. You'll know after the renovation is complete. In the days that followed, Tom's shipyard became the craziest construction site. Rhett first witnessed the madness of a talented shipbuilder. Rhett felt trembling. Bring me the number 3 hydraulic pliers. Tom's roar shook the dock. No, the one with the red paint. Frankie rushed by, pushing a cart full of oddly shaped tools. Super. The master is about to get down to business. Iceberg chased after him, clutching a stack of blueprints. Master, you can't make the mainmast retractable. That violates the fundamental principles of shipbuilding. Stop talking nonsense. You've only been studying ships for a few years, so listen to me. Tom snatched the blueprints away. I build ships, so I can change them however I want. Perona floated in midair, curiously watching the workers installing some kind of luminous shells on the bottom of the ship. Master Rhett, what are those shiny things? Sky Island's wind spout. Rhett narrowed his eyes. The old man even got this. He touched Perona's head and said, when our boat is built, I will take you to Sky Island for a visit. Because Rhett wants it to be as fast as possible. All of Moria's zombies have been recruited as laborers. What is our Lao Mo doing? Crouching in the corner, he watched his zombie laborers being ordered around in circles. Shush, my subordinates. The sound of clanging and hammering could be heard one after another in the shipyard, and Tom was shouting to direct the workers to work. Rhett leaned against the doorframe, looking at the Oro Jackson, which had been torn to pieces, when he suddenly felt someone gently tug at the corner of his clothes. Master Rhett, Perona floated behind him, blinking her big eyes. How about we go out and play? I heard there are a lot of interesting places in the Seven Waters. Rhett glanced at Tom, who was furiously dismantling the deck, and nodded sagely. Good idea. Advertisement Chapter 65 Dragon's Life Mentor. Master Rhett, look, she suddenly pointed at a dessert shop. That marshmallow is bigger than my ghost. Rhett's mouth curled up slightly. Want to eat? Perona nodded vigorously, her pink twintails bobbing. Rhett casually pulled out a stack of Baileys and bought the entire marshmallow. Mr. Rhett is the best. Perona spun happily while holding a marshmallow that was taller than her. The citizens passing by stared at the combination in amazement. A long-haired man carrying the black-tied greatsword, and a ghost girl floating in the air and eating marshmallows. What? You ask why you shouldn't keep a low profile if you're wanted by the world government? Rhett spoke. The bark of a human shadow tree. I worked hard to raise the bounty so high, it would save me a lot of trouble if I were recognized. Ultimately, pirates is a world where strength is paramount. If you make Rhett unhappy, go and take down a few of his marine bases. This isn't a wanted poster, it's a pass. This way, there won't be any brainless villains popping up to show off. Although this will save the author a lot of words. While walking around, Perona came across a mask shop. She drifted into the shop and marveled at the rows of exquisite 1-cent masks. This will suit Master Rhett perfectly. She held up a silver wolf-shaped mask. The shop owner, a wrinkled old woman, squinted her eyes and looked at Rhett. My boy, your daughter has good taste. Rhett almost choked on his saliva. He was a pure little virgin. Roger's boat was full of big men. He had never been in a relationship before. Grandma, Perona had already floated to the counter. Is there anything suitable for me? 10 minutes later, Perona, wearing a skull mask, and Rhett, wearing a wolf mask, walked down the street. Perona's aesthetic was always different from that of ordinary people, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. The setting sun dyed the canals of the Seven Waters city golden. Rhett and Perona were walking along the water's edge. Perona, holding a bunch of newly bought dolls in her arms, suddenly stopped. Lord Rhett, that man. She pointed to the shadows at the end of the bridge. A tall man in a dark brown cloak stood there, his young face carrying a heaviness that didn't match his age. Rhett narrowed his eyes, shouting into a low voice, Monkey D. Dragon, son of Garp, future leader of the Revolutionary Army, legendary Slipper King among the pirates. Talk. Long's voice was low. Advertisement in the open-air cafe. Long came straight to the point. Mr. Rhett, don't you think this world is sick? Celestial dragons are born noble. They can plunder anyone's life at will because of their good birth. I want to establish an organization to overthrow the world government and heal this corrupt world. Rhett took a slow sip of his tea. Oh, how do we overturn it? It should be said that the current Slipper King is almost shouting. Are there any kings, princes, generals or ministers who are not of the same species? To mobilize people of all nations to rise up and overthrow the rule of the aristocracy. And then what? Rhett interrupted. After the celestial dragons are overthrown, who will be the new god? You, Mr. Dragon. Red felt that although the Slipper King was a good person and could lead by example, he did not see the structure of the Pirate King's society clearly. In the original book, the country he overthrew only changed the king system, but it did not change. The king may work hard to rule the country for 1 or 2 generations, and gradually they will become the next celestial dragons. The main problem is not the corrupt people, but the corrupt social class structure. Obviously, the dragons do not see through this. Long frowned. We will build a beautiful, democratic country where people can live in peace with each other. Democracy? It's impressive that you could even come up with the idea of democracy in a society like this, Dragon. Red sneered. Do you know why the kingdom of Goa is known as the most beautiful country in East Blue? Long was stunned. Because they burned down the slums and killed the poor. Red looked into Long's eyes. It may sound harsh, but you should know that this is the kind of justice you're defending. Long's fingers tapped the table unconsciously. So what do you think we should do? Red put down his teacup. First, revolution isn't a dinner party. How many people are you prepared to sacrifice? It's a necessary sacrifice. I don't know how many people will be sacrificed, but I will definitely be at the forefront. Second, Red continued, do you understand the world's economic lifeline? Do you know who controls the food trade? Beads of sweat broke out on Long's forehead. Third, and most crucial. Red suddenly leaned in. Long, you're too arrogant. You were born into a family of marine heroes. You're the elite of the Marines, didn't you? Your former rank could control the lives of so many people. In the eyes of the common people, you're no different from aristocrats. Do you know what the people need most? They don't need the democracy you talk about, nor do they need a beautiful country. What they want now is basically to survive and have enough food to eat. They don't care how nice your words are. After all, Long had just left Marine. After traveling for a while, Long would eventually understand it himself. Red just told him in advance. Should I say this or not? In front of Long, Red was full of confidence when he said these things. He was a young man who grew up under the red flag. I don't have the broad mind of Long. Can't I move or copy homework? Advertisement Perona dropped her doll and thought she heard something strange. The sound of water in the canal suddenly became very loud. Long was silent for a long time, and finally raised his head. You were right, I am too idealistic. Red leaned back in his chair. Listen, kid, if you want to change the world, you have to understand it first. He gestured toward the docks. Do you know how many hours the workers at Seven Waters work? Do you know what they hate most? Long shook his head. Go see the world first. Red stood up. When you can answer these questions for me, come back to me. Before leaving, Long suddenly asked, why do you know so much? Red looked at the petals drifting across the canal. Because I've truly seen a better world. Perona blinked in confusion. Lord Red. Let's go. Red picked her up. It's time to go back and see what Tom has done to our boat. Really, it's his masterpiece after all, so he doesn't feel bad about dismantling it. Red stood up and threw a few Baileys on the table. Here's an assignment for you. He counted on his fingers. First, go to a slum somewhere and hide your strength there for a month. Second, understand how the world government controls trade. Third, he pointed at the dragon's chest, figure out who you're fighting for. Perona, holding the doll, timidly added, you have to eat on time. Behind them, Long stood at the bridgehead, his notebook filled with dense handwriting. That night, the seeds of a world-changing future were quietly planted. Red was very happy. My family members have made progress. I assigned homework to Long. The author has something to say. The book ratings are out. I almost gave it a full 5-star rating, so how could it be so low? I'm really disappointed. I hope you readers who see this will think it's good and give me a 5-star rating. Your encouragement is really important to me. I hope you enjoy it. I will update more tomorrow. Everyone is so gentle today. The little author feels warm all over. I will update more tomorrow to thank you all. Chapter 66 Roger's request. Perona flew into the sky and said, Master Red, Uncle Tom said this ship will take at least 6 months. What should we do now? Red touched Perona's head and held Laboon's hand while he ate ice cream. Then let's experience retirement life. Red really experienced the life of a college student before. No early morning wake-up call. He would go to bed after eating and go out for a walk after getting enough sleep. It's a pity that I don't have a computer or a mobile phone, so I can't stay up all night. Moria sometimes asks herself what to eat. My own reply. Both are fine. The days passed by. When Red was just eating and waiting to die, he suddenly received a call from his captain, asking him to go to Barbecue Island. The author made it up. The location is probably next to Sabody's land. When Red landed on the island, he found Uncle Rayleigh there too. Uncle Ray seemed very excited. The sunset dyed the coast blood red, the aroma of barbecue mixed with the salty sea breeze. When Red stepped onto the beach, Laboon clutched Red's pants and looked off into the distance worriedly. Woo, brother Red, Uncle Rayleigh is crying so hard. On the rocks by the coast, Rayleigh grabbed Roger's collar, and the veins on his usually steady right hand bulged on his forehead. Roger's shirt was torn to pieces, but he still smiled heartily. Are you G crazy? Rayleigh's roar scared a flock of seabirds away. Come back to Sabody right now. Lousy will tie you up even if he has to. Rayleigh lifted Roger up with one hand and held him against the rock. Rayleigh. Roger gently pressed his old friend's wrist. You knew this day would come. Red paused. He saw Rayleigh's fist hanging in the air, and finally smashing hard on the reef behind Roger. Gravel flew everywhere, blood dripped through his fingers, and Rhett could tell that Big Brother Rayleigh didn't have any armed color attached to him, he was just venting his anger. Rhett. Roger suddenly turned around and waved at him vigorously. Come on, the meat is getting cold. It was as if the argument just now had never happened. In Laboon, he ate grilled fish by the fire, and from time to time he stole a glance at Roger, who was pouring wine for Rhett. The legendary Pirates King was chattering like an older brother at this moment. Advertisement. That Shanks kid is causing quite a stir in the New World. Buggy actually went off to become a bounty hunter and told me he was going to save up money to start a pirates group. Ha 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 ha, that's exactly his style. The foam in the wine glass gradually subsided. Rhett suddenly said, when? Roger's smile faded a little. Next month, when the full moon is up. He tilted his head back and took a sip of his drink. I'll go visit the Marine. Rayleigh crushed the bottle. Don't look like that. Roger smiled and hooked his arm around their shoulders. I reserved premium seats for you. Shut up. Rayleigh pushed him away, her blonde hair trembling violently in the moonlight. Do you think this is a joke? The sea breeze suddenly became biting. Roger slowly sat up straight, his eyes brightening under his straw hat. Listen, Rayleigh. His voice was soft, yet it silenced the entire beach. We found Raftel, but the answer doesn't belong to this era. He pointed to his temple. I will not accept a bleak ending. I want the whole world to hear my voice. Rhett stared at the bonfire, blood mist oozing out uncontrollably. When he came here, he thought about kidnapping Roger, but when he actually sat in this position and saw the man's determination, Rhett's heart wavered. This wasn't the world's correction force, but the fact that this man was just like that. I can get you out, he heard himself ask without thinking. Roger laughed and ruffled his hair. Silly boy, that would be pointless, wouldn't it? Roger suddenly lowered his voice, but I do have a favor to ask of you. He took out a bronze pocket watch from his pocket and found a photo inside. It was the one taken from Raftel that year, and there was a family photo in it. This is for you, and you're going to be an uncle. Roger put the compass into Rhett's hand. I hope that after I get in, you can hand Rouge over to Garp. I'll ask him to take care of her for me. She's on Bardelil Island in South Blue. Rouge is my wife. Garp will find a way to protect them. This is Rouge's photo. Rhett looked up suddenly. Why are you so afraid that I can't teach your child well? You be asterisk 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 D. Do you know who you are? Kuhahaha. After all, he is the most reliable brother in our family, but if he follows you, he can only be a pirate's. Following Garp, he can choose to become a marine, an ordinary person, or a pirate like you. This is the only thing I, an incompetent father, can do for them. Roger jumped up and stretched. All right, I've explained everything I need to explain. Advertisement. He turned and walked towards the waves, his back stretching out long in the moonlight. By the way, Roger suddenly turned around and winked at Laboon. Laboon, remember to protect our little Rhett. Laboon dropped his grilled fish to the ground. Huh? Laboon came to Rhett and saw that his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails had pierced his palms. In the distance came Roger's last song, out of tune yet full of heroic spirit. Rhett knew that soon after Roger died, Marine found Rouge. This great mother relied on drugs to delay Ace's birth, Rouge's death, and Ace's birthday. It is really hard to imagine the difficulties involved. Rhett laughed and cursed. A-hole, why don't you just bring it here? Why make me run all this way? Rhett knew that Roger was protecting Rouge, and that the risk was too high to stay with Roger. Rhett used Den Den Mushi to contact Moria, saying that he was going to South Blue. Laboon was now strong enough to return to the Seven Water City by himself, so Rhett drove the boat directly to find Rouge. No matter what happens after he is arrested, Rhett will go now. After Roger died, how did Marine know that Roger had a child? Someone in that town must have leaked the news. The sooner he took the child, the better. South Blue, Bardelil Island. Based on what Roger said, Rhett quickly determined Rouge's location. Rhett stood in front of Rouge's cabin, straightened his collar, and cleared his throat. Rhett didn't want to face Rouge with a sad expression, and then. Sister-in-law Rouge. I'm Rhett, Scarlet Mist, from Roger's ship. Sharp knife from Roger's ship. Open the door. The house was dead silent. Rhett scratched his head. Was my voice too quiet? Conquerors covers the entire town, letting the people in the town sleep like babies, and after making sure no one is awake. He took a deep breath, and roared again. Sister-in-law Rouge. I'm here to protect you. I'm super strong. Marines have to avoid me when they see me. This is not Rhett bragging. He has now reached the level of 4 emperors and is already the world's top combat force. Bang. The window suddenly opened, and Rouge poked his head out, still holding a kitchen knife in his hand, but his eyes were filled with unbearable fear. Shut up. Are you trying to lure the entire Marine here? Rhett immediately covered his mouth, scratched his head, and grinned. Sorry, ha 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 ha. Rouge narrowed her eyes. You said you were one of Roger's crew members? Chapter 67 Finding Spicy. That's right. Rhett puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. I'm a fighter with the Roger Pirates, known as Scarlet Mist. My bounty is 2 billion berries. The naval headquarters would be so surprised to see me. I can't wait to capture you and claim the reward. Rouge interrupted him coldly. Roger is ready to turn himself in. Roger didn't tell me that someone would come to pick me up. Besides, Red is an old man, he wouldn't be that young. I will not give you another chance to threaten my husband. Rouge cut her neck with a kitchen knife. Rouge wanted her child to see the outside world, but after feeling the huge gap in strength. I'm sorry, I'm a useless mom. Red. Hey ho Roger, pick someone up, doesn't Rouge even know who's picking them up? Red also looks like he is in his 20s since the Valley of the Gods. According to normal calculations, Red should be considered an uncle-level virgin? Red looked at the kitchen knife in Rouge's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Clang. Rouge felt her wrist go numb, and Red had snatched the kitchen knife away from her. His other hand firmly held her shoulder. Sister-in-law, calm down. Red rarely put away his arrogant expression, and said in a low and serious voice, I'm not a Marine, and I'm not here to threaten you. Just trust me, I just look a little younger. Rouge's eyes were red as she stared at him intently. Who are you then? Roger told me that Red joined the ship when he was only 3 years old. How could he be so young? Red took a deep breath and slowly took out a pocket watch from his pocket. There was a family photo of everyone on it. It was a gift from Roger. Rouge's pupils trembled slightly, and tears finally fell. Roger, Red grinned. So, sister-in-law, don't give up so quickly. Captain Roger would surely want you to be alive and well. At least let me, 2 billion villains of the old world, be of some use, right? I'm using my fruit ability. Captain Roger should have told you that I can replenish my vitality. I'm young, so you understand, right? Rouge was silent for a moment, then finally let down her guard and whispered, come in. Rouge started packing. Red looked at the 2 large packages and said, sister-in-law, do we really need to bring so many things? The captain's used teacup is understandable, but the captain's unwashed pants are unnecessary. Rouge shook her head gently. I want you to bury these for me. I'm only taking these 2. Advertisement. Rouge, clutching a knife and a gun, recalled with some sadness, my husband once told me that if it's a boy, we should name him Ace, and if it's a girl, we should name her Anne. Red recognized that they were Captain Roger's weapons, Ace and Anne. Now all he had to do was send it to the Seven Seas capital first. Red specially prepared a speedboat that can accommodate 3 people. After all, we have to keep a low profile. The fewer people who pay attention to Rouge, the better. This is responsible for Rouge. But there are always those who are blind. Captain, there's a boat over there. Guys, fire your cannons to blow them up and let them experience the fear of the sea. Ha 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 ha. Red frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a pirate ship with a skull hanging on it slowly approaching. A man with a fleshy face stood on the bow, staring at them greedily. Tisk. You really know how to pick the right time. Red smacked his lips and turned to Rouge with a reassuring smile. Sister-in-law, go to the cabin and rest first. I'll take care of it right away. Rouge shook her head and said, Little Red, let me see how you kill the enemy. This shocked Red, but then he understood. How could someone who was pregnant and could escape the Marines' pursuit for more than a year be a weak and fragile base? Red chuckled, pulled out the black-tied greatsword behind him, and let this 2 billion old world villain perform for you. Red twisted his neck, shouldered the black-tied greatsword, stood at the stern, and grinned. Hey, you be ********** D over there, die. Men, fire. Pirates Captain Patton gave an order, and several cannons fired at the same time, and the black shells whizzed over. Red didn't even raise his eyelids, but just gently raised the black-tied greatsword and turned the blade. Mist God style. Flash. Swish. A scarlet blade flashed across the sea like thunder, cutting all the shells neatly in half in midair, and then exploded with a boom, but did not even touch the edge of the speedboat. The pirates were stunned. What? Patton's forehead was covered in sweat, but he still pretended to be calm. Don't be afraid, he's alone, keep firing. Captain, look at that knife. Isn't it Red, one of the Pirates King's crew members? Advertisement. Red sighed, really, he can't even be a good audience member. He slowly raised the greatsword, dark red hockey wrapped around the blade, and the air in the entire sea seemed to freeze. Mist God style. Demon slash. Boom, with one slash of the sword, a gully hundreds of meters long was directly split open on the sea surface, and the violent sword energy instantly tore the pirate's ship into pieces. Clatter, debris and seawater fell like rain, but Red had already put away his knife and turned to Rouge with a bright smile. How is it, sister-in-law? Are you satisfied? Rouge clapped lightly, a smile in her eyes. Don't call me sister-in-law, you want them to know that I am Roger's wife. Call me sister, but it's very cool. Red felt Roger's kindness. She really treated Red as a family member. Is this what it means to be a tribe, Captain? At this time, Red didn't seem to be a 2 billion villain. His 20-year-old appearance made Red maintain a youthful energy and mentality. This was his eldest brother's wife, which was enough. He smiled and said, okay, sister. After this episode, Red used Mist to change Rouge's appearance and accompanied her to a nearby island for supplies. Red looked at himself in the mirror, his mouth twitching. After spending some time together, Rouge really treated Red as his younger brother, and Red naturally accepted the spiciness. Sister. Isn't this dress a bit too fancy? He tugged at his dark blue robe embroidered with golden waves. A white belt was tied around his waist, which, combined with his flowing black hair, made him look even more noble. Rouge stood aside and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it suits you very well. Red was helpless. But I'm a pirate, how can I fight dressed like this? Rouge smiled and pinched his face, just change it back when we fight, dear brother. Red was also helpless. He was only a little over 2 meters and 4, while Rouge was almost 2 meters tall. Red seriously suspected that he was cursed by his conqueror's luck when he laughed at Buggy's height. It has only increased this much in the past few decades. Chapter 68 I'm waiting for you. Back on the boat, Rouge began to sort out the things they had bought, while Red sat aside, fiddling with a rattle curiously. Sister, what's the use of this thing? Rouge smiled and said, when the baby is born, we can play with him. Red nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly said seriously, Sister, don't worry, when the child grows up, I will definitely teach him the strongest swordsmanship. Rouge raised an eyebrow. Oh, so how are you going to teach? Red clenched his fists, his blood boiling. First, swing your sword 10,000 times a day. Then, follow me to challenge all kinds of powerful people and push your limits on the brink of life and death. This is how I was trained. Shanks and Buggy, you should know that I trained this way too. It definitely works. Isn't this another way for Red to repay Roger in disguise? He also knows most of Roger's swordsmanship, but his fighting style is different from his. Just because he doesn't like to use it doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use it. Rouge. She silently picked up a bottle and put it in Red's hand. Learn how to make milk powder first. Red took Rouge back to the Seven Waters and spent some time there. Shock. Marine has arrested the pirates King Roger and will execute him in Logue Town in a month. Marine justice must not be violated. Red was sitting in a small boat around Marineford, reading a newspaper. He knew that Marine would definitely use this incident to enhance his prestige. Ever since the newspaper reported that Roger had been arrested, he had been waiting around Marineford. That's right, he was waiting for Golden Lion, hoping to build up the prestige of Marine by stepping on his captain's reputation. But there was no such thing as that. If he doesn't beat up Marineford today, he'll be upset. It's like Marine stepping on your brother to tell you how strong he is. If Red can stand this, he'll become a Ninja Turtle. But even if Red had the power of 4 emperors, he couldn't escape Marineford unscathed by himself. If naval headquarters can really be defeated by Red alone, then they should give up. He needs Golden Lion to help him share some of the powerful combat power. He knew that Golden Lion would definitely come, and he believed in the strength of his own succubus captain. Look, he finally waited for me. Hijishi, you are here. Golden Lion Shiki, alone with Shoutao, approached Marineford like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, and the entire naval headquarters was on high alert. Kong and Garp exchanged a glance and immediately engaged in battle. Golden Lion yelled at Marineford, I don't believe you captured Roger by force. He is my, Golden Lion's, opponent. Golden Lion, this is not the place for you to run wild, Kong roared. Garp fumbled with his fists. Since we're here, let's stay here. When the war was about to break out, Red stood on a high rooftop near Marineford, holding the Black Tide greatsword, watching everything coldly. Advertisement Red made no effort to hide himself, and the Golden Lion soon discovered him. Golden Lion laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, I knew you wouldn't take this lying down. Come on, let's have a fight. Red carried the Black Tide greatsword. You just need to hold off those 3. Hold on a little longer and don't get killed. I'll take care of the rest. As he spoke, he pointed the Kuroshio great sword at Sengoku and the others, and the 3 young admirals, looking down at them from above, showing his domineering nature. Hey, you 3? Red grinned, carrying his greatsword. Want to play with me? This was probably the first time Red met Borsalino and Sakazuki. Sakazuki frowned. Roger's crew, stay out of the way. Borsalino tilted his head and said lazily, oh, how terrifying. How dare one person challenge 3 admiral candidates? Kuzan held his hands together but his face was serious. He knew how strong Red was. Get out of the way. We don't have time for you. Red scoffed. Kid, I'm older than you. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of Sakazuki. Mist God style. Demon slash. The blade flashed like mist, extremely sharp. Sakazuki's pupils shrank, and he quickly transformed into an element, but the blow still grazed his shoulder, and blood like magma splattered. The speed is good, but Sakazuki's eyes turned cold, and his right fist instantly turned into molten lava. Great eruption. Red. What's wrong with you guys? You start using your ultimate skills right away when you meet me, but what's the point? The fiery lava fist crashed down, but Red had already anticipated it and dodged it with his observation haki, while simultaneously striking back with a sword. Mist God style. Ghost attack. The pitch-black haki wrapped around the blade and went straight to Sakazuki's throat. Bang. Kuzan's ice wall suddenly rose up to block the attack, but Red's sword force did not decrease, and the ice wall collapsed instantly. Borsalino's fingertips condensed with golden light, Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light bullets poured down, but Red grinned and shuttled between the bullets like a ghost, and not a single one could hit him. The head-on confrontation was over, and Red wanted to set up the scene. Hey Red, have you forgotten about me, your old rival? Kuzan narrowed his eyes. The mist turned into ice crystals and gradually fell to the ground. Red curled his lips. Aokiji, who had eaten the frozen fruit, was even harder to fight. However, the difference in strength was there. He only made the mist thinner. The fruitiness helps to suppress the taste. Red swung his sword, his fighting spirit boiling. 3 alternate admirals, that's all? Come on. Sakazuki was furious. Arrogant brat. Kuzan clasped his hands together. Ice Age. Advertisement. The cold air swept through, and the entire battlefield froze instantly, but Red had already leapt high into the air, and Conqueror's Haki exploded. Conqueror's Dark Tide Sword, Mist God Flow Nirvana. The moment the attack came into contact with Red, the mist disappeared. Came behind Kuzan. The dark Haki wrapped around the blade like thunder, and he slashed it down, actually breaking Kuzan's ice layer. Borsalino's expression was solemn. They had heard Kuzan say Red was very powerful, but having never met him, they were somewhat dismissive. Looks like we have to get serious. With a flash of golden light, he instantly appeared behind Red and kicked out. Lightspeed kick. Red was prepared and blocked with his black sword. Bite. Red's body faded into the mist, suddenly appeared behind Kizaru. Mist God style. Mist Shinobi slash. You thought I would chop him and not you, didn't you? The knife flashed down, but Red could feel that the cut was not solid. Tisk. Kizaru's speed is really troublesome. Red's eyes were filled with more fighting spirit, but this is what makes it interesting. The three looked at each other and decided to fight to the death. Sakazuki. Suppress with all your might, evil will eventually be crushed. Borsalino. This is really troublesome, Red laughed. Come on, show me how strong the so-called 3 geniuses of Marine are. The forums all say that no 4 emperors can withstand the 3 admiral releases, but for these 3 admiral youth versions. Red spat. Lousy can beat 6 damn people, but the field had to be cleared first. The blood-red Conqueror's Haki rushed towards Marineford, and the weak Marines fell in droves. This scene was also seen in the 4-player battlefield, where Kong Sengoku Garp also released his own Conquerors to weaken the impact of Red's Conquerors. I think all these bosses should have Conquerors, even if the manga doesn't show it. You can refer to Luffy and Bullet's Hedge here. Golden Lion laughed and said, as expected of someone I've chosen. Such magnanimity is rare in the New World. Look at my magnanimity. A black and red Conqueror's Haki once again attacked the land of Marineford. Hai Bing raised his middle finger. I've already fallen down, and you're still sweeping me again. Everyone knew that the battle had just begun. Chapter 69, Meadgrain Marine. Red increased his Conqueror's Haki, sweeping across Marineford like a bloody storm. Ha ha ha. Good job, kid. Golden Lion laughed wildly, manipulating the floating island to smash towards Garp and Kong. Don't be distracted, you two. Sengoku roared, Golden Lion, stop being so arrogant. Garp clenched his fists, armament Haki wrapped around his arms. First I'll take care of you, then I'll deal with that brat Ret. Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Borsalino stood still, their eyes locked on Ret. Your conquerors are indeed impressive, Sakazuki said coldly, but Haki alone can't defeat us. Red grinned, pointing his black tide sword at the ground. Really? Then try this. Mist Realm. Life withers. The scarlet mist suddenly spread and enveloped the 3 people. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are currently called admiral candidates. They only need 1 chance to be awarded as admirals. Their current strength has already reached the admiral level, but there are still gaps between admirals. If you don't let me develop my territory properly, how can I play cards? No, how can I fight? I will turn away. When Aokiji wanted to freeze them into ice chips, he found that he couldn't do it at all. Kuzan knew Ret was getting serious. He was able to freeze Ret's fog just now. It was all Ret playing a joke on him. You know, when he followed Garp to chase Roger pirates, he was always the one who got beaten. In the blood mist, ice crystals sparkled, making Ret look both sacred and eerie. Ret. Oh my, I feel so bad for adding special effects. In an instant, thick fog spread, shrouding the entire battlefield, and Ret's figure was looming in the fog. The observation Haki is disturbed. Sakazuki frowned. Tisk, troublesome ability. Borsalino's fingertips flashed with golden light, and he tried to use laser to disperse the fog, but Ret's voice came from all directions. Mist God style. No blade. A silent slash suddenly approached. Sakazuki dodged sideways with his combat instinct, but a bloody scratch still remained on his shoulder. This guy is even faster in the fog. Don't give him a chance. Kuzan pressed his hands to the ground. Ice Age. The extremely cold air erupted, and the mist was frozen into ice crystals and fell. It seemed to be of little use, and was replenished the moment Ret's domain weakened. Kuzan's big move was replaced by Ret's basic attack. Ah, Aokiji-san's fruit is really troublesome, Ret sighed. He stomped his foot on the ground, Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the blade, and black lightning flashed on the black tide greatsword. Conqueror's Entanglement Mist God style Mist Shinobi / Super Invincible 3 styles, sponsored by 4th generation. With a single strike of the sword, space seemed to be torn apart. Sakazuki roared and attacked, Dark Hound. The lava and Haki collided, and the shockwave exploded. Kuzan took the opportunity to attack from the side, piercing Ret's back with his ice blade. Ice blade Pheasant Mouth. Ret had anticipated this, his figure instantly turned into mist, and the ice blade pierced through the shadow. What? Kuzan's pupils shrank. Advertisement, Mist God style, Ghost Attack. Ret's true form appeared behind Kuzan and slashed down with a single blow. At the critical moment, Borsalino flashed in and swept across with a light speed kick, and then the Sword of the Sky. The golden light condensed into a sword, colliding violently with Rhett's black-tied greatsword. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and Rhett was knocked back several steps by this sudden attack, but the corners of his mouth curled up in excitement. That's right, 3 admirals joining forces, this is interesting. Sakazuki wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, his eyes cold. Arrogant pirates. You must be suppressed today. As expected of the famous blood cow and pirates king, Lao Ka. Kuzan exhaled a breath of cold air. I will not back down this time. Pirates king fights often last 3 or 4 days, that's right. Sakazuki was slashed twice by him, both of them were armed colors, he acted like nothing happened. Aokiji Red can chop it up by himself, 2 people can handle it together, and 3 people can also beat it together, but the current Red has no way of winning. Even though Red said it was easy, he was under a lot of pressure. He had to use part of his observation haki to attack Shiki's battlefield. As long as Shiki showed signs of defeat, he would turn around and run away. In this situation, don't underestimate the 3 admirals. Sengoku relied on just a few people to maintain the entire chaotic sea. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, Garp. Is this all you can do when you 2 team up? Golden Lion laughed wildly. Lion Majesty Earth coiling, Big Buddha impact. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, and the shock waves shattered the huge rocks. Garp rushed directly at the Golden Lion, and punched out with his iron fist in armament haki, Fistbone Meteorite. Golden Lion swung his sword to block, but was still knocked back several meters, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Tisk, Garp's fist is still so hard. Sengoku said in a deep voice, Golden Lion, you can't escape. Golden Lion sneered. Escape? Lousy is the Golden Lion? The battle between Red and the 3 admirals intensified, with each exchange resulting in a violent explosion. Buildings in Marineford continued to crumble, and the marine soldiers retreated in terror. We can't delay this any longer. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, his whole body boiling with lava, meteor volcano. Countless giant lava fists fell from the sky, bombarding indiscriminately. Kuzan clasped his hands together, frozen moment. The extreme cold freezes the ground, restricting Rhett's movement. Borsalino raised the aim no kame sword high, Yasukani no Magatama. Dense light bombs poured down like a rainstorm. Facing the ultimate combined attack of the 3 admirals, Rhett took a deep breath and unleashed Conqueror's haki. Come on, final blow, Mist God style. Final slash. The pitch-black slash tore through space and collided head-on with the attacks of the 3 admirals. Boom, the terrifying shockwave swept across the entire Marineford, even the Golden Lion, Sengoku and Garp in the distance were knocked back. The smoke and dust cleared, and Rhett stood there, his black-tied sword stuck in the ground to support his body, half kneeling on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Advertisement: the 3 admirals on the opposite side were also in a mess, only 3 of them fell. No, brothers. This was just talk, and the 3 of them immediately got up. There was a hideous knife wound on Sakazuki's chest, Kuzan's ice armor shattered, and Borsalino's sunglasses also had cracks. The 5 days of fighting had exhausted all of them. Huh. Huh. Rhett panted, but laughed happily, it's so refreshing. This is what fighting is all about. Looking up at Golden Lion, who was being beaten, Rhett knew he had to leave. Garp, that old guy, hit people too hard. Slipped away. At the moment when Golden Lion was defeated, Rhett used all his strength to activate his fruit ability, took out a bag, and melted a bag of seastone powder into it. There is no way. Seastone is too restraining to the fruit ability user. It takes a lot of physical strength to make it float for a while. That's why Red kept his last breath of strength. I had a good fight, and I've let out my anger. It's time to run away. The next time we meet maybe in Logue Town. Haji Lion, I will remember your dedication, even though you can't see Roger and impel down. This is the feeling of being in love but not being able to get it. It hurts so much. A few days after the Battle of Marineford, Red returned to the Seven Waters. The recent incident at Marineford caused a lot of controversy due to Red and Golden Lion. The overwhelming news almost made Red numb. Shocked. Ghost in the mist, Red single-handedly challenged the 3 future admirals, and the naval headquarters was ravaged. Is there no hope for the Marines anymore? The king of the new era has arrived. World government tremble. Exclusive. What Red and Shanks have to say about their secret relationship. Red looked at the thick stack of world economic news in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. FK. Red is pointing the black tide at Kuzan and the others. Should I tell him about journalism? Let him learn it. Although what I said is true, the newspaper only had the photo of Red beating the 3 admirals, not a single photo of the ones being beaten. The last picture in the newspaper about the battle was a photo of Red just appeared, holding a big sword. Although it's marked next to Red's appearance, isn't it purely misleading for you to put this photo at the end? Red knew his own limitations, and when he saw Garp he turned and ran. What do you mean by ravaging the naval headquarters? What do you mean by king of the new era? That old bird Morgans drink fake wine? Morgans. Is Golden Lion the top pirate? Oh, he was arrested. Who is Golden Lion? I don't know him. Few people would believe such an exaggeration, but guess what? You know Golden Lion, the former captain of Rocks. Caught, but Red ran away. The 2 of them attacked Marineford together, and the result was obvious. Their strength is self-evident. Red. A new bounty was delivered to Red. Scarlet Mist. Red. Bounty. 2.5 billion berries. Red curled his lips. How stingy. The neighbor increased the price by 1 billion just for cutting celestial dragons, and I almost wiped out Marine's hometown and they only increased it by 500 million. Marine is so shameless. Chapter 70 Departure to Logue Town. There were still 2 days until Roger's execution. Uncle Tom finally finished refitting the Oro Jackson. Tom took Red to the depths of the dock and lifted up a huge tarpaulin. I originally wanted to use the new power system I researched on a moving train. Tom couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. Red immediately understood Tom's plan. You retrofitted to the boat. Brilliant. Tom patted the machine's exterior. Combined with the wind spear, this ship can reach 3 times the speed of a warship in the comm belt. You know the value of that, kid. Frankie danced with excitement, raising his hands above his head in his signature Frankie pose. Super. This will definitely be the fastest boat in the world. Bingshan was worried. Master, this hasn't been tested for safety yet. A test? Tom said, grabbing the iceberg in his arms. Tell me, I'm a top-notch player. A top-notch boatman, what a reputable disciple. Uncle Tom loosened his hand that was touching the top of the iceberg. It was truly a story of a kind teacher and a filial disciple. Red. If it was any later, Red was really afraid that Uncle Tom would crush the iceberg. This legendary pirate's ship is no longer an ordinary wooden sailing ship, but a steel behemoth. The hull is made of dark red mithril alloy, shining with a cold metallic luster in the sun. The prow of the ship was a roaring dragon head statue, with a cannon in the dragon's mouth. Red fell in love with it instantly. The large caliber and long range were something no man could refuse. Bigger, thicker, and farther. It can store lightning energy, wind energy, or any other energy, when necessary. A bolt of artificial lightning struck down and was precisely absorbed by the device. The entire ship was instantly enveloped in blue lightning, and energy shells gathered at the bow. With a bang, the world was destroyed. Tom stroked his beard proudly. I call this Dragon God's Wrath. Not bad, isn't it? Advertisement Red looked at the smoking muzzle and drooled. So handsome. When the energy gathered, the entire ship was covered with lightning. It was so cool that it almost made Red mentally retarded. None of the young men in the red flag could resist the roar of the dragon. The day of sailing finally arrived. The newly renovated Oro Jackson was anchored in the harbor. I can't believe it. Iceberg stroked the hull. This is a completely different ship. Frankie was adjusting the final piece of equipment. Super. Look at my genius design. Even the toilet is fully automatic. The iceberg showed its shark teeth. Frankie, please don't make some weird inventions on the guest's boat. Perona excitedly spun around in the newly decorated pink lookout tower. Mr. Red, there's a dresser here, and a doll stand. I love it here. Tom stood at the bow, his eyes twinkling. Roger, your old, famous friend, can now take this kid anywhere. Red gripped the rudder. Thanks, old man. Don't try that. Tom's expression suddenly changed, and he grabbed Red by the collar. Take good care of this boat. If you mess it up again, you'll be finished, kid. Yes, yes. Red raised his hands in surrender. But Tom didn't let go this time. I tell you, the Oro Jackson was my greatest creation at the time. It carried Roger to become the king of pirates, and this ship is my most perfect work now. You are not allowed to bury it, do you hear me, kid? Old man, Red said suddenly, his voice low and solemn, this ship is no longer the Oro Jackson. It should also have a new name. As the builder of this ship, Tom naturally has the right to name it. Tom was silent for a moment, then slowly walked to the figurehead and stroked the roaring dragon head with his rough hands. His gaze became profound, as if he had traveled through time and space, returning to the days when he and Roger set sail. Uncle Tom, wait till I make the Oro Jackson famous on the seas. Roger's ship is called the Oro Jackson, Tom whispered. It's the ship of dreams and freedom. He looked up at Red, a determined glint in his eyes. This ship is a converted Oro Jackson. Tom took a deep breath, the cigar smoke curling in the sunset. Just call it Bruma Jackson. Explained here. Advertisement. Tom pulled out a bottle of fine wine he had treasured for years and smashed it against the bow. Amber liquid flowed down the dragon head statue, looking like burning blood in the sunset. As shipwright Tom, I bestow upon you the name, Bruma Jackson. May you ride through the blood mist, roar in the storm, and become a legend of the new era. As he finished speaking, the eyes of the figurehead suddenly lit up with a scarlet light, and the entire ship seemed to be injected with life, emitting a low hum. Red shouted, the boys are ready to sail. Are you ready? Ready, Captain. Excellent. I declare the Bruma Jackson depart. Perona cheered and floated towards the observation deck, and Moria's zombie sailors quickly took their positions. Frankie and Iceberg stood on the dock, waving goodbye to the battleship that was destined to shake the world, a ship that they both participated in. Just as the ship was about to set sail, Tom suddenly called out to Red, boy. Red looked back and saw the old fishman standing in the sunset. This ship. It's now both a continuation of the Oro Jackson and a fresh start. Tom's voice was especially clear on the sea breeze. Don't let it down, and don't let Roger down. What Roger can do, you too. Red turned around and gave Tom a big smile. I, Red, promise once again that I will make the whole world remember the name of the Bruma Jackson. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Tom, just wait to become the greatest shipbuilder in the world. Tom smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go. Let the world hear what a true dragon's roar is. With the roar of its engines, the Oro Jackson slowly sailed away from the port. A blue flame spurted out from the stern, and the entire ship sailed away through the waves like an arrow. Master Rhett. Perona poked his head out from the observation deck. Would you like to test the main gun? Rhett grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Just what I want. He pressed the red button on the console, and blood mist rushed into the card slot frantically. The entire ship was instantly wrapped in blood-colored lightning. The dragon head cannon let out a deafening roar, a scarlet beam of light streaked across the sea, and a huge blood-red mushroom cloud exploded in the distance. The residents of the Seven Waters City stared at this scene in amazement. Roger. Did you see that? The old Murloc whispered to himself. A new legend has begun. Chapter 71. The Bloody Dawn arrives. The Dawn Nirvana was heading towards Logue Town. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Rhett sat on the dragon's head and touched the gun barrel. Hee, this is really too cool. Who's the coolest warship? Hee. Suddenly. Wait, are we forgetting something important? Perona was floating in the air combing her new doll's hair when she was so frightened that she almost fell down. Master Rhett, please don't be so loud all of a sudden. Our group. Rhett looked around, pointing his finger at Perona, Gecko Moria, and the zombies. We don't have an official name yet. The deck was instantly quiet. Moria's scissor hands froze in midair. The ship's built, it's sailing out to sea, and we still don't have a name. Gecko Moria said, his bat-like shadow twisting on the ground. Captain, you just remembered it? What a dereliction of duty. Perona puffed out her cheeks, and the teddy bear made an accusatory gesture. Even my Kumasi has a name. Rhett scratched his head. It's not too late to think about it now. Everyone come to the meeting. All crew members assemble. Moria complained. Captain, there are only 3 of us alive. There is no need to go through this formality. Rhett curled his lips and said, you don't understand that our process must be complete. It would be very uncomfortable if one piece is missing. Everyone gathered around the barrel in the middle of the deck. Gecko Moria's tall figure cast a shadow, and Perona floated above Rhett's head. First, we'll collect proposals. Rhett tapped the barrel. Perona first. Princess Mononoke. Perona's eyes lit up. Pink sails, lace flags, and... No, Rhett said firmly, but he was afraid of hurting Perona's feelings. Perona, this is a great suggestion, but I don't think it's appropriate. Perona's eyes instantly filled with tears, and the ghosts changed into crying expressions. Rhett-sama is bullying. Moria let out a deep laugh. Why not call it the Devil Zombie Legion? Make the enemy tremble when they hear it. Peeved. The name Moria-sama gave you is too rustic. Perona couldn't help laughing. What did you say? Moria's shadow suddenly swelled. Little Puro, you really hurt my feelings. The whole ship is pink. He is very strange, okay. He looked at the pocket watch Roger had passed to him, and suddenly stood up, with blood mist swirling behind him. I will be the man who stands at the top in the future. We must all be the freest people. I want to see who dares to show his teeth to me, then. Rhett paused, pointing his black-tied sword towards the sky. Our pirates group is called Bloody Dawn. We are our own future, we are our own dawn. Perona hugged the doll tightly and said, Mr. Red is so handsome. Well then. Perona suddenly turned around, look at what I just drew. Advertisement. She pointed to a sketch of a flag, a skull with a rising sun tearing through the darkness. Rhett suddenly burst into laughter, a laughter so full of joy. The damn captain, what are you talking about? What are you telling me? The values of the previous life, the values of the current Roger, formed by what he saw and heard on the ship. You've already seen what kind of person I am, Captain. You know you don't need any instructions at all. Ha 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 ha. I declare that Bloody Dawn is officially established today. Second. Perona. Grudgingly agree. Moria shrugged, but Shadow gave an honest thumbs up. Perona floated in front of Red and winked. Can I decorate my observation deck in pink? Sure. Long live the captain. That night, a naming party was held on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Everyone was drinking happily, except Perona, who was a little upset because Red and Moria did not allow him to drink. Perona was angry and drank a lot of juice. Red raised his glass and shouted, listen, this sea, from this day forward. The Crimson Dawn Pirates, everyone shouted, will put our names. Carving the door into a new era, Red looked at the crowd and laughed out loud. Really, even though we've been in the top pirates group, we're still so excited when we form our own pirates group. Red looked up at the sky, trying to hide the piercing pain in his heart. It's a great feeling, Roger, you'd be happy to see the pirates ship now too. I believe we will meet again soon. On the day of Roger's execution, the port of Logue Town was crowded with pirates, marines, reporters and civilians from all over the world who came to watch the fun. The air was filled with tension and excitement, as if the whole world was waiting for the end of an era, or the beginning of a new era. Shanks lowered the brim of his straw hat, his eyes sharp as a knife beneath his red hair. He stood on the rooftop at the edge of the crowd, Buggy beside him looking around anxiously. Hey, Shanks. Where is Brother Red? If we can't find him, the execution will begin. Buggy stomped his feet with gritted teeth. Shanks didn't answer, but stared at the sea. He felt that Brother Red was there. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Advertisement. Here I come. On the distant horizon, a scarlet light cut through the waves, followed by a deafening roar of engines. What is that? Someone pointed at the sea in horror. A huge blood-red ship broke through the waves. The dragonhead statue on the bow had blood-red eyes, and the hull was wrapped in blood-red lightning, like a ferocious beast rushing out of hell. The Oro Jackson is pretty cool. Shanks vaguely saw the appearance of the Oro Jackson ship. He knew that the captain had handed over the Oro Jackson to Brother Rhett, and a hint of nostalgia and fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Roger was imprisoned in a seastone-made prison car, guarded by 3 future Marine admirals. His expression remained calm, even with a hint of a smile. Roger just raised his head slightly, looking over the crowd towards the port. Full speed ahead. Rhett stood at the bow. Perona floated on the observation deck, waving her stuffed bear excitedly. Master Rhett, Lobe Town is just up ahead. There are so many people. Moria's shadow twisted on the ground, and he chuckled softly. What a grand stage, Captain. Rhett's observation Hawkeye had already covered the entire square, sensing everyone's emotions, anger, sadness, excitement, fear, as well as some powerful aura hidden in the crowd. Sure enough, they came too. Those who can see this are the readers who truly like this book. Only you can criticize the name I gave it. Our voting will start from today and last until the end of the month, and will be changed at the beginning of the month. Ghost, strange fog, waste fog, man in the fog. Ghost fog, blood mist, crimson mist, pale haze. Little mist god, these are some that appear more frequently. You can give them a vote in the paragraph review. They must be posted on a separate floor. If you have a better idea, please create a separate post here in the comments section. We will select the one with the most likes or comments. Chapter 72. Some favors must be used in conjunction with corresponding strength. His eyes swept across the crowd, and in an inconspicuous corner, a tall man in a cloak was standing quietly, the Slipper King Monkey D. Dragon. On the roof on the other side, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the execution platform with a smile. Little Eagle and Little Crocodile are here too, okay. Even the future Shichibukai and the leader of the Revolutionary Army were present. Captain, you really prepared a grand farewell for yourself with this execution. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated. Here they come, it's Gold D. Roger. The Marine soldier pushed Roger onto the execution platform. His hands were shackled with seastone, but his back was still straight and there was a familiar smile on his lips. That's the Pirate's King. It doesn't look like anything special. Damn it. He's the one who caused the sea to be in such a mess. Insults and ridicules rose and fell, but Roger just calmly scanned the crowd, his gaze finally stopping in the direction of Rhett. Captain, Rhett grinned, revealing his white teeth. Boys, get ready. He raised his hand suddenly, and blood-colored mist gathered in his palm. Send a greeting to this world. Dragon God's Wrath, launch. Boom, a scarlet beam shot out from the bowgun muzzle, tearing through the air and rushing straight towards the execution platform. All the buildings from the port to the execution platform in Lobe Town were destroyed. The beam was shattered by Garp, but it also left a deep gully. Roger could clearly see Rhett and his former Oro Jackson through the destroyed track. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack, the Marine soldiers shouted in panic. You must be joking. That ship is. Sengoku stood beside the execution platform with a gloomy expression. Kong immediately ordered. Execute. He didn't care what Rhett's shot meant. Roger had to die now because it was being broadcast live around the world. If this fails, the Marine's prestige will completely collapse. Buggy's body was shaking, and he almost rushed out. No, we can't just. Shanks put his hand on his shoulder and whispered, Buggy, don't move. But, this is the captain's will. Shanks growled, his voice filled with suppressed pain. Buggy froze, and finally, he lowered his head and pounded his fists on the roof. When the atmosphere reaches ultimate, advertisement. Finally someone asked the question. Hey, King Pirates, where did you put your treasure? On the execution platform, Roger suddenly laughed out loud. Do you want my treasure? The whole audience was silent. If you want it, go find it. I've left everything in the world there. Rhett stood at the bow, his blood-red cloak fluttering in the shockwaves. Behind him, Moria and the zombie army, Perona and the negative ghost, and Laboon, wearing a small hat, bowed deeply along with Rhett. Roger glanced at Rhett now. At that moment, he seemed to see Rhett grow from a 3-year-old child into a man of great stature, his eyes full of smiles. Swish. The Marine who was carrying out the execution was shocked by the momentum of Roger's shout. Just as he came to his senses, he swung the long sword down. Blood dripping. The world stopped at this moment. Then, boom. A loud thunder exploded in the sky, and heavy rain poured down like the roaring sea. The world is boiling. The voice of Roger on Den Den Mushi spreads around the world. One Piece. It really exists. The Pirate King's treasure. Go to sea. I want to go to sea. Fanatical shouts flooded the entire Lobe Town, and the flames of ambition ignited in the eyes of countless people. In the heavy rain, Shanks and Buggy stood on the roof in silence, letting the rain soak their bodies. Buggy's tears mixed with the rain flowed down his face. A hole. Captain, this a hole. Rhett jumped off the Broma Jackson and walked quietly towards Roger. Everyone held their breath. Rhett. What is he going to do? Marines surrounded Rhett. You should know that Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Crane and the 3 admirals were all there at that time. The phone was connected to the whole world, and it was impossible for Marine to make any mistakes at this time. Garp yelled, Rhett, don't forget your promise. Roger told him that Red would not stop the execution. Red gave Garp a deadpan look. I've done what I promised the captain. Garp was silent, and Red did not stop the execution. 5 elders, please take a look. Advertisement. I believe you should know me. I'm Red, a former Roger Pirates crew member, and I'm going to take our captain away now and get these Marines out of the way. The entire Logue town fell into silence. The Marines gripped their weapons tightly, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Sengoku's face was gloomy, Garp seemed indifferent, and Vice Admiral Suru narrowed his eyes. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji took a step forward at the same time, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the entire venue. On the other end of the Den Mushi, between the powers of Mariajoy, the 5 elders' gazes were cold. Red. The blonde 5 elders said slowly, are you threatening the world government? Red grinned, slamming his black-tied sword into the ground with a splash. It's not a threat, it's a deal. Deal? Sengoku frowned. Red looked past the Marines and directly at Den Mushi. Change your promise. The 5 elders were silent for a moment. Finally, the bald old man holding the knife spoke. Speak. I want to take the captain away. He drew out the black-tied great sword, the blade gleaming coldly in the rain. The whole audience was in an uproar. Red sneered. You know that well enough. He slowly raised his sword and pointed it toward the sky. If you disagree. A criminal with a 2.5 billion bounty, specializing in hunting celestial dragons. Can you afford to play this game? Oh, by the way, have you forgotten about the Valley of the Gods? Akainu was furious. How dare you? But on the other end of the Den Mushi, the 5 elders fell silent. They knew better than anyone how terrifying the monster with a bounty of 2.5 billion was, and this monster had not yet reached its peak. They saw the shadow of Rox, and they didn't want to force out another Rox, but they also wouldn't let someone like Rox live. Rhett's words were a naked threat, and he was also reminding the 5 elders that the Roger Pirates had made great contributions in God Valley, and that the world government owed them a favor that should be repaid. On the other end of the Den Mushi, 5 elders' voice was cold and majestic. Red, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the world government? Red grinned. If bribery didn't work, he would use the old threat method. World Live and the others couldn't bribe him with their old faces, so threats were the only option. The rain slid down his face. It's not me who wants to do this, it's you who have to do this. Sengoku yelled, arrogant, you think you can get out of here unscathed? Red didn't answer, but slowly raised his hand, palm facing the sky. You can try it. But I promise that from this day forward, for every celestial dragon that steps foot outside Mariajoy, I will chop off its head. Chapter 73. Rhett's collapse. The whole place was dead silent. Rhett knew that no matter what the 5 elders said next, whether it was bribery or threats, the feud between them has already been formed, and the world government will not allow someone who threatens the celestial dragons to live forever. You don't really think a favor will make the world government relent, do you? Rhett's strength is there, he's just giving the 5 elders a way out. The 5 elders were silent for a long time, and finally spoke. Shichibukai. Accept the position of the first Shichibukai. You may take Roger's body with you. Rhett smiled. He knew that the 5 elders didn't care about Marine's reputation, they only cared about the safety of celestial dragons, and Marine might not even know about the Shichibukai's system. Deal. Rhett knew that the 5 elders would not let him go, and the 5 elders also knew that Rhett would not obey their orders, but it was enough. The face of the world government was saved, so who cared about the face of the Marine? For Rhett, this Shichibukai is just an experience card. Rhett turned and walked towards the execution platform. The Marines instinctively stepped back, but no one dared to stop him. He reached out, gently picked up Roger's head, put it back in place with the mist, and carried the already cold body on his back. Roger's head drooped, as if he was just sleeping on his shoulder. Then, boom. Rhett crushes the execution platform with one foot. The entire platform collapsed, sending wood chips flying. He swung the black-tied greatsword with one hand, and the wind from the blade swept up a cloud of broken wood, sending it raining down towards the port of Logue Town. Bang. 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 The splinters of wood were nailed precisely into the harbor floor, forming a simple yet majestic woodpile. Walking on Moonwalk, strolling above Logue Town, Rhett shook Roger. Captain, you're so light. But Rhett was destined to get no answer arriving at Logue Town port. Gently place Roger's body on top of it. Dark clouds are gathering and lightning is looming. Rhett looked up at the sky. Captain, this weather is not suitable for adventure. Misty world. Flowers of rebirth. Advertisement. The rain evaporated the moment it touched the scarlet mist. The flowers of the afterlife condensed from the mist bloomed in the fog, each petal flowing with a blood-red halo, gently lifting Roger's body. Rhett stood in front of the firewood, the black-tied great sword at his side. He reached out and pulled out a bottle of rum from his bosom. That's your last drink, old B*******************. D. Drink all you want up there. The liquor poured onto the woodpile, the strong smell of alcohol mixed with the salty sea breeze. Rhett snapped his fingers, and a flower of the afterlife fell. The moment it touched the rum. Boom. The dark blue flame shot up into the sky. That was no ordinary flame, but the flame of rebirth interwoven with blood mist and hockey. The silhouette of the Oro Jackson emerged from the flames. Roger looked at Rhett, smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. Rhett's head echoed. Pirate King? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Roger wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. Then it's settled. We're going to be the Pirate King. Haha, little Rhett, you're pretty good. Rhett looked at Roger and said firmly, Captain, I will become stronger. Ha ha ha, really? I believe you. He patted Rhett's head with a look of relief. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight shone through the gaps, shining on Roger's body. The flames ignited, the pile of wood turned into a towering column of fire, and Roger's body gradually dissipated in the flames. The sea breeze howled and the ashes drifted towards the sea. Rhett stood at the harbor, her long hair dancing wildly in the heat. A new era ushered in by the captain, I'll bear witness. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the faint blue light of the flames, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Hey hey hey, what an interesting way to send a funeral. Shanks held his straw hat tightly, tears mixed with raindrops falling down his face. Buggy bit his lips so hard that blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Red drew his black-tied greatsword, pointing the blade skyward. Pirates of the Scarlet Dawn, set sail. Red had already spotted Shanks and Buggy, but he didn't say hello. They were still unable to escape from the Marine's encirclement. Red walked past the burning flames and whispered softly. Have a safe journey, stinky old man. The 5 elders ordered that the admirals could not pursue Red. When the Marine fleet finally broke through the Bloodfog blockade, all that remained of the harbor was a burnt-out platform of ashes. As the Oro Jackson slowly sailed into the port of Seven Water City, the setting sun was stretching the ship's shadow very long. The new coating on the hull reflected an orange-red light. It was polished by Tom using the scraps of the precious tree atom. The old shipbuilder said that this would make the old fellow look more decent. Advertisement, how childish. The port of the Seven Waters City. Rhett stood at the bow, a blood mist slowly flowing around him. He looked at the figure in the plain cloak on the shore, and his throat suddenly tightened. He didn't know how to face Rouge, he didn't even know what kind of emotion to use to face her. Portgas de Rouge stood there, holding a bouquet of sunflowers. The sea breeze blew her long hair. She wore a gentle yet resolute smile, but there was an unwavering sadness in her eyes. It was clear she had been crying. As soon as Red jumped off the boat, Rouge came walking quickly towards him. Red opened his mouth, but his prepared words got stuck in his throat. I've seen it all. It's enough. Thank you for your hard work, Red. Rouge hugged him gently, the scent of sunflowers enveloping them both. You must be in pain too, right? Red froze. He was supposed to be there to comfort Rouge, but now she'd seen through him. I'm fine. He turned his face away, his voice hoarse, the captain. Rouge suddenly hugged him even harder. Red didn't put his forehead on her shoulder, but he could smell the scent of cotton cloth dried by the sun, mixed with a faint medicinal aroma. It was the year-old potion Red prepared for Roger after he left the ship. This was the smell after it was boiled. Cry it out. She patted his back, as if soothing a child. There are no Marines here, no enemies, only family. As the first tear hit the beach, Red heard his heart break. Red's body suddenly trembled violently, and he clutched Rouge's cloak tightly. That be asterisk 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 D. His voice broke, tears falling heavily on Rouge's shoulders. We clearly agreed to watch the new era together. Rouge gently stroked the back of his head, feeling Red tremble violently with emotion. Red's crying became louder and louder, and finally turned into a heart-wrenching howl. This was the first time Red had cried heart-wrenchingly in all these years. 20 years of pent-up emotions burst at this moment, the feeling of knowing the outcome but being powerless to do anything. Although he was very reluctant to leave, he had to act nonchalant in order to respect the captain's wishes. Red had been a member of Roger's crew since he came to the world of Pirates King. How could he just leave like this? Red's voice was hoarse. Blood mist overflowed from his body uncontrollably, forming a scarlet area around him. Rouge's cloak was soaked with tears, but she just hugged the man who was much taller than her, even tighter. He was laughing. Right up to the end. Red muttered. That idiot must have been feeling pretty proud of himself for starting a new era. I know I should be strong. I'm such an adult and still crying, but I can't stop crying. I'm the eldest brother of Shanks and Buggy, so I acted calm in Lode Town. But at that time, I wanted to kill all the Marines, kill the world government, kill the celestial dragons. What a sinister era. All I knew was that my eldest brother was going to be executed right before my eyes, and I couldn't do anything. Rouge felt the wet heat on her shoulder growing larger and larger, and Red's crying gradually turned from the initial roar to low sobs. She hummed an old East Blue lullaby that Roger had once sung to them. Did he say anything at the end? Red finally raised his head, his eyes red and his voice choked with sobs. Rouge gently wiped the tears from his face and whispered, he said, if you have the chance, please take care of my stubborn brother for me. Red was stunned for a moment, then cried and cursed, a whole brother. Chapter 74 Red, it's time for you to go to sea after vending this time. Red felt that she was completely clear-headed. The haze in her heart was also swept away by Rouge, the gentle elder sister. She was obviously also so sad. The couple is really. Red called Moria, Perona, and Laboon to his side. Red scratched his head. Everyone will have to wait for me in Water 7 for a while. I need. Moria interrupted. Captain, you're being completely unnecessary. We know we'll be too conspicuous if we go together. It'll be too easy to expose ourselves and put Sister Rouge in danger. Yeah, we are all aware of the spicy. Perona also floated around Red. Red. Go. Laboon also patted Rhett's hand, his little eyes full of affirmation. Then you should train yourselves well during this time. We will set off when I come back. I will teach you the training methods of armament hockey and observation hockey, so you must work hard. Rhett settled down in Windmill Village with Sister Rouge. Makino has become the proprietress of the Windmill Village Tavern. Just like the original novel, she is a warm and gentle girl. I don't know if the red-haired guy was really taken down, hee. Abandoning the 8 trigrams in his mind, Rhett temporarily rented a 2-story building in Windmill Village under the leadership of the village chief. Because Rhett remembered that when Garp brought Ace back, he handed him over to the bandits. Although those bandits were a group of very competent and kind people. But that's not possible now. Rouge truly regards Rhett as his younger brother, so Rhett naturally wants to give Rouge a more peaceful and stable life. Bandits are naturally out of the question. 3 days later, a dog-headed warship appeared at the port of Windmill Village. Rhett was already waiting at the port, revealing his true appearance. Ha ha ha, Rhett boy. Sassy is ignoring Dana. Rhett curled his lips and said, let's go to my room and talk about what to do. The two returned to their house. Rouge added tea and prepared snacks for the two of them. Rouge learned from Rhett that although Garp was a Marine, he was a good friend of Roger and that he would need Uncle Garp's care in the future. Rhett stared at Garp. What are you going to do? Garp clapped his fist against the palm of his other hand, and a light bulb popped up in his head. Rhett Sharktooth. You're just thinking about it now, a-hole. Garp laughed. Then I can just say Rouge is my goddaughter, and that'll solve the problem. Rhett looked at Garp's smug expression and said, Uncle Garp, although I'm touched by your sacrifice of your reputation, I have a question for you. Garp was delighted with his own brilliant idea. Tell me, what's the problem? This might sound a bit harsh, but the shamelessness of the world government is so shameless. Are you so sure you can do it? Garp's smile gradually disappeared. He was the vice admiral of the Marine, which meant he couldn't stay in Windmill Village forever. His daughter's sudden appearance would surely attract the attention of the CP0 people. Could his reputation really protect them? Advertisement with Red and Rouge, it is impossible for him to take the delayed medicine to avoid being chased. This is the most important question facing Red and Garp. Garp silently crushed the teacup in his hand, tea dripping through his fingers, his eyes filled with self-blame. Seeing this, Rouge gently put down the teapot and patted his shoulder gently. Mr. Garp, please don't blame yourself. Rhett stared at Garp, his eyes sharp. I have a plan. Garp took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. What are your plans? Rhett pulled a nautical chart from his pocket and spread it out on the table. The world government's intelligence network is primarily concentrated in the Grand Line and Marine Base. East Blue is actually the safest because it's the home of Marine heroes. He pointed to an isolated island near Windmill Village. Here, Urbo Mountain. It's not far from the village, but hidden enough. Garp frowned. You want Rouge to live in the mountains? No. Red shook his head. I'll build a cabin in the mountains as a hide and seek. And Sister Rouge lives in Windmill Village, living as Makino's distant cousin. Rouge widened her eyes slightly. But this? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Rhett sneered. Even if CP0 investigates, they'll only find false clues about Mount Urbo, not suspect relatives in a tavern in an ordinary village. Uncle Garp needed to discover the Urbo Mountain. I need to take a few photos of Rouge's life on the mountain, and then use Uncle Garp's marine hero guarantee to let Uncle Garp sink half of the island. And I have killed the widow of the Pirates King. Take the photos back and report. CP0 will find clues I left on the island. It is impossible to find out if half of it is destroyed. As for why you destroyed half of the island, you can say that the killing of women and children makes you feel disgusted and you are venting your anger. Anyway, the world government needs that face, and they don't care whether you live or die. They just need to make sure that everyone is dead. Who would believe that someone named Uncle Roger's second uncle's son suddenly pops up? Red just looked at Garp and said, Old man, your brothers are all reliable, right? Garp rubbed his chin, didn't answer Red directly, and suddenly grinned. You think quickly, kid. Red rolled his eyes. It's much more reliable than your impromptu, goddaughter plan. That night, Makino was invited to Red's home. After hearing the plan, she nodded without hesitation. Sister Rouge can live in the backyard of the tavern. There's a spare room there and no one will disturb you normally. Rouge shook her hand gratefully. Thank you, Makino. Makino smiled gently. Sister Rouge is a very gentle person. I won't stand by and watch someone die. Rhett secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Makino, a popular girl in the village, as a cover, Rouge's identity would be easier to hide. 3 days later, the Marine warship docked at Windmill Village again. Garp deliberately led a team of Marine soldiers to search for suspicious individuals in the village, then made a grand tour of Urbo Mountain, finally leaving with a full harvest. Mount Urbo was destroyed by Garp and most of it sank into the sea. Remember, from now on, Rouge is Moria, Makino's cousin. Uncle Garp will change your time. You came here a year ago. Advertisement before leaving, Garp patted Rhett's shoulder. I'm leaving now, kid. Leave Rouge and that kid to me. Rhett rarely refrained from arguing with him. He simply nodded calmly. Well, I believe you. The days go by. Rouge integrates into the life of Windmill Village as Moria, helps Makino run the tavern, and gradually becomes a gentle woman familiar to the villagers. One evening, Rouge was lost in thought as she gazed at the sunset. Rhett leaned against the door and handed her a cup of hot milk. What are you thinking about? Rouge smiled. I wonder, will this child fall in love with the sea like his father did? Rhett thought about Ace in the original plot. Now that Rouge is still around, he wondered if he would still recognize Whitebeard as his father. It seems that I need to teach him a lesson in the future. If he dares to claim a father randomly, he will be finished if I lower his generation. Rhett was silent for a moment, feeling the atmosphere was too heavy. The captain's child must be quite talented. Rouge chuckled. Mr. Garp will definitely be eager to be the instructor. The two looked at each other and smiled. Rhett, you should go. Rhett frowned. Sister Rouge, now is not the time to talk about this. Rhett planned to leave after Rouge gave birth. Anyway, Moria and the others were practicing armament hockey observation hockey, and it would take more than a short time to become a grandmaster. Rouge shook her head, her fingers gently stroking her slightly bulging belly, and whispered, Child, I will protect you, but your home is not here. Rhett was silent. Rouge smiled, but her eyes held a resoluteness that brooked no rejection. My husband is a man who pursues freedom. He belongs to the sea, and you, too. She took a step closer and gently adjusted Rhett's collar, like a sister seeing her brother off. You have your own adventures and your own companions. You shouldn't waste your time here. Rhett clenched his fists and said in a low voice, but if I leave, Mr. Garp will visit regularly, and Makino will take care of me. Rouge interrupted him, and she suddenly smiled slyly, took out a small golden pocket watch from her bosom and handed it to Rhett. This is, I modified the pocket watch Roger left for you. The bronze case is so old and ugly. Besides, my husband is very careful with photos, but he is very casual with the case. Rouge blinked. There's a life card hidden inside. It's mine. Rouge's smile was gentle yet firm. So, no matter where you are, as long as you want to come back, you will definitely find me, your sister. As the night deepened, Rhett stood on the shore, looking at the calm sea. Now, Rouge gave him the same answer. She didn't want to be a bondage to him, just as Roger didn't want to be a bondage to the world. Hey. Rhett chuckled and tightened his grip on his pocket watch. Really? One or two of them are so willful. Chapter 75 Heroes appear. After going out to sea, Rhett felt that it was time to put the crew on the agenda. He wanted to reach the top of the world. Moria accepted him by accident. Who knew he would meet her? When we were talking on Den Den Mushi yesterday, Moria said that his observation hockey was about to reach a critical point and needed to calm down. Then Rhett didn't need to rush back, since he couldn't leave anyway. Speaking of crew members, Rhett's second thought was that he had 9 rings on his 10 fingers, but the left hand was empty. Money can indeed solve most problems, provided you have the ability to keep the money. There is no specific year when Gilder Tezulo's lover Stella was abducted by celestial dragons, so the author has made some free choices. Rhett arrived at Sabaody, a paradise for crime. Neon lights and searchlights from the slave auction house intertwined into a decadent scene of light and shadow. Rhett stood on the clock tower opposite the auction house, his blood-red cloak fluttering in the night wind. His gaze penetrated the hustle and bustle and locked onto the back door of the auction house. Tezulo was stumbling forward with a pile of goods, sweat soaking his tattered shirt, but his eyes were always looking at a window on the second floor. Inside the window, Stella is performing for the audience. She was wearing a thin dance dress, her bare feet stepping on the cold marble floor, with shackles on her ankles, but her dance was still as light as a butterfly. That was the freedom that Tessero wanted to redeem by saving money desperately. Rhett didn't plan to make a move now. He could wait until celestial dragons bought Stella and she became the only light in his heart when he was heartbroken. This is not called taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Isn't Rhett's beauty trap another kind of beauty trap? Just like the ancient kings, her beauty trap is not just to give you beautiful women, but to help you when you are in despair. At this time, someone will ask, oh my god, Rhett, you are Shichibukai, how can you have such thoughts? Do you think 5 elders wants to kill me? Answer me, angry tone, look in my eyes. Oh, yes. Celestial dragons can be killed. Lousy is a pirate. Shichibukai, I said I would not do it. So the days passed. Tezulo finally saved enough money. He hid the cloth bag full of Baileys in his trembling arms and rushed into the backstage of the auction house, but was kicked over by the guard. Get out of here, you untouchable. Advertisement. Please. I'll redeem Stella. He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the dirty floor, holding the money bag high in his hands. This is 30 million Baileys. The price written in the contract. The guard sneered and kicked the purse away, sending coins scattering all over the floor. It's too late. Tezulo's head shot up. The guard grinned, revealing his gold-rimmed teeth. Master Celestial Dragons just bought her, as a birthday present, for his son. She's damn lucky to be taken in as a slave by Master Celestial Dragon. Tezulo's pupils suddenly contracted. Stella's screams were heard in the distance. Tezulo rushed into the main hall of the auction house like crazy. The guard behind him fell silently, and the scene before him made his blood freeze. Stella was chained to a display stand, while a snotty-nosed Celestial Dragon's child in a bubble hood was burning her arm with a branding iron, giggling, slaves must be marked. The nobles in the audience knelt on the ground. They were kneeling on the ground, but their eyes were full of excitement and madness. The auctioneer knelt flatteringly and said, Your Excellency St. Roswald Astri, will you take her away now? No, Celestial Dragon sipped his red wine slowly. Let the tamer teach her the rules first. I heard this woman can sing? Stella's lips trembled, and she suddenly looked towards the door, meeting Tessero's eyes. Her eyes said, "Run away." Tetsulo's sanity snapped. Let her go. He went on stage with his bare hands, but was pinned to the ground by CP0 agents the next second. His face was trampled into a pool of blood. A mere untouchable dares to offend celestial dragons? The agent sneered. Stella struggled and rushed over. No, please, he is just temporarily. Bang. Celestial dragons shot her through the knee. Noisy slaves should shut up. Tetsulo's face was pressed into a pool of blood, and his nostrils were filled with mud that smelled of rust. The CP0 agent's leather shoes crushed the back of his neck, and his spine groaned under the weight. He's just a slave of Lord Tianlong. The agent sneered and raised his gun, pointing it at his temple. Remember this in your next life. Advertisement. Tesoro stared at CP0, but his eyes were full of despair. He hated that he had no power now. Tetsulo shouted in despair, "True God, please help me." The venue was silent. Only the sound of CP0's gunfire. Bang. The moment the gunshots rang out, Tesoro was completely desperate, but the pain did not come. The warm liquid splashed on his face. Tetsulo opened his eyes tremblingly and saw the CP0 agent standing frozen in place with his head in the air. Plop. The corpse fell down. Were you just praying to God? A figure walked towards them in the moonlight, with long hair draped over his shoulders, a playful smile on his lips, and his cloak fluttering. With every step he took, spiderweb-like blood patterns spread across the ground, and the guards around him suddenly covered their throats and knelt down. They were being corroded by the scarlet mist. The man's condescending face was reflected in Tetsulo's pupils. What a shame, Rhett said, crushing the agent's head. The god you pray to isn't working today. He bent down and grabbed Tetsulo's hair, forcing him to look in the direction of the auction house. Stella was being dragged by chains towards CP0's gilded cabin. But I'm open. The entire Sabaody archipelago suddenly went dark. People looked up in horror and found that the moon had turned blood red, and in the center of the moon stood the figure of Rhett. Holding the black-tied greatsword, the sword emitted bursts of blood mist, covering the entire celestial dragon's ship. Enemy attack. Protect Master Astray. The marine officers had barely drawn their swords when their throats burst open with blood. They hadn't even seen the trajectory of the attack. Rhett has come to them. Foo, you're really strong, Rhett. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected in the dark. He also came to Sabaody by chance and was planning to build his own force. I didn't expect to find such an interesting thing. My mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Foo. Roger's remnants are getting more and more interesting. Rhett grabbed Tetsulo by the back of his neck with one hand and threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Watch carefully. The black-tied great sword is carried on his shoulders. Mist God flow. Open heaven. 3TM Chapter 76 Kizaru attacks. Boom, a red sword energy flashed by. Even though the Celestial Dragon's guards were already very powerful. But can they be stronger than the three admirals working together? Only the ship that Stella was on was left, and all the other Celestial Dragon's ships exploded at the same time. In the firelight, Rhett leisurely landed on the deck with Tesoro in his hand, humming this impromptu tune. With a light swing of the black-tied great sword, Stella's shackles snapped and broke. Astley slumped on the deck, his bubble hood reflecting Rhett's approaching figure. Why you know I'm. Lie. Rhett black-tied greatsword didn't hesitate. I know your bloodline very well, no need to discuss me again.
Huff. The celestial dragons' heads exploded like watermelons, but the blood mist condensed into a miniature model of a golden city, landing steadily in Tessero's palm. Let me give you some mental hints first. Hey, the plan works.
The news of the celestial dragon's slaying swept through the world government like a storm, and the holy land of Mariajoy was outraged. The five elders slammed the table and angrily denounced the marine for its incompetence, ordering the naval headquarters to immediately send out an admiral to suppress the rioters. Rhett. As a Shichibukai, you dare to openly kill celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago. This is a slap in the face of Marine. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and his fists were clenched. Akainu Sakazuki's eyes burned with anger as he stood up abruptly. I knew pirates couldn't be trusted. However, Marshal Sora raised his hand to stop him, his gaze turning to Kizaru, who was sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely trimming his nails. Borsalino, you go. Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp are all out on a mission. You're the only one who can get there quickly. Kong paused and added, pay attention to your own safety, you are allowed to retreat. Kizaru raised his head slowly, showing a lazy expression. Kawawa Ikane. Kizaru shrugged and disappeared into the office in a flash of golden light. The night wind of Sabaody archipelago was filled with the smell of blood. Rhett stood on the ruins of the burning auction house, the black-tied greatsword slung over his shoulder, his scarlet pupils looking down at Tessero who was kneeling on the ground. How does it feel? Rhett looked at Tetsulo with a smile. Tesoro was trembling all over, holding Stella in his arms, whose knee was shot through, and her dance dress was stained red with blood. His eyes went from despair to bewilderment to fanatical admiration, and finally fixed on Rhett. The man who had fallen from the sky, slashed the celestial dragons to pieces with one blow, and also forged his own new life.
My king. Tetsulo knelt on one knee, holding Stella.
Rhett grinned. Don't ask who I am. From the moment I rescued Stella, I, Taizuolo, Will be forever loyal to you. Although I am very weak now, I will spend my whole life repaying your kindness. Rhett crouched down, staring at Tezulo. Advertisement. Asked a few seemingly unrelated questions. Do you hate the celestial dragons? Hate this world? Hate yourself for being powerless? Tezulo's pupils contracted, and a hoarse voice came out of his throat. Yes. Good. Rhett released his hand and stood up, but hatred doesn't kill, strength does. He turned and walked towards the harbor, his cloak billowing like blood in the wind. He said calmly, leave on that small boat. Take your woman and run away, go and accumulate your money, power, and strength, and prove to me that you are worthy of boarding my future ship. Tezulo looked down at Stella in his arms. Her fingers gently grasped his collar and she nodded weakly but firmly. Rhett felt that he was really a genius. Tessero's growth was quite good in Rhett's opinion. Now following him would only limit the development of Tessero's talent. Rhett previously complained about the Pirates King fanfiction he was reading. After traveling through time, he had to kill several celestial dragons when he went to Sabaody. Now Rhett understood, these celestial dragons really deserved to die. Why didn't he kill them if he had the strength, just to disgust himself? Seniors, I have not brought shame to our time travelers. After a while, wow, boom, golden light exploded, and Kizaru, hands in his pockets, slowly landed in front of Rhett, tilting his head and saying, wow, that's really scary, Rhett-chan, you actually dared to kill celestial dragons. Rhett carried the black-tied greatsword and grinned, Kizaru Vice Admiral, long time no see. It's truly spectacular. Kizaru hovered in midair, observing the blood mist that filled the sea. Is it worth it to kill celestial dragons for 2 slaves? Rhett grinned. Do you, a civil servant who clocks in for a paycheck, even know what revenge means? Kizaru Vice Admiral. That's too much. Kizaru exaggeratedly covered his chest. I was really carrying out my mission. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light bullets poured down, but they slowed down strangely the moment they touched the blood mist, and finally disappeared without a trace as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Rhett raised an eyebrow. How about letting me go? Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses and said, that won't work. I'm a marine after all. Before he finished speaking, golden light condensed at his fingertips. Another round of Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light bullets poured down like a rainstorm. Rhett laughed loudly, and swung the black-tied sword. The blood mist surged and swallowed all the light bullets. Mist god style. Ghost flash. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. Oh, cow wow, Rhett-chan. Advertisement. He instantly flashed behind Rhett and swept his leg across. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Rhett didn't hide. Mist god style. Mist shinobi slash. Bite. The moment Rhett disappeared, he appeared behind Kizaru and slashed with his backhand, and the scarlet sword energy tore through the air. Kizaru dodged with a flash of golden light, but a piece of his shirt was still cut off. He looked down and smacked his lips. Isn't this a foul? It's really dangerous. The two fought fiercely. Over the Sabaody archipelago, golden light and blood mist intertwined, and the entire sky was dyed red and yellow. The marine fleet watched from afar, and no one dared to approach. The battle lasted for half an hour, when Kizaru suddenly stopped and scratched his head. Oh, I can't seem to win. Rhett scoffed with a grin. What a terrible acting. Kizaru spread his hands. I can't help it, Marshal Kong asked me to capture you alive. After saying that, he was knocked away by Rhett's sword and crashed into the marine fleet in the distance, causing splashes all over the sky. The marines were stunned. Kizaru Vice Admiral was defeated? Rhett. You guys are surprised by the bubble teapot. 3 of them can't keep me, 1 wants to go to the sky. Kizaru emerged from the boat and waved lazily. Ah, this is terrible. I'm injured and need to go back to recover. Sora calmly said to the phone. Borsalino, come back. Sora naturally knew that Borsalino alone couldn't take down Rhett, and it was impossible for all 3 admirals to attack at the same time. Marine just needs to show his attitude. Rhett stood on the top of the dilapidated auction house, looking at the distant horizon. This was not a pretense of profoundness. But Rhett gave the boat to Tezulo when he was showing off. But, in the battle just now, most of the ships in the port were destroyed. To put it bluntly, Rhett can't leave. I should have kept one. Rhett rubbed his temple and then sneered, forget it, that guy needs it more than me anyway. He picked up the black-tied sword, leapt up, and landed on the messy street. In the distance, the marines were still gathering, but no one dared to approach the area shrouded in blood mist. Since there's no boat, let's go find Uncle Rayleigh. At this moment, Tezulo, holding Stella, sailed on a small boat towards an unknown future, his eyes burning with desire for money and power. King. One day, I will demonstrate my own worth in my own way. Chapter 77. Come and see Brother Rayleigh. Rhett must be quite crazy to stay in Sabaody after killing celestial dragons. How can Marine have so many people to arrest him? Otherwise, they would not have sent only Borsalino. Rhett had no contact with the ancient weapon, nor had he moved the blank for 100 years. Yim was not interested, and the 5 elders Marines could not do anything to him. It was hard to say whether he could capture the army he had invested, but it might cause another place to fall. Rhett. I like the way you guys want to kill me but can't, hey. Rhett pushed open the wooden door of Shocky's rip-off bar, and the wind chimes chimed. In the dim light of the pub, Shacky was leaning against the bar, flipping through the ledger. Welcome. Shaki pushed up her sunglasses, her red lips curled up in a playful arc. Oh my, isn't this Red from Roger's ship? How come you have time to come to my place? Sister Shaki, stop teasing me. There was such a big noise just now, don't tell me you didn't know. Red walked straight to the bar, his black-tied sword clattering against the edge of the table. Where's that old guy, really? In the back room, coating the ship. Shaki blew out a smoke ring gracefully. You're quite courageous. You just killed the celestial dragons and you dare. The curtain to the inner room suddenly opened. Rayleigh wiped the coating liquid off his hands and cursed with a smile. I think I heard some ignorant brat calling me old man. Red, you deserve a beating, don't you? Red's lips curled up slightly. Uncle Rayleigh, you've become more receptive now that you're retired. Why are you in Shaki's shop? Shaki blushed slightly. Red, I have a relationship, hee. Shaki poured each of the three a glass of rum. So, with all this drama, you're not going to be able to be Shichibukai anymore? This means you're going to have to go against the world government. Red swirled his glass. Those dragon pigs really make me mad. Besides, we've been at odds since we saw the captain off. You're still quite sane, kid. The world government will never threaten celestial dragons. Rayleigh laughed. You seem to have gone a lot crazier, little Rhett. No worries. Rhett looked directly at Rayleigh. I've been thinking about what Roger said when he disbanded the pirates. The pub suddenly fell silent. Shaki paused imperceptibly while wiping his glass. Too early? Rayleigh took a sip of his wine, his eyes dark. No, Red shook his head. He stared at the swirling wine in his glass. Is the prophecy that the captain believes in true? If the prophecy is true, then. Rayleigh waved Red off. Shaki suddenly put down her glass. If you're thinking of forming a pirates group. She pulled a stack of wanted posters from under the counter. There are a few interesting young people here lately. Red glanced at the top pictures, and saw the latest bounties for Hawkeye, Crocodile, and the lavishly dressed Doflamingo. This is just Shaki's perspective. Please refer to the following update for further explanation. Shaki's vision is as unique as ever. These are the future Shichibukai. Advertisement, and this one. Shaki pulled out another. Monkey D. Dorag, who recently rebelled against the Marines and has been active in East Blue recently, seems. I'm not interested in him, Red interrupted. I'm looking for a lunatic who can help me overthrow the world. If I'm strong enough, I can just wave my hand and a group of people will start the Great Pirates era for me. When I become strong enough, people will defend me on my right and wrong. Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged a meaningful look. Although Red is still carefree as usual after Roger's departure, he has become more mature when it comes to major issues. While Red was chatting, Mariajoy 5 elders sat in front of the world map, their shadows cast on the wall by candlelight. The environmental warrior god smashed his teacup to the ground. That Roger remnant, Red, actually killed celestial dragons in the Sabadi archipelago. Is he planning to rebel against the Shichibukai? The law god dug his fingers into the armrest. Even more despicable is that the murderer is still at large in Sabadi. This is a blatant provocation to the world government. The god of finance suddenly slammed the table and said, immediately mobilize all marine admirals. The dignity of the world government cannot be violated. Calm down. The god of science and defense pushed up his glasses. Kong is the only one in charge of naval headquarters right now, and Kizaru was just severely injured. Then let Kong lead the team himself. Nong Wu Wu Shen roared, we must see that madman's head before dawn. Agree, 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 agree. Marshal Sora put down his Den Den Mushi with a gloomy expression, and smashed his fist into the desk, cracking it. The 5 elders have ordered us to immediately encircle and suppress them with all our might. A heavy shadow hung over his eyes. If we mobilize all our forces now, the world's pirates will soon lose control. Furthermore, Roger's introduction of the Great Pirate Era has led to even more people becoming pirates, and our manpower is already stretched thin. Kong called 5 elders again. Say that again? The god of finance stared at Sora in disbelief. Kong replied expressionlessly. Headquarters Vice Admiral Kizaru is currently on duty and severely injured. Aokiji and Akainu are both unstoppable if Red tries to escape. If we force an attack. How dare you? The god of environment slammed the coffee table. Are you Marines planning a rebellion? Under the light, Kong's shadow remained motionless. I'm just stating the facts. Roger's recent death has shaken the world, and we need to disperse our forces. Advertisement. The quarrels in the halls of power finally ceased. Issue a special bounty. The god of justice rubbed his temple wearily. Raise Rhett's bounty to 3.5 billion berries. This is not low. You have to know that the future 4 emperors at sea will only be around 40 to 50 billion. The god of science defense added, also, notify CP0 to take immediate action before daybreak. Report, report. The messenger suddenly rushed in. News from Sabadi. Rhett has left by boat. Is Rhett feeling bad? Are you feeling bad? Nabla no **, no. The 5 elders fell silent. Outside the window, the eastern sky was already turning pale. The agribusiness god slumped back into his chair. Let CP0 continue the investigation. I don't think Kong is fit to lead the Marines anymore. I've heard Sengoku's a good guy. I hope he's a smart guy. The world government is in charge of the Marines' military expenditures. What they need is a docile dog, and today this dog is going to evolve into a wolf. The world government would certainly not allow this. The fact that Sengoku is Kong's disciple wouldn't cause a massive backlash from Marine, and Sengoku's prestige is clearly inferior to Kong's, making him easier to control. Just let him go like that. The adjutant looked at Kong in disbelief. Kong's back was reflected in the morning light. Remember, we searched all night last night, but the murderer was too cunning. He turned around, a faint smile on his face. Have Sengoku prepared to take my place. The 5 elders should take action and submit the marshal's recommendation to the world government tomorrow. Kong muttered to himself outside the window. You guys are probably going to replace my marshal to crack down on Marine, but I won't do what you want. It's time for me to retire. The world government's decision to ask Kong to abdicate was a warning, but Kong's initiative to abdicate to Sengoku was a legacy, and the Marine's cohesion will only become stronger. These people who are involved in politics have dirty minds, Rhett said. The next day, the 5 elders sat together again. Rhett doesn't think they really have nothing to do all day and just brag about it together. In the 5 elders meeting room, Kong is threatening us. The god of finance slammed his teacup down on the table. Voluntarily resigning. Marine is going to make a scene. Scientific defense god. Reject his resignation. It's better to let a disobedient marshal continue in office than to let the Marines feel they're being forced out. Forcing the Marines out will strengthen their unity. With a few CP0s in, the Marines will absolutely not be allowed to escape our control. The god of law sneered, pass the word down. Marshal Kong will be given a major reprimand for his poor performance in the pursuit of Rhett. However, in consideration of his many years of service, his position as marshal will be retained for the time being. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. As for Sengoku, let him go to the New World to suppress the pirates. Whitebeard has been very active lately, so let him go. Chapter 78, Bloody Dawn Departure. The next morning, newsbirds flew all over the world. Shocking event. Former Shichibukai, Rhett the Scarlet Mist, slaughters celestial dragons, the king of the new era. Did you hear that Lord Rhett killed the celestial dragons? You're asking for your life, and you even dare to say that to celestial dragons. This is what a man should be. I want to go to sea. It is well known that when a group of men gather together, there will be an idea king. One man threw down the hoe in his hand and shouted to his brothers who were working together. Brothers, do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? Do you want to be exploited by the so-called nobles for the rest of your life? The kings, princes, generals and ministers are like this. It has triggered a new wave of pirates' fever. Marine Marshal Kong was severely punished. No one seems to care. In a tavern in New World, Shanks's hands trembled slightly as he held the newspaper. Brother Rhett, are you about to embark on your adventure too? You're still as crazy as ever. Let us wait for the arrival of hope together. If Rhett heard this, he would definitely curl his lips and say, you have to wait, please wait. I'll give him some time. If he doesn't meet my expectations, I'll deal with it myself. Don't give me any mission prophecies. As a young man who traveled from the New World, only the party and the people can test me. Whitebeard tossed the newspaper aside. Gulala, Roger's crew, each one more interesting than the last. The boys are having a party. What is the protagonist of our incident doing? Rhett looked at the photo of himself standing in the blood moon, covered in blood mist. While complaining, he carefully earth-coiling his wanted poster and put it in his pocket. What is Rhett going to do now? The main line is, go to the 7-water city. It's time to set sail and let the Oro Jackson continue to sail on the sea and become the strongest in the world. The world government arrived faster than expected, and the 5 elders are now wishing they were dead. 3 CP0 warships blocked the sea, and everyone stared at Rhett expressionlessly. Rhett, Gigi, white suit and sunglasses, you are more pretentious than lousy. Target spotted. The leading CP0 agent raised his Den Mushi, report to Mariajoy immediately. His voice stopped abruptly. Advertisement who told you to pretend more than me? You must die. Don't pretend in front of me. The blood mist climbed up the hull like a living thing, swallowing up all sounds. Rhett stepped on the head of the last struggling agent, and the black-tied sword gently touched his Adam's apple. Rhett looked down at the Den Mushi they had snatched from them. You're so weak, 5 elders. Can you give me some strength? Without waiting for 5 elders' reply, he crushed Den Mushi. After taunting 5 elders, Rhett also returned to the 7-water city. Hey, Captain, you're finally back. Moria grinned, his tall body leaning against the mast, with the black armament Hawkeye wrapped around his fingers. Perona floated in the air, her umbrella twirling gently, with ghosts circling around her. She said with a grin, if you don't come back, Perona will be bored to death. Laboon hummed softly, and the little hat on his head tilted, but his eyes were sharper than ever. It seemed that everyone's exercise was very effective. Rhett glanced at the 3 of them, the corner of his mouth raised. It seems you haven't been lazy. He, slacking off. Moria spread out his palms, and shadows spread like a tide, instantly covering the entire deck. Now I can single-handedly challenge the Marine Vice Admiral. Rhett interrupted, well, then go and kill Vice Admiral Garp. Moria was embarrassed. Perona floated over to Rhett's side and lowered her voice mysteriously. Lord Moria is really powerful now. A few days ago, a bounty hunter tried to attack us, but he dragged him into the shadows and beat him up. Laboon let out a woo sound and flicked its tail, causing a column of water to explode on the surface of the sea. Before the water could fall, it was shattered into mist by the sound wave it emitted. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Rhett patted Laboon's head. Very good, Laboon. Rhett believes that although Moria didn't rely on zombies, his combat power wasn't outstanding. Compared to other Shichibukai, he was still strong, but now, he has completely changed his fighting style. The sailing in the past few days made Rhett feel the growth of his crew members. One night, a world government reconnaissance ship quietly approached the Seven Water City, trying to monitor the movements of the Oro Jackson. Moria stood at the bow, grinning. It's a good time to try out a new trick. He leapt forward, his shadow tearing through the sea like a giant claw, instantly clinging to the warship. CP0 was horrified to find that his shadow had been forcibly ripped away, his body frozen and unable to move. Shadow binding. Strangulation. Advertisement. Moria clenched his fingers, and his shadow transformed into a sharp blade, severing the warship's mast. He himself moved across the deck like a ghost, his fist covered in armament hockey shattering the gun turrets with a single blow. The battle ended so quickly that CP0 didn't even have time to send a distress signal. Moria stepped on the last fallen CP0 officer and sneered, "Tell the world government to send someone more competent next time." The next morning, Rhett woke up and touched Laboon's head and decided to make up for his regret. Rhett took out the permanent pointer of Guy Island. The smart friend has figured out where to go. That's right, Guy Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, and is a must-go place to Sky Island. Set sail, fellows. Rhett and the others slept well, but Marine couldn't sleep. Kong has already intended to let Sengoku take over the position of Marshal. Now all matters of the Marine, big or small, are handled by the acting Marshal Sengoku. Oro Jackson. A broad hand slammed the newspaper onto the desk, shattering it. A half-broken wooden door lay beside it. This was where Garp kicked it when he came to find Sengoku. Sengoku, look, Rhett's guy has officially gone to sea, and he's using a modified Oro Jackson. Ha, that guy really exists. Sengoku was very serious. He snatched the senbei from Garp's hand and poured it into his mouth. He yelled at Garp, "Garp, be serious, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Officer Crane gently held his old friend's trembling arm. His spectacles reflected the bounty orders for Red and Moria on the intelligence document. Even more troublesome is this combination. A user of the Shadow Fruit, a swordsman who can control blood mist, and now they've acquired the world's fastest ship. Suddenly, the temperature in the office rose sharply. Akainu's molten fist burned the newspaper to ash. Pirates are pirates. No name can change that. It's time to bring Tom to justice. How scary. Kizaru leaned against the window with a crooked mouth, golden light dancing on his fingertips. No, Sakazuki, that will really piss off Red, a madman. Aokiji's iced coffee formed frost on the table. Marshal, I'll go. I will definitely bring Red to justice and defend the dignity of our Marines. This is my burning youth. Garp laughed. Very spirited, Kuzan. Yes, Mr. Garp. Sengoku thought for a long time. Although Red's bounty is high, people like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are more dangerous. Very good, Kuzan. You go. Marshal Sora has submitted an application for Admiral to the world government. You will be promoted to Admiral soon. The 5 elders will definitely agree that the sea is not peaceful. The Marine needs more power to maintain the balance of the sea. Send an Admiral-level Kuzan. The main purpose was to shut up the world government and capture Red. To be honest, Sengoku wasn't sure if he could capture Red by sending out 3 admirals. This isn't about defeating, it's about catching. Everyone knows that it's easy for a strong pirate king to escape. There's nothing I can do about it, since I'm just a hot-blooded person. Once I get fired up, I have to fight to the end. Marine F3, Sengoku. Garp. Suru did not have much dislike for Red. Compared to those pirates who burned, killed and looted, Red was much better. Celestial Dragon's Marine doesn't really care, except for the Celestial Dragon's dogs, of course, and obviously Marine F3 is not among them. Chapter 79. How to get to Sky Island. It's Sunday, and I'll add more chapters for you Junling. I'm backstabbing the tomato today, 4th update with nearly 10,000 words. Perona's ghost floated into the cabin, dragging the latest newspaper with him. Lord Red, the whole world is talking about us. Red stood on the dragon head statue. No wonder Luffy likes to sit on the bow of the boat. It feels great to ride the wind and waves. The most important thing is this is the dragon head, do you understand? The headlines in various news editions are a riot of color. The new emperor has set sail, and the world is undergoing a major reshuffle, world government issues a warning, and so on. Along with the newspaper Gull and the bounty on Red and others. Red is now the captain of the Scarlet Dawn, with a bounty of 3.5 billion, dead or alive. Gecko Moria, combatant bounty of 500 million berries. Gecko Moria's bounty before becoming a Shichibukai was 320 million. Perona, who was suspected to be the adopted girl on the ship, offered a reward of 500 berries, which made Perona furious. She hugged Laboon and shook him. As for Laobuel, he has not changed. What? Why only 500? This princess must teach Marine a lesson. Moria. Shish. Little Perona, I have 500 million. Little Perona is just lame, shish. Wrong, then don't fight. Perona was seen using the negative ghost to hammer Moria, but the difference in strength between the two was too big. After all, Perona was still too young, and the negative ghost had almost no effect on Moria. New World Moby DK Whitebeard's laughter shook the barrels on the deck slightly. Gulala. Don. Is Roger's ship going to sail on with Red Boy on board now? Marco caught the falling newspaper and said, I'm not surprised Red can do this. Just looking at the member list is enough to make things difficult. Wasn't Gecko Moria the one who was clamoring to challenge Kaido a while ago? He must be quite capable to be chosen by Red. Shanks was in a bar. At this time, Shanks had found his sword Griffin and was looking at the newspaper. Beckman, we can't be left behind.
The bottle in Rayleigh's hand suddenly tilted, and the amber liquid soaked the newspaper.
Oro Jackson, Crimson Dawn Pirates. Rayleigh's fingers traced the familiar lines of the ship in the newspaper. Shacky blew out smoke rings and wiped his wine glass. I heard it uses a wind jet shell and the latest power system, so it's 3 times faster than a warship. Advertisement. Rayleigh suddenly burst into laughter, watching his captain being executed. No one's sorrow could surpass the right hand of the pirate's king. Rayleigh knew this was Roger's choice, but human emotions couldn't be easily smoothed over by reason. Not bad, not bad, ha 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 ha. He raised his bottle and clinked it with the air. Cheers to the New Age idiots. After sailing for a while, Grand Line, Magic Valley Town Port. Rhett stood at the helm. Perona, confirm your location. Yes, Lord Rhett. The pink-haired girl floated on the observation deck, holding up a telescope. To the northwest, we can already see the outline of the island. Hey, that ship. A drunken pirates dropped the bottle of wine on the ground with a clatter. His companions looked in the direction of his gaze and were suddenly unable to make a sound, as if their throats were strangled. The mithril alloy hull glowed with a cold light, and the eyes of the ferocious dragon head statue on the prow glowed scarlet. Blood. Blood Dawn Pirates. It's that madman who killed celestial dragons. Run away. The docks emptied out instantly. The wooden doors of the tavern were banged against by the panicked pirates, and several high-ranking pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million yuan huddled in a corner like frightened rabbits. Red descended the gangway in a bloody mist, the dark-tide greatsword humming behind him. He surveyed the empty harbor and scoffed, how dull. Red is really feeling great now. Making the villagers run away in fear is nothing, but as a pirate, being able to make pirates run away is a real skill. Jingle, when the doorbell of the pub rang, the originally noisy hall suddenly became silent. The pirates froze in place, their glasses raised, sweat dripping down their foreheads. The bartender's fingers trembled, and his hand slipped, dropping a bottle of rum. Snap. The blood mist held up the bottle and slowly handed it to Rhett. Find a man named Bran Kulik and buy information. Rhett threw a bag of Baileys on the bar. Or, kill you. In the corner, a man wearing a black turban suddenly stood up. I know. Mont Blanc Coolie guy, he lives in. Advertisement. Oh, this Bailey is for you, take me there. Rhett left in style, and Perona, who was standing next to him, had already seen stars in his eyes. Lord Rhett, at the same time, the orangutan zoo also discovered them.
Boss, a super weird ship has docked. The Tsuruyama Alliance's underlings scrambled into the cabin. There's a glowing red dragon head on the bow. Pretty cool, boss. Kulik, who was drawing a sea chart, waved his hand nonchalantly. Another idiot coming to mock the legend of Sky Island. He scratched his blonde hair irritably. What's the bet this time? My underwear or your dentures? No, boss, the younger brother said, his face pale. That pirate's flag belongs to Captain Red of the Bloody Dawn. 3 minutes later, Kulik's hand, holding the telescope, was shaking slightly. He consoled himself by saying, ha 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 ha, it's okay, it's okay. They probably aren't coming for us. When Kulik was deceiving himself, his younger brother came to report that his elder brother was looking for him, and he was even paying him money to find him, and he was on his way here.
W want to run away, boss? Run away. Kulik slapped his younger brother on the head. Lousy's measuring instruments are still in the sea. He's coming. Who left my octopus panties hanging out? Banana. Banana, bring the bananas in quickly. When Rhett's black-tied greatsword split the door of the wooden house, the pose was set, and the scene looked like this. 3 strong men are standing in front of the bookshelf, saying hello to him. Someone's octopus underwear is hanging on the chandelier and shaking. The eyes are dirty now. Rhett is in urgent need of a pair of eyes that have not seen this scene. Perona was about to peek out when Rhett pushed him back. I give you 3 minutes to make this place presentable, or I'll kill you all. After a burst of chickens and dogs jumping, Rhett saw a book and raised an eyebrow as he read. Nolando cried and said he really saw the Golden Country. This is academic material, Kulik said, blushing as he tried to grab it. Wait a minute, how can you just look at other people's stuff? Perona's ghost emerged from the floor. Mr. Rhett, they just hit a lot of picture books. Do you want them to read to you?
No, needn't. Rhett said word by word, his scarlet pupils locked on Coolie Guy. Now, can we talk about the upwelling? Chapter 80. Sky Island, Stroll. Kulik's voice began to choke. That started 400 years ago. Emotions just came up. Stop. Rhett raised his hand to interrupt. If he started talking, who knew when to stop? I'm not interested in the tragic story of your ancestors being treated like liars for 400 years. Kulik choked, as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, and then Sharktooth shouted, don't interrupt others. It's very rude. I want to tell you this. This is the great legend of Sky Island. My ancestor Mont Blanc Nolandu. Dead, Rhett said flatly. Ah, my bones have turned to ash. I've been laughed at for 400 years. Is that all I can say? Rhett scratched his ear. So, where is the upwelling? Hulik was so angry that he jumped up and down. How can you be like this? Just listen to what I have to say. Ret. Hey. The underlings of the Yuentian Alliance looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them raised his hand cautiously. Boss, how about we sing, the great liar Nolando, for him? Shut up. Hulik's forehead veins popped. This time it's absolutely true. I've studied upwelling data for 20 years.
Data? Red looked at his exasperated expression.
Ret. Hey, how do I know if what you said is true? Hulik. A-hole, you dare to question me, the upwelling current will be southeast in 3 days. Hulik quickly covered his mouth. He seemed to have said something terrible. Ret turned and walked away. Thanks. Wait. Hulik cried out in frustration, at least let me finish talking about the touching friendship between Nolando and Calgara. He was answered by the roar of the Bruma Jackson starting up and the distant singing of Perona. Big, liar, Nolan, do. Ret's voice came over, listen carefully to the echo of the golden bell here. After saying that, he waved his hand and left. Hulik knelt on the beach with tears streaming down his face. Young people these days are so smart. If Ret heard it, he would kick him. The gorilla said this was disgusting. 3 days later, in the southeast blue area of Gaia Island. The sea is calm before dawn. Advertisement. Ret stood alone on the figurehead, feeling the increasingly violent energy fluctuations beneath the sea. See if you have the strength of a raging wave. It's coming. Ret's pupils contracted slightly. The entire steel giant suddenly emitted a low humming sound, and the wind jet shells embedded in various parts of the hull automatically adjusted their angles. The sea surface collapsed without warning, forming a giant funnel with a diameter of more than a kilometer. The Bruma Jackson began to fall rapidly along the current, but the hull was as stable as a rock. That's a ship worthy of the Bruma Jackson, Ret grinned. When the bow was still 100 meters from the bottom of the Uzumaki. Boom. Amidst a deafening explosion, a column of water a kilometer in diameter shot up into the sky. The upwelling, powerful enough to rip apart an ordinary warship, impacted the Dawn Nirvana's hull, only causing the steel monster to tremble with excitement. The wind jet shells on all parts of the ship were activated at the same time, and with the thrust of the upwelling current, it rose from the ground. The moment the Bruma Jackson broke through the clouds. Before Ret's eyes was an endless sea of clouds. He couldn't help but marvel once again at the magic of the pirates' world. The clouds were so light yet so solid that they could bear the weight of an entire battleship. Lord Ret, this is Sky Island. Perona floated over to Ret, and the ghosts danced around excitedly. Master Ret, the clouds here are so soft to step on. She tried to tap the clouds outside the boat with her toes, but her whole body sank into them, leaving only her 2 hands struggling outside. Wah-wah. Ret reached out expressionlessly and pulled her back. Don't run around, Perona. This is a sea of clouds, be careful.
Perona angrily brushed off the clouds of dust on her body. What?
When you come to Sky Island, you have to appreciate the tickets. An old lady is collecting entrance fees. Has Enel become a god? It's okay, I'm looking for Enel. Ret thinks that charging the Bruma Jackson is not his job, right, Enel? It is impossible to pay the money. The Bruma Jackson slowly entered the outer harbor of Angel Island. When Roger came, Ret went to find Brooke, so Brooke, Laboon and Ret never came. Now he had to take a good look. Ret felt like a will-o'-the-wisp boy. Advertisement. The residents of Sky Island had long been intimidated by the might of this giant steel ship, and had all been hiding behind their cloud houses to peek in. A few brave Sky Island children lay on the cloud bank, their eyes wide open. Wow, that ship is so cool. The dragon statue on the bow glows. Ret looked forward with a blank expression. Don't feel too good inside, it's like you worked hard on your homework, and the teacher just happened to check your homework in front of the whole class and show it to the whole class. When they arrived at the port, Ret and his crew jumped off the boat and stepped onto the soft cloud road. Perona floated over to a small stall with great interest, staring at the handicrafts made from Sky Island's specialty, shells. Mr. Ret, this shell can record. She picked up a shell and shouted into it, Mr. Perona is the cutest. Yin Bei immediately replayed. Perona-sama is the cutest. Perona. Su-wa subset of. She immediately paid for it and frantically recorded to the shell. Lady Moria is an idiot. I hope everyone can stay healthy. Moria. During the tour, Ret's eyes were always fixed on the island in the distance surrounded by golden clouds, the island of the gods. There is Enel's territory. Perona floated back, holding a bunch of newly bought Sky Island specialties in her hands. Master Ret, where are we going next? Ret grinned, the black-tied great sword slung over his shoulder. Let's go meet that god. Perona blinked. Huh, are we going to fight now? Sightseeing is over. Ret turned and walked towards the Dawnbreaker Nirvana. It's time to get down to business. After today, this place is ours. Sky Island has been a battleground for strategists since the time of the Time Traveler. How is the Golden Lion able to escape the law? Isn't it because he can fly? The location is good and there is money. I would feel sorry for myself if I didn't take Ret for such a place. 4 god-tier officers stood in front of the array, ready for battle. They accepted God's will and waited here. Suddenly, the clouds turned an unnatural blood red. That's not a thundercloud, it's Ret's blood mist spreading. There's nothing wrong with setting the scene before a fight. What is that? The priest's round face began to sweat. Good afternoon, Moria bowed politely, but a shadow suddenly grew behind her. Excuse me, could your god lend me his power to become a zombie? The expressions of the four god-tier officers, Gedas, Sadari, Shira, and Ohm, became serious. Following Ret, Moria's armament hockey and observation hockey were completely different from the original plot. This is Moria who has never experienced a blow and has not gone astray. The truth of pirates goes astray and becomes stronger, but their strength is half as weak. Chapter 81 I Conquered, Thunder Cloud. He looked at the four god-tier officers standing ready, his lips curled into an exaggerated grin. Ha, ha, ha. Is this the so-called messenger of God? As expected, the captain is like the crew. Red is very gentle to his family, but very arrogant and cruel to outsiders. I have a lot to say about celestial dragons. Moria seems to be changing in this direction as well. A barbarian from Qinghai, Shira rode on the Firebird, his spear pointed directly at Moria, prepared to accept God's punishment. Godas took the lead in attacking, and his nosebleed drew a bright red arc in the air. Looking at Red really gives me a headache. Can't we just block him? Charging while losing blood really reduces sanity and is disgusting. A wind blast exploded beneath his feet, and his body instantly accelerated to a point where it was indistinguishable from the naked eye. Iron body, cloud steel. His fist, accompanied by a piercing sound, struck Moria's face. The shadow suddenly came alive. A pitch-black shadow hand suddenly rose from the deck, fingers spread out, blocking the charge. Too slow, you need to calm down. Moria's shadow bared its fangs, grabbed the priest's head, and smashed it into the clouds. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking. This is the first one, the check-in is successful. Moria's scissors twirled between his fingers. This force is much lighter than when the captain trained me. Put on some pressure, brothers. He snapped his fingers, and shadows rose from the ground to form a high wall, and countless shadow blades flew out. Shira's Firebird let out a shrill wail. Clouds of thin ropes swirled around from all directions, only to be ripped apart the moment they touched shadow. This is the second one. You underestimate me too much. Moria's shadow suddenly expanded, tearing the entire rope cloud area into pieces. Before the shockwaves from Shadley's attack could spread, the suddenly splitting shadow python shredded it into pieces. Your toy. Moria's scissors flashed coldly. No, brother. This third one is a bit boring. Is there anyone who can fight? Ohm sat cross-legged on the cloud brick, eyes closed. He activated his powers at full power, yet could sense nothing. Why? Can't I read you? His voice began to tremble. Yes. Why? Oh, so it's through the armed color. The moment the shadow gun pierced through the chest. Go to hell if you know, because you know too much. Perona floated in midair, ghosts holding up fluorescent signs that read, Zombie +4. Moria-sama is so slow. She swung her legs, a recording of, Perona-sama is the cutest, playing on a loop. The captain has taken care of them all. They were all minions. I didn't get enough of them. Moria laughed wildly. Advertisement. At the top of the temple, Enel was furious. Since he became a god, no one dared to touch his majesty. 200 million volts of thunder. The furious roar shook the sea of clouds and made them boil. Ret chopped it apart with a single blow of his sword. Moria, come back and rest. Leave the rest to me. So-called gods. Ret tilted his head. Are they just hiding behind clouds and discharging electricity? Enel's golden scepter blazed with blinding lightning. 200 million volts, God's judgment. Ret didn't even raise his eyelids. He casually swung the black-tied great sword with the color of armament, and the scarlet sword energy slashed out. Your observation hockey is quite well developed. Ret suddenly appeared behind Enel. What a pity. Ret felt that he was being bullied, just like snatching a lollipop from a kid on the street. Impossible. My Thor form. Oi, no way, why doesn't your Thor form work? Ret said lightly. But his move was ruthless. He stomped on the lightning that was trying to reorganize, and blood mist seeped into Enel's wound. In the new world, everyone uses armament hockey. Your world is too small, Enel.
Enel suddenly screamed. The blood mist was devouring his lightning. Even more terrifying was that he could clearly feel his body condensing due to the elementalization. The strange blood mist corroded it instantly. The effect was terrifying.
Armament hockey and elementalization seem to be in a restraining relationship, but in fact they restrain each other. If the concentration of armament hockey is not enough, it cannot hurt the powerful elementalization. Red is now bullying Enel because he does not know armament hockey, hehe. Just tell me whether the effect is explosive or not. You can feel yourself being eroded little by little. Wow, my god, what are the 10 cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty? Enel knelt in front of the shattered golden temple, his long earlobes drooping limply. Lightning flickered faintly around him, but he was unable to break free from the blood mist. His golden scepter broke into 2 pieces, and his once arrogant eyes were now filled with disbelief and trembling. Why? His voice cracked. My lightning doesn't work on you. Ret stood before him, the black-tied greatsword slung over his shoulder. He looked down at the man who proclaimed himself a god, a sneer on his lips. I told you, your vision is too narrow. Your so-called heart net can cover the entire Sky Island. You're certainly gifted, but your fighting style is like a child playing with electricity. It's almost hilarious. Ret crouched down, his crimson eyes staring directly into Enel's. You don't understand true power at all. What do you want? Rhett grinned. I want you to submit. Don't blame Rhett for being arrogant. Unlike his usual self, this is something Rhett has carefully considered. As a middle school boy, you can only use your middle school spirit to ignite him. I will ignite the roar of the sea. Enel's expression twisted for a moment, but soon he laughed. His laughter was crazy and hoarse. Surrender. I am a god. How could I? Advertisement. Bang. Rhett punched him in the face, and armament hockey touched Enel's face directly. Enel's nose bleeds and he rolls out, breaking several golden pillars. God, you're showing off in front of me, but why don't you ask CP0 how he feels? He's sleeping soundly. Rhett shook his fist. A loser who can't even do hockey. You think you deserve to be called a god? I'm giving you two choices. Rhett held up two fingers. First, die here. My patience with you is limited. Second, join the Crimson Dawn and become my crew. Rhett's eyes were cold. I will show you true power and make you understand that your so-called invincibility is nothing but a fantasy of a frog in a well. Enel's breathing was rapid. He stared at Rhett. You can really make me stronger. Rhett smiled, a smile of absolute confidence. Stronger than you think.
Conquerors pressed towards Enel. I won't say anything, you can feel it yourself. After a friendly exchange, Rhett took back the direct conquerors. Enel finally, he slowly stood up, knelt on one knee, and lowered his proud head. I surrender. Rhett nodded in satisfaction and placed a hand on his shoulder. A wise choice. The blood mist slowly receded, and Enel felt his power returning. From today on, you are the Thor of the Crimson Dawn. Ha 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 ha. Rhett turned and walked towards the Oro Jackson. Don't let me down. Family, great success. Oh. Enel looked at his back, his eyes no longer filled with contempt, but with a kind of almost fanatical fighting spirit. Rhett. He whispered. Who are you? If Enel looks at Rhett's face directly, he will find that Rhett's smile is like the return of the Dragon King, which cannot be suppressed. Perona floated over, smiling broadly. Welcome aboard. Lord Rhett is determined to become the strongest man in the world. The young author asked about the time. Wano Kuni plot will take a long time. Do you like Momonosuke falling asleep? Still prefer Odin Peaches? Chapter 82. You are all my wings. When Rhett unilaterally beat Enel. Shandia warriors and Sky Island residents gathered from different directions, armed with weapons, wary of each other but having to face the threat before them together. Enel. What do you want to do? Weber gripped the incendiary cannon tightly, staring at Rhett. After Rhett finished the fight and left, he met a warrior who came over. He simply sat on a broken golden pillar, with the black-tied sword inserted beside him. The blood mist increased the sense of oppression. I can't rest yet, I have to pretend for a while, I'm tired, but hey, it feels so good. He glanced at the ragged group of warriors. I gave Enel a choice, now I give you a choice. The Sky Island elder trembled and said, Enel, really lost? Perona floated in the air, smiling and shaking the sound shell in her hand. Of course, he is now the god of thunder, on our ship. The Shandian's expression suddenly changed. You have conquered the gods. How is that possible? Moria let out a deep laugh. Shish, don't judge our captain by your own strength. Rhett felt relieved. This was the benefit of having a crew. The fighters on both sides were tense, their weapons pointed at Rhett. Rhett stood up, and a blood mist suddenly spread, covering the entire place. Listen. His voice was cold and clear. I don't care about your hatred. Everyone was stunned. But this island is my territory now. Rhett pointed to the golden bell in the distance. 400 years ago, Norlando and Calgara agreed to ring it as a token of their friendship. 400 years later, you're fighting each other to death over this piece of shitty land. Don't you think it's hilarious? The Sky Island elder turned pale, but Gaia is our holy land. Holy land, Rhett scoffed. Why didn't you call it a holy land when Enel occupied it? Why do you want me to give it up after I conquered it? You're afraid of Enel, but aren't you afraid of me who defeated Enel? You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? The Shandia warriors gritted their teeth and said, we just want to take back our ancestral land. We have decided not to run away anymore. We are brave warriors. Rhett glanced at them. Again, I'm giving you two choices. First, keep fighting me until all of you are dead. Advertisement. Blood mist surged, the black-tied greatsword trembled slightly, and Conqueror's hockey was slightly covered. Rhett was really afraid that he would be killed by them all by accident. Second, you share this island. The golden bell belongs to me, as do the pet and the gold inside. The whole audience was silent. The red face has almost finished its performance, it's time to sing the white face. You call killing others to extinction playing the good cop. At this moment, Enel's figure emerged from the clouds, with lightning dancing around him. Captain Rhett is right. His voice was still that of a superior oracle. You ants have no business competing for this land. The Sky Islanders and the Shandians took a step back at the same time, fear in their eyes. Enel sneered. If it weren't for the captain's mercy, I would chop you all into ash right now. Rhett raised his hand. That's enough. Enel snorted and stopped talking. See? Rhett looked around at the crowd. Your enemies are never each other, but gods, like Enel. I will be the new god of this island. You can live on this land as you please. I will not interfere with your lives. On the contrary, I will provide you with shelter. You only need to offer your allegiance. Now, I'll give you a chance. Either reconcile or... The blood mist suddenly erupted, transforming into countless sharp blades that hovered in front of everyone's throat. Die. Weber clenched his hands tightly, angry at his own weakness. Rhett. There's no way you're not Tezulo, not the one Rhett's looking for. Rhett knew he needed to add fuel to the fire. The reason you've been ruled so long is ultimately because you're weak. You should know, Qinghai. There's no shame in relying on the strong. After a long silence, Waver was the first to lay down his weapon. With someone taking the lead, everyone naturally laid down their weapons.
We accept. The Sky Island Elder nodded tremblingly. We accept it, too.
Rhett retracted the blood mist with satisfaction. Very good. Perona floated over, and the ghosts happily scattered petals. Congratulations. From today on, we're all good friends. The Shandia warriors and Sky Island residents looked at each other and slowly lowered their weapons.
Advertisement. MC narrates in a low voice they had just experienced Enel's reign, and then witnessed Rhett crush this god, and ascend to the throne of the new king. Now, the future of Sky Island depends entirely on this man's decision. Rhett, don't make me look like a tyrant. Hey, does the author know how to write this? Rhett carried the black-tied great sword, and blood mist slowly flowed around him. He glanced at everyone, his voice lazy but unquestionable. Okay, the fight is over. Now it's time to talk about how to make your life better. The Sky Island Elder asked tremblingly, You really don't plan to drive us away? Kick you out? Rhett raised an eyebrow. Then who will pay my taxes? No, you are all my wings. Look at my sincere, dull eyes. Enel snorted coldly, lightning dancing at his fingertips, but he didn't dare to refute. Rhett's first order was, build roads. Taxes, new taxes, the king makes new taxes. The Sky Islanders and the Shandians have been fighting over land disputes for hundreds of years. Rhett can't let this happen. What will happen if one person is missing? I am very sad. He immediately made the decision. Connect all the broken lands of Angel Island and Shandia. We're all family from now on. If you start fighting among yourselves again, you'll have to sleep soundly. Moria's zombie engineering team was extremely efficient. In just a few days, cloud bridges, cloud ladders, and cloud markets sprang up. Rhett healed the wounded priests. As long as Rhett didn't want them to die, no one could die in front of him. There's no other way. Sky Island's combat power is simply too weak for Rhett. If he wants to make it his own territory, he needs to recruit some capable people. It's a long and arduous journey. What's the most valuable thing about Sky Island? The reason why Rhett wasted so much time was that he needed to maintain the normal operation of Sky Island. In his eyes, Sky Island was the goose that laid golden eggs. The various functions of the special air shells were basically monopolized by Sky Island. Wind shells, fire shells, sound shells, impact shells, these are all rare items in Qinghai. Uncle Tom used up all his inventory to build the Badge of Nirvana. Rhett stroked his chin and thought. Monopoly, new monopoly, Rhett makes a new monopoly. The Sky Island Shellfish Trading Company was established, with the Shandians responsible for collection and the Sky Islanders responsible for processing. Share. I'll pay you. Chapter 83. There is a kind of romance called getting what you want. Time moves forward. The sound of the golden bell, which had been silent for so many years, resounded through the sky again.
I originally wanted to briefly mention Kulik's reaction, but I think Wenbren Kulik is a real man. Even if he doesn't completely believe in the existence of the Golden Country, and even when he is ridiculed, he never gives up. He is a very charming person, and he deserves more space in my story. The roar of the golden bell penetrated the sea of clouds and echoed in the sky above Demon Valley Town for a long time. Kulik made a bet with the gorilla that a group of pirates would not laugh at his ideals. The result was obvious. Kulik lost his last pair of topless pants as usual. When he was hammering the ground crazily to vent his frustration, just when he was about to borrow a banana pattern from his friends. Boss. Did you hear that? The gorilla's hand jumped back and forth in front of Kulik. Kulik froze in place as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open. That voice is. Clang, the second bell rang as if to confirm Kulik's inner answer. Kulik thought of Rhett, who waved his hand and asked him to listen to the echo of the bell.
You really did it. Damn, that's so cool. Coolie Guy suddenly dived into the sea, frightening the gorillas and making them scream. Boss, this is crazy. 3 seconds later, he burst out of the water, holding up the wet measuring device and laughing wildly. It's not hallucination. It's not hallucination. Ha 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 ha. Kulik stood on the mountaintop and shouted towards the direction of Demon Valley Town. You bastards. Did you hear that? Ha 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 ha. I'm not a liar. My ancestors are not liars. Ha 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 ha. You bastards. Listen up. But I felt that I couldn't vent my excitement, so I ran towards the town. In the pub, the hooligans who were playing cards were startled by the golden-haired uncle who suddenly rushed in. Kulik, dripping with water, grabbed the bartender by the collar and said, Did you hear that? That's the echo of the golden bell. Tell me loudly if it's real. What's wrong with you? Clang. The third bell rang, bringing an instant silence to the tavern. Kulik released his grip and suddenly crouched on the ground, wailing. 400 years. Nolando. I finally.
When the apes and gorillas arrived, they saw their boss crying. They looked at each other and without hesitation, they also started crying.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Kulik jumped up and wiped his face. Hurry up and get Lousy's boat ready.
Advertisement. He ripped off his shirt as he ran. I'm going to Sky Island, now, right now. Sky Island really exists. Someone might ask here, Uncle Tom can get Bay, how could Kulik not know? The setting here is that Bay is the same as the black weapon, and its origin is unknown. But boss, your underwear. Who cares about underpants? The Golden Country is calling. At the same time, the residents of Mogu Town all looked up at the sky. A little girl tugged at her mother's skirt. Is there thunder in the sky? The mother looked at the white patch of clouds and covered the little girl's eyes. No, baby. Mommy seems to have done something very stupid. Mom, I laughed at a real seaman, but baby, remember, anyone running naked on the street must be a pervert. The bartender straightened his messed up clothes and silently wiped the glass, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, old drunks, about that lunatic from the Mont Blanc family. Yeah, the one who keeps saying Sky Island exists. Maybe. Maybe, he's actually right. And in the higher clouds, Perona was looking at the golden bell that was being rung. Mr. Red, the golden-haired uncle should be very happy now.
Red looked at Perona. Who knows? Enel snorted coldly. Stupid Qinghai people. SSSSSSSs. Moria asked Red, are we leaving now? No need. Red turned and walked towards the cabin, a slight smile on his face. Let him go crazy. Waiting 400 years for a dream to come true would drive anyone crazy. We still have some arrangements to take care of with Sky Island. Time returned to normal, and it was time for the Crimson Dawn pirates to leave. Enel stood at the stern. Is this all right? Red said without looking back. Hatred takes time to resolve. History tells us that as long as people are well fed and clothed, they don't care who rules them. Perona added with a smile. That's us. Red touched Perona's head and said, Little Perona, when they get used to this safe and comfortable life, they will naturally support me. Moria hissed. What an interesting development. Back in Qinghai, I wandered aimlessly again. Red had almost visited all the places he should have visited, and now he was just going with the flow. B************ D Captain, are you done yet? Enel shouted at Red. Perona. Laboon looked at Enel. The two kids were eating melons. Advertisement. Everyone should remember that our Oro Jackson can fire long, thick and powerful shells by charging.
Rhett's blood mist erosion is very corrosive, but the visual effect is not bad. But our Thor, why is it Thor? Because it can use thunder to charge the ship. The Blood Dawn power bank is good to everyone who uses it. The main reason is that Red is the captain, and it would be too unbecoming for him to do it himself. Red felt like he was more outgoing than before. Whether it was Tesoro or Enel, if he was on Roger's ship, Red would definitely behave more calmly, just like a younger brother who wanted to act more solemn and mature in front of his elder brother to prove that he was a reliable adult. Now, Red has really started, doing whatever he wants, doing it spontaneously. As long as he thinks it's interesting, Red will do it. I believe everyone has imagined themselves as a cold-blooded killer, that all their partners have fallen, and they are facing the blood of millions of troops alone. Red is just having an immersive experience. Maybe one day Red has had enough of it, and cold-blooded Red will be banned. There is no time to mourn for the cold-blooded Red. Maybe the one who will appear in the future will be the Emperor Red. Now that he has the power, he should have fun.
Since I haven't had anything to do with Red these days, I'll let Enel do it. That's the roar of a steel giant. He's more attractive than mending horseshoes or cleaning carpets. At first, Enel was angry but could not speak out because of the shadow left by Red. But he found that the captain's daily life was a little inconsistent, and he really couldn't bear it anymore, so he finally exploded today.
Red pointed his index fingers at Chu. But he's really handsome, isn't he? Perona. Laboon turned his head to Red again. Are you trying to squeeze me dry, Captain? The two little ones looked at Enel again. Oh, it doesn't matter. You can just take a good sleep. Otherwise, how can you become the thunder god of our ship? Moria couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so Shadow used several hands to silently cover Perona. Laboon's ears. Moria forehead tic-tac-toe +1. The two continued to argue and began to pull each other's hair and faces. Red grabbed Enel's earlobe and Enel bit Red's hair. When Mariah's tic-tac-toe marks were about to cover his forehead. Completely crazy. Bang, bang, Moria punched each of them. You two, watch your words. Are you trying to lead Perona astray? Private Marseille, Momoa-san. The two of them covered their heads with their hands, because it hurt, and squatted in front of Mariah to apologize sincerely. Chapter 84 Inches Thundercloud. Exercise. Enel lay on the deck of the Oro Jackson, like a dried-up salted fish. I dried out the silence. His golden turban tilted to one side, and his iconic long earlobes drooped limply. Charging the boat was really tiring. I'm a god. He protested weakly. God? Red squatted beside him, poked his face with a small wooden stick, and said sarcastically. With your ability, you can't even beat the guard dog in the New World. Oh, Enel is just lame, it can't handle it after just 3 rounds. Enel's earlobes stood up in anger, and lightning danced at his fingertips, but before it could condense into shape, it was shattered by Red's slap. Stop struggling, rookie. Red stood up and pulled out a small booklet from his pocket. It was titled, Enel's Growth Observation Diary. He flipped to the first page and wrote down the following. Observation Hockey B-, Armament Hockey F, Physical Ability D, Fruit Development C+. Well, overall evaluation. Not even Shichibukai, shame on you, Tui. This is an observation diary written in imitation of other systems, Since we don't have a system, we can always make one ourselves. Perona floated beside her, holding her Kumasi doll in her arms, and added with a smile. Kumasi can also mend clothes. Enel. Although Perona was speaking the truth, Enel somehow heard sarcasm in her words. He is the god of Sky Island, can this thing really become stronger? Although firing a cannon is fun, charging it is a laborious task. Red also wanted to train Enel's physical strength. Really, okay, let the special training begin. Red clapped his hands and opened it. It was filled with shot puts. But you've caught up. This is the trick the Pirate King used to train me. I really envy you for having a captain as wise and brave as me. Enel's eyelids twitched wildly. What's going on? Observation hockey training. Red grinned. If you can't dodge the shot put, you'll die. It's the best way to stimulate potential. Come on, Enel, observation hockey is the desire for life. Wait, I'm going to die. Before Enel could react, Moria had already controlled 30 zombies to form a circle, each holding a lead ball. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Let's begin. Bang, bang, bang. Lead balls rained down like a torrential rain. Enel dodged frantically, but a few still grazed his body and hit the deck with a deafening bang. Hey, 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 I'm just still developing my strength. I'm not blind. Every one of them has armament hockey attached to it, right? Red picked his nose. That's nonsense. How can I hit you without armament hockey? Hey, this isn't training, it's murder. Red was lying on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses and leisurely drinking iced juice. Don't complain. Your previous large-scale perception was too crude. You need to learn to accurately capture the trajectory of each ball. The reason your observation hockey is so strong is because the Thunder Fruit gave you the ability to sense bioelectricity. Your observation hockey is not complete. Pitch, crackle, snap, snap, be gentle, it hurts. UB asterisk 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 D. Advertisement, crack, bang, snap. Perona's ghost floated in the air, holding a scoreboard. Hits, 99 100ths. Enel. One more to reach 100. Bang. The last shot hit the back of his head accurately, and Enel enjoyed a baby-like sleep. Red closed the notebook with satisfaction. My observation hockey has been upgraded to be, not bad. Until the afternoon, Red looked at him with a smile. Enel, I have a genius idea. If Shanks and Buggy were there, they would just turn around and run away. I'll help you quickly master the armament hockey. What is armament hockey? Red crossed his arms, looking serious. Enel rarely listens attentively, but the next second. Bang. Red punched him and sent him flying. Enel was embedded in the cabin wall and slowly slid down. You didn't explain it at all. Practice makes perfect. Red pulled out a black wooden stick from somewhere and smiled brightly. Here, try this. The same one Kaido uses. Wait, that's, Finally, he got to enjoy the pleasure of being beaten by Rayleigh. It was so cool. Lightning and thunder suddenly erupted on the deck. Moria silently distributed insulation suits to the zombies. S's. Enel, are you polite? 3 days later, when Red sneakily attacked from behind with a slipper, Enel reflexively raised his hand, and his arm was instantly covered with a layer of dark armament color. Snap. The slippers were bounced away. The whole audience was silent. Perona's ghost celebrated by throwing flowers. Congratulations on your graduation. Moria clapped her hands. S's. Enel's eyes filled with tears. I finally. Red patted his shoulder with relief. Not bad, based on my observation. Enel looked at him expectantly. You can charge at least 6 rounds now. Enel. Next time we encounter a marine, we'll fire 6 rounds first, ha 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 ha. Advertisement, look. You have a much clearer understanding of the power of the Thunder Fruit now. Red excitedly held up 2 batteries. Enel. That's my ability, don't be stingy. Red put the plug into his ear. Come on, charge it, our music player is not working anymore. Sizzle. The lights of the whole ship flashed madly. Enel's hair is standing on end. I don't know if he is angry or electrocuted. It's hard to guess. You bunch of devils. Red rubbed his chin, thinking. If I could get a stable output. Enel. Why did he follow this psychopath in the first place? After several months of devilish training, although Red said Enel was weak, he was referring to his strength. Enel's talent was still quite strong. Red cosplays as a Marine Admiral, his cape reading, graduation examiner, and holding an apple. Final test. Peel me an apple using armament hockey. Enel. What kind of a test is this? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Enel gritted his teeth, but still took the apple. He took a deep breath, lightning coiling around his fingertips while covering them with armament hockey, and carefully began to peel the apple. Zzz, the apple peel is perfectly peeled. Red was so moved that he wiped away his tears. The child has grown up. Then he turned around and fed the apple to Laboon. Enel Shark roared, my graduation project. I worked so hard on it for so long, and you just turned around and ate it. His observation hockey is no longer simply spread over a large area, but has become more condensed, able to accurately predict every attack. His lightning and armament color merged perfectly, transforming into a black and red thunder armor, its power skyrocketing. 200 million volts Thunder God armament. The black and red lightning exploded, shaking the entire sea area. Moria hissed a laugh. Your strength is finally catching up to that of the Shichibukai. Perona clapped. Congratulations, finally, we don't have to get beaten by Lord Rhett. Rhett stood at the bow, looking at the brand new Enel, and finally smiled with satisfaction. Just barely passing. Enel knelt on one knee, lightning boiling in his eyes. Captain Rhett, I will not let you down again. Rhett nodded and turned indifferently. Enel, Captain, I'm here. Enel looked at Rhett with burning eyes, waiting for the next words. Go charge quickly, I want to have some fun. Rhett's face was exposed. Enel. B************** D Captain. The last sentence is superfluous. Chapter 85. Let me see how the Fishman Island is developing. Rhett and his companions are evolving into sea slickers on the sea. If they encounter someone like Colonel Mouse, they will just ask him to take a nap. Finally I arrived at Sabadi. Hey, I'm back. In the past, Rhett used all his skills and could fight the 3 admirals in their youth. Now he felt that he had a chance to win, although it was not big, but there was a chance. Before, I had no chance of winning, but now I have a chance of winning. After all, Rhett is cheating. Sabadi Archipelago. Shaki's ripoff bar. Rhett sat at the bar, looking at the photo of the 3 admirals being awarded medals in the newspaper, while Laboon ate fish beside him. Sengoku officially takes over the position of Marshal Kong, Akainu Sakazuki, Kazaru Borsellino, Aokiji Kuzan. With the 3 new admirals and the veterans, the Marines are incredibly strong. Shaki wiped his glass and suddenly chuckled. But little Rhett, you recently recruited an incredible crew member? Rhett raised an eyebrow. That Thunderfruit kid. Shaki pushed up his sunglasses, his red lips curling up in a playful arc. The newspaper said he blew up the Marine branch base. Before Rhett could answer, Perona floated over and laid down on the bar. Shaki's sister, Enel, was ridiculed. When he first boarded the ship, he knew Rhett Sama made him the god of thunder so he could charge the ship. Moria also had a smirk on his face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Now all the electrical equipment on the ship is powered by his lightning. Shaki laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. If those without fruit powers knew you were using Lobia like this, they'd be furious, right? Shaki reacted and jokingly said, no, wait a minute. Rhett asked Moria to solve the crew problem, and then he went to Enel to solve the energy problem. The little guy is quite talented. Bang. The bar door was suddenly struck by lightning. Enel stood at the door with a dark face. I heard it. Shaki's eyes lit up. Oh, if you mention the devil, he'll appear. She looked at the still smoking gate of Enel and said, just give me 100,000 berries for this gate. Enel's forehead was bulging with veins. Woman, you're looking for death. Sizzle. A stream of pure conqueror's hockey pinned Enel to the ground. A voice lazily asked, how many bottles of your most expensive wine can this guy's bounty buy? Shaki pretended to be thoughtful. 100 million Baileys. That's probably a third of my wine cellar, right? She suddenly leaned closer to Enel. Would you consider switching jobs? I'll double your salary. Enel looked at Rhett, who spread his hands to indicate that he did not use conquerors. Rayleigh came out of the back room, carrying the coding tools. Young people these days are really lively. Rhett. Peeved. There's a leg. Harpy voice. Shaki gracefully kicked the stool away. Your captain's experience teaching Shanks Buggy back when he was on Roger's boat has made him a very good judge of character. She glanced at Rhett meaningfully. Now you've learned how to pick up treasures, Thunderfruit, Ghost Fruit, Shadow Fruit. Advertisement, and this. Rhett suddenly pulled out a sound shell from his pocket and pressed. Perona Sama is the cutest, Moria Sama is an idiot. The bar was instantly quiet. Perona blushed and tried to grab Yin Bei. When did you take it away, Lord Rhett? Aunt Shaki is very nice to her and she has always been a good girl. How could the captain be like this? Rayleigh replied, the ship is plated for you, but, he narrowed his eyes, are you planning on killing some celestial dragons again? Rhett grinned, Uncle Rayleigh, why are you like this? You're so suspicious of me, but it's going to make me sad. But I'm not interested for now. This time we're going on a serious trip. Rayleigh and Shaki raised their eyebrows at the same time. Travel? Yeah. Rhett stood up, the black-tied greatsword slung over his shoulder. Let's go to the Fishman Island and see the scenery. We were in such a rush when we went there before that we didn't really enjoy it. Rayleigh laughed. You, to see the scenery? You went to Sky Island to see the scenery, but ended up taking the god of Sky Island with you. Rhett shrugged. We're really just taking a look this time. Mermaid Island right now. Hey, what am I talking about? Let's go, Uncle Rayleigh. Perona floated beside the boat, poking the coated bubble with her fingertips. The transparent film dented slightly and then bounced back with her movements. Lord Rhett, can this bubble really take us to the bottom of the sea? She blinked her big eyes, and the ghosts also curiously stuck to the inner wall of the bubble. Rhett jumped onto the figurehead and grinned. Let's go. Destination, the Fishman Island. The Oro Jackson slowly sank, and the coated bubble shone with colorful light under the refraction of sunlight. Just as everyone was admiring the wonders of the deep sea, the ship suddenly shook violently. Boom, a huge black shadow emerged from the deep sea, its scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, like 2 blood moons. Its body was several times larger than the Oro Jackson. It's the Sea Kings. Moria's shadow suddenly grew larger. They're really courting death. Bang, the Sea King's massive tail slammed into the shadow wall, causing the entire ship to shake violently and slight ripples to appear on the surface of the coated bubble. Perona was shaken and floated up, and the ghosts ran around in panic. Woo-ah. Let me do it, Perona suddenly floated in front of everyone. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Ha 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 ha, little Perona, I'll leave it to you. This kind of sea kings was scared away by conquerors. Little Perona also needs some training. Perona put her hands on her hips and looked confident. Just sea kings, look at my negative ghost. Advertisement. She waved her little hand, and 3 translucent negative ghosts passed through the coated bubble, wrapped in the bubble and floated towards the sea kings. The negative ghost slowly floated towards the sea kings and shone in front of its giant pupils. Sea kings. The next second, plop. The huge sea kings suddenly curled up into a ball, tears in their eyes. Boo 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 boo, ooh boo boo boo. Translation. I'm sorry, I'm just a useless deep-sea fish, I don't even have the courage to float to the surface to bask in the sun. The entire ship fell into an eerie silence. Moria's shadow froze. Shish. Enel's mouth twitched. You must be joking, this reaction is too lame. Rhett was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Well done, Perona. No matter what the effect was, it was encouragement. Perona floated back triumphantly, and the ghost said, Lady Perona is super awesome. The sea kings was still curled up on the seabed, drawing circles, muttering, bo 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 bo, I can't even hit the coral. As the Dawn Nirvana continued to dive, the outline of the Fishmen Island gradually became clear. The Fishmen Island is made up of 2 layers of giant bubble membranes. It is because of this special structure that foreign ships must enter the port of the Fishmen Island instead of running around. I will explain it in case you read it too quickly and miss it. The guarding merman soldiers had already noticed the ship, but their eyes were full of confidence. That ship is. Lord Rhett, the Scarlet Dawn pirates are back. Rhett stood at the bow, grinning. Don't be nervous, we're just here. The guard turned and ran away. Rhett didn't feel any fear, so why did he run away? He paused, then turned to look at Perona. Why are we here? Perona rolled her eyes. Sightseeing. Question time for young authors. Rhett's title. In the future, Rhett will become stronger and more powerful. I need a fairly hockey name. My author's Kidian name was said to be too rustic. Submit your name for hockey. If you think it's good, give him a thumbs up. As usual, we choose the one with the most. Name Collection Office, Chapter 86. A Different Mermaid Island. The Oro Jackson slowly passed through the double bubble wrap of the Fishmen Island. Rhett stood at the bow, surrounded by blood mist, the black-tied greatsword slung across his shoulder, his eyes sweeping across the deep Poseidon country in his memory. That's quite a change, he murmured. The once dilapidated Fishman Street has now been completely renovated, with houses built on coral reefs scattered around. Mermaids and mermen walked side by side on the streets, and children played and fought, with no trace of the repression of the past. At the port, a team of well-equipped Murloc soldiers stood on full alert, but their eyes were no longer filled with fear or hostility, but with deep admiration. Master Rhett is looking at me. Ah, it's Lord Rhett, our hero. Look at me, my lord. I am from the Salmon Clan. Our child will be named Raven from now on. Lord Rhett, can you sign my name? Look at the clothes I just changed. The mermaid guard who had just run away pushed through the crowd and stepped forward excitedly. Rhett looked at Turtle, with a big wanted poster of Rhett printed on the white shirt. Pirates King's painful clothes. After Rhett signed the document, the guard finally realized what was happening. Rhett, I hope you really just realized it. Lord Rhett, His Majesty Neptune has been waiting for a long time. My brain is so excited to see Lord Rhett. Rhett sweating like a soybean. Ahahaha, I understand. Perona floated over to Rhett and whispered, they seem to welcome us? Rhett touched his head proudly. He had contributed to the current situation of the Fishmen Island. Neptune, now the king of the Fishmen Island, he personally greeted him at the gate of Dragon Palace. He was more burly than in his youth, wearing a crown and holding a golden trident, but his eyes still retained the enthusiasm of the past. Brother Rhett. Neptune strode forward and hugged Rhett. Rhett looked at Neptune and said, no, buddy, did you eat fertilizer? Finally, I've waited for you. Rhett was stopped by Neptune and given a big hug. He slapped Neptune's arm frantically, but couldn't use too much force for fear of hurting him. He said helplessly, let go, let go, let go or I'll suffocate. Neptune released his hand and laughed heartily. Thanks for your advice. Before my father died, he said that the Fishmen Island was able to get to where it is today because someone scolded him back then. Advertisement Perona was shocked. He glanced at the bearded Neptune, then at the elegant Rhett with long hair. Mr. Rhett is older than Uncle Neptune? The little guy felt that his worldview had collapsed. Inside the banquet hall, deep-sea delicacies were laid out beneath crystal chandeliers. Neptune raised his glass and declared, cheers to the Roger Pirates. Cheers to the benefactors who changed the fate of the Fishmen Island. While everyone was drinking, Rhett noticed a stone tablet in the corner of the hall, engraved with names, those of the Murloc warriors who sacrificed their lives fighting the slave trade. We've been busy these years. Neptune followed his gaze and explained, Tiger formed a guard force to hunt down slave ships. The world government once sent CP9 and Marines to encircle and suppress them, but we. He grinned, revealing shark-like teeth, beat them back. Rhett looked at Neptune, and there was no weakness in his eyes as in the original plot, only confidence in his eyes. Perona covered her mouth in surprise. That's amazing. Not exactly. Neptune shook his head, but we used the mutual destruction posture to force them to retreat. He pointed to the bubble wrap above his head and said, We told the Marines that if they dare to attack, they will blow up the bubble supporting the Fishmen Island and let the entire island sink to the bottom of the sea. Rhett raised an eyebrow. That's smart to muddy the waters. No, Neptune's eyes flashed fiercely. We are truly prepared. Father went there with the determination to die. After the banquet, Neptune took Rhett to the highest point of Dragon Palace City to overlook the entire island. In the night, the lights of the Fishmen Island twinkled like stars. The problem now is that pirates want to use us mermaids to gain fame. Neptune smiled bitterly. Since the slave trade was banned, there are fewer human traffickers, but more pirates. They want to use us, the Fishmen Island, to gain fame. Rhett scoffed. Sinking the tourist pirates to the bottom of the ocean would solve the problem, wouldn't it? Neptune shook his head. We don't want to go back to the closed-off days. So, he pulled out a document. We established the Deep Sea Guards, a team of fishmen, merpeople, and human pirates willing to abide by the rules, working together to maintain order. The document clearly listed the list of partners, the Whitebeard pirates and even a few contact points of the Revolutionary Army. Neptune bowed slightly and said, we also hope to cooperate with your group. We will pay you annually. Rhett looked at Neptune with suspicion. Neptune seemed to know what he was going to ask. Brother Rhett, you misunderstood. We are not seeking submission from external forces. Instead, we are pursuing a cooperative model. We will leverage Brother Rhett's reputation to conduct more stable and comfortable trade, attracting more merchants to trade with us. We will then share some of the profits with you, brother. Besides, our development will take time. Rhett whistled. It seems you have learned to take advantage of the situation. Yes, we at Bloody Dawn can agree to your cooperation. At this time, little Shirahoshi was lying in the corner timidly looking at Rhett. Little Shirahoshi is so small now, I don't know why he became so big when Luffy came. Shirahoshi, take me to visit the Fishmen Island. Shirahoshi moved a little and looked at his mother. Odahime nodded. She didn't sense Rhett's ill will. She nodded gently. Go ahead. Remember to come back before dinner. Advertisement Rhett walked along Coral Avenue holding little Shirahoshi and Perona. Moria and Enel took Laboon and ran away to who knows where. The Murlocs along the way looked on in awe and curiosity. Who would have thought that Rhett, the dreaded captain of the Crimson Dawn Pirates, was now allowing two little kids to braid his hair. Little Shirahoshi pointed the way, and Rhett went shopping all the way until the evening. Little Shirahoshi whispered in Rhett's ear. Rhett, I heard that Shirley can predict the future. Shirley must still be a little kid now, so Rhett still pretended to be surprised. Really? Is it really that magical? Little Shirahoshi. I nodded seriously, but it was too late. Rhett smiled and shook his head. Then let's make a deal. Next time I come to Mermaid Island, you'll take me to see it, okay? Those who understand the Pirates King's promise will understand. Little author. Rhett, you have done all the bad things. Little Shirahoshi's face was filled with joy. Rhett brother has made an appointment, so let's go home. Rhett waved the two girls and made them sit more comfortably. Let's go home. Rhett returned to Ryugu Castle with the sleeping Perona on his shoulders and the drowsy Shirahoshi in his arms. Princess Odahime, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. It seems the children are having a great time. Rhett threw Perona aside. The latter automatically floated in midair and muttered drowsily, Master Rhett. Throw it higher. Shirahoshi rubbed his eyes and rubbed into Odahime's arms. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he grabbed Rhett's sleeve and said, Are you leaving tomorrow? Rhett smiled and touched his head. I am a cruel pirate. Pirates cannot stay in one place for too long. The real reason is that when Rhett took the two little ones for a walk, they were all surrounded by fans. What were they shouting? I am Rhett's. This place is too hot to stay in, run away quickly, otherwise it will be full of black history. Odahime said softly, Mr. Rhett, you. Some other time, he interrupted. Yiji looked at his receding figure and suddenly realized that this rumored madman, Feiwu. At this moment, Shirahoshi's crooked coral hair ornaments were pinned to his cuffs, and Perona's ghost umbrella was hanging on the handle of his sword. Lord Rhett is so gentle. The next day, Shirahoshi held Rhett in his arms, sobbing with reluctance in his eyes, and finally let go of her hand. Rhett patted her head and said goodbye. Don't forget the agreement between us. The Oro Jackson set sail again. Chapter 87. Little Perona is too happy, we need to find him a tutoring class. When the days returned to peace, Rhett looked at the Perona floating all over the deck and always felt that something was missing. Now Perona rides Laboon every day and runs around the ship. He suddenly realized that homework and studying can make you smart. How can Perona not study when she is only 6 years old? This is not okay. Ohara is still asking Perona to study for a while. Rhett waved his hand and the entire ship followed the order to move towards Ohara. Lord Rhett, what does Ohara do? Is there anything interesting? Rhett couldn't suppress his smile. It's a very exciting place. But Laboon felt that things might not be that simple. Are you scared by 5 years of simulations and 7 years of real exam questions? Of course, he would never tell Perona these. It didn't take long for the boat to sail like this. I don't know how long it would take for the boat to sail. Coo, puff, 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 advanced transitions, as the Dawn Nirvana slowly approached the shore. Perona lay on the side of the ship, her pink twintails swaying gently in the sea breeze. Rhett-sama, is that the library under that big tree? It's so huge. Rhett looked at Perona. Do you like it? Remember, you have to call me, teacher, here. Huh? Why? Because. Red suddenly smiled devilishly. Starting today, you'll be studying here for a while. Red didn't want to take some books home and teach himself. In his previous life, there were so many parents helping their children with homework online. It was too scary. There were the most talented scholars here, and they were all high-quality tutors. Perona's face instantly fell. Going to school? Moria's shadow rolled around on the deck, laughing. Shish. Enel watched with a cold stare. Boring. When the uninvited guests entered the library, Director Kroba pushed up his glasses and said, "Pirates? We don't have." Red casually threw out a bag of gold coins, sponsorship fees. The bag of gold coins hit the table with a dull thud, and the scholar's eyes suddenly lit up. The world government's scrutiny had become increasingly strict recently, and the institute really needed funds. Advertisement, ahem. Welcome to Ohara. The director's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. I wonder what subject this young lady would like to study? Perona hid behind Red, revealing only half of her face. I want to learn the most powerful ghost magic. This is a sanctuary of knowledge. Red lifted her by the scruff of her collar and pushed her forward. You just need to teach him the basics of reading. A tome as thick as a brick was slammed on the table, and Perona's ghosts collectively fainted. That's too much, Perona said, kicking her calves as she sat by the fountain. I can't even understand that tadpole script. Suddenly, a small stone hit her on the back of the head. Ha ha ha. Look at that pink-haired monster. Several older children laughed not far away. She's actually reading a book. Is that a ghost? She's also a devil. Ret. Moria's demeanor changed instantly, looking for death. Ret was so angry that his teeth itched. Oda, that B**************** D. Loves this kind of contrast. He has the most comprehensive knowledge in the world, but also the most ignorant people in the world. Tears welled up in Perona's eyes, and the ghost of negativity was about to be released. Bang. A thin figure suddenly blocked her way. The black-haired girl with glasses opened her arms like a hen protecting her chicks. Don't bully me. The three children's faces suddenly changed. It's a monster, run. The crowd dispersed in an instant, leaving only lunchboxes scattered all over the floor. Perona stared blankly at the girl who was half a head shorter than her. Why, are you helping me? Robin patted her clothes and picked up the spilled food. This was the lunch given by the director. If she didn't eat it, she would be hungry at night. Her aunt would not give her anything else to eat. But this did not stop Robin from showing a gentle smile. My friend told me that if you want to make friends, you have to take the first step boldly. Will you be my friend? Red didn't want to care about this at first because although Robin's life was tragic, the ending was good. But Robin is very good, you have broadened your horizons. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting Madara-like shadows on the two little girls. No one noticed that there were 3 pools of blood in the distant forest, whose blood belonged to someone unknown. Red noticed. Robin's friend, Saul, is here already. What bad luck. Aokiji's transformation from a passionate young man to a lazy and bad king. This time, Red planned to watch Kuzan have fun. He didn't want to save these scholars. Advertisement Red feels that this is all his own fault. He obviously has no ability but still studies ancient characters. He even hides his research well and makes everyone in the world know that he is studying ancient characters. I admire the spirit of exploring the unknown, but the behavior is very stupid. Isn't Perona's friend Robin okay? As I said before, although he suffered a lot, the ending is good, isn't it? In this way, Perona spent the darkest days of her life. Because Red gave her a lot of money, the director taught her very diligently. Perona also experienced the life of a high school student for a few days. Those hard days were really not something a human could endure. Red feels like after a few months in heavenly prison, he's confessed everything. No offense, don't scold me. I went to high school 2T_T. Of course, Red did remind her to move out of Ohara, but after being harshly rejected, he never mentioned it again. A few days later, Enel found Red and told him that the marine warship was approaching Ohara. Enel could now be used as a human radar. Enel's role increased by 1. Red found Perona, who was scratching his head. It's time to go, little Perona. Although Perona has a new friend named Robin, life is really too painful. I'm sorry, Robin. I have to go and can't accompany you anymore, ha 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 ha. When Perona is immersed in her own fantasy world, Red must have laughed at Kuzan today. You know, when Garp was chasing Roger, it was king against king, checkmate against checkmate. The hot-blooded guy Kuzan is really his lifelong enemy. The main reason is that he is very annoying and you can't kill him by chopping him. Kuzan will attack him as soon as he sees him. Before he transforms into Blood Mist, his fruit ability makes Red uncomfortable for a while. Just wait under the tree of all-knowing. Red remembered that Spandine would bring Robin's mother with him, so he would help if he could. There was a clatter of footsteps in the distance. Spawn's laughter stung my eardrums as his men, holding a woman, strode towards me. Robin's heart sank as he looked at the woman who looked like him. Mom. Robin's voice was almost inaudible, but her mother, Orovia, suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Robin. Orovia's voice trembled, guilt and pain intertwined in her expression, and she didn't say anything else. Spandine raised his chin proudly and said sarcastically, look, what a touching mother-daughter reunion. Unfortunately, you don't have much time left. Buster Call is about to. Pa. A slap hit Spandine hard on the face. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the air. Before Spandine could even react, His eyes went dark and he fainted on the ground. Don't affect Lousy's mood. When watching anime, you encounter this kind of villain and dare to do it in front of him. Rhett now has the strength to do whatever he wants. Don't act rashly in front of Lousy. He dares to kill celestial dragons, let alone a rookie like you. The little author begs all readers to urge for updates. There will be animations for urging updates. The data has more than dropped by half in the past few days. Please support the little author. Your urging for updates is really precious to the little author. I kowtow to you, bang. Chapter 88. Isn't this the passionate young man Aokiji? Captain Spandine. The Marines rushed forward. Red Conqueror's release. Each one fell into a baby's sleep. He turned to the people in the room and said, "Run, this is your final reward for teaching Perona to read." Robin ignored the fallen Spandine, her eyes fixed on her mother. Years of grievances, anger, and confusion erupted at this moment. Why? Why have you ignored me for so many years? Do you know what I've been through? Oravia's tears rolled down. She wanted to reach out and touch Robin, but she timidly retracted her hand. I'm sorry. Robin, I'm really sorry. Robin's chest heaved violently. She wanted to ask more questions, to vent all the pain. But at this moment, she suddenly remembered that Saul was still behind. Her friend might be in danger, and she had to go and report it. Saul. Robin gritted his teeth, took one last deep look at his mother, and turned to run behind the tree of all-knowing. Orovia stretched out her hand, as if trying to stop him, but in the end, she could only let it fall helplessly. I know you were Mr. Rhett. Mr. Long told me that your thoughts are above ours. Mr. Rhett, please save my child. Orovia knelt in front of Rhett. Don't you think it's strange that my daughter is begging for help right after she ran away? I infiltrated the world government and memorized a large number of unknown secrets, including the various plans that the world government was carrying out and would soon attack the revolutionary army. Because the world government is hunting me, I don't have time to write this down. I can't die before I pass the news back to the revolutionary army. I'm not a qualified mother, please, Mr. Rhett. Rhett looked at Orovia and changed his mind about the revolutionary army founded by Long. If all the soldiers were like this, perhaps they could really succeed. Orovia, you are not a qualified mother, but you are a qualified revolutionary fighter. I will protect Robin, and whether you can escape depends on your ability. Rhett walked out of the door slowly, and Orovia knelt down to see Rhett off. This might be the most a helpless mother could do for her daughter. Walking out of the door, Rhett ran towards the back mountain on Moonwalk. Hey Kuzan, here I come. The cold wind howled and the permafrost spread. Saul's huge body blocked Aokiji's way, his breath condensed into white mist in the cold air, but his eyes were extremely firm. This should be the scene where Saul delays Aokiji to give Robin time to escape. Kuzan. Do you really believe in this kind of justice? Saul was a little excited. Ohara's scholars just want to explore the truth of history. What's wrong with them? Rhett, who was watching the show, said, this is a huge problem. Advertisement. Aokiji put his hands in his pockets, his expression concealing uncertainty. He frowned slightly, and frost spread silently under his feet. Saul, you and I both know. You are a Marine, and you uphold justice. Are we supposed to just watch innocent people being slaughtered? Saul roared, Kuzan, you're also a passionate warrior. Are you still yourself now? Aokiji is silent. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky, and Rhett landed steadily on the moonwalk with a playful smile on his face. Hey, little Kuzan, long time no see. What's wrong? Why aren't you so passionate anymore? Light up. Aokiji glanced at him. He had sensed when Rhett released Conquerors just now, and his eyes were full of excitement. It seemed like he could avoid falling into this self-blame situation. Rhett, you want to get involved in this too? I was just passing by and took in the excitement. Rhett shrugged, but his eyes swept over Saul. But, Saul is right. You don't even believe in your own justice, now, do you? Aokiji's frown deepened. Rhett slowly walked over to Saul, patted his leg, because he couldn't reach his shoulder, and said with a smile. Saul, you know what? Kuzan actually knows better than anyone else. And, the justice behind him has suppressed so many people. Aokiji's fingertips trembled slightly, and ice crystals condensed in his palms. Shut up, Rhett. Why, are you angry because your heart is being hit? Rhett grinned. Evolve. Kuzan, you clearly felt this was wrong, but you chose to stand by and watch. You could have saved Ohara's men, but you chose to follow orders. Is this your burning justice, or are you just afraid to admit your cowardice? Oh my, Kuzan, can you do this? Rhett. I'm pretty good at talking, right? I'm a keyboard warrior. Aokiji's pupils shrank suddenly. Saul took the opportunity to say in a deep voice, Kuzan. If you still consider me your friend, please let Robin go. She's just a child. She's just an isolated child who loves to read. Aokiji's breathing quickened slightly, and frost surged around him. He slowly raised his hand, and a cold light gathered in his palm. That's enough. In an instant, extreme cold broke out. Advertisement, Ice Age. Although Saul was frozen, his expression remained firm at the last moment. Rhett took a few steps back and sighed. Sure enough, it's frozen again. Aokiji slowly lowered his hand and looked at the frozen Saul with complicated eyes. Rhett, do you want to fight me? Rhett smirked. Little Kuzan, let me guess. You really want to fight me right now so you don't have to make a choice, right? But I don't want to fight you. Go and complete your mission. I won't stop you. Now the hot-blooded Aokiji still requires too much control, he needs to lie down for a while. Aokiji didn't answer, but walked away in the opposite direction of Robin. He knew that he couldn't stop Ret alone. Ret looked at his back and whispered to himself, shaken justice will eventually collapse, Kuzan. He looked up at the tree of all-knowing in the distance, and flames were already shooting up into the sky. It's time to go find that girl. Buster Call's shells exploded in Ohara Harbor, sending flames shooting into the sky. The Oro Jackson had already sailed away from the shore. Ret stood at the stern, and Enel was firing wildly at the bow, crushing all the flying artillery fragments. Perona hugged Robin tightly and comforted him. Robin's eyes were blurred with tears. She stared at Ohara, who was gradually moving away, and a suppressed sob came from her throat. Lord Ret. Those scholar uncles. Perona's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Ret was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and ruffled her hair. It can't be saved. His voice was low, but no longer cold. 2 Marine admirals, 10 top-tier warships, plus the elite CP-9. I can't protect them. Ret. You're not being kind enough to me for fighting Marine for this. Moria's shadow twisted restlessly on the deck, emitting a sinister laugh. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That woman named Orovia. Robin suddenly broke free from Perona's embrace, his eyes red behind his glasses. You are so strong. Why? Instead of interrupting her rudely like before, Ret squatted down and looked her straight in the eyes. Robin. His voice softened, a rare moment. What do you think would happen if I rushed back now? Robin bit his lip and didn't answer. Chapter 89. Little Perona, you thought you could get away by leaving Ohara. I can certainly hold back 2 admirals, but only 2 of my crew members are capable of fighting. I won't let my companions risk their lives for someone I don't know, Ret said softly. In the distance, Akainu's giant lava fist smashed down, and the entire refuge ship instantly turned into a sea of fire. The screams even reached here. Robin's tears fell on the deck, and Ret reached out to wipe away the tears from his eyes. Look carefully, kid, he whispered. This is the justice of the world government. This world is sick to its core. On the ice in the distance, Kuzan stood alone. He looked at the burning Ohara with complicated eyes. Kuzan. What are you doing? Akainu roared from the other side. Don't be in a daze. Continue to follow orders. Aokiji didn't respond, but slowly raised his hand, with cold air gathering in his palm. But he was not released in the end. Ret looked at him from a distance, a sneer on his face. Kuzan, the flame is out. Laboon walked over to Robin and gently nuzzled her face, as if to comfort her. Robin bit his lip hard until blood oozed out. Ret stood up and walked towards the cabin. Master Ret. Perona began timidly. Perona. Ret said without turning around. Take her to rest. Perona nodded and took Robin's hand. Robin suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Will you help me get revenge? Ret paused. No, he said lightly. Robin dug his nails into his palms. But, Ret turned his head, if you want the truth, and want to change the world, I can teach you how to make those high and mighty gods kneel down and beg for mercy. I'm quite experienced at killing celestial dragons. Robin's pupils contracted slightly. Ret pushed the door open and walked in, leaving only one sentence. Survive, become strong, and then, take back everything you've lost yourself. The Oro Jackson was moving further and further away, and Ohara behind it was completely engulfed in flames. Robin stood at the stern until the huge burning tree disappeared from sight. Perona gently held her hand. Advertisement, Robin. Let's become stronger together from now on. Robin nodded. Ret did not invite Robin on board because he knew that like Brooke, she would have a group of trusted companions in the near future. Robin has stepped out from Ohara's shadow, or at least that's how it appears. Robin sat at a small wooden table with a thick historical document open in front of him, which Ret had picked up. Hajiri is still as attentive as ever. Robin pushed his glasses up and tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. Perona, have you finished your homework for today? I need to check it. Perona was floating in the air, holding her Kumasi doll, and yawned lazily. I don't feel like writing. Robin smiled slightly, his tone gentle but unyielding. No, Master Ret said that we still have to master the basics, otherwise we will become illiterate if we don't even know how to read. Perona puffed up her cheeks, and ghosts floated out of her, circling Robin. But it's so boring. Studying and all that won't make me stronger. Robin reached out and poked the ghost floating in the air, and the ghost immediately disappeared with a poof. She closed the book and said cheerfully, well, if you can answer my questions, you can rest today. Perona's eyes lit up. Really? Robin held up a finger. The first question is, what should we do when we encounter a storm? How would I know this, Peron? Robin just stared at her without saying anything. Perona silently floated over to the table, grabbed her quill, and muttered quietly, I'll just do my homework. This question is totally beyond the scope, right? At this moment, Moria emerged from the gap in the deck and said with a sinister smile, ha, ha, ha. Little girl, do you want me to help you with your homework? This old father is still soft-hearted and can't see Perona is so sad. Perona's eyes lit up. Really? Robin calmly turned a page of the book. Master Moria, if you help her write, Master Ret might have Master Enel give you a massage with lightning. Moria's shadow froze and silently shrank back. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The cabin door was pushed open, and Red came out with a few cups of hot milk. What's going on? Perona immediately floated over and complained aggrievedly, Master Red, Robin bullied me. Red raised an eyebrow and handed one of the cups to Robin. She asked you to do your homework? Advertisement. Perona nodded vigorously. Yeah, Red took a sip of milk and said calmly, how can you play around at your age? You should be striving hard now. Peron. Robin took the cup and added with a smile, besides, if you don't study hard, you won't even be able to read the newspaper in the future. Will you even understand the wanted poster issued by the Marine? Perona was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. That makes sense, but I was frustrated again. During this period, her bounty only increased to 1,500 berries, while Robin's bounty started at 79 million berries. Look at the Devil's Son, it sounds very Hawkeye. Laboon's bounty remains unchanged. Rhett suspects that Laboon's bounty is manipulated by capital. She immediately floated back to the table, grabbed a pen and began to write furiously. I need to learn how to read a newspaper. Red and Robin looked at each other and clinked their glasses in tacit understanding. In Marshal Sengoku's office, an urgent report was slammed on the table. In the Ohara incident, Scarlet Dawn intervened, and took Nico Robin away. Sengoku's brows knitted together instantly. Akainu's fist smashed through the desk, and the lava dripped onto the floor with a sizzling sound. Kuzan. He whipped his head around, glaring at Kuzan. Why didn't you intercept that ship? Aokiji put his hands in his pockets. Kuzan had become languid since Ohara's return. He yawned lazily. Alala. Maybe it's too far. Stop making excuses. Akainu's magma arms twitched violently. You could freeze the entire ocean. Do you know how many innocent people would die chasing those who escaped? I also gave Sakazuki extreme justice as a patch. Extreme justice without reason is stupid. Aokiji's eyes dropped slightly. Sakazuki, are you questioning my judgment? The air between the two of them instantly dropped to freezing point. Only Garp sat on the sofa, holding a bag of rice crackers in his hand, grinning like a fool. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to be a grandfather. Sengoku's forehead vein bulged. Garp. Garp scratched his ear. Huh? Oh, the Ohara thing, isn't that over? Akainu was furious. The Bloody Dawn took away Ohara's remnants. This means that the research on the historical text may be leaked. Aokiji shrugged. The world government has already ordered the extermination of all scholars. As for this little brat. He paused. What kind of waves can she make? And don't forget Red is Roger's crew member. Who knows if he knows or not? Akainu's eyes blazed with anger. Kuzan, with that attitude, you're unworthy of being called a Marine Admiral. Aokiji gave him a cold look. At least I won't kill all the civilians. Chapter 90. Return to the village quickly. Akainu replied, it's for justice. If we don't kill them here, you know how many people will die if we arrest them later. For justice, we would rather kill the wrong people than let them go. Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Enough. He slammed the table and stood up. Now is not the time for internal strife. He turned to the intelligence officer and said, issue an additional bounty on Nico Robin immediately. At the same time. He paused, realizing that Red had always been a thorn in the side of the world government. Sengoku laughed himself out of anger. Now Red was a dead giveaway. If he didn't send enough people, he wouldn't be able to catch him. If he sent too many people, the world would be in chaos. He is not like New World Charlotte Linlin who occupies the mountain and is the king. He just wanders around and cannot be caught. Fortunately, no innocent people were killed. And New World seemed to have 3 kings. Shanks was not yet a big deal at that time. Sengoku looked at Garp again. Garp. You've been on too much leave lately. Once you're done with East Blue, report back immediately. Garp laughed out loud. I know, I still have to go back to see my grandson. Sengoku. After Garp dealt with the orphans of the Pirates King, he told them that he wanted to adopt Makino's family as his daughters, but this shocked him greatly. Sengoku was afraid that Garp would do something stupid. Because Garp killing a pregnant woman was already shocking to him. Sengoku and Suru were both very smart. The resourceful general, the Marine Chief of Staff, how could he be a fool? They also turned a blind eye. To put it bluntly, as long as it doesn't fall into their hands or their identities are not exposed, they can pretend not to see it for Garp's sake. It's just a child. This is all done intentionally by Garp. Paper can't cover fire, but the 3 of them can cover it up. But Sengoku really wanted to punch the old B**************** D in the face. Let's go back to the BRUMMA Jackson. It's time for Rhett's military training again. Flower fruit isn't for you to use as a telescope. Rhett slashed through Robin's reconnaissance eye, which had been generated 100 meters away. At sea, your observation Hawkeye is your eyes. Let it appear in your heart and throat. Rhett feels like if things continue like this, Rhett will be Zephyr in Pirates. Moria's shadow suddenly rose from the deck, and hundreds of shadow arms grabbed Robin. The girl hastily formed flowers all over her body to defend herself, but Enel's lightning struck her precisely at every joint. Too slow. Rhett's voice came from behind, and the back of the black-tied greatsword tapped her neck lightly. If there were 3 of them together, the pressure would still be too great. Advertisement Enel is yours. Enel trembled all over when he heard this. Ha 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 ha, it's finally my turn. Newbie, have you decided to face hell? Perona's negative ghost took the opportunity to attack, but was stopped by Robin's arm that suddenly blossomed on his shoulder. Perona, this is the third time. Robin is becoming less and less cute. Robin looked at Enel, who was becoming increasingly crazy. It was hard for him to imagine what he had been through. Try to attach your arm to someone else's body. Red dragged the bruised and battered Enel to be his test subject. Just played, Logia will try to see if it can grow on him. When Enel knelt down for the 5th time and confessed, I am just a salted fish, Robin's hand flower successfully grew on Enel. Perona is MVP, Enel is the easy winner. Perona was floating beside and learning the characters, when she suddenly found her ghost dancing on Robin's palm. They seem to like you very much, we are really good friends. Under the moonlight, Robin's pen suddenly stopped on a page of documents. Mr. Red, the Joey Boy's promise, mentioned here. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Red closed the book and brought a cup of hot milk. Originally, my mission tonight was to go to bed early and grow up healthy, but I have a very big surprise for you, Enel. Yes, Captain. Hey, remember how I trained your observation hockey? I remember it well, Captain. Enel tapped his finger and activated the 10 zombies that Moria had accidentally placed at the door. Zombies, listen up. Capture Robin. Stay alert even in your sleep. Red's figure gradually faded into mist. If you get caught, you'll have to train for an extra half hour. If you keep getting caught, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Perona was sleeping soundly with her stuffed bear when she was suddenly yanked into the air by Robin's blossoming arms. Below her, the zombies barely brushed past her nightgown. Red, advertisement? We'll be no longer friends for 5 minutes. Red laughed. Ha 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 ha, breaking up isn't going to work. Now think about how you're going to sleep. Don't worry about Perona. The zombies won't hurt him. You know, Moria zombies don't sleep. Come on, Robin, I'm rooting for you. Red said, Bulu Bulu, Makino's Den Den Mushi, gurgle, gurgle, After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Red was visibly happy. Everyone, Red's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy, leave immediately and return to East Blue. Robin retracted his blossoming arm and asked softly, what happened? Perona floated over, rarely without playfulness, it's Sister Rouge. Enel put away his playful expression, seeing the captain's expression must be a good thing. I'll go activate the lightning propulsion. The Oro Jackson quietly sailed into the port of Windmill Village in the night. Red stood at the bow as the blood mist spread silently, shrouding the entire ship in a hazy mist, avoiding the sight of the marine patrol. We're here, he said softly, with a rare hint of nervousness in his voice. Perona floated beside him, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Master Red, why did we have to sneak back in the middle of the night? Moria's shadow emerged from the crack in the deck, grinning sinisterly, hee. Because some people don't want to alert the marine. Robin stood quietly at the side of the ship. Ret saved him from destruction. Ret's family was his family. She held a notebook in her hand, a gift she prepared for the new family she was about to meet. The lights in Makino's tavern were still on, and a warm yellow light streamed through the windows onto the cobblestones. The moment Red pushed open the door, the wind chimes rang crisply. Welcome light. Makino's voice stopped abruptly, and the tray in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Her eyes instantly reddened. Red, you. I heard you're an uncle now, so I had to come back and visit. Red grinned, but his eyes passed her and looked at the closed door of the inner room. How's Sister Rouge? Makino wiped her eyes. Mother and child are safe. They're twins, a boy and a girl. The brother is named Ace, and the sister is named Anne. She suddenly lowered her voice. Mr. Garp is also here. He insisted on becoming their grandfather. A vein jumped in Rhett's forehead. That old B*******************. D. Wow. Chapter 91. A chaotic night. Suddenly, a baby's loud cry could be heard from the back room, followed by Garp's signature laugh. Ha ha ha. This kid's punches are really powerful, as expected of Rogers, ahem, as expected of Lousy's grandson. Rhett rushed in with a dark face and pulled back the curtain. Garp, you're so noisy, don't disturb Sister Rouge's rest. Before he finished speaking, his gaze fixed on the bed. Rouge sat leaning against the head of the bed, her face pale but with a gentle smile. She held two babies in her arms, one of which Garp was clumsily lifting high, while the other was curled quietly in her arms, its tiny hands clutching a lock of its mother's golden hair. Rhett. Rouge called softly, looking at Rhett tenderly, you're back. Rhett stood there, his throat constricting. The pirate career of these years, full of swords and swords, now made him feel helpless. Why didn't he get this feeling when Shanks and Buggy came on board? Shanks is the future emperor. Buggy is the new 4 emperors of the future. Maybe Rhett can't treat him like a child at all. Garp tucked the crying into his arms and said, why are you standing there? Hug the kids. Wait. Why is this kid so soft? Rhett held the baby stiffly, and the blood mist unconsciously converged to ultimate, for fear of hurting him. Shanks and Buggy, aren't we soft when we're kids? Love fades, right? And opened her round eyes, suddenly giggled, and patted his face with her little hands. Perona and Robin crowded at the door, their eyes sparkling, so small, so cute. Moria's shadow quietly stretched out, poking Anne's cheek, only to be grabbed by the baby. The usually sinister shadow killer panicked. Ha. Let go, my shadow's a little cold. Garp frantically held the crying Ace. The veteran marine, now sweating profusely, said, don't cry, little brat. I've tried my best. Red mocked him mercilessly. You're holding the baby upside down, you idiot old man. A baby's head should be supported. If you hold Ace upside down, he'll definitely cry. Huh? When I was leading Dorag. So he's off to start a revolution now? Red put Anne down and snatched Ace from him, holding the back of the baby's neck steadily with one hand while patting the swaddling clothes with the other. See, that's professionalism, old man. Ace's crying immediately subsided, blinking his tears and looking at Red curiously. Garp's eyes widened. How could you? Shanks' Buggy is 3 and still wets the bed. Red deftly shook out the diaper. Who do you think is in charge of the trainees on Roger's ship? Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Makino looked at Garp's flushed face and quickly handed him the prepared milk powder. Mr. Garp, would you like to try this? Garp took the bottle and stuffed it into Anne's mouth as if he was facing a great enemy. Cough. Cough cough. Shao shao. Anne's face turned red from choking. Don't put it so deep in her mouth. Red rushed forward and snatched the bottle. A newborn can't control the strength. Rouge lay in bed. Jonan smiled. Mr. Garp, why don't you? No. Garp rolled up his sleeves. I have to learn how to change diapers today. 10 minutes later. Ace urinated accurately on Garp's face. Robin silently used his ability to conjure 3 hands. One to hand over a towel, one to hold down the struggling Ace, and one to cover Perona's mouth as she laughed too loudly. You idiot. Garp wiped his face and suddenly grinned. But you're still very energetic, you really look like my grandson. Red rolled his eyes. He had given up. Garp was determined to take advantage of Roger and himself. He lifted Ace up to Garp's eye level. Look carefully, Ace's name is Gold D. Ace. He's mine now too. To the outside world, he can only be Monkey D. Ace. Garp suddenly lowered his voice, but you, he pointed behind Red. Red turned around and saw Shao and grabbing his black-tied great sword leaning against the wall. This girl is quite active. Red was particularly attentive to this child who might have died in the original storyline. Late at night, Garp and Red sat side by side on the roof of the tavern. Honestly, Garp took a sip of his wine. You're a better parent than I am. Red looked out at the sea and said, I have experience. After all, I've raised 2 children. The 2 men clinked the wine bottles together, and under the moonlight, the sounds of babies crying could be heard. Garp suddenly jumped up. What's going on? I'm hungry. Red calmly pulled out 2 bottles. Remember to test the temperature this time. Never mind, mixing formula is murder. After a busy night, at dawn, Garp sat on the roof again with a bottle of wine and was unusually quiet. Advertisement Red jumped up and tossed him a bag of donuts. What? You're so happy being a grandpa that you don't even want to be Marine anymore, Red teased. Garp took a sip of his drink and suddenly said, that Sengoku guy figured out Ace's identity. Red was not surprised, but he won't tell. Garp looked at the sun rising over the horizon. Just like what happened in the Valley of the Gods. There are some secrets that the Marine brass keep tacitly. As long as Ace's identity remains hidden from the world, and you and I are here, we 2 siblings will be safe enough. The 2 were silent for a moment, and then Garp suddenly grinned. But that brat's sister, Anne, is my real granddaughter. Red rolled his eyes. Did Rouge agree? Of course, Garp said confidently. I've even chosen the venue for my granddaughter's wedding. It's Marineford. They'll continue to inherit my legacy and become Marines, ha 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 ha. It's just a fantasy, but I'm going to chop you down right now. Do you really want to be my dad? Watch out, Garp. The 2 of them didn't really fight, they were just joking. They had just coaxed the 2 little ones to sleep. If the noise here got louder and woke them up, they would go crazy. Robin, that doll, I want to stay here. His future is not on my ship. Garp held his nose. 1 is fine, 2 is fine, 3 is no big deal. Red warned, if you dare put them in the hands of bandits, I will kill you. Garp paused picking his nose. He actually had this idea. In the morning light, Rouge carried Anne out of the tavern. The baby was sleeping soundly in her mother's arms, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes. Just now Ace accidentally kicked her when she was crying. Perona floated with excitement. I can teach Anne, right? I will definitely train Anne to be the cutest Princess Mononoke. Robin gently touched Anne's hand and whispered, I can teach her to read. Enel squatted on the eaves and snorted coldly. Troublesome kid. But he was suddenly knocked over by Moria's shadow, and fell into the pile of diapers that Makino had just hung out to dry. Moria's love for her child also broke out. Just act like a chunibyo, Enel, your heartnet was not closed last night. Red watched this scene and suddenly remembered Roger's drunken ramblings. Haha. When Lousy has kids, we're going to form a 2nd-generation pirates group. He looked down at Ace in his arms. The little guy had grabbed his collar at some point, drooling in his sleep. Captain. Red whispered, you be ****************** D. You saved the best treasure for yourself. 3 days later, at dusk, the Bruma Jackson set sail again. Rouge stood at the dock, holding 2 babies in her arms, with Robin and Rouge beside her. Ace waved his arms restlessly, while Anne quietly watched the ship gradually disappear into the distance. Chapter 92. Tesoro Calls. In this relaxed atmosphere, Perona, feed me peanuts, the journey of the Bruma Jackson continues. He left Robin in Windmill Village. It was Robin's wish whether to leave or stay. At least he would not have to live that kind of displaced life. This reminded Red of the feeling he had when he was about to leave Roger's group. Red was not stingy in teaching them that they had to walk their own path. See Circle Calendar, 1506. You're right, 6 years have passed in a flash. I postponed something important, and regrettably, I changed the time. It would be too much to force a fix, so I moved it back. I'll fix it if I haven't forgotten. If you're a historian, you're right. You can think of it as the butterfly effect caused by Red's time travel. The current Red is able to challenge the peak Whitebeard and play against the young 3 admirals. 1 Volt 1 can be easily won, 1 Volt 3 can be won very reluctantly, 1 Volt 1 can be beaten by Marine Vice Admiral Garp and he just turns around and runs away. Moria reached the level of Shichibukai, and Enel, after years of brutal training, barely reached the level of mid-level Shichibukai, but it was quite a stretch, not much higher than the original plot. Nearly 6 years had passed since Red rescued Tessero. On a seemingly peaceful voyage, the Den Mushi Red left for Tessero suddenly rang, inviting Red to visit him. 6 years ago, Red rescued Tezulo and Stella from the bloody auction house in the Sabaody archipelago. Now, they are no longer slaves, but the masters of this bustling city. Tezulo stood on the top floor of the Golden Casino, overlooking the brightly lit streets below. His fingers gently stroked the gold ring on his left hand, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now he does not wear 9 rings like in the original book but only 1, which is the proof of his love with Stella. Lord Tessero, Lord Red's ship has arrived, a servant reported respectfully. Is it finally here? A hint of anticipation flashed in Tessero's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned and walked towards the back of the room, where Stella was sitting at the piano playing something. There was still a faint scar on her knee, a mark left by the celestial dragons, but her eyes were no longer filled with fear, but with peace. Stella, the king is here, Tezulo said softly. The piano music stopped. Stella looked up, a gentle smile on her lips. That adult? I'm really looking forward to meeting him. Tezulo walked over to her and gently held her hand. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. I'm really looking forward to the expression on that adult's face when he sees what's happening now. Stella nodded, her eyes flashing with gratitude. Yes, he gave us a second life. At the harbor, Rhett's ship slowly approached the shore. Advertisement, wow. This place is so rich, isn't it? It's like Sky Island. Perona floated in the air, looking around excitedly, there's gold everywhere. Moria snorted coldly. HMPH, the taste of a nouveau riche. Rhett's funny face. Yo, it seems someone is jealous. I seem to remember someone's boat was called something like the Devil's Dow, right? It seems to be leaking. Moria Shark Teeth said, I don't know who it is, but they have a ship but can't operate it themselves, and they have to kidnap innocent pirates to work for them. Rhett and Moria head to head. The fight begins. Want to fight, a-hole? Come on, Captain B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Mortals are always obsessed with such tacky things. Rhett moved Moria's head to the side and didn't fight seriously. Rhett really couldn't push against Moria's long neck. What a shameless person. Rhett curled his lips. You're so childish. This captain is a magnanimous man and won't argue with you. Let me show you that Enel is only the third crew member of the Nirvana. He can only be ranked fourth.
At this moment, a team of attendants in gorgeous clothes lined up in an orderly manner, led by Tesoro. Lord Rhett. Tezulo knelt on one knee, his posture respectful but not humble. Welcome to your territory. Rhett looked him up and down, grinning playfully. Yo, you're doing pretty well, Tezulo. Tezulo stood up straight, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Thanks to you. Stella walked over slowly and saluted Rhett. Mr. Rhett, long time no see. Rhett waved his hand. Long time no see, Miss Stella. Tezulo pulled Stella down on one knee and said, Captain Rhett, thank you for pulling us back from hell, Vice Admiral. We were in such a hurry that we didn't really thank you. Rhett waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't bother with that. You called me to get food, didn't you? I'm starving. Tezulo chuckled. Of course, I've prepared a feast, please follow me. Advertisement. In the banquet hall, long tables were filled with delicacies and fine wines exuded an enticing aroma. Rhett sat down without hesitation, grabbed a roasted whole leg of lamb and started chewing on it. Tell me, what do you want from me? Tezulo sat across from him, fingers intertwined, and spoke slowly. In the past 6 years, I have followed your instructions and accumulated enough money and power. Oh, Rhett raised an eyebrow. So, a sharp glint flashed in Tezulo's eyes. I want to prove to you that I am worthy enough to board your ship. Rhett scoffed. Just this gold. Tezulo shook his head. No, based on this. He raised his hand and waved, and the servant immediately handed him a document. Rhett glanced at it, his brows raised slightly. It was a list of a bribery network within the world government, involving hundreds of Marine high-ranking officials and nobles. Money corrupts everything, including the Marines. Justice, Tessero's voice was low and dangerous. If you wish, I can make the Marines and part of the world government's combat power, our pawns. Rhett stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, not bad, Tezulo, you're funnier than I thought. Tezulo raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then, my value. Rhett nodded. He had expected Tessero to succeed, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. It looked like Tessero had also obtained the gold fruit. All right, I approve of you. A flash of excitement flashed in Tezulo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. But before that, please enjoy the show I have prepared for you. Tezulo's smile gradually turned cold. CP0 has set its sights on this place. Rhett grinned. Just in time to stretch my legs. Tezulo bowed slightly, stopping Rhett from rising. Lord Rhett, you don't need to take action. I've prepared a viewing platform with a great view for you. I will prove to you that I am worthy of your bloody dawn. Tezulo has his own ambitions. He wants to become the second Pluton Rayleigh. If Rhett wants to become the Pirates' King, he will be the Pirates' King's right-hand man. If Rhett wants to be the king of the world, he is Rhett's Minister of Frontier Development. I will become a sharp knife that pierces the enemy's heart, for the captain and glory. Chapter 93 Tesoro performs for you. The Golden Casino was still brightly lit at night, and the nobles, who were living a life of luxury, were immersed in the carnival, completely unaware that a storm was about to come. Tezulo stood in front of the French window, tapping lightly on the glass with his fingertips, reflecting his cold smile. Lord Tesoro, CP0 has sneaked into the city and is expected to arrive at the casino in 10 minutes. A bodyguard in black reported in a low voice. How many people? 12 people, led by White Snake, Abraham. Tezulo's pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed the gold ring on his left hand. Abraham, is that so? He murmured softly, and a ferocious arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stella stood behind him, her slender fingers gently resting on his shoulders. Lord Red has arrived at the viewing platform. He said he is looking forward to your performance. Tezulo shook his head, his eyes burning with cold anger. Okay, this time, I'm going to crush them myself. Stella gave Tezulo a hug. My dear, be safe, I will wait for you to come back. Tezulo responded with a gentle kiss. I will. I want to write more details, but I think most of our readers don't want to read it, so I skipped it. 12 dark shadows shuttled through the dark alleys of the Golden City like ghosts, their white suits rustling in the night wind. White suits are standard. Family, I have an idea. I want to make my own suits and sell them to the world government. I want to make a fortune. Target confirmed. Guild Tessero, a former celestial dragon slave who, in just a few years, became the user of the gold fruit, the Golden Emperor of the underworld. He is suspected of having a business relationship with Rhett. Abraham's voice was low and hoarse. 5 elders order, eliminate. However, the moment they stepped into the casino door. Welcome, distinguished guests. Tezulo sat at the end of the table, legs crossed, fiddling with a gold coin between his fingers. His smile was elegant and dangerous, a smile he had been waiting for. Abraham narrowed his eyes. Did you know we were coming? Tezulo chuckled. Of course, after all, money can buy everything you want. Of course, this includes your lives. Let me clarify one thing here. This isn't a trade. You're just my poor performance for the king. Before he finished speaking, he clenched his fists. Gold domination. The entire casino floor, walls, and ceiling instantly transformed into flowing gold. The ground beneath the CP0 crowd suddenly collapsed, and countless golden tentacles coiled around them like lion majesty. What? The entire castle is made of gold. Get out of here. Tessero slowly stood up, and under his control, the gold turned into a huge battle axe, which he carried on his shoulder. Do you really think I'm still the slave who knelt and begged for mercy? The battle broke out in an instant. Advertisement. CP0 agent, White Snake, Abraham took the lead, and the 6th style, Shave, approached instantly, and the finger pistol went straight for Tezuro's throat. However, clang. The golden battle axe blocked the attack, and Tessero chopped it back with a heavy blow. Abraham was forced to retreat, but the gold under his feet suddenly bulged and turned into a spike that pierced his shoulder. Captain. The other CP0 members roared and rushed forward. Tempest Kick, Iron Body, Paper Arts, all 6 styles were activated. But Tezulo just sneered. Gold Divine Punishment. The entire casino collapsed. Countless gold transformed into a massive wave, engulfing all the CP0 members. Liquid gold seeped into their mouths, noses, blood vessels, and even their internal organs. Ahem. This is the gold dust just now. Tezulo strolled through the golden hell, looking down at his struggling enemies. You celestial dragons' lackeys love to mark slaves with brands, right? He raised his hand and shook it. Now, it's your turn. Amidst shrill screams, golden slave brands appeared on the bodies of all CP0 members, and then burst. The gold exploded from within, and the 12 corpses turned into dazzling gold dust, floating in the night wind. In the viewing platform, Red leaned against the wall and looked at the battlefield through the glass. Tisk, that's really cruel. Enel complained. Why are they so similar when fighting with the captain, crazy and pretentious? Red flashed behind Enel with a smile and said in a gentle yet sinister tone, Young Enel, did you just say I was handsome, or was I pretending? Enel swallowed hard, feeling that if he didn't give a good answer, he would be sent flying. Hey Captain, Tessero is back. Enel saw Tessero as if he saw a savior. Tessero walked out of the ruins, and the golden battle axe turned into a ring and was put back on his hand. How is it, Lord Rhett? Are my qualifications sufficient? Rhett stared at him for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. Not bad. Although your fighting skills are a little less impressive than mine, I approve of you. Advertisement. Tezulo knelt on one knee and touched his chest with his right hand. Then, from this day forward, my money, my power, my life, all are given to you. When everyone saw Tezulo kneeling on one knee, they also knelt on one knee towards Red to show their loyalty. Red was serious for only 3 seconds before he burst out laughing. Why are you all so immature all of a sudden? This is a bit awkward. Then Red waved his hand and shouted, let us turn this world upside down together. Everyone, you are not much lighter than us. In this casino, at the highest position in the middle, the pirates' flag of Crimson Dawn was erected. This is also another island where the Red Pirates group was established. Tezulo knelt on one knee, his right hand on his chest. Behind him were his subordinates who had just sworn allegiance, and Red, who was standing at the highest point. Everyone looked at each other, then burst into laughter. Moria shrugged, Captain, it was you who acted stupid first. Enel rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's turning the world upside down. Red glared at him. Young Enel, are you trying to fly off again? Enel immediately shut up and stood still. At this moment, a slender figure walked out from the crowd. Stella. But her steps were firm and deliberate. She walked over to Ret, took a deep breath, and then knelt on one knee. Lord Ret, I have a favor to ask of you. Ret raised an eyebrow. Huh. Stella, what are you doing? Tezulo was also stunned. Stella. Stella raised her head, a determined light flashing in her eyes. Please allow me to join your pirates group. The whole audience was silent. Ret touched his chin. Oh, why? My pirates are very dangerous. You're in great danger on my ship. Stella slowly spread out her palm, and a soft green light appeared on her palm. I am a healer who ate the UU fruit. Half a year ago, Tezulo bought this fruit with gold, and it healed my leg injury. But its abilities go far beyond that, she whispered. I can heal wounds, and I can also soothe people's hearts. Red narrowed his eyes. Comforting. Stella smiled slightly. For example, I can calm you down when you are down, and I can also calm people down when they are full of fighting spirit. Red's first reaction was the Marine General Crane's washing fruit, which can wash away people's fighting spirit. What kind of negative priest is this? Red was really tempted. You know, things that play with people's hearts are quite scary, but he still looked at Tezulo. He knew that Stella was Tezulo's life. Chapter 94. The couple sets sail. Tezulo's expression was complicated. Shock, hesitation, struggle, and finally determination. He took a deep breath, walked to Stella's side, and knelt on one knee as well. Lord Ret, this is her choice, and my request. Ret raised an eyebrow. Oh, aren't you afraid something might happen to her? Tezulo clenched his fists, his gold rings growing slightly hot. I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid of binding her wings. Stella gently held Tezulo's hand, and they smiled at each other. Ret, waiting for the flowers to bloom. When the peach blossoms fell, I was in love with someone. This sour smell. Ret stared at them for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. All right, you two can get on the boat together, right? From now on, if there's a fight, the husband will be in the front while the wife will be in the back treating. How much dog food will I have to eat in the days to come? Everyone laughed. Perona floated over and poked the green light in Stella's palm curiously. Wow. Can it really heal wounds? Stella nodded slightly, and a green light enveloped Perona's finger. A small scratch left during yesterday's training healed instantly. How amazing. Perona's eyes lit up. Enel snorted coldly. God cannot be hurt. Ret slapped him on the back of the head. You're just a tough guy. Who was the one who stayed in bed for 3 days after fighting with Marine? Enel covered his head and squatted in the corner, drawing circles. Ret turned to Stella and asked, but, you just said, soothing. Stella nodded. Yes, my ability can affect emotions. For example, calming down an angry person, or giving courage to a fearful person. Ret rubbed his chin. Interesting. Can you demonstrate it? Stella smiled slightly, and the green light in her palm suddenly became deeper. The next second, mist god style. Ghost flash. Ret's figure suddenly disappeared, and the black tide sword slashed straight at Stella's face. Tezulo just watched quietly. He knew that Lord Ret would not hurt her. Stella needed a chance to prove herself. This was something she had fought for herself. However, the blade stopped abruptly an inch away from her forehead. Ret's pupils shrank slightly. His murderous intent actually dissipated a little the moment the blade touched the green light. Hey, he put away his sword and grinned. Not bad. Can it even wash away my fighting spirit? Ret's strength will be affected by the Emperor. I can't imagine her lethality compared to him. Advertisement. Ret suddenly thought of a picture. Stella touched the enemy's head and said, don't be afraid, the bad guys have all been driven away. Stella's forehead was covered with sweat, but her smile was still gentle. It's only temporary. When facing a truly strong person, the effect will be greatly reduced. Ret laughed heartily. That's enough. Next time before you fight, cast a demented halo on your enemy. Those who often have their intelligence reduced know how vicious a curse the aura of reduced intelligence is. Tezulo breathed a sigh of relief and helplessly held his forehead. Lord Ret. Ret waved his hand. Don't worry. Anyway, with a wicked smile on his face, he suddenly leaned close to Tessero's ear and lowered his voice. You. Tezulo's face instantly turned red. Lord Ret. Everyone. Enel poked his head out from the corner, making the same funny face as Rhett. Captain, you are so hopelessly wretched. You are not an old. Rhett. Shut up. Do you believe that Lousy asked you to fly out and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? As the night deepens, the neon lights of the Golden City become brighter and brighter. Rhett kicked open the door to the casino's VIP box and walked in with the air of a wealthy boss. Guys. Boss Tai will pay for everything tonight. Everyone cheered. Oh. Tesoro held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Lord Rhett, are you going to bankrupt you? Rhett put his arm around his shoulders and grinned. Don't give me that. Your casino makes enough money in one night to buy 10 warships. Stella covered her mouth and chuckled. It doesn't matter, everyone just have fun tonight. Perona floated to Stella, her eyes sparkling. Sister Stella. Let's go shopping. The clothes here are super beautiful. Moria collapsed on the sofa, holding a bucket of popcorn. Shopping. But I prefer lying down. Moria is still very handsome now, but for some reason after getting on Rhett's ship. Except when fighting. He is very powerful, but the rest of the time he exudes a faint smell of salty fish, and is getting closer to the fat house Moria. Enel crossed his legs, a look of disdain on his face. It's just mortal entertainment, but it can only make a god like me feel happy. Rhett picked up a pillow and slammed it into his face. FK it. Then go to the deck and meditate. Enel silently puts the pillow under his butt. Rhett sat down at the gambling table and waved his hand. Come on. Let's have something exciting. The dealer trembled nervously. Please, what would you like to play? Advertisement. The dealer is not stupid. He didn't see his boss and just stood behind him obediently. What kind of boss is he? Rhett grinned. Let's play. Rock, paper, scissors. Lousy throws his fist, and you throw anything else, and you lose. Dealer. Isn't this just blatant robbery? You're really not even pretending, are you? Tezulo sighed and waved his hand at the dealer. Do as he says, put the losses on my account. Moria looked at Rhett with disdain. Captain, if you can't afford it, then don't play. How about we try it together? Of course Rhett was not afraid, so he picked up Laboon. There were dried fish piled up in front of Rhett and Laboon when they entered the arena. The opponent was Laboon after all. Rhett was afraid that he would lose without Moria, so he planned to test his own strength first. If he was stronger, he would kill Moria. The dealer is afraid of him, but Laboon is not afraid of him. Before the game, Rhett boasted, I'm known as the Pirates, Gambling King, and Laboon is watching my performance. 10 minutes later, Rhett smacked his lips. Hey, Laboon, you lose. Rhett looked at the pile of dried fish in front of him, while Laboon only had a few pieces of dried fish left. If Laboon relied purely on luck, then Rhett was simply shameless. Don't get me wrong, Rhett didn't use any dirty tricks. Laboon is easy to guess, it's either paper or rock, because Laboon can't compete with scissors. Laboon looked at Rhett, then at the dried fish in front of him, and then at Rhett again. As if convinced, he nodded. Woo, this is the dried fish from the last game for you. He handed over a piece of the dried fish he had just lost. Moria really couldn't stand it anymore. Maybe it was because Moria had raised little Perona, he just couldn't stand seeing Rhett bullying children. Captain, can you be a little more shameless? Come on, let's play. Rhett threw the dried fish in his hand over there. Oh my, this is so boring. Rhett finally realized that he had no talent at all. It takes 10 rounds to beat Laboon by 1, and the rest are the same as Laboon's. It is obvious that I can't lose. What should I do after losing money compared to Moria? He turned to look at Tezulo. What kind of fun project do you have? Something hands-on. Everyone looked at Rhett with contempt, even our most adorable Laboon, in order to not show contempt. Covering my face with my own fins, I better block it to save the captain's face. Chapter 95 Rhett bursts into tears, extra chapter for a real person. The corner of Moria's mouth twitched. He knew that Rhett had a flexible bottom line, but he didn't expect that after Rhett bullied the child, he would overturn the table when the parents came. Moria had lost count of how many times he had despised his own captain. Tezulo thought for a moment and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. How about, try the golden arena? In the center of the huge amphitheater, Rhett, carrying a large sword, looked excited. What are the rules? Tezulo stood on the platform and shouted, it's simple, defeat all enemies. But there is a small limitation. He snapped his fingers, and countless golden cages suddenly rose from the ground, imprisoned inside. Marine Pseudo-Commodore class humanoid golden puppet. Rhett's eyes lit up. Oh, you made it with your powers. Tezulo nodded. The combat data of these puppets comes from the generals of the naval headquarters. Of course, their strength is only 70% of the original body. Rhett grinned. That's enough. Tezulo stopped Rhett and said, Captain, you only need to allow the use of the Commodore's power. This thing is very expensive. I know. The battle broke out instantly. The golden puppets attacked at the same time, 6 styles, swordsmanship. Rhett laughed. Mist God style. Nirvana. The scarlet sword light swept across the entire venue like a storm, and the golden puppets exploded one after another, turning into golden powder all over the sky. Everyone in the viewing stand was stunned. Enel curled his lips. Tisk, you just want to act cool. Moria munched on popcorn. This destructive power is really cool, very much like our captain's style. Perona covered her eyes. Sigh. Lord Rhett. Stella, however, smiled as she gazed at the battlefield, a faint green light emanating from her palms. Lord Rhett's mood is very cheerful. The next day, Tezulo and Stella also boarded Rhett's boat. Rhett poked Tezulo with a grin. Hey, you're just getting on board, and you don't care about your property anymore. Tezulo shook his head. Captain, please correct me. This is your property. If your reputation can't suppress these people, I have no choice. Anyway, I'm on board. Rhett looked at Tezulo and said, No, buddy, can you please change back and give me back the Tezulo from last night? Tezulo shook his head and said, My henchmen are all filled with gold dust. Their lives depend on me. As for worrying about others coming to mess things up, I have Den Mushi. I believe if they come to mess things up tonight, we can reach their doorstep tomorrow. Right, 3.5 billion, Captain Rhett. Advertisement. Rhett put his hands on his hips and laughed up to the sky. That's right, that's very well said. Tezulo. And Captain, let's not talk about the fact that I have bribed some officials of the world government. This place is located in the New World, and the world government cannot reach here. I have already spread the word that this is your property. Do you know how many pirates are willing to take the heads of troublemakers as a token of their loyalty? No one in the Pirate King's crew wants to step on you, the madman who killed celestial dragons, to gain fame. Tezulo was waiting for Rhett's praise, but nothing happened after waiting for a while. Tezulo looked back and saw Rhett looking at him with tears in her eyes. Tezulo was hugged tightly by Rhett, his body was covered with snot and tears, and his whole face was black. Ship, Captain, please let go first. Tesoro tried to push Rhett away, but the other party clung to him like an octopus and refused to let go. Tezulo, you understand me so well. Rhett howled heartbreakingly, I finally have a reliable crew member. Tesoro's face was full of black lines. He pushed Rhett's face away, but Rhett refused to let go. To know who was on Rhett's ship. Salty Moria, math genius, Perona, cute little steel egg Laboon, middle school youth Enel, the remnant of the old world and the bad captain, none of them are reliable, the old captain took on the great responsibility. Roger was executed at the age of 53. In the past 8 years, Rhett is actually 45 years old, but his fruit ability has kept him in his 20s. In contrast, Tesoro is not too reliable, and he also brings his close sister Stella with him. Stella covered her mouth and chuckled, a faint green light emanating from her palm, and she gently pressed on Rhett's back. Calm down, Lord Rhett. Swish. Rhett didn't resist. Rhett's emotions calmed down instantly. As soon as his tears stopped, he let go of Tezulo and wiped his face. Well, okay, let's get down to business. Everyone, your mood changes so quickly, don't you? Pants. Advanced sound effects. Rhett was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a mountain of Pele's in front of him. He was holding a 10,000 yuan Pele in his hand and playing, Who Can Fly the Farthest paper plane, with Perona. To be honest, Rhett has no feelings for Bailey anymore. If he needs money, he can go to Sky Island and get some, or even rob some. Look at me, bloody bomber. Rhett threw the paper money plane with force, and it accurately hit the top hat of Laboon who was eating dried fish. Achoo. Laboon sneezed, and the gust of air smashed Enel's newly built, Thor Gundam, model into pieces. Enel was furious. You idiots. Tezulo's temples throbbed. Quote. Do you know how many warships this money could buy? Rhett turned around, a bright smile on his face. Good morning, Tezulo. All the money you need is here. If you don't have enough, just go rob some more. Perona held up 3 paper airplanes of different denominations. The 1,000 denomination Bailey is good for diving, and the 10,000 denomination Bailey is good for gliding. Advertisement. Tezulo took a deep breath and suddenly took out a golden abacus from the inside pocket of his suit. Snap. The crisp sound of beads colliding made the entire ship quiet in an instant. The audit will begin now. 3 hours later. The captain spent 40 million Baileys to buy Sky Island's specialty, the Octopus Hot Air Balloon, which actually has a market value of 3 million. Perona claimed 10 million Baileys under the guise of ghost training, but it was later verified that the money was used to purchase 300 limited edition Gothic dresses. Enel claims to have spent 60 million berries worth of gold on developing new moves, but he has a life-size figurine in his room. Only Laboon spending 1,000 Baileys to buy a room full of dried fish is acceptable, and I would like to give him special mention for encouragement. Laboon adjusted his hat and straightened his chest. Rhett tried to argue, but he's really ugly. Rhett shopping. You are either very good looking or very ugly. Everyone listened and planned to slip away. Stop right there. Tesoro's gold ring suddenly glowed, and the entire gold storage room was instantly coated with a golden film, even the door handle was covered in gold. From today on, I will manage the finances of Bloody Dawn. Now I want to enact some laws on our ship, which I hope everyone, including the captain, will obey. Article 1 of the regulation. All expenditures must be signed by both Tesoro and Stella. Stella gently added, I'll give everyone some pocket money, which made Perona and Laboon smile. Article 2. Anyone found embezzling public funds will be forced to sweep the decks until the next island. Enel protested. How could God? Tesoro. Violators will have all their life-size figures confiscated. Enel. I'll sweep. Special provisions of the regulations. Each crew member has a weekly snack budget of 100,000 Baileys. Any excess must be deducted from combat performance. The specific deduction amount is subject to the final interpretation of the author. Red wails. This is tyranny. That night, Tezulo recorded the details of the Crimson Dawn pirates' assets in the account book. Stella smiled and handed him hot cocoa. Actually, you're enjoying it, right? It's like taking care of a group of problem children. Tesoro looked at the surveillance screen. This was Tesoro's development of the Golden Gold Fruit, the boss supervision mode, which was to install surveillance. Red was sneaking around and trying to use his abilities to atomize the golden door lock. Moria Perona is teaching negative ghosts to forge signatures. Only Laboon was contentedly eating his dried fish. Enel cursed and used thunder metal to repair the gold furniture he had smashed. Quote. Tesoro held his forehead and drank the cocoa. Tomorrow we'll have to add another one. Compensation for damages to public service. Chapter 96. Tezulo makes another discovery. Tezulo stood on the deck, the nautical chart in his hand rustling in the sea breeze. His brows were furrowed, and his knuckles tapped against the golden abacus, making a crisp metallic sound. He originally thought that his captain should be a very reliable person, just like the one who saved him and Stella from the celestial dragons that day, which was reassuring. Off course again, he muttered softly, his eyes scanning the blurry horizon in the distance. The Oro Jackson had been lingering in the same waters for 2 full days. Moria's shadow emerged from the crack in the deck and yawned lazily. He. Didn't the captain say, follow your gut? We've always done that. Feelings. Tezulo sneered, pointing to the compass needle, which was spinning like a drunk. If this continues, we'll either crash into the calm belt or be surrounded by marine patrols. Perona floated over, hugging Laboon, looking innocent. But doesn't the eternal hand point to the next island? 23 needles, pointing in 23 directions. Tezulo finally exploded. Have any of you ever really looked at the nautical chart? Red was basking in the sun when he saw the commotion on the deck. Don't worry, Tezulo, he's not in New World right now. We're seafarers, so it's okay for us to spend a few bucks in this weather. Don't worry. Besides, we have energy to propel us, so the calm belt won't be a problem. Tezulo, don't be so nervous, he grinned, the sea will guide us. Tezulo took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Captain, our current route has completely deviated from the plan. If this continues. A plan. Red waved his hand. What plan? Adventure is all about the unknown. Besides, we don't have one. Red was not in a hurry to go to Raftel now. He had been rejected once, so he planned to wait. Enel crouched in the corner, tiny flashes of lightning dancing on his fingertips. Mortals are troublesome. If it were me, I'd just fly over there. Tezuro's temples were throbbing. He never expected that they were a group of problem children. The only reason they were able to survive until he got on the boat was because of their strong strength. Captain, could you please reply to the status of killing celestial dragons that day? He was so reliable at that time. As night fell, the sea suddenly became unusually calm. It's too quiet. There's nothing we can do. Without a professional navigator, Tesoro can only pay more attention. Tezulo stood at the stern, his golden ring gleaming coldly in the moonlight. His observation Hawkeye vaguely detected something strange, the direction of the sea water flow was wrong. Advertisement. Everyone, alert immediately, he shouted, turning around suddenly. But it was too late. On the distant horizon, a dark line slowly rose, that was not the night, but a huge wave as high as 100 meters. Tsunami. Perona screamed and hugged Laboon tightly. Laboon grew bigger and protected Perona tightly. It was obvious that these two little ones were inseparable. Moria's shadow suddenly expanded. Hey. This is interesting. I can just split this tsunami apart. Red's blood boiled, and a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Now that's what we call adventure. Go ahead, Moria, I'm rooting for you. Tezulo grabbed the steering wheel and gritted his teeth. We were carried into the storm by the ocean current. If we didn't have a professional navigator. His words were drowned out by the thunder of the waves. The Oro Jackson pitched in the waves, its mast groaning under the weight. Tezulo held the steering wheel firmly, using his golden power to reinforce key parts of the ship, but his expression grew increasingly grim. This won't work. He gritted his teeth. We need someone who truly understands sailing. Red's figure flickered on the deck, blood mist tearing through the incoming waves, but his voice remained relaxed. Tesoro, don't be so serious. Moria swung the shadow blade madly at the bow. Captain. Tezulo finally lost his patience. This is not a joke. A true pirate ship can't sail by brute force and luck alone. We need someone who can understand the sea. His voice was especially clear in the storm. We need a navigator. When the Oro Jackson rushed out of an unknown sea in a panic, the sky was already turning pale. On the deck, everyone was sitting in a mess. Stella brought Perona and Laboon. I brought some homemade cakes and juice for everyone. Red didn't matter. After all, Red was extremely powerful in their ship's combat power. It could be said that no weather in the Sea of Paradise could cause the Oro Jackson to capsize. Tezulo leaned against the side of the boat. He looked at the faint outline of the island in the distance and shouted to Red Sharktooth, we must find a navigator for the next island. Red wiped the seawater off his face and said with a smile, why, do you feel like you're not strong enough? Tezulo deadpanned, Captain, if you want everyone to be fed to the Sea Kings in the future. Perona floated over and whispered, actually, I think having a professional navigator wouldn't be bad. Advertisement. Red looked at his crew and suddenly grinned. Okay, next stop. He pointed sharply at the island in the distance. Let's find a navigator. As the Oro Jackson slowly approached the seemingly peaceful island, Red's observation Hawkeye captured the complex emotions of the islanders. It was when a girl holding flowers passed by them that the resentment of the crowd reached its peak. It was obvious that someone from the village chief stood up and shouted at everyone to leave. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Without Master Lena, you would all be starving to death. Everyone wanted to refute, but they all stopped talking under the stern gaze of the village chief. Red stepped forward and took out 1,000 Baileys. Old man, I'm asking you about any famous navigators here. Village Chief Bell was about to refuse the money, but when he saw the 1,000 Baileys, he accepted it again. Red could see that Village Chief Bell was also short of money because he was not well dressed. The village chief looked at Red and felt that he didn't seem like a bad person, so he decided to trust his feelings. You don't look like ordinary people. Are you looking for a navigator? You can go see Lena, she is a very good navigator, but... Village Chief Bell invited Red and his friends back to his home. It's just some boiled water, please don't be disgusted. Can Village Chief Bell tell us why Lena is so unpopular? I see that everyone is full of malice when they see her. Village Chief Bell sighed and shook his head. Lena's master was once an experienced sailor. She tried to improve everyone's life by leading the villagers to go fishing. At first, everyone did improve their lives by fishing, and the resources here were abundant. As long as they worked hard, their lives basically got better and better. However, during a sudden tsunami, the village chief was also on the boat. Lena's master had warned everyone not to go any deeper, as they would encounter a tsunami. But wealth and fame are always a distraction, and as you might guess, despite her best efforts to save many people, some villagers were still killed. The families who lost their loved ones vented all their anger on Lena's master. It's all because of you that they were killed. Who asked you to take us out to sea? The villagers' angry shouts were endless. Lena's master and I tried to explain that the disaster was a force of nature, beyond anyone's control, but her words were drowned out by the angry cries. In the end, she could only sadly leave the land she once considered her home, and the islanders also developed a deep prejudice against navigators because of this incident. Chapter 97 Oda, you've done all the bad things. Village Chief Bell sighed deeply, lamenting his misfortune and being angry at his lack of fighting spirit. There is a saying circulating on the island now, navigators are people who invite disaster. With their strange knowledge and skills, they only lead people to unknown dangers. Since then, no one is willing to go to sea anymore. I watched Lena grow up. She once had a younger sister, both of whom were excellent navigators. If it weren't for Marine, well. I opened a small tavern in the village to barely support the two of us. We were also one of the few people willing to trade with the sea. You can't threaten her. I hope she came on board with you voluntarily. Her life shouldn't stop here. She's a poor girl. The village chief shook his head and went back into the house, obviously wanting to see the guest off. Ohara has the most abundant knowledge in the world, but also has the dumbest people in the world. This island has such an excellent navigator, but the people on the island are afraid of the sea. Oda, you have done so many bad things. Let's go, boys, let's go get our navigator. Red kicked open the door of the tavern. In the corner of the tavern, a girl wearing round-framed glasses trembled suddenly, and the flower pot in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. Sorry, I'll clean it up right away. She squatted down in a panic, not caring about the cuts on her slender fingers. She just gasped softly, I messed up again. What caught everyone's eye was a girl with two flaxen pigtails, wearing thick glasses, looking at everyone timidly. Perona drifted over and poked her pigtail curiously. Are you the one who can predict storms? The girl shrank her neck and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, I'm just a flower farmer. Tezulo frowned. Captain, is this really the excellent navigator the village chief mentioned? Red tilted his head, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. He stared at the flustered girl, a playful smile on his lips. Growing flowers. But your hands. Advertisement. In addition to the wounds caused by the pottery shards on the girl's fingers, there were also several calluses. Those were the marks left by years of holding pens and drawing. Tezulo narrowed his eyes, keenly aware of something unusual. Where's your nautical chart? I don't have a nautical chart. The girl looked up suddenly, a flash of panic in her eyes behind her round glasses, but then she lowered her head and spoke in a quieter voice. I just like to grow flowers. Moria's shadow emerged from the cracks in the floor, and he laughed sinisterly. Hehehe. If you lie, your shadow will get longer. Perona floated in front of her and tilted her head. But, in your flower pot. The broken pieces of the flower pot were scattered on the ground, and a piece of yellowed paper was exposed in the dirt. Tezulo strode forward and picked up the paper. It was a hand-drawn nautical chart, marked with storm paths, ocean currents, and even the areas where sea kings often moved. This is not the knowledge of growing flowers. Tezulo said coldly. Red picked up the nautical charts. Why are you burying these things in the ground? It must have been difficult for you to collect them. We won't use it anyway, so we might as well use it as fertilizer to help the flowers grow better. Lena's voice was still timid, and her eyes had lost hope in life. It was a dead silence of shattered ideals. Let me introduce myself. Captain Red of the Crimson Dawn Pirates, a pirate with a bounty of 3.5 billion. I mean, my pirates will give you the freedom to play your part. Because the weather is not yet strong enough to capsize our pirate's ship, don't be stressed, we just don't want to get lost. Lena, you don't want to disappoint your master either. The girl's shoulders trembled slightly. Finally, she took a deep breath, raised her head, and said in a soft voice, but with a hint of determination. Do you really need a navigator? Rhett grinned, his blood mist swirling with excitement. Of course. And it seems we've found the perfect person. Captain, Lena's voice broke the silence, I want to prove myself. If you think I'm capable, can you do me a favor? Rhett raised an eyebrow. Oh, how do you want to prove it? What do you want to ask of us? Lena took a deep breath. In her hand was a nautical chart, the same one she had found in the flowerpot fragments. Her eyes were filled with determination. I want to lead everyone back to the eye of the storm. That's where the real test lies. I want to prove my worth first. Who is Tezulo? An absolute genius in business negotiation. Showing your value will help you make better demands later. It seems like a big deal. Advertisement. Lena lowered her head and I didn't say anything, as if she agreed. Rhett grinned and stopped Tesoro from asking further questions. Well, since you're so confident, let's see what you can do. The Bruma Jackson once again sailed into the dangerous sea. As it got closer to the eye of the storm, the sky became darker, the wind howled, and the waves surged. Lena stood at the bow, holding the nautical chart tightly in her hands, her eyes firm and calm. Moria, Lena suddenly shouted, let your shadow help me stabilize the boat. Rhett was startled and looked at Lena. No, where is that weak girl who spoke so softly just now? But everyone was still very considerate and told Lena their general abilities before coming. After all, this is the requirement of their future navigators. The Crimson Dawn pirates are indeed selecting navigators, and the same outstanding navigators are also selecting them. They can't make mistakes. Moria controlled the shadows and immediately emerged from the cracks in the deck, spreading rapidly and clinging tightly to the hull. The shadows' power allowed the Bruma Jackson to remain relatively stable in the strong wind. Enel, Lena continued to order, use your lightning to control the surrounding air currents and ensure that we are not swept away by the storm. Enel stood up, with brighter lightning dancing on his fingertips. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. The air around him seemed to be shrouded in thunder and lightning. The power of the storm was effectively curbed at this moment. Tezulo watched all this and marveled inwardly. Lena's performance far exceeded his expectations. She not only possessed excellent sailing knowledge, but also demonstrated extraordinary leadership skills. She was like a natural commander on the deck, and every command she gave was precise and decisive. He was still worried that a navigator with such a personality might hesitate at a critical moment and cause trouble. Captain Rhett. Lena turned and shouted to Rhett, please use your blood mist shield to protect the hull and ensure that we will not be hit by a fatal blow. Rhett smiled, and the blood mist quickly condensed into a transparent barrier at his fingertips, covering the entire hull. Chapter 98 Let's go. My navigator. As the Bruma Jackson approached the eye of the storm, Lena's voice became more resolute. This is the most critical moment. Everyone must remain calm. Moria's shadow struggled in the strong wind, but he still persisted. Hehehehe. No problem, leave it to me. The closer they get to the eye of the storm, the more Lena's personality changes. Rhett felt like the pirate's big sister. This wasn't a navigator, this was clearly a bandit leader. Her voice began to become bold, and every instruction was filled with unquestionable authority. Moria, you are still lazy. If you don't stabilize the ship, Perona might worship Enel even more. After all, he controls his whole body very steadily. Lena's voice was threatening. Moria's shadow immediately worked harder, clinging tightly to the hull, ensuring the vessel sailed smoothly on the calm sea. Enel is listening to beauty. Enel, your lightning control is good, but not perfect. Try harder. If that doesn't work, I'll let Laboon take over. I think Laboon is pretty good too. Linehao's tone was as if she was chatting about family matters. She didn't use any swear words, but every word she said was sharp. Enel, I'm not as good as Laboon, how is that possible? The middle school boy was unhappy and increased the intensity of the lightning, going completely crazy. The airflow around him did become more stable. Tezulo watched Lena's performance and secretly admired her. She not only knew how to command, but also how to motivate each crew member to perform at their best. Although her leadership style is tough, her excellent judgment convinces everyone. It is not easy to make these two people behave themselves in such a short time. In the eye of the storm, please follow my instructions, Captain. Please don't be lazy, thank you. Lena's words made Stella couldn't help laughing. Lena now looked like the head of the family, and the kind of extremely serious head of the family. Rhett shook his head with a wry smile, the blood mist dancing gently at his fingertips. Lena, you are really good at this. Lena smiled, but her eyes were still full of determination. Captain, I'm not kidding. If we want to survive on this sea, we must have someone who truly understands sailing. Rhett nodded. He didn't care. Instead, he thought it was pretty good. If a navigator didn't have enough say on the ship, what was the point of having a navigator? The more confident the navigator is in speaking, the more weight he has in his words, and the more it proves that he is a professional navigator. Advertisement. When the Bruma Jackson finally sailed out of the eye of the storm and returned to the calm sea, the atmosphere on the ship became much more relaxed. When the Dawn Nirvana rushed out of the eye of the storm, Lena turned back into the girl who lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her skirt. Everyone deeply felt how important it was to have an excellent navigator. When there was no navigator, when everyone passed through the eye of the storm, Moria, Enel, and Tessero were almost exhausted like three people on the roadside. This time, everyone came out laughing and joking, and it was obvious that they hadn't put in much effort. Tessero leaned against the side of the boat, looking at the outline of the island in the distance, his heart filled with emotion. Lena, Tezulo said softly as he walked over to her, you are really outstanding. Rhett teased Lena, now it's time to tell me what you want. First of all, if your request is to become the captain, I won't agree to it. Can you tell me now? Rhett leaned down to her level. Who do you want us to kill? This is Rhett's feeling. As for who to kill, Rhett doesn't care. It is no exaggeration to say that basically whoever he wants to kill will not survive. He kills celestial dragons like killing pigs. Lena lowered her head and spoke in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. G44 Branch Chief, Blood Shark, Horn. Although her voice was soft, it revealed a chilling chill. On my sister's 14th birthday. Horn said she'd be a good substitute for a mermaid slave. Lena dug her nails into her flesh. They used a branding iron to test her crying. They said that would get her a higher price. The temperature on deck dropped sharply. Stella stepped forward and hugged Lena. She could feel that Lena was very emotional, but she did not use her fruit ability to calm Lena. She and Tessero could empathize with her very much. Rhett's smile disappeared. Celestial dragons were indeed hateful, but the dogs under their feet were just as dangerous as the celestial dragons. Tesoro. Exist. Check the current location of Horn's fleet. Half a day. I've checked. The golden ring reflected the coordinates of the Eternal Hand. He's still lying in his doghouse. Rhett placed Lena's rapier back at her waist. A blood mist formed a red rose on the hilt. Lead the way, Miss Navigator. Advertisement. This time, Rhett took Lena's hand, tightening her grip around the hilt of the sword. Now you will chart your own course of revenge. Tezulo looked at Rhett at this time. This is what makes him charming, Captain. When the Oro Jackson entered the waters of the G44 branch, the entire sky was dyed dark red. He stepped aside and Lena stepped forward slowly. At this moment, she is no longer the girl who lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her skirt, but the real, Queen of the Eye of the Storm. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind, and the rapier, Star Track, reflected a cold light. Her voice was low and clear. Horn, come out and die. The G44 branch really opened Rhett's eyes. He thought his Oro Jackson was very hockey, but now it was almost at his doorstep. Marine then realized, what are you guys still doing? It seems that Marines like Colonel Mouse are not isolated in the sea. Report. Scarlet Dawn Pirate spotted. What are you panicking about? Horn kicked the messenger over, his face filled with horror. Why did that lunatic get here? Lousy. His words stopped abruptly. The entire branch was shrouded in an overwhelming blood mist. They felt their physical strength rapidly draining away. Rhett looked at this weak Marine branch and shook his head. Rhett was just setting up the scene instinctively. If Rhett hadn't discovered it quickly, these Marines would have melted away. Lena made such a serious request with such fanfare, and was able to connect with the celestial dragons. Rhett thought she was some big shot, making it so formal. Tui. No wonder it is a paradise, it is just like the final boss of the plot is staying in the novice village. As long as Rhett is willing to wave his hand, he can pull out this Marine branch, but Rhett feels that this does not make him feel relieved. Let's see what his own navigator will do. Rhett did not intend to let go of everyone in this branch. Rhett controlled the fog to a painful level, which would make you sleep without rushing. Enel sat cross-legged on a thundercloud, his fingertips flashing with dazzling lightning. Mortal, are you ready to accept divine punishment? Chapter 99. Handsome as a feeling. Horn's face was pale. He knew that Rhett was not someone he could defeat. He thought about begging for mercy, but looking at the blood mist in the air, he didn't know why Rhett came, but he knew that Rhett would never let him go. What the hell is this thing? A captain stepped back in horror, his military boots making a corrosive sound as they stepped on the ground covered in blood mist. Rhett's figure slowly emerged from the fog, humming an off-key tune as his black-tied sword dragged behind him, the concrete wall peeling away like rotting bark wherever the blade passed. The blood mist formed Uzumaki, sucking the screaming soldiers into the depths, leaving only their floating military caps. Horn. Rhett's voice echoed strangely in the thick fog. The one who's here to take you back is here. The glass in the command room suddenly shattered, and the blood mist condensed into countless fine needles that nailed Horn to the battle map. The branch chief watched helplessly as his right hand began to dissolve, revealing the white bones. Wait, please let me go, I can give you money and women. Horn's screams were mixed with the sound of cracking teeth. Please let me go, I don't want to die yet. Shish. Rhett put his index finger to his lips, and blood mist suddenly filled Horn's mouth. You're mistaken. I'm not here to negotiate. The entire base began to collapse. The blood mist corroded the steel frame, the turrets melted, and the communication towers bent like softened chocolate. Those Marines, when they were enveloped in the blood mist, they could still breathe, think, and even clearly feel their skin disappearing inch by inch. The last time Rhett used this kind of large-scale method was when he was playing Celestial Dragons in the Valley of the Gods. Moria stood at the bow, admiring the carnage. His shadow twisted with excitement. He. The captain didn't even leave a complete corpse this time. Must I say, the captain is truly willful. When the blood mist cleared, only a few remnants of the G-44 branch's walls remained, evidence of a former marine base. No wreckage, no bloodline, like a dinner plate licked by some giant beast. In such a high-pressure environment, it's easy for people to go crazy. Horn quickly grinned again. He, I have a connection with the celestial dragons. But then he thought of something and looked desperate. Bang! A gun condensed from mist suddenly pierced through his right shoulder and nailed him to the wall. Red was reluctant to use the black-tied greatsword, fearing it would get dirty. He smiled brightly. Excuse me, let me introduce myself. I'm Red, captain of the Scarlet Dawn Pirates. Seriously, you can still bark with so many blood needles piercing you. He opened his arms, and blood mist rose into the sky. Come now, my navigator, let me formally introduce you. Against the backdrop of blood mist, Tessero's golden waves turned into stairs, paving a path from Lena's feet to Horn. And Lena, she walked up the golden stairs, step by step towards Horn, her steps steady and her voice cold. Advertisement. I am Laurent D. Lena, a navigator of the Crimson Dawn. Today, I come to take your life. Horn himself also woke up from his hysteria because of the pain. Please, Horn begged tremblingly, I can give you money and status. Rub, double-skinned turtle. Lena looked down at him. When you sold my sister, she begged you the same way, right? She drew her rapier and stabbed Horn, piercing him with every blow. After sheathing her sword, she turned and walked towards Rhett. Captain, I leave the rest to you. Rhett grinned, and the blood mist turned into a giant hand, holding up the honeycomb coal, high up. The blood mist shrank and Horn's screams stopped abruptly. As the Oro Jackson sailed away from the sleek G-44 unit, Lena stood at the stern, quietly watching the flames on the sea. Red walked over to her and handed her a cup of hot milk. Feel good. Lena said timidly, but I want to drink. Red knocked her head. What's drinking, little brat? Lena took the cup and suddenly laughed. Captain, you looked so childish just now. Rhett. Tezulo was trying to suppress his laughter until he hurt himself. Although the captain was a little immature at that time, he was also the most reassuring person. Enel rolled his eyes at everyone, then looked at Rhett with a gleam in his eyes. Captain, you're so handsome, okay. They don't understand you, but I do. That's right. How can mortals understand gods like us? Rhett sweated profusely. Hey Enel, thank you. Perona floated over and hugged Lena. Sister Lena is the most handsome. Moria's shadow gave a thumbs up. He. Can we get in on the action too? We're itching to do it. Laboon. Woo. Translation. +1. Lena looked at this group of noisy companions, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Maybe this ship is what she has been looking for. Sengoku smashed the desk with his fist. The image played by the projector Den Mushi was still flickering, the last scene of the G-44 branch dissolving in the blood mist. This is Rhett, I released it on purpose, no other meaning, just to disgust Marine. You hit me. Advertisement. In less than an hour, the entire base disappeared out of thin air. Akainu evolved into a lava dog. Not even ruins left. Vice Admiral Suru pushed his glasses up. With Marine 44's strength, it's impossible to force out Rhett's power. Therefore, we have no way of determining the threat Rhett poses. This is the 44th branch's investigation. Although we hate to admit it, we still want to thank him. Kizaru crossed his legs and said, how terrifying. This ability is like cheating. Rhett allowed this news to be released, clearly intending to disgust us. Sengoku said calmly, update the bounty immediately. Marine justice will not be violated. Sengoku must take care of this matter, just like Major Mouse, this is a question of the general direction, and Marine must take a stand. Captain, Red Bounty. 3.6 billion berries. Second Captain, Golden Emperor, Tessero Bounty. 1.1 billion berries. Combatant, Shadow Mage, Moria Bounty. 1.02 billion berries. Combatant Thor, Enel Bounty. 790 million berries. Navigator Eye of the Storm, Lena's Bounty. 500 million berries. Ship Doctor Healer, Stella Bounty. 100 million berries. Intern Princess Mononoke, Perona Bounty. 5,000 berries. Pet Laboon Bounty. 800 berries. Red looked at his own bounty order. Sengoku was really bad. When did Tezulo become the vice captain? Although everyone agreed. Logically speaking, Moria should be the vice captain. If Moria really wanted to be the vice captain, but was overtaken by the bounty and position of the later ones, and Sengoku really succeeded, an internal conflict would have occurred. But he didn't know that Moria would be a fat otaku in the future. Now his salty smell was almost overflowing. If Perona and Laboon hadn't knocked on his door every day, Red was really afraid that he would die in the house. Ha ha ha. Red slammed Lena's wanted poster on the table. As dangerous as a combatant. Lena blushed as she snatched the wanted poster back. That's too ugly. Lord Red, please stop. Red looked at Lena, whose face was flushed. Hey. The difference is really huge when I'm not in command of the voyage. This is the contrast, my friends. In fact, Lena's bounty shouldn't be that high, mainly because of Ret. Enel roasted the fish with lightning, his face full of disdain. A mere 500 million is worthy of being compared to God. Moria's zombies were helping Perona decorate the room with bounties. He. Next time I'm going to make these rubbish marine heads into collectibles. Mr. Moria, if you bring such disgusting things on board, your pocket money will be cut in half. Stella said gently, holding her face. Tesoro swirled his red wine glass, the latest newspaper headline in his hand. The evilest fleet in history is born in the new era. Bloody Dawn, can he become the true king of the new world? Chapter 100. Fishing for Little Red Bird, Encountering Little Eagle. The dark world of the new world has always been controlled by a few giants: arms, intelligence, slavery, smuggling. These shady transactions are often more brutal than wars at sea. Because of Ret's participation, the plot changed, and Tezulo entered the dark world ahead of time. In the past, a name quietly encroached on the territory of the underground world: Golden Emperor, Tezulo. On the surface, he is a business tycoon who controls casinos and the entertainment industry, but secretly, his golden tentacles have already extended into the darker shadows: black market auction houses not auctioning slaves, underground intelligence networks, and even the secret arms circulation within the Marine Corps. This also gave Tesoro enough capital to corrupt the world government and Marine. As long as you have made a deal with him, gold dust may enter your body. It's also possible that he has some leverage over you, otherwise Tesoro wouldn't have been so confident in telling Ret that he could turn it into combat power when necessary. Although Doflamingo had already started preparing when Ret killed the celestial dragons, the family rose up, fought small battles, and accumulated funds in the paradise. The power was not yet enough to attract the attention of the Crane. They thought there were still vacancies in New World's underground industry. Little did they know that Tezulo had already monopolized more than 30% of the underground world's transactions and controlled nearly 25% of the world's wealth. Don't get me wrong, the 30% here only refers to the underground world. There are also some industries that can be seen in the light, which add up to 25%. As for why Ret's participation only adds 5%, I will explain it in detail in the following plot. Those seemingly ownerless, dark industries, are actually part of Tesoro's plan. Tezulo pushed open the door of the captain's room with a very relaxed expression. Ret was sitting with his feet up, playing rock, paper, scissors, with Laboon. Laboon, I played cloth, and you played rock, so I win. Ret looked at Laboon with a smile. Laboon looked at his fins, nodded, and took out a small dried sea fish from his small cloth bag which Stella had sewn for Laboon. Hey, Boss Tai, are you in a good mood today? Ret smiled as he counted the small dried sea fish he had won. They were salty and spicy and tasted quite good. Tezulo didn't respond and just threw out a stack of documents. Captain, our underground industry has been attacked and has been hooked. Ret raised an eyebrow, took the document and glanced at it. Doflamingo. The flamingo. To be precise, it's his family. Tezulo sneered. They've been developing in Paradise before, and now they've just gained a foothold in New World and want to get involved in the black industry, but obviously. He pointed to the Don Quixote family logo that had been scrawled all over the document. They don't know whose territory this is. In other words, they've taken the bait. However, if they weren't stupid, they would have figured it out. Let's turn our attention to Doflamingo. What did you say? Doflamingo crushed the red wine glass in his hand, and the bright red wine dripped through his fingers. Treble nervously handed over a document. According to our investigation, those underground ports and casinos we recently seized, all have the shadow of Golden City behind them. Advertisement. Diamante's expression turned grim. We're clearly picking out an unowned property. Foo. Doflamingo's laughter was cold and shrill. Ownerless. No, we've been fooled. He finally understood. Tezulo did it on purpose. Those dark industries that seem to be poorly managed are simply bait. Tezulo was fishing, and they, the Don Quixote family, were the stupid fish that took the bait. Dover, there's still time to stop now, Torapal said cautiously. Doflamingo's fingertips were wrapped with silk thread, and his eyes were sinister behind his sunglasses. Stop. No, they have already spent too much energy and financial resources to conquer these. If they retreat now, the family will no longer have a foothold in the new world. Go on, he said coldly. Since Tezulo wants to play, then let's play big. Ret had his sights on Doflamingo long before the rise of the Don Quixote family. That guy is quite interesting. Ret sat on the deck. He's crazy, ruthless, and likes to play tricks. He's perfect for doing dirty work. Ret honestly admires Doflamingo, because in the original story we were brought into the perspective of Luffy, our law, who killed my family, humiliated my friends, and enslaved the entire kingdom. He deserved to be killed. But if we put ourselves in the perspective of Don Quixote Doflamingo, the foolish parents gave up their rights, climbed up from the bottom, and raised the Doflamingo family to become the joker of the underground black market. Then, relying on his own ambition, he became the king of a country, playing tricks on the world government and the Marines. He is definitely a revenge-oriented protagonist. The birdcage in the plot can only be resisted by Marine's Fujitora Admiral. I won't tell you how powerful it is. Doflamingo's character is beyond reproach, but he is the type of person who has to do the dirty work. You can't say that people are reasonable everywhere you go. Ret doesn't want to be just like Roger, who only has the title of Pirates King. He wants to be the biggest user of the face fruit in the world. If you are strong enough, people will avoid you. He wants to cover the entire pirate's world with blood mist, so that he can be the strongest in the world in all aspects. Tezulo pushed up his glasses. So, you want me to set the bait? Yeah, he won't spit it out. Rhett grinned, blood mist lingering on his fingertips. Let him grab it, let him be proud, and when he bites the hook the deepest. Let's reel in the line and see if they're smart or not. Rhett ignored Doflamingo and let him run around for a while. After a few days, it was obvious that Doflamingo did not disappoint Rhett. FFFFFFFFF. Rhett's reaction is too mild. He is not that kind of person. Doflamingo sat on the throne. Advertisement. His family members stood below. If it were someone else, they would have fought back long ago. Toripal asked, Dover, you mean, they did it on purpose? No, they're observing. Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly sinister. To see if I'm worthy enough to be their tool. Isn't he afraid of a disaster? He guessed right. Rhett is indeed evaluating Doflamingo. Is he worth bringing on? And honestly, he's not afraid. After all, if it's too useless, Rhett really can't muster up the energy, so let's wait and see what kind of surprises Doflamingo will bring him. Just as Rhett was thinking about the future development, a small coffin floated over from the distance. Didn't Kitty start by herself and randomly overturn a pirate's ship on the sea? Hawkeye. Anyone who sees me rowing must die. The coffin-like boat approached the Oro Jackson, and a lone figure stood on the bow, wearing a black windbreaker, with sharp golden pupils, and the exaggerated black knife behind him gleamed coldly in the sunset. Dracula Mahawk Idiographic period. Hawkeye, who had not yet become the world's greatest swordsman, was staring at Rhett on the deck with a scrutinizing gaze. Hey, this look. Rhett narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Could it be that he's here to challenge us? Rhett is really impressed by these people on the sea. Rhett, with all your years of sailing experience. Even dogs can't. Enel sat cross-legged on the mast and sneered, another fool comes along. Lena held down the rapier and whispered a warning. Captain, his sword intent is very dangerous. Lena's current level is indeed no match for Mahawk. Rhett suddenly became excited, blood mist swirling around him. Finally, something interesting has arrived. Having said that, Tisk, the one being cut is the great swordsman. That's right, Rhett has also been assimilated. He is also very idle. It is not easy to meet an interesting person. You can't always be idle and kill celestial dragons. Killing them will not give you experience. Chapter 101 Sorry, Eagle San. Hawkeye stood at the bow, his black windbreaker rustling. His posture was as straight as a sword, his right hand pressed against his chest. He gave the Oro Jackson a standard swordsman salute. This was a respect for the strong and also a declaration of a challenger. Rhett, it's not that you're so polite that I feel a little shy about what I'm going to do next. Rhett's tiny conscience suddenly took hold and vanished in an instant. In the original story, when Hawkeye fought Zoro, the line, Roar no a Zoro, really fired up Rhett. When that clip came out, short videos of all sizes flooded the original world of Rhett. Hey, Lord Rhett. His voice was deep but clear. Dracula Mahawk, please teach me. On the deck, Rhett raised an eyebrow. The young man, who would one day become the world's greatest swordsman, now burned with more than just fighting spirit in his eyes. Instead, he held on to something purer, a swordsman's aspiration to the pinnacle. Interesting. Rhett stood up from the recliner. I heard your black knife can cut through steel. Hawkeye's hand rested on the hilt of Night, his golden pupils as sharp as a hawk's. If you allow me, I would like to try. Can you cut through this blood mist? The two found a deserted island. Don't even think of harming my Oro Jackson. Mahawk pulled out the knight behind him. Hawkeye's pupils shrank slightly, but the next second. Swish. The pitch-black slash tore through the earth and headed straight for Rhett's throat. Rhett didn't move, and lightly raised his knife. Clang. Amidst the sparks of metal clashing, the blow that could have split a warship in half, was deflected by a dinner knife. The whole audience was silent. Hawkeye's brow furrowed for the first time. What? Rhett's tone was low. I'm sorry, but I can't find any smaller cutlery than this one. Rhett said it first, so Rhett is the original one, no seat. Wow, it feels so good to say it out loud, in front of the original author, +1 for famous scene check-in. Hawkeye's slash came like a storm. Rhett, however, was as calm as if he was strolling in the courtyard, the knife in his hand, clinking, to block every chop, and the sparks from the collision of the blades were particularly dazzling in the dusk. It is no exaggeration to say that Rhett playing against Hawkeye is just like Hawkeye playing against Zoro. It is so easy and enjoyable. Your sword isn't sharp enough, young man. Rhett suddenly pulled an apple from his pocket and took a big bite. Focus on your strike. He casually wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Advertisement. Night bursts out with a more fierce momentum. Rhett expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Brother, don't you even call out the names of your moves when you use them. Your moves are ruthless but have no names. This really makes Rhett uncomfortable. Please, this is a hot-blooded manga. Shout. If you don't shout and I shout, I will look stupid. Rhett jumped up and said, I told you, you can't hit me. When Hawkeye charged again, Rhett's smile suddenly faded. A bloody mist swirled around the knife, and he dodged the blow with a sideways motion, then thrust the knife against Hawkeye's chest. Do you see the difference? The sea breeze suddenly stopped. The tip of the dinner knife gently pressed against the black windbreaker, and Hawkeye's pupils trembled violently. His swordsmanship, which he was so proud of, seemed as childish as a child's in front of this man. This is because Rhett can't read minds. He wants Rhett to hear him fire a few shots to make him happy. Enel, I admit. Hawkeye's voice was hoarse and firm, I'm not strong enough right now. He slowly stood up straight, and sheathed knight. Please let me see your true strength. Even if I die, I won't regret it. Rhett smiled. He slowly drew out the black-tied greatsword. Come. It's over. They came all the way to see us, so it definitely can't end so dramatically. Yes, he is such a particular person. Hawkeye's black knife was unsheathed again. This time, there were no fancy opening moves, no unnecessary probing. The two most powerful black swords in the world collided in an instant. Clang. The shock wave shattered the sea surface within a radius of 100 meters, and waves rose into the sky. This strike, Rhett's voice was clearly audible amidst the surging sword energy, is at the level of Shichibukai. Hawkeye's knuckles were already bleeding, but his gaze grew sharper. We're still far from there. When the second knife was slashed out, his figure suddenly blurred. The black knife slashed up at a strange angle, straight for Rhett's throat. Beautiful. Rhett laughed, turning the black-tied greatsword, the hilt precisely knocking away the incoming blade. But the swordsman's edge. A blood mist suddenly rose up. This is how it should be used. Mist God style. Nirvana. Advertisement. If you don't shout, I will shout. I can't help it. The crimson mist transformed into countless sword beams, each one carrying the power to cut through iron. Hawkeye retreated rapidly, his black blade dancing into an impenetrable barrier, but several bloody sword strikes still slashed through his clothes. Someone might ask here, oh, Lao Rui, how can you use the power of the fruit? You have misunderstood Rhett. His swordsmanship has always been complementary to the mist fruit. Every blood blade he exhaled was a slash, and it could not be swung without profound attainments in swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was taught by the pirates King Roger and Pluton Rayleigh. When the mist blade dissipated, Rhett's sword tip stopped 3 inches in front of Hawkeye's throat. Give up. The young swordsman's chest heaved violently, and sweat mixed with blood dripped from his chin. But his golden pupils were still as bright as before. Today I am defeated. He sheathed his sword and saluted again. But one day. The sea breeze blew up his torn cloak, and the black knife gleamed in the setting sun. My sword will touch you and replace you. Rhett watched him leap back into the boat and suddenly called out, hey. Bring a nice bottle of wine next time. Hawkeye didn't look back, but just raised his hand and waved. Damn, what's going on, man? Rhett feels like he's been tricked without him even realizing it. Rhett. Crazy thigh slapping. Damn it, I should have left first. The boat, carrying the future legend, slowly disappeared into the twilight. Tezulo had stood by the side of the boat at some point. You seem to admire him. Huh, is there? Who knows? Rhett shook his head and walked onto the boat. You don't understand at all. Rhett is laying the groundwork now in order to make it easier for him to pretend in the future. When our future Sauta challenges Hawkeye, he will shout out. I will definitely defeat you and become the strongest in the world. Hawkeye looked at Zoro and sighed sadly. Compared to Rhett, I am like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Even if I try my best, I can't defeat him. Ha 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 ha, he really wants to make it beautiful. As for the little birds, let them develop for a while. Now go. You can't get anything except beating them up, and it's not even enough to pay for electricity, right Enel? Why not let the flamingos develop for a while? If it's suitable, you can take him over. If it's not suitable, there's an industry guarantee. Rhett, you are really a business genius. Chapter 102 Little Enel. The Oro Jackson slowly docked at the port of the trading island, Golden Sand Bay. Tezulo stood on the deck, tapping the golden ledger with his fingertips. I believe you have already figured out what this is about. That's right, the salaries have been paid. This is exciting news. Everyone, assemble. His voice was not loud, but it made the entire ship quiet in an instant. Rhett jumped down from the observation deck and came over with a grin. Tesoro, is it time for some pocket money? Is there anything more joyful than receiving salary? Captain, please be more reserved. Rhett looked at everyone and curled his lips. They were not much better than him. Enel sat cross-legged on the mast, pretending not to care, but his ears were perked up. Moria rubbed his hands and laughed. The two little ones were quite calm. They had no idea about the money involved in the Red Pirates team. Tezulo slowly flipped through the account book, last week's expenditure details. Rhett suddenly covered his ears. I don't want to hear it. I just want pocket money. Tezulo, please, let's just give each other the money. Captain, Tezulo pushed his glasses and jokingly said, Captain, you're fined 500,000 Baileys for sneaking into our storeroom, damaging the door, and not repairing it yourself. All your pocket money will be deducted. Oh. What? Rhett tried to argue. I was just experimenting with new techniques. It's all about keeping us safe. Science requires sacrifice. Science doesn't need to lose money. Tezulo sneered. Perona floated over, blinking her big eyes. Master Tessero, my new dress. Little Perona, of course no problem. Let's go find Sister Della later, okay. Yes, Master Tezulo. Enel snorted coldly. The gods don't even bother with mortal currency. You melted the deck, and the repair costs came out of your pocket money. Moria's shadow shrank, and just as he was about to slip away, Tezulo, without even looking up, said, I sneaked into the storeroom and took 1,000 berries. Mr. Moria thought I didn't notice. Since the amount was relatively small, I'm only giving him a verbal warning. Laboon whimpered, and Tezulo bent down and stroked its head. Our Laboon is a well-behaved little whale. Double the dried fish, and half of the captain's pocket money will be yours as a reward. There was widespread grief on the deck. Rhett hugged Tezulo's legs and said, Ball, give me one more chance. I promise to behave myself this time on the island. Tezulo, the captain will be a rat without Bailey. He really will be a rat. You will lose me. Tezulo, look at me. I don't believe you have empty eyes. Tezulo raised an eyebrow. What guarantee do you have? Stella chuckled and stepped forward to stop them. She knew everyone was just joking. It is impossible for Tezulo not to give Red Bailey, and it is impossible for Red to use his status and strength to suppress others. It is work that has a strict hierarchy, not family. A soft green light shone from his palms. How about this? If everyone doesn't cause trouble on the island today, I'll bake a cake tonight. Deal. Everyone said in unison, their faces changing instantly. Advertisement. After receiving the money, Red was lying on the deck chair in the sun, waiting for the ship to dock. Lena held a small bamboo basket and whispered to Red, Captain, I want to buy some flower seeds, is that okay? Hearing this, he waved his hand and said, Go ahead and come back soon. Enel, follow her and don't let anyone bully our navigator. Enel got up from the recliner and was about to take a step, but Lena shook her head. No, I'm just going to buy some flower seeds and we'll be back soon. Her voice was still gentle, and Lena, who didn't say anything when she should, had a good personality. Red raised an eyebrow and smiled. Okay, then be careful. Lena's strength is no problem to protect herself, Red is quite confident. 10 minutes later, the Oro Jackson docked at the pier in Jinsha Bay. Red's eyes flashed and collided in the air with the owner in front of the takoyaki stall. Uncle, forget it, I'm a famous big eater on the sea. I don't blame you if you can't eat enough. Red picked his teeth with a cocky look on his face. Little guy, don't be so arrogant. I'm famous for my takoyaki on this street. The portions are huge and I'm sure you'll be full. The boss retorted unconvincedly. The strange desire to win between the two men was thus aroused. Oh, then you are very brave. I cook for you to eat, and if you eat me and obey me, I think you are awesome. Red placed a wad of money on the table. Do it. Don't say I didn't give you face. I'll just charge you for the materials, come on. Come on. I really can't figure out what's so exciting about these two people. This might be a passionate showdown between two men. Moria was a lazy person. He gave Bailey to his adoptive father Red and asked Red to bring him some food. He then stayed in his room reading comics and had no idea when he would be able to eat. Perona was playing a prank. The negative ghost made a patrol marine kneel down and cry, we are not even as good as seagulls. Laboon squatted on the dock, holding a bag of dried fish in his mouth. He tilted his head and looked at the chaotic scene, wagging his tail. Look at our navigator. She walked through the bustling crowd and came to a flower shop. The owner was a kind old woman. Seeing Lena's timid look, she smiled and asked, Little girl, what kind of flower seeds do you want? Lena pointed to a few packets of seeds on the shelf. Please give me some sunflower and bluebell seeds. The old woman packed the seeds and handed them to her. Lena was about to pay when suddenly a strong arm came across and snatched her basket away. Wow, this girl is quite pretty, said a pirate with a fat face grinning, followed by several equally ferocious accomplices. Lena subconsciously took a step back, her voice trembling. Please, please give it back to me. The pirates' leader laughed heartily. Give it back to you. Sure, have a drink with us and I'll give it back to you. He said, reaching out to grab Lena's wrist. Lena dodged suddenly, her eyes instantly cold. Her hand pressed on the rapier at her waist. I don't want to cause any trouble, Lena whispered, please give me back the basket. The pirate's leader scoffed, don't want to cause trouble. That's not up to you. Advertisement. Just as Lena was about to draw her sword, the sky suddenly darkened and a blinding bolt of lightning struck the pirate's leader's feet, scaring him so much that he stumbled back. Who? The pirate's leader roared. Mortals, are you worthy enough to touch God's companion? Enel was like a god descending to earth. Everyone looked up and saw Enel floating in the air, surrounded by black and red lightning, with a look of disdain in his eyes. The pirates' faces changed drastically. It's Enel, the thunder god. A fighter of the bloody dawn. Enel landed slowly, blocking Lena's way, and said contemptuously, 3 seconds, disappear. 3. Enel raised his hand, lightning dancing at his fingertips. 2. The pirates began to retreat. 1. Run. The pirates dropped their weapons and turned around to run. Thor also has a great reputation. It can be said that except for Laboon, Perona and Lena who just joined the ship, each member of the Crimson Dawn Pirates is more famous than the other. Enel snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck in front of them. If I see you again, Enel's voice was like a Shinigami whisper, I'll strike you on the head next time. The pirates fled away tumbling and crawling. Don't forget, Enel is Red's crew member, and Red is not a good person. Lena breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, thank you, Enel. Enel turned around, the lightning dissipated, and he returned to his usual lazy demeanor. Humph, I just happened to be passing by. Don't get me wrong, I didn't come here specifically to save you. Lena smiled slightly. I know. Enel glanced at her and muttered, go back quickly, the captain must be waiting anxiously. Enel murmured faintly, I see. Lena ran forward. Did you see anything, Mr. Enel? Nothing. The two walked towards the harbor side by side, and the setting sun stretched their shadows very long. After returning to the boat, Red listened to what happened and just stared at the two of them without saying a word. He's seen this happen before, right, Uncle Rayleigh? What are you waiting for? Let's get started. Enel's ears turned red and he turned his head away. Stop talking nonsense. Lena held the flower seeds and said softly, I really thank you all today. Perona floated over and hugged her. Sister Lena, I will go with you next time. Red glanced at Enel. Enel nodded. Red raised his hands. Let's have a party, boys. Oh, Chapter 103 You Can't Become Bald, Beer Belly, Greasy Pirates. Red stood at the bow, looking at the surging waves in the distance, and suddenly fell into deep thought. Tesoro. The Golden Emperor was sipping red wine elegantly while Stella was feeding him fruit. He looked up when he heard the words. Red suddenly found that he didn't want to call him anymore. Red thought of something. The original storyline only started after Luffy became an adult and went out to sea. He could remain immortal, but his crew members could not. At that time, he was accompanied by a group of middle-aged men and women as crew members, and the captain was a young man in his 20s. The picture was not impressive enough. What do you think? After a decade or so, will we all just become a bunch of underdog uncles and aunts? The deck fell into an eerie silence. Moria was slumped in a recliner, chewing a watermelon. He spat out a mouthful of seeds. Captain, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Now Moria has shown a tendency to evolve into a fat otaku. Enel crossed his legs, his face full of disdain. How can a god grow old? I am Kami. Perona floated over and pinched Rhett's face. Master Rhett, were you fooled by Hawkeye? I'm just a child. I want to grow up quickly. Rhett slapped her hand away, his face serious. Rhett had already thought about it. Brother Roger was executed at the age of 53, Whitebeard was so old that he had to hang a bottle, Brother Rayleigh was already a glazed old man, and Brother Jabba's children would probably be as tall as Rhett's 4, 5 or 6. He slammed the railing, blood mist billowing. I don't want you, especially you, Moria, to become bald, beer-bellied, greasy pirates in a few decades. Rhett looked at everyone, his tone relaxed and calm, as if he was discussing what to eat tonight. I don't want to experience the feeling of losing my family a second time. Everyone looked at Rhett, and for a moment, even though Rhett hid it well, everyone could feel Rhett's strong sadness. Tezulo pushed up his glasses, his gold ring gleaming slightly. So, Rhett grinned, revealing his white teeth. Let's go find pure gold. Pure gold, the metal that is said to grant immortality. 200 years ago, scientist Mishina Oroga successfully extracted it, but then the entire research team mysteriously disappeared, leaving only sporadic legends. Those who wear pure gold can live a long life. Tezulo frowned. That's just a fairy tale, right? No, Rhett shook his head. It's real. Lena pulled out a nautical chart and traced a blurry sea with her fingertips. According to the legend, it is said that there are rumors of eternal life here, but we don't know how to find pure gold. Rhett shook his head, looking cocky. I've been looking for it for a while, he said. Go find a lantern fish. The lantern has what we want. Advertisement. Mr. Lantern. Perona tilted her head. What is that? Rhett gritted his teeth and said, a giant lantern fish that's lived for thousands of years. Don't let me catch it. Laboon. Suddenly, I have a bad feeling. Moria lazily raised her hand. Can I not go? It feels so troublesome. And Captain, do you still have that black sparkling water you were researching the other day? That was copied by Red in his spare time. Fat house happy water. A fat house with fat house happy water. Surely you are invincible. No. Red grabbed him by the collar. If you don't exercise, you're going to die in this room. Enel sneered. Mortals are trouble. Red backhanded him and smacked him in the face with a bloody mist. Then don't go. We'll be forever young, and you'll be the only one who's old and drossing. How can you be a god? Enel the dog whizzed over to Red and poked Rhett's arm. Captain Rhett, I think you need a thug. I'll go and help you expand your territory. Tezulo sighed, and the golden ring flashed, coating the entire ship with a golden film. Since we are going, we must be fully prepared. The USS Oro Jackson has been lingering in the target area for 2 weeks. Red lay on the deck board. Lena, weren't you reliable before? What happened? Red regretted asking this question. This was Lena who was directing the voyage. It's over, my family. Lena, who was directing the course, frowned. I'm a navigator, not a treasure hunter, Captain. Red had a deja vu of Spencer, who was in charge of finances, scolding Roger Bailey for wasting money. Family, this feeling finally came to me. Red had no choice but to squat in the corner and draw circles. Captain, are you sure this is the place? Moria slumped on the deck, his shadow drooping. If you keep turning, I'm going to get seasick. Red scratched his hair in frustration. The intelligence is correct. The lantern fish should be in this area. Enel sat cross-legged on the mast, his face filled with impatience. If you ask me, I'd just fire a divine judgment into the sea and see if it comes out. No, Lena frowned. If we scare it away, it will be hard to find it. If it runs away, all your gold figurines will be confiscated. Enel squatted beside Red and drew circles with him. When Red and Enel were determined to draw through the deck. Woo! Laboon suddenly let out a sharp chirp, and everyone looked back to see that its dried fish had accidentally fallen into the sea. Ah, my special spicy dried fish. Laboon flapped his fins anxiously. That was the limited edition that Tesoro bought from the food city at a high price. It can be seen that Laboon is really anxious, he is so anxious that he can speak human language. Advertisement. Red sighed. Forget it, I'll buy you another one. Before I could finish my words. Crash. Suddenly, a huge wave exploded on the sea surface, and a huge mouth like the abyss suddenly opened, swallowing the dried fish along with a large amount of sea water. Lantern fish. Laboon's eyes instantly turned red. Woo. Translation. Give me back my dried fish. It took out a ball of mist from its top hat, slapped it on its body, and dived into the sea. The moment it entered the water, its body shape began to change, its muscles expanded, and its body shape began to return to normal. The public was shocked degree. But there's no time to worry now. Under the sea, Laboon is already fighting with the lantern fish. Don't forget that little Laboon is the fighter form of the human fruit. Ola ola ola. Laboon's fins slammed into the lantern fish's face like a hurricane, each blow carrying the terrifying force of an island whale. The lantern fish thrashed wildly in pain, stirring up huge waves that rocked the Dawnbreaker Oro Jackson violently. But after all, this lantern car is bigger. Inside Laboon is a holiday park, and inside the lantern fish is a kingdom. Oh no. Lena grabbed the railing. The boat will capsize if we continue like this. Rhett grinned. What are you afraid of? Everyone. Get ready for a day in the belly of a fish. The lantern fish suddenly turned over in pain, its huge mouth opened wide. Boom. The Oro Jackson, along with the ship and its people, was swallowed up in one gulp. Inside the cabin, everyone was staggering. Perona floated in the air, looking sad. Wow, are we going to become fish feed? Tezulo's gold ring lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Don't panic. The hull is coated. It won't be corroded by stomach acid for now. Rhett smiled widely. Okay. Now, we finally found it. Chapter 104. Playing straight ball, contributing over 5,000, adding one more chapter for Wrong Linling. The Oro Jackson floated on the lake of gastric juices from the lantern fish, its gilded hull gleaming slightly, resisting corrosion. Tezulo gilded the hull, and the Oro Jackson stopped at the edge of Lanternfish Belly Island. This place is more spacious than I imagined. Rhett stood at the bow, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, illuminating the surroundings. When watching the scene where the lanternfish swallowed an island in one gulp, I was like wow, it was so huge. Rhett had no idea what it was like. When he came in, I was shocked to see that it was like a kingdom. Master Rhett. Perona suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Where is the child? Suddenly, a crisp, crack, sound came from behind the distant reef, as if someone stepped on a branch and broke it. Who's there? Rhett didn't move, just asked lazily. He might have guessed who it was. Because he saw a green and an orange lizard. Ooh, we've been discovered. A clear child's voice rang out in panic, followed by a bang sound. It seemed like someone fell down. Rhett raised an eyebrow and sauntered over. A little blonde girl was seen frantically climbing out of the sand, her face covered in sand and a coconut tightly clasped in her arms. She was wearing a dark purple kimono and was barefoot, looking both disheveled and adorable. I didn't peek at you, she said loudly with a red face, then she suddenly covered her mouth. Ah. I said it out. Rhett, isn't this Oro Jaw, a child who is very consistent in what he says and thinks, he. Rhett dodged behind the little girl. What's your name? Rhett squatted down to her eye level. Oroga. Mishina Oroga. She puffed out her chest, then covered her mouth. Quote. Why should I answer you? Rhett couldn't help but laugh. You've always lived here. No, I was eaten by Lantern Sama. She said this angrily, and stamped her feet in frustration. Ah, why did I say that again? Don't ask me anymore, I won't tell you anything. He crossed his arms and turned away. Perona floated over and circled around her curiously. Wow, what an interesting kid. Orogia looked up at Princess Mononoke, her eyes sparkling. Are you a ghost? So cute. Ah, you said it again. Everyone. In the evening, by the campfire. Advertisement. Tesoro was frying thick-cut dragon steak on a grill made of gold. It should be dragon, right? The meat was sizzling and the aroma was everywhere. My dear family, the value of Tesoro is still increasing. This was the prey Rhett had hunted specially. Rhett felt sorry for this child who had been eating fruit for nearly 200 years. This might be because he had several younger brothers and sisters. Oro Jaw squatted beside it, staring at the meat with his eyes, his little nose twitching constantly. Want some? Rhett handed her a piece. Oro Jaw took the meat and took a careful bite. Her eyes widened instantly, her mouth stopped chewing, and then big tears began to fall. Hey, what's wrong? Rhett was startled. Are you burned? Oro Jaw shook her head, sobbing and stuffing meat into her mouth. It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. I can only eat some fruits in Lantern Master's stomach, because I can't beat anything else. She wolfed down the food and looked up with tears in her eyes. Any more? Everyone. Laboon silently pushed over a whole plate of grilled meat and glanced at Oro Jaw. After hesitating for a while, he took out 3 more dried fish from the cloth bag, put them on Orojia's plate, and patted Orojia's head again. On the beach at night, a bonfire crackled. Oro Jaw sipped a cup of hot milk, which Stella had prepared specially for her. Perona floated beside her and asked curiously, Orojia, how did you get eaten by the lanternfish? Orojia's fingers suddenly tightened around the cup, and her eyes dimmed. Because Dad discovered pure gold. Her voice was soft, yet trembling with suppressed emotion. Those bad pirates killed Mom to get it, and burned down Dad's research institute. Why would Dad research something so dangerous? She bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. I hate him. If he hadn't insisted on researching this kind of thing, Mom wouldn't have died. Everyone was silent. Red leaned against the tree trunk, blood mist flowing slowly through his fingertips. He actually knew that Orojia's father's research on pure gold was never for wealth or eternal life. Hey, kid, he said suddenly, have you ever been sick? Advertisement. Oro Jaw was stunned, and nodded subconsciously. When I was a child, there was a hot feeling here for a while, and it was almost dead. It hurt a lot. And then, she frowned. One day it suddenly healed, the pain suddenly stopped, and not long after that, the pirates came. Red and Tezzolo exchanged a look. Dad stuck this in my hand and said, you have to wear this, she choked out. But I just felt sick. Oro Jaw hesitated for a moment and showed the ring on her finger to everyone. In the light of the fire, Red recognized it. It was a small metal ring, pure gold. Listen up, kid, he said bluntly, your dad isn't dead. Orojia's crying stopped abruptly, snot bubbles still hanging on her face. Ah. He's being raised as a son by Mother Dragon, Red said quickly. He's in the dragon's lair on the next island. Didn't I just say that? Your father's research into pure gold was never for wealth or immortality. You were suffering from a terminal illness, South Blue Emperor fever, and your parents were researching pure gold to save your life. Red never admits that he is a good guy. He does use some tricks to improve people's favorability, just like Shirahoshi. The parents tried to save their child but were misunderstood for hundreds of years. The lonely child was moved to tears by eating a piece of meat. Red didn't want to see this bloody plot again. There is no need to wait until the end to tell the truth about this kind of thing. Everyone. Tessero held his forehead and said, Captain, your way of narrating is just like the annotations on the Pirates' Bounty Order. Can't you show some emotion? Oro Jaw was stunned for 3 seconds, obviously stunned by what Red said. Red looked at the stunned Orojia and said, let's go. I'll go back and see where your father is. To be honest, Red only remembered that Oroga's father was in a cave, but he didn't know where exactly. To cross the sea of stomach acid, Red snapped his fingers. He had already seen the 2 dinosaurs whizzing around in the grass. The blood mist dragged over 2 dinosaurs. One was green, and that was Orojia's. It was orange and full of wisdom. Woo, he said you have to make it laugh before he takes you there, Laboon translated. Red looked at this intelligent creature. Slowly he said, Laboon beat it. When Laboon heard Red's request, he did not hesitate to attack with his aura fist. You really think I'm Luffy? How dare you make demands of me? Chapter 105 You don't want your daughter either. After a friendly exchange with Laboon. Well, Red walked over to the green dinosaur that was holding its tail and crying silently. It should be a lizard, but let's just treat it as a dinosaur. Because Red didn't know the exact location, he wandered around the sea and went to look at the islands he found. After all, this kind of dinosaur can run in the sea of gastric acid, but it also has time. We don't want to be that kind of black-hearted capitalist. You're right, Enel. 3 velociraptors rushed out of the dense forest, their sharp claws plowing deep grooves in the ground, and their amber vertical pupils flashed with the fierce light of a predator. Wow, I'm going to be eaten. Orojia hugged Rhett's arms tightly, her legs shaking. Perona's negative spirit was already rubbing its hands in anger. It's over. It's over. My gothic skirt is going to be stained with dragon blood. Rhett didn't care. Instead, he squatted down and rubbed Laboon's head. It's up to you, buddy. Laboon's fin slapped against his chest. Woo. Translation. Leave it to me. I saw it take a deep breath, and its muscles expanded like inflated air. Ola ola ola. Laboon turned into a blue lightning, and his fist tore through the air, making a sonic boom. Because the speed was fast enough, it even emitted flames. I haven't eaten Mara Mara fruit, so it's reasonable to set off some flames. Laboon punches the leading velociraptor. This is Rhett's reference to the later storyline of Idio, yes, the Destroyer Cannon, teaching Laboon how to fight. Laboon slightly bent his legs, pulled back his right fist to gather strength, and the peak of his fist condensed with the unique blue cyclone of Sea Kings. Woo. Translation. Take that. Boom. The punch accurately hit the velociraptor's mandible, and the shockwave spread out in a fan-shaped pattern. Everyone clearly heard a crisp sound, followed by a loud bang, which was the explosion caused by the friction when the fist reached the ultimate speed. The leading velociraptor's eyes rolled back, its tongue lashing out half a meter long. Its massive body flew backward like a catapult, crashing through 7 ancient trees, each 2 meters in diameter, before finally coming to a stop. With a final thud, it sank into the trunk, its legs still twitching in the air. Red once again lamented the Pirates King's Blood Bowl attribute. If he were to be released into his original world, it would be in pieces. Of course the battle isn't over yet. Laboon suddenly leaned forward, its tail fin swiping up. Swish. A half-meter deep gully was scraped out on the ground. Just as the two velociraptors were about to pounce, they discovered. Before he could even get his movements into place, his body was already in the air. Boom. Advertisement. The two giant beasts weighing more than several tons in total fell to the ground at the same time. When the dust cleared, two velociraptors were seen paddling around like upside-down turtles, their tails slapping the ground. Laboon had no intention of letting them go, so he rushed forward, took a firm tail stance, because Laboon had no legs and couldn't do a horse stance, which was really hilarious, and his fins glowed blue. Bang! He hit the second velociraptor in the lower abdomen with his left fist and took off directly. Bang! The right fist hit the chest of the third velociraptor, taking off +2. Everyone looked up at the two black dots that were getting smaller and smaller. Enel suddenly raised his hand. Want to catch it? Red waved his hands and sighed. No, let them fly for a while. Laboon is really getting better and better. I'll be proud to see Brooke in the future. 5 seconds later. Boom. The first one crashed into the sea, sending up a column of water. Ha! The second one fell in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, posing the standard, getting down from the ground, posture. Hey, is this really an action that a dragon would do? Time to go find Dr. Miskina Asie, is that his name, Oroha? Red asked. Oro Jaw nodded. The crowd continued to search on this island. Is Dad really here? Oro Jaw clutched the corner of her clothes, her voice trembling. The little girl has not yet changed her mindset from thinking that her father killed her mother for research to thinking that her parents were doing research to cure her illness. She hated him for so many years, but it's not something that can be changed just by saying so. Red ruffled her blonde hair and said, "Don't cry when we meet later." Passing through the dense ferns, everyone saw a wonderful sight. A man wearing a homemade dinosaur headdress was squatting by the river, concentrating on eating meat with a group of small dinosaurs. The pink little dinosaur is really tasteful, Uncle. Red teased the pink little dinosaur that was gnawing on the meat. Dad. The meat in the man's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He turned slowly, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Oro Ka. There was no tearful hug, no desperate questioning. The father and daughter just stared at each other from a distance of 3 meters. Advertisement. In the end, it was the doctor who made the first move. He frantically took off the dinosaur headdress, revealing his messy hair, and tears immediately flowed like a fountain, well, in a physical sense. It was worthy of being a hot-blooded comic. Rhett feels like that big idiot in the children's channel before. Sorry, it's a sin. Oro Gia's toes rubbed the ground. Rhett took a few steps away to give the father and daughter space. Perona. Ah, there are beautiful flowers over there. She also took Laboon away. Enel. Mortals are trouble, but he still follows him away. The doctor rubbed his hands awkwardly. I thought you were dead, too. Oro interrupted him softly. Brother Rhett told me. There was no melodramatic or sad plot of misunderstanding. The two people just hugged each other and cried. Orogia and the doctor's hug lasted for a long time, but eventually, both of them let go. No excessive explanations, no lengthy confessions. The doctor simply patted his daughter's shoulder gently, while Orogia turned her face away and quietly wiped her eyes. Some love is silent and needs no explanation. A hug is worth 1,000 words. Stephen Chow's lens art. Rhett came over at the right moment, cigarette in hand, and said with a smile, "Are you done catching up? Time to get down to business." The doctor pushed his crooked glasses and asked, "Business?" Yeah, Rhett grinned. "We're in need of a scientist. Do you want to come?" Rhett wants to have absolute status in the world of Pirates King. He wants strength, wealth, and power. This cannot be achieved by relying on his own force alone. He wants to become the greatest face fruit user in the Pirates King world. There is still so much time left before the original plot, which is enough time for Rhett to start planning. Our great man once said that technology is the primary productive force. A doctor who can make pure gold can ensure that the strength of the Red Pirates crew is always at its peak. There are two interpretations of pure gold. One is that it restricts the body's state conceptually, and the other is that it slows down, but the effect is excellent, and vitality is still lost. It makes no difference to Rhett. Vitality is the most abundant thing in the world. After all, there is a mysterious person who likes dogs behind the scenes, and no one knows what he looks like. Rhett is about to start exerting his strength. Doctor, it's okay for you to be alone, but you don't want Oroja to live like a savage with you forever, right? Tips for interacting with people. And there's no need for you to give up your research. Funding isn't a problem. As long as you make a request, we'll meet it. The doctor's expression when he looked at Rhett was obviously moved, and Rhett glanced at Tesoro. Chapter 106 Enel, why don't you shoot? As expected of our deputy, he is reliable. Tezulo stepped forward and bowed slightly to the doctor. Hello, doctor. Please allow me to introduce you. This is the Emperor of the Underworld, in charge of 20% of the world's wealth. Money is just a string of numbers to our captain. Rhett continued, and Orogia's South Blue Emperor fever is now curable. All it takes is a shot. The doctor rushed to Rhett and asked, really? You can really save my daughter? Can terminal illnesses be cured? Red looked at the excited doctor and nodded. Our ship's doctor can treat it. Stella stepped forward. Actually, it can be cured without an injection. The fruit ability was activated, and a faint fluorescent light filled Oroka's body. After a period of treatment, Stella touched Oroja's head and said, "It's okay. It's been cured." The doctor walked towards Oroja and gently took off Oroja's pure gold ring. Looking at Oroja, who looked normal, the doctor burst into tears again. The doctor's tears flowed down like a faucet that had been opened. "Ret, are you sure you're not a tear-tear man who ate the tear-tear fruit? Aren't you dehydrated after crying for so long? Hey, doctor, if you keep crying, you're going to pass out from dehydration." Ret picked his ear with a look of disgust. The doctor sobbed and wiped away his tears. "I'm sorry. Oroja pouted, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "Stupid dad." Just as everyone was about to leave, the 3 dinosaurs that were beaten away by Laboon suddenly ran in front of Laboon. Laboon instantly enters combat mode. The dinosaur roared and turned to run into the shadows. A moment later, it returned with a shiny scale in its mouth and placed it solemnly in front of Laboon. Laboon tilts head. Ret raised an eyebrow. "Little Laboon, they don't want you to be their big brother, do they?" Laboon shook his head wildly from side to side, feeling as if his tail was rejecting him. Woo. Shaking his head wildly. After sending away the 3 dinosaurs who were eager to follow Laboon, the 3 of them were reluctant to leave. Getting out became a problem. "Let's find a way to get the lanternfish to spit it out for us." The Bruma Jackson floated on the lake of gastric juice of the lanternfish. The squirming flesh around it continuously secreted corrosive liquid, and the gilded hull made a slight, hissing, sound. "Tezulo, how long will your gilding last?" Red knocked on the side of the boat. Tezulo made a serious assessment. At the current rate of corrosion, it can probably last another 30 years. Here's an explanation. In the original plot, Tessero's gold does precipitate when it comes into contact with seawater, but now that his strength has been enhanced, this weakness no longer exists. Aokiji can walk while freezing the sea. If the movie version didn't have that weakness, Luffy would basically be finished. Red looked at Tezulo's serious expression, which was originally nothing. But, if we zoom out a little further. Advertisement. Let's take another look at this composition. Tessero is touching his chin with a serious look in his eyes. Stella is standing next to him with stars in her eyes. Behind the 2 of them, Ret seems to see a big love heart. Ret stopped looking at them. Ret silently turns to look at Lena. "Hey, Lena, Captain, I'm here." Lena lowered her head, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Ret really wants to complain. When Lena is not giving orders, her presence is really low. She doesn't say anything and just follows the team obediently. If you look at her again when she is directing the navigation, she will scold you if you look at her less. It is really difficult for Ret to adapt. "You haven't seen the roar of our Bruma Jackson." Hey. As he said that, he looked at Enel with a smirk on his face. Enel was stunned. It had been a long time since he finished his special training, and Ret hadn't asked him to do a large-scale charging, although it wasn't difficult for him now. But just like your senior year in high school, you may reminisce about the good things in life, but you definitely don't want to go back to that high-intensity life of your senior year in high school, getting up at 5 a.m. and going to bed at 11 p.m., with holidays counted by the hour, and you will be overwhelmed by everything in this way for a year. _Ka_angle_. Everyone was stunned, and then they all looked at the ferocious dragon head statue on the bow of the ship. Enel's lightning exploded around him. "Captain, you don't think?" "That's right." Red leapt onto the turret, blood mist madly pouring into the energy tank. "Let this big fish have a taste. Stop standing there and fire." The entire ship suddenly shook violently, and the mithril patterns on the hull lit up with a dazzling blue light. Thunder Energy Reserve, 100%. Tesoro stared at the dashboard. Feng Bay pressurization completed. Moria's shadow was busy in front of the control panel. Laboon leapt to the bow and slammed the charge button. Woo. Translation. Fire. Boom. Scarlet lightning shot out from the dragon's mouth, but the moment it hit the stomach wall. Clang. Fire splattered everywhere, but the flesh remained unharmed. Ret. Everyone. Isn't it buddy that even without the armament Hawkeye, your skin won't be broken? As expected of the 1,000-year-old Sea Kings, this thing should be considered a Sea King. Advertisement. Lanternfish. It wiggled proudly twice. Enel was furious. How dare the mere Sea Kings defy divine punishment? Enel gradually ran like a wolf. "I want you to look good." His whole body was shining with lightning, and golden arcs of electricity poured into the barrel of the gun. The dragon head gun muzzle was immediately wrapped in a vortex of red and gold energy. Again, Enel went completely crazy. Attach armament Hawkeye. Hawkeye climbed onto the energy beam. Scarlet lightning burst out from the dragon's mouth, exploding directly into the lanternfish's stomach wall. Seawater rushed in frantically, and the entire gastric juice lake instantly boiled. Vomit. This time the lanternfish rolled its eyes, and nirvana was sprayed out of its mouth along with a tsunami of gastric juice. The lanternfish let out a terrifying vomiting sound, and the Bruma Jackson was sprayed out of the fish's mouth along with the huge waves, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. Ret covered the entire ship with blood mist. He didn't want to smell weird. "Hold on tight." Ret laughed and hugged the mast. Enel looked burned out. After rushing out of the lanternfish's mouth, everything became calm again. The only flaw was that Rhett was so focused on not sticking the vomit in that he didn't think of giving it a knife before leaving. Rhett saw a ship in the distance slowly approaching them. Wait, Orogia suddenly pointed at the sea. What is that? In the distant waves, a warship flying the flag of the Don Quixote family was breaking through the waves. Standing on the bow was a little yellow-haired man in red tights. Doflamingo's fleet fanned out, their pink feather coats rustling in the wind. FFFFFFFF. What an unexpected encounter. But the expression under the sunglasses is not relaxed. He watched as the nirvana spewed out of the lanternfish's mouth. The blood-colored mist reminded her all the time that Rhett was a very powerful opponent. Doflamingo. Foo-foo. Translation. Is this even possible? Rhett stood at the bow, blood mist swirling in his palms. How interesting, you came to me first. Rhett's whereabouts have never been concealed. Doflamingo must have been unable to sleep since he found out that the property he robbed was Rhett's. Rhett thought that Doflamingo might be making a fortune quietly and pretending not to know, but he never thought that he would come to him directly. Doflamingo plus 2 minutes impression. Chapter 107. Is the little red bird so active? Doflamingo stood at the bow with his signature evil smile on his face, but the look behind his sunglasses was frighteningly serious. Foo-foo-foo-foo. Doflamingo's laughter carried on the wind. What a surprising way to make an appearance, spewing out from the mouth of a lanternfish, as expected of the captain of the Bloody Dawn. Rhett lazily scratched his ears, and the blood mist condensed into the shape of a throne behind him. He sat down, crossed his legs, and the throne gradually rose into the air. Flamingo, you came all the way here. You didn't come here just to praise me for being handsome, did you? Doflamingo's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is a flamingo? Doflamingo's fingertips twitched slightly, and an invisible thread flashed a cold light in the air. Of course not. I'm here to discuss business. 200 billion Thunderbird. There was some white smoke floating in the sky. It was some invisible silk threads that were turned into ashes by lightning. Enel looked at Doflamingo with contempt. Behave yourself and don't do anything in front of our captain. If you do it again, I'll chop you down on the head. After saying that, he retreated behind Rhett. Oh, Rhett raised his eyebrows and stared at Doflamingo with a half smile. You stole my territory and you still want to negotiate business with me. Your courage is brighter than your feathers. And now you dare to come in front of me. You really don't fear death, Doflamingo. Doflamingo's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Those industries were just a misunderstanding. I admit, I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect the underground world to reach such power in just a few years. He spread his hands, the silk threads gleaming in the sunlight, but now, I might be a better partner for you. Rhett narrowed his eyes, and the blood mist spread quietly, dyeing the sea between the two ships dark red. The crew of Doflamingo suddenly tensed up. Advertisement. Doflamingo was not at ease either. He actually had no idea what to do. He was gambling that Rhett's goal was to subdue him rather than kill him. That was just Rhett's subconscious action. He was feeling happy. Hey, this is not his credit. No, this is his credit. After all, as the captain of the Crimson Dawn Pirates, he does not need this ability, he just needs to know who can achieve this goal. Cooperation. Rhett chuckled. Tell me, what can you give me? Doflamingo lowered his voice, his sunglasses reflecting the blood mist. Intelligence, influence, and the executors who do the dirty work. Don't you want to control the entire world? Gold and force alone won't be enough. When he learned that the robbery was of Rhett's underground industry, Rhett did not come to him immediately. This was his confidence. He bet that Rhett wanted to see his value. He also thought about waiting for Rhett to arrive at the base. He was the future Joker of the underground. Under the premise that it was absolutely impossible to defeat Rhett, it would undoubtedly be very stupid to passively wait for Rhett to come. Rhett's eyes flickered slightly, and the blood mist surging speed slowed down a bit. He turned his head to look at Tessero, who was leaning against the side of the ship, a golden ring twirling on his finger, a playful smile in his eyes. Captain, Tezulo said slowly, this boy is quite self-aware. Doflamingo's forehead was covered with sweat, but his tone remained calm. Tesoro's layout is indeed powerful, but there are some areas, my family is more suitable to intervene. For example, regarding certain deals within the Marines, I used to be a celestial dragon, and I think the adults should know that even if I lost my celestial dragon status, the world government would still give me face. Rhett thought about it. This was probably the main reason why Doflamingo was able to snatch Tenho Gold with such brazenness and still take the position of Shichibukai. Rhett was still very interested. Although this flamingo must have some rebellious intentions, it didn't matter. He could just kill it if it didn't obey. Interesting. Rhett sat high in the sky, looking down at Doflamingo. Flamingo, you're smarter than I thought. But, he changed the subject, and mist condensed into a blood blade, hovering above Doflamingo's head. Why should I trust you? The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, but he quickly revealed a sinister smile. Because we share the same goal, to overthrow this twisted world. And you need a knife hidden in the dark. Advertisement. The sea breeze suddenly stopped, and the air between the two ships seemed to freeze. Rhett and Doflamingo stared at each other for a moment, then suddenly put away the blood mist and waved lazily. Okay, I'll give you a chance. But Rhett grinned. If I find out you have second thoughts, I won't mind plucking your feathers one by one. I won't care about your other shady businesses, but you're not allowed to touch the slave trade. Do you understand? A hint of coldness flashed beneath Doflamingo's sunglasses. You know, the slave trade is a very profitable industry, but it was quickly covered up by a smile. Foo. It's a pleasure to work with you. Tezulo stepped forward and shook Doflamingo's hand. Welcome to the chessboard of Crimson Dawn, Mr. Doflamingo. But remember, his eyes suddenly sharpened. You are just one of the chess pieces. Our forces can provide you with assistance. This is a benefit for newcomers. You can develop your forces to your heart's content, provided you are loyal to our captain. As Tezulo spoke, a large amount of gold dust merged into the bodies of everyone except Doflamingo. I hope Mr. Doflamingo can understand. After all, we're not good people, right? Doflamingo nodded slightly, turned around and jumped back into his boat. He had already made a general prediction when he came here, and not planting gold powder in his body was already giving him face. Doflamingo actually has another option, which is to quit the business and live in seclusion. But as an ambitious Doflamingo, how could it be possible? Moreover, with Rhett's banner, he could do even crazier things. When doing business with Kaido, wasn't he also trying to use the reputation of Kaido for emperors? Doflamingo's hatred for celestial dragons is no less than Rhett's. This madman shows his determination to destroy celestial dragons if he can't get them, and this is something Rhett values very much. Doflamingo's fleet did not leave immediately. Captain Rhett, it's rare for us to meet. Why don't you let the little brats of my family experience the power of Crimson Dawn? This was Doflamingo's test. He wanted to see the overall strength of the Crimson Dawn pirates and how big his ambitions could be. One Lion King was not scary. What was scary was that any one of the lions in the group was a Lion King. Just sprinkled with gold dust can ensure that they will not die. Before he finished speaking, the cadres of the Don Quixote family had already jumped to the bow. They were very unhappy when Tesoro sprinkled gold dust on them. Diamante held a long sword, and Torbol's slimy body squirmed. Pika's sharp voice came from the stone giant. Dover's order is to crush you. Chapter 108 I will beat you. Rhett still sat lazily on the throne made of blood mist, supporting his chin with one hand, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Moria, Enel, Tezulo and others stood in front of Rhett. Hey, you want to challenge the captain? Tezulo was the first to step out, a scornful smile on his face. You've got to get past us first, little birds. A golden wave instantly spread out under his feet, and the gold in the storage room began to flow into the sea, surging like waves and rushing directly towards the ship of the Don Quixote family. Diamante's expression changed, and he swung his sword hastily, but was directly knocked away by the golden wave. The Golden Emperor. His reputation is well deserved. He rushed towards Tesoro. Should I say that the Flamingo family members are quite loyal? They defend Doflamingo's reputation even though they know they can't win. Golden waves surged beneath his feet. Tesoro stood on top of the golden giant, looking down at his opponent. In my domain. He slowly raised his hand, and the gold in the entire sea rolled and turned into countless sharp spears, pointing at the rushing Diamante. You don't even have the right to struggle. Before he finished speaking, a golden spear suddenly shot out. Diamante hastily swung his sword to block, but the metal armor was assimilated the moment it came into contact with the gold, the blade shattered, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Golden divine punishment. Domination. It's said that like captain, like crew. If this were put in real life, Red would have to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment, but in this hot-blooded comic world, it feels just right. Tezulo clenched his fingers, and Diamante's armor completely solidified, trapping him in a golden sculpture. Waves crashed against the statue, echoing dully. Pathetic ants. He turned, and the gold disintegrated, transforming back into a flowing golden wave that returned to the deck. Tezulo walked towards Rhett, the gold paving a brilliant path under his feet. He stood so that Rhett could still look down on him. Captain, it's solved. Rhett propped up his chin, his smile deepening in the blood mist. Well done, Boss Tai. Tezulo placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. An opponent of this caliber isn't even a warm-up, Captain. Advertisement. Then he turned around and stood to the right of Rhett, looking down at the battlefield quietly. Moria's massive form slowly emerged from the darkness, his mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs. He stretched his arms lazily, while the shadows beneath his feet twisted into countless tentacles, greedily licking the deck. Your slime means nothing in the face of darkness. Ever since Moria became a salted fish, his shadow image has become ugly. Torbol's slimy body suddenly expanded, and venom poured out like a rainstorm. Moria didn't even move a step, just lightly snapped his fingers. Shadow box. Strangulation. Instantly, countless dark shadows darted from the deck, transforming into sharp cages that imprisoned Torbo. The pitch-black shadow spikes pierced through the slime, making a corrosive, hissing sound. Torbo discovered with horror that his fruit power was being devoured by the shadows. Impossible. How could my slime? A playful glint flashed in Moria's eyes, and his still sturdy body suddenly transformed into countless bats, dispersing and then regrouping behind Torbo. He leaned over and whispered in his ear. Your nightmare has just begun. As he closed his fingers, the shadow box suddenly tightened. Amid Torabul's screams, Moria leisurely took out a bottle of happy water and took a sip. Captain, do you want to leave him alive? Red nodded slightly. It was normal to crush them. You know, the Flamingo barely reached the Shichibukai level. Except for a few non-combatants, all the Red crew members were at least top-level Shichibukai. Next is the battle of our middle school boy Enel. Golden lightning exploded among the clouds. Enel sat cross-legged in the void, with the thunder drum floating behind him. He held his chin with one hand and looked down at the stone giant below with impatience. Just when he was about to show off his skills to open the captain's eyes, Doflamingo stepped forward to stop the fight. Doflamingo suddenly raised his hand, and countless threads shot out like lightning, forcibly pulling Pika back from Enel's lightning. His laughter remained arrogant, but his tone subtly softened. FFFFFFFFF. That's enough. Enel's thunder drum was still humming. He narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction. Hey, Pink Bird, what do you mean by this? Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the dazzling lightning. He slowly raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. I admit. The corners of his mouth twisted, as if he was very unhappy with what he said. The strength of Bloody Dawn has indeed far exceeded my expectations. The deck was completely silent. Tezulo and the other two ignored Doflamingo and turned to look at Red on the throne. Advertisement. Red finally moved his fingers, and the blood mist throne slowly descended. He tilted his head and gave a playful smile. Oh, are you giving up already? Red looked at the Flamingo with ulterior motives. If he didn't defeat him today, he would definitely do something fancy, but it seemed that the effect was very significant at the moment. Doflamingo's forehead was covered in sweat, but he kept a smile on his face. Captain Red and his crew are truly formidable. He took off his sunglasses, revealing his ambitious eyes. I expect Captain Red to fully support the development of my forces. Full strength. Tezulo sneered, his golden ring gleaming in the sunlight. Are you worthy? Perhaps we can discuss this before the battle. Afterward, the price will be different. Doflamingo's fingertips trembled slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. FFFFFFF. Maybe I'm not worthy of it right now. He looked directly at Ret. But give me time. I will prove my worth. Do you not wish to be king of the world? Do you wish to have celestial dragons stomp upon your head? Why does this sound so familiar? Didn't Tezulo say that too? Who cares? The sea breeze blew across the deck, carrying a salty smell. Red was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. He stood up, a blood mist billowing behind him like a cloak. Flamingo, I like you more and more. Doflamingo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but outwardly maintained his arrogant demeanor. So, will the cooperation continue? Red snapped his fingers, and the blood mist instantly dissipated. I won't help you, but I certainly won't stop you either. If you want to demonstrate your worth, then show me. Of course, there is a price to pay for provoking him, and it cannot be the price just discussed. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. But remember. Red stopped talking. Next time you dare to test me, Tezulo continued, gold condensing into a sharp spear in his palm, it won't be so easy. Doflamingo put on his sunglasses again, his pink feather coat rustling in the wind. Foo. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Well done. I don't mind helping you kill off the celestial dragon nobles who refuse to let you return to celestial dragons. Doflamingo suddenly turned and stared at Ret. FK, I'm really looking forward to it, Captain Ret. As the Don Quixote family's ship slowly sailed away, Enel muttered in dissatisfaction. Tisk, the god hasn't brought down divine punishment yet. Ret promised Flamingo that it was actually very simple. On the one hand, Flamingo wanted to test his own strength. To put it bluntly, he was still unwilling to obey his orders after working under him. This beating convinced him. Again, Flamingo was very interested in killing all the celestial dragons. Ret doesn't dislike ambitious and capable people. Isn't it easy for the foresighted Ret to grasp a tiny red bird? Hey. Chapter 109 Yo, Zephyr. Add another one to wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. The Crimson Dawn pirates were sailing slowly on the blue sea. It would take some time to get back to Sky Island. Perona and Laboon were playing with Oroga, but the doctor had been staying in the house the whole time, saying that he wanted to learn current knowledge and keep up with the times. On the deck, Ret lazily lay in a hammock made of blood mist. So boring, Ret said. Lord Ret, a warship has been spotted ahead. Perona on the observation deck shouted. Ret narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the crew member pointed. Sure enough, a marine warship was slowly sailing across the distant horizon. On the deck of the warship, a group of young marines could be vaguely seen training, and standing in the front was none other than former Marine Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr. Hey, isn't that Zephyr? Ret said with a playful smile, bringing the recruits out for actual combat. It seems that this is the first time I have met the last member of the ancient F-Force since Ret went to sea. Go say hello. Ret still has great hope. Although Zephyr's family members were killed, Ret wanted to help this gentle and righteous marine, but at that time Ret was still a seaman. There are many tragic characters in Pirates King, and there are many knives, but Zephyr's knife is a slow knife. You have to look at his life to understand this knife. Hey, what? You guys want to see? Let Ret sort it out for you. He was promoted to Marine Admiral at the age of 38 and got married in the same year. The son was born at the age of 39. The first knife was used by the old man to send off the young man. When he was 42, his family was killed by pirates. He began to hate the pirates and offered to resign, but was unsuccessful. At this time, he still had hope for Marine. At the age of 65, the training ship he led was attacked by Edward Weevil. All his beloved students except Ain and Binns were killed, and his right arm was also seriously injured. This is the second time that the sword has lost the disciple he taught so carefully. Oda still had a conscience and kept 2 of them. If these 2 were gone, it would be a lone hero-like ending. At the age of 73, he learned that the pirates who cut off his arm joined Marine to become 7 warlords of the sea. He began to have strong doubts and distrust towards Marine, and resolutely withdrew from Marine and founded Neo Marine, with the goal of annihilating pirates around the world. At the age of 74, he met Luffy and started a fierce battle, and eventually died in battle with Marine. Advertisement. Even more ironic is that the one who gave the order was his student Akainu, the one who carried out the order was his student Kizaru, and the one who buried him after his death was his student Aokiji. The third knife is that those who stick to their ideals die because of their ideals. The pirates' king's spirit is really important. Here I mainly refer to Garp. Rhett feels that after Summit War Ace died, Garp's strength dropped dramatically. However, Zephyr can form a new Marine, Neo Marine, later, which shows that the current strength should not be a problem. Tezulo walked over to Rhett, spinning the gold ring on his finger. Captain, should we take action? Those recruits don't look very capable. Rhett waved his hand, his eyes full of amusement. Don't worry, just play with them for a while. They are the future of Marine, but the difference in strength is too big. Guys, Rhett shouted, his voice carried on the sea breeze, catch up. Following his order, the Nirvana accelerated instantly, and lightning surged on both sides of the hull, pushing the ship towards the warship like an arrow. On the warship, Zephyr was seriously instructing the recruits in physical training. Suddenly, a Marine came running over in panic, Teacher Zephyr. We've spotted a pirate ship behind us. It's the Oro Jackson of the Scarlet Dawn pirates. Zephyr's brow furrowed instantly, he turned and looked at the sea, and sure enough he saw the iconic dragon head. His face darkened, and he cursed inwardly, why would I run into these lunatics at this time? At this time, Zephyr embodies the responsibilities that a general instructor should have. Everyone, listen, Zephyr ordered decisively, turn around and evacuate at full speed. The recruits looked confused. Teacher Zephyr, why are we running? Shouldn't we be fighting? Zephyr's expression was very serious. Execute the order immediately. Prepare a ship for me. If necessary, I will go and meet them alone. You only need to do one thing, and that is to run. The warship quickly changed direction and tried to create distance. However, the speed of the Oro Jackson was far beyond their imagination, and the lightning drive brought the distance between the 2 ships closer and closer. Rhett stood at the bow, looking at the warship sailing in the distance, his smile growing even brighter. Zephyr, don't run, we just came to say hello. His voice, carried clearly through the spreading blood mist, reached the warship. The recruits heard it, but remained calm. It's Rhett, the pirate with the 3.6 billion bounty. Zephyr clenched his fists, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He knew that with his own strength against this group of recruits, he had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Advertisement. Rhett's power is well known on the sea, unlike Edward Newgate too. Prepare for artillery fire. Zephyr ordered through gritted teeth, delay their speed. The gun barrels on the warship turned and aimed at the pursuing Nirvana. However, before the shells were fired, a golden figure leapt up from the Oro Jackson. Golden divine punishment. Heaven falling. Tesoro's voice rang out, and countless golden spears fell from the sky, accurately destroying all the guns of the warship. Zephyr's expression turned even uglier. Seeing the 2 ships getting closer and closer, Zephyr used Moonwalk to rush towards the Oro Jackson, buying time for his students. Mist God Flow. Open heaven. Although Zephyr was able to resist, it was difficult to gain leverage in the air and was thrown back onto the warship. Rhett, can I let you come up? You know how painful it is every time I repair a boat. Rhett stood on the bow of the Oro Jackson, surrounded by a bloody mist, his eyes fixed on Zephyr. Zephyr, it's so rare for us to meet, and you're leaving just like that. This was our first meeting, I'm so sad. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on the deck of the warship. The blood mist surged like waves, covering the entire warship. The recruits wanted to step forward, but were stopped by Zephyr. Zephyr armament hockey wrapped around his arms, his dark fists poised for impact. Rhett, Zephyr growled, anger burning in his eyes. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Rhett tilted his head, and slowly unsheathed the black-tied greatsword. The blade slashed across the deck, leaving a scarlet mark. Whether you're afraid or not, you'll know after trying it. Boom. Zephyr didn't waste any words, his attack was like a violent storm, and each punch carried the power to shatter mountains. Rhett's figure was like a ghost, weaving in and out of the fist shadows. He blocked the black-tied sword, and his figure disappeared. The sword light and fist shadows intertwined, and the entire warship shook violently under the confrontation between the 2. The recruits had already retreated to the edge of the ship, staring at this ultimate showdown in amazement. This is an admiral-level battle. He's actually on par with Mr. Zephyr. Chapter 110. Really? False. You can't see clearly. Zephyr attacked again, his dark iron fist wrapped in a violent hockey, smashing directly into Rhett's face. This time, Rhett didn't dodge or evade. The black tide sword slashed across, and the sword and fist collided, causing a shockwave to explode, instantly crumbling the warship's deck. You see, on the Nirvana, it wasn't just the deck that was torn apart, it was also Rhett. Iron Fist. Zephyr roared, his fists unrelenting, but Rhett remained firmly planted in place. The name is personal. It would be inappropriate if I didn't shout it out. The original plot was all about the Crusher, but now it's gone. Oh, Rhett raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement in his eyes. As expected of Black Arm, he's still going strong despite his age. The students wanted to come forward to help. Everyone retreat. Zephyr suddenly shouted, this is not a battle you can participate in. Almost instantly, Rhett's figure twisted and dissipated in the blood mist. Zephyr's pupils shrank, and his right arm instantly covered with armament hockey. He turned and delivered a powerful straight punch. Bang! A bloody mist exploded as the blade of the Black Tide greatsword collided with the iron fist, sending shockwaves uprooting the entire deck within a 10-meter radius. The recruits watched in horror as sawdust rained down. Your observation hockey isn't bad, Zephyr. Rhett's voice was tinged with laughter, his figure looming in the mist. But how long can you hold out? The blood mist suddenly condensed into dozens of scarlet spears, stabbing at Zephyr from all angles. It's not over yet, Mist God style, Nirvana. A mere trifle, Zephyr roared, his fists turning into shadows, each strike shattering the spear with precision. Rhett's mist is just shaped to increase its lethality. If you break it up, then it's no longer mist. But the shattered blood mist did not dissipate. Instead, it wrapped around his arm, making a sizzling corrosion sound. Zephyr's face paled slightly. His armament hockey burst, dispersing the blood mist, but he noticed several holes had been ripped through his clothing on his right arm. Where his armament hockey had been thinner, where his skin had come into contact with the blood mist, he felt a wave of numbness. Poison. Just some little things to liven things up. Rhett's voice came from all directions, and suddenly solidified behind Zephyr, and the Black Tide greatsword slashed down with a sound that broke through the air. Zephyr dodged sideways dangerously, the blade brushing past his nose. He became alert. His observation hockey was gradually losing effectiveness, and Rhett's figure gradually disappeared completely, becoming impossible to capture. Zephyr raised his fist to block, but the sword went through his arm. It's an illusion. The Black Tide greatsword twisted mid-strike, its vertical strike turning into a horizontal slash. The pitch-black blade slammed heavily into Zephyr's chest, sending him flying. Teacher Zephyr. The recruits exclaimed. Don't come over here. Zephyr adjusted his posture in the air, kicked off the mast with his feet, and returned like a cannonball. This time, his fist was wrapped with spirals of armament hockey, and the air exploded wherever he passed. Advertisement. Crush spiral dash. Rhett didn't dodge or evade, the blood mist forming layers of barriers in front of him. But the punch actually penetrated all of his defenses and hit his crossed arms firmly. Boom. The entire ship tilted violently, and Rhett was sent sliding backwards over 10 meters by the punch, his shoe leaving 2 scorch marks on the deck. He shook his numb arm, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Oh, that's an interesting move. Zephyr's move consumed far more energy than expected, but the effect was significant. The blood mist surrounding Rhett was noticeably thinner. Come again. Zephyr felt something was wrong. This Rhett was too weak, but the opportunity to fight was fleeting, and he had to seize the opportunity to win. The punches were like a violent storm. Each blow carried the force to shatter huge rocks. The warship groaned under the heavy pressure. Rhett dodged gracefully, occasionally blocking with his Black Tide greatsword. Sparks flew between them from the clashing of metal. He even had the leisure to tease, Uncle Zephyr, can you do this? Shut up. Zephyr raged, and with an uppercut, he sent Rhett flying. But the next second, a bloody mist surged, and Rhett's figure vanished in midair, another illusion. The real Rhett had appeared on the warship's observation deck at some point, legs crossed as he watched the battle. Are you angry? I heard admirals are supposed to stay calm. Zephyr suddenly calmed down, took off his sunglasses and wiped them. This action made Rhett squint slightly. Something was wrong. Kid, you're relying too much on your abilities. Zephyr suddenly stomped on the deck, his speed increasing threefold. This time, his fists made no sound, but it made Rhett's hair stand on end. Smash silently. At the critical moment, Rhett finally put away his playful expression. Conqueror's hockey exploded, hindering Zephyr's advance. Zephyr was indeed stunned for a moment by the impact. That was enough for Rhett. The Black Tide greatsword was wrapped in black and red lightning, and it slashed towards the iron fist. Mist God style. Nirvana. Clang. Amidst a deafening explosion, the entire deck of the warship began to collapse inward with the 2 men as the center. The recruits clung to the fixed objects tightly, and some were horrified to find that blood was oozing from their ear holes. The pirate's king was fighting, and the young marines had no way to watch the battle. In the center of the battlefield, Zephyr maintained his punching posture. Rhett's blade stopped 3 inches in front of Zephyr's throat, unable to move forward. It was clamped tightly by 2 fingers wrapped in top-level armament color. Rhett. What? You're pretending to be me. Got you. Zephyr grinned, his left hand suddenly reaching out and grabbing Rhett's knife-holding wrist. Advertisement. Rhett's pupils suddenly contracted, and Zephyr's right hand spread out its 5 fingers, and the concentration of armament hockey returned to its peak state. Tien Chong. The shockwave from the close-range attack sent Rhett flying, piercing through 3 decks before finally becoming lodged in the steel plating of the aft hold. The entire ship shook violently, raising its waterline several inches. Is it over? A recruit asked tremblingly. Zephyr suddenly fell to one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That move had allowed Rhett's mist to slip through, but his instincts told him. Of course not. A laughing voice came from the ruins. Rhett emerged from the mist, walked forward and brushed the dust off Rhett's clothes that had fallen to the ground. It was another illusion, but this time it was a physical illusion. I almost flipped over. Rhett cleared the mist, as expected of an admiral specializing in armament hockey. Zephyr struggled to his feet, a wave of shock rising within him. Even if Garp had taken that blow head-on, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. This guy. Rhett. Hey, switch from a basic attack to a big move. Zephyr's breathing became heavy as the battle continued, but his eyes remained sharp. Kid, how long can you hold out? Such an illusion must be very exhausting. Zephyr sneered and smashed the incoming blood blade with a punch. What? You're asking me if I have enough stamina? Red is cheating. It's no wonder Zephyr couldn't sense it. Red was slowly absorbing Zephyr's strength, a fight of such high intensity. It was understandable. He grinned. Don't worry, there's enough to keep you entertained. He stomped the ground hard, and Conqueror's hockey exploded. The black-tied greatsword was wrapped in black and red lightning, and it slashed out. Mist God style. Nirvana. That's right, Conqueror's hockey is used as a stiffness. Zephyr's pupils shrank, and he crossed his arms to block, but he was still chopped away by the sword, smashing the mast of the warship. The recruiters shouted in horror. Teacher. Zephyr stood up from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Come again. The mist revealed Zephyr's students rushing forward, wanting to help Zephyr. Zephyr didn't even look at it. You think this illusion can fool me? Don't underestimate me, kid.